Before we dive into part 2, let's take a quick look back at everything that's happened so far. In a world where men are so rare they're treated as national treasures, Lin Wang is suddenly transmigrated and reborn as the crown prince of the Dragon Empire. Armed with unrivaled status and a mysterious system that grants him extraordinary powers, he quickly rises above everyone around him. In a remarkably short time, he marries the stunning Song Wannian, enrolls at the prestigious Imperial University under an unprecedented grand welcome, and becomes the center of attention for countless brilliant beauties and influential forces alike. From a series of fateful encounters and increasingly complicated relationships to an extraordinary university life filled with privilege, danger, and endless opportunities, Lin Wang steadily builds his own influence, expands his growing harem, and begins uncovering the hidden secrets behind this upside-down world. But everything seen so far has only been the beginning. From this point onward, far stronger rivals, greater conspiracies, and life-changing opportunities will emerge, pushing his destiny toward an entirely new chapter. I cruised my electric scooter right up to the science building, parking with a flair that screamed main character energy. Stepping inside room 101, I immediately spotted Cheng Cheng and Wei Qin, standing together awkwardly. "Hey Lin Wang, you're finally here." Cheng Cheng greeted me with a smile that felt about as genuine as a $3 bill. I walked right past him like he was invisible. "Teacher, why did you call me here?" I asked, turning my full attention to Wei Qin. She was wearing a simple black sweater and trousers, looking way too innocent for someone about to commit a crime. She walked over, gently touching my earlobe with a sigh. "I missed you. Is it really a crime to want to see my favorite student?" I frowned, feeling deeply skeptical. "Sure, seeing you is fine, but why is?" I glanced back at Cheng Cheng, noticing his ridiculous square-rimmed glasses and white jacket. He looked like an extra from a rejected sci-fi movie. "Oh, it was total coincidence. Chen said he needed you, and since I missed you too, I tagged along." Cheng Cheng chimed in defensively. I stared straight into his eyes, watching him sweat under my gaze. "Time for my secret weapon." "Teacher, are you seriously telling me this was just a random coincidence?" I pressed. Wei Qin's eyes glazed over for a second, her lips parting uncontrollably as the truth slipped out. "No, he actually asked me to set this up," she blurted out. "Teacher Wei." Cheng Cheng panicked, his face draining of color. "We agreed you wouldn't say that." "Why did you make her call me?" I demanded. Wei Qin bit her lip, looking guilty. "Because his family helped mine during hard times. We owed them a massive favor, okay?" I couldn't say no. My frustration spiked. Nobody told me about this mafia-level debt arrangement. "So, what was the actual point of summoning me here today?" I asked, my voice dropping an octave. "Dumplings. Just eating dumplings," Wei Qin mumbled, pointing at a steaming plate on the desk. "They're special dumplings. They'll make your blood boil with passion." "Oh great. Classic, sketchy aphrodisiac move." Wei Qin looked horrified at her own confession, grabbing my wrist in a panic. "Lin Wang, let me explain. This is insane." I pulled my arm away, completely disgusted. "Explain what, teacher? You teamed up to spike my food." I glared at Cheng Cheng, who looked like a cornered rat. "And you, what's your excuse for this amateur hour villain plot?" "I just want to be your wife," Cheng Cheng cried out, throwing all his dignity out the window. "I'm changing, I swear." "Yeah, right, changing into a total creep." I slumped into a nearby chair, rubbing my temples. Wei Qin was wiping away real tears now. "I'm sorry, Lin Wang, just don't ruin my life over this." I let out a cold laugh, shaking my head at the absolute circus in front of me. "You really don't know the meaning of the word like, do you?" "It's toxic," I said flatly. I pulled out my phone and dialed my aunt. "Hey, I need some backup. And bring your official badge." Everyone took their seats, the tension in the room thick enough to slice with a butter knife. "What on earth happened?" Song Wannian demanded, her brow furrowed in deep concern. When I stayed silent, all eyes shifted toward Tong Yi. He checked my mood first, making sure I wasn't about to snap, before recounting the entire dramatic escape scene. "Unbelievable." Bailey clenched her fists so hard her knuckles turned white. "How dare a teacher pull a stunt like that with spiked dumplings?" Zhang Xiyun nodded in fiery agreement. Cheng Cheng has always been obsessed, but using poison is psychopathic. The committee taking him away is totally justified. Su Lingyun chimed in next, looking genuinely shaken. "If he's brazen enough to pull this today, who knows what extreme garbage he would have tried tomorrow." Wannian reached over, gently squeezing my left hand. "Babe, try not to let it ruin your night." Honestly, my adrenaline had already peaked and crashed. Between the chilly breeze on the scooter ride back and everyone backing me up, I was ready to decompress. After we finished dinner, I called out, "Senior Su Lingyun, combine with me." Lingyun jumped up, her eyes wide with shock, and hurried over to the sofa. I smoothly upgraded her status to concubine, then checked my phone and quietly promoted Jiang Duo from lover to concubine as well. Jiang Duo deserved a secure spot, and with Lingyun added, my total officially hit 6. Right after the digital upgrade buzzed through, a WeChat notification popped up from Wei Qin. "I'm so sorry, Xiaowang. I'm resigning. I don't deserve your forgiveness. Goodbye." I sighed and hit block. The past was dead weight. No point carrying it. I cleared my throat. "All right, who's scheduled for foot massage duty tonight?" Tong Yi looked up from whispering about dresses with Xian, blinking in confusion. "Wait, you expect a massage tonight too? What, you guys trying to void the contract after one day?" I gave them a stern look. "Or did you think my memory is that short?" Come on, Tong Yi muttered, glancing at Ling Yun. Isn't tonight supposed to be your special evening off with her? I checked the clock. It was barely 8:30 p.m. Treating me like a workhorse, huh? We'll get to the senior later. Whose turn is it right now? Jiang Duo quietly stepped forward, taking my hand. It's yours, hubby. She nodded softly. Honestly, they hadn't planned this shift rotation because nobody expected me to be in the mood for pampering. To my room, I said, pulling her along. With a heavy thud, the second-floor door clicked shut. Downstairs, Ling Yun was hyperventilating, taking rapid breaths. Girls, my heart is racing a million miles an hour. Why are you freaking out? Tong Yi asked. Because I've never done. You know, this before, Ling Yun stammered, turning bright red. What if I'm terrible at taking care of him? The girls exchanged knowing, playful glances and giggled softly. Like any of us were pros on day one, Bailey teased gently, handing her a glass of warm water. You'll survive. Just treat it like an extreme sport. Ling Yun chugged the water, stood up, and squared her shoulders. Screw it. I'm going upstairs to change and spray on some expensive perfume. Meanwhile, upstairs in my room, Jiang Duo finished massaging my feet and pulled a brilliant red ruby ring out of her pocket. Here, take this back. I propped my chin up on the bed, looking confused. Why are you handing this to me? Jiang Duo looked down nervously. It's way too expensive. I looked it up online, and a ruby this size costs millions. My family couldn't earn that in a lifetime. She had agonized over it all evening before deciding honesty was best. Keep it. My sister gave it to you as a gift, I said, waving it off. No, she insisted, stubbornly shaking her head. It doesn't feel right. I couldn't help but chuckle at her stubborn streak. Fine, hold on to it as collateral. When you get pregnant later, you can give it to our kid. Hearing the word pregnant, Jiang Duo's face burned crimson and her whole body jerked in surprise. A kid? No way, I'm giving it back. You don't get to decide. I'm the dad, I definitely get a say. I grinned. Alright, enough arguing about jewelry. Your most important job right now is finishing my massage. She gave up protesting, kneeling beside the bed and working her magic. Her hands were absolute heaven, way better than Bailey's technique, mostly because she used to massage her own grandmother. Within minutes, I drifted off to sleep. When I finally blinked awake, Jiang Duo was gone. In her place stood a gorgeous silhouette in front of the vanity mirror. Ling Yun was wearing a peach-red slip dress, her long dark hair cascading down to her waist. She turned around barefoot, a faint floral scent drifting across the room. She was even wearing those gold-rimmed glasses. When did you sneak in? I asked, sitting up. As soon as Duo finished, she whispered, smoothing down her glossy hair. How do I look in this? I dragged my eyes down her smooth, slender legs trembling slightly at the edge of the bed. The silk dress hugged every curve, and the librarian glasses added a ridiculously unfair touch of charm. I rolled out of bed and motioned toward the bathroom. Senior, get in here too. Ling Yun's heart practically tried to break through her ribs. I into the shower? Is that a good idea? Before she could finish backing out, I pulled her right in. I'm ready, hubby. Let me wash your back, she squeaked out nervously. Sunday ended on a remarkably high note, though sleep was a distant luxury for Ling Yun. Even as I breathed heavily and soundly beside her, she lay awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling. Only now did she finally understand what Tong Yi and the others meant downstairs. My stamina was no joke. It honestly felt more exhausting than running the 800-meter run during school track trials. Even if she wasn't the one driving the pace, she was definitely hooked for life. True to everyone's accurate predictions, Su Ling Yun couldn't manage to get out of bed at all come Monday morning. Downstairs, the crew mercilessly roasted my eating habits, claiming I had zero mercy for the fragile flowers in my life. I just shook my head between spoonfuls of porridge. Honestly, I practically held back. Song Wanian chuckled and waved them off. Eat up, guys. Try Aunt Zhao's century egg and lean pork porridge. Once breakfast wrapped up, Siyun, Tong Yi, and I headed out for morning lectures. Meanwhile, Bailey and Jiang Duo, who had a completely free morning, trotted upstairs to deliver lunch to Ling Yun. Pushing the door open, they found her half sitting up against a pile of pillows. President, your rescue package has arrived, Bailey announced. Thank you, Ling Yun mumbled, taking the bowl of white porridge from Bailey. Skipping the spoon entirely, she gulped down a few massive mouthfuls. Bailey stared at her with an intense, unblinking gaze that started making Ling Yun sweat. Okay, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have rice on my face? Bailey suddenly giggled, waving a hand dismissively. Oh, nothing. Ling Yun grabbed her wrist with narrowed eyes. Spit it out. You're definitely scheming something. What crazy thoughts are running through that head of yours? Nothing. It's totally you overthinking it. Tell me right now, or I'm pulling rank as class president and ordering you to confess. Back in the lecture hall, before class could even officially kick off, two major surprises hit the room. First, Cheng Cheng was predictably absent. Second, the department director walked in instead of Weikin. Murmurs rippled across the rows instantly. Gossip travels fast, and plenty of students had already seen the viral video of Cheng Cheng getting hauled away by campus security the night before. Wait, is that our new counselor? Someone whispered. Didn't Teacher Wei just get into trouble? Why swap the counselor too? Everyone loved Wei Qin. She was warm, detail-oriented, and genuinely approachable, so watching her vanish after just 2 weeks felt jarring. Only I knew the real story, but I kept my eyes fixed on the front, waiting to see who our mystery replacement was. All heads snapped toward the podium as the director stepped aside to reveal a tiny, doll-like figure. She stood barely 5 feet 1 inch tall. Up top, she wore a white knit sweater paired with light blue denim cutoffs, thigh-high white socks, and the cutest little Mary Jane shoes. Her hair was twisted into a bouncy top knot, framing a round face splashed with natural blush and wide, innocent round eyes. Her lips were a striking, glossy pink. Honestly, she looked so young that if the director hadn't introduced her as our faculty advisor, half the room would have bet money she was still stuck in middle school. Her height, facial features, and pure as snow expression screamed absolute innocence. The only thing that didn't fit the petite aesthetic was her chest proportion. Compared to powerhouses like Bailey, she looked wonderfully, unrealistically hyper-contrasted like a tiny ancient vase holding a priceless treasure. "Teacher Yu, why don't you introduce yourself to the class?" the director prompted warmly. She gave a heavy, adorable nod, speaking with a voice as sweet as candy. Hi everyone, I'm Yue Shishi, 21 years old. I'm so thrilled to be your new counselor right out of college, and I hope I can do an amazing job taking care of you all. Thank you." With that, Yue Shishi bowed so deeply at the waist that the front row almost felt bad watching her stretch. "Alright, Teacher Yu, let's go check out your office so the students can get started on their lecture," the director said, a balding middle-aged man tucking a blue folder under his arm. He tossed a brief over-the-shoulder order. "Alright class, substitute instructor for today's curriculum is me. Open your textbooks to page 52. Just like that, Cheng Cheng was gone, and Wei Qing was replaced. I flipped open my textbook and zoned back into the lecture. The Monday morning double period flew by. Right as the noon bell rang, signaling the start of lunch break, Yu Shishi fluttered back into the room. After patiently sticking around to answer a few lingering study questions, she hopped back up onto the podium. Her cute voice echoed once more. "Sorry to stall your lunch plans for just a second, guys. I just graduated myself, so I might fumble a bit here and there. If you have any better ideas or advice, please don't hesitate to tell me." Her round eyes scanned the room, quickly locking onto my desk. I wasn't hard to spot sitting smack in the middle of a bunch of gorgeous girls. I looked like the moon surrounded by a constellation of stars. "Oh, right. I went ahead and set up a brand new group chat since I couldn't reach Teacher Wei anymore, so we'll use this for all future announcements. Any quick questions before you guys head out?" Everyone's stomachs were growling too loudly for anyone to raise their hands. "Okay then, class committee members, please stay behind for a moment. Everyone else is free to go eat." Chairs scraped loudly against the floor as the crowd cleared out. Many of the girls paused to wave at Shishi on their way out, though standing next to her made them look like towering fashion models, accentuating just how impossibly tiny she really was. Siyun, Qingshui, and a few other core committee members gathered around Shishi's desk. Shishi pointed a finger straight at me. "Oh, you must be the class president." I nodded affirmatively. "I pulled you guys together because I want to brainstorm some ideas for our first class bonding trip," Shishi explained, her eyes darting between me and the girls. "Since I'm new here, I really want to participate and get to know everyone." Zhang Siyun was the first to chime in. "Teacher, we could just host a night study session in our regular classroom. Most class parties are like that, rent a room, sing some karaoke, play music, eat snacks, and joke around. It's cozy and easy." Shishi had just graduated though. She had sat through dozens of those exact cookie-cutter events and wanted to make an actual splash with her very first assigned class. Standard boring hangouts wouldn't cut it. "What do you think, Lin Wang?" she asked, leaning forward. Caught off guard, I didn't have an immediate genius pitch ready. Other committee members tossed out ideas like hiking up the local mountain or having a lakeside picnic, but Shishi shook her head at all of them, unsatisfied. "Alright, let's do this. Take some real time to think about a concept that screams originality while actually boosting class unity," Shishi decided with a cute pout. "Since today was our first meeting as a team, consider this our introductory icebreaker. You guys can head off to lunch now, except Lin Wang, stay behind for a second." The other committee members tossed me sympathetic glances as they chorused, "See you later, teacher," and slipped out the door, leaving Siyun and Qingshui lingering just outside. Tongyi and the girls were waiting just outside the classroom. Inside, Yue Shishi looked Lin Wang up and down, still wrapping her head around the situation. The department director had suddenly assigned her to Lin Wang's class instead of the 6 big data classes she was originally promised, explicitly telling her to give him special treatment. "Lin Wang, would you like to grab lunch together?" Shishi asked, pushing up her round glasses. "As class president, there are a few things I need to discuss with you." "Sure, let's go," Lin Wang replied, leading her out. Tongyi immediately stepped forward. "Teacher, what are you doing with my husband?" "Oh, I just need to chat with the class president," Shishi blinked, retreating toward the restroom. Lin Wang turned to Tongyi and Siyun. "Go ahead without me, guys. I'm eating with the teacher." Once they left, Su Qingshui stepped closer, her hands folded over her lower abdomen. "Lin Wang, did you forget about the military training reward you promised me?" Lin Wang's eyes widened as the memory hit him. He had promised 3 people a one-day girlfriend reward, Siyun, Wei Qin, and Qingshui. He'd fulfilled the first 2, but completely blanked on Qingshui. "Ah, sorry, things have been crazy lately," he admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. "Can we do it this weekend?" Qingshui asked softly, her eyes lighting up. "I want to go to the amusement park." "This Saturday works for me," Lin Wang agreed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Before he could say another word, Qingshu stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Unknown to them, Yue Shishi had just stepped out of the restroom and caught the whole thing. Between Siyun and Qingxue, half the class seemed overly attached to him. Coming from abroad, where gender ratio imbalances were a global crisis, she suddenly wondered if Wei Qin had been forced to resign over something similar. I need to be careful, she thought. So, teacher, which cafeteria do you want to hit? Lin Wang asked as they walked. The closest one is fine, Shishi muttered. Stepping into Shinya cafeteria, Lin Wang asked what she wanted. Before she could answer, a bulky head chef rushed out of the kitchen, wiping his hands on an apron and bowing deeply. Master Lin, what can I whip up for you today? Shishi's jaw dropped. Master Lin. The director had mentioned Lin Wang had background, but nobody said he had this kind of pull at the top university in the country. What do you want to eat? The chef asked Shishi directly. Beef noodles? She stammered. Make it 2 bowls. Lin Wang ordered. As they sat down, students constantly swarmed their table just to say hi and add him on WeChat. Moments later, senior school executives walked by, stopping to nod respectfully and greet him as young Master Lin. Shishi quietly gave up on all her prepared counseling questions. She leaned across the table, her eyes wide. Lin Wang. Who is your father? Lin Wang paused, slurping a noodle, and looked up with a casual shrug. You'll figure it out soon enough, Teacher Yue, I said casually, taking a final bite of my noodles. Shishi muttered the phrase under her breath, trying to decipher its hidden meaning, but I simply urged her to finish up before her lunch got cold. Needless to say, our meal together was a total wash for her. She walked away completely empty-handed without learning a single secret about my background. After parting ways at the cafeteria entrance, she watched my scooter disappear into the distance. She decided her very first mission back at the office would be interrogating the other faculty members about my mysterious family tree. Is it really possible for a guy to have both incredible looks and insane wealth? She thought, utterly baffled as she headed back inside. When I pulled up to the house, a sleek fleet of black MPVs was idling right out front. The doors slid open automatically as I killed the engine. Are you Lin Wang? A female officer in a sharp uniform stepped out of the passenger seat. Yeah, that's me. What's going on? I asked, braking to a stop. She flashed her badge. I'm Lin Yueying. I'm here to deliver the official verdict from the committee regarding Cheng Cheng. Due to her use of illicit substances to manipulate a male student, coupled with generating non-consensual deepfake AI media, she has been sentenced to 6 years in prison, along with a 500,000 yuan fine, which will be deposited into your account shortly. 6 years? That was harsher than I expected, but considering Wei Qin's near miss, it was well-deserved. The punishment doesn't end with her, Yueying continued, her expression severe. Because her crimes are deeply shameful, someone must serve as her proxy redeemer. Her younger sister, Chen Guo, has been assigned to this role. Chen Guo's atonement period will match her sister's exact sentence. During this time, her Love and Care app will display active atonement status, and her ankle monitor will track her location in real time. Furthermore, any public transit travel or digital payment usage requires your direct electronic authorization. With a mechanical beep, the rear door of the MPV glided open, and a young woman was unceremoniously nudged out onto the pavement. What do you people think you're doing? Chen Guo yelled, her face flushed with absolute disbelief. What kind of insane world is this? Why am I paying for my sister's screw-ups? She looked a lot like Cheng Cheng, sharing the same striking facial features and an exceptionally dramatic waist-to-hip ratio. Genetic blessings were clearly working overtime in their family. Yueying ignored her outburst, giving me a professional nod before climbing back into the vehicle and driving off, leaving Chen Guo stranded on our curb. My phone buzzed instantly with an alert from the Love and Care app. New atonement subject assigned. Please define initial movement boundaries. I tapped out a quick perimeter circle around our house on the interactive map interface, locking the geofence into place. Pocketing my phone, I gestured toward the front door. Come on inside. Instead of moving, Chen Guo planted her feet and bolted down the street only to trip and faceplant into the pavement barely 10 feet away, right at the exact edge of the restriction zone. Get this stupid thing off me. She groaned from the dirt, strands of hair sticking to her flushed cheek as she pointed furiously at the heavy silver ring locked around her ankle. I shrugged, walking over. Afraid that's way above my pay grade. The system didn't give me the master key. Are you kidding me? I was literally just taking a nap. How did I even cross over into this insane world? She shrieked, bewildered. The keyword caught my attention. I crouched down beside her. Wait, you're a transmigrator? Duh. Cheng Cheng's sister glared at me. Why are you acting so shocked? Are you one too? I shook my head. Nope, born and raised. I looked her over. You claim you crossed over. What year did you come from before your system glitched? I'll tell you once you take this damn shackle off. She snapped. I gave her a non-committal smirk. Take it or leave it. Fine. 2025, she muttered bitterly. 2025. That was the exact same timeline I was familiar with, though her current reality was taking a wildly different detour. I stood up and started walking back toward the front steps. Hey, aren't you going to help me up? She yelled, scrambling to her feet. Realizing she couldn't outrun the invisible leash and refusing to sit on the sidewalk all day, she had no choice but to dust herself off and shuffle after me, like an unwilling convict. Is this your house? Why are you living in a freaking mansion? Chen Guo grumbled, staring up at the property in awe. She had been yanked right out of her mundane life before she could fully process the weirdness of this universe. I didn't bother answering, simply pushing the front door open. Inside, the living room was a hub of activity. Some of the girls were studying, others were chatting, but the moment they heard the door click, all eyes snapped toward the entryway. "Hubby, you're back. Welcome home, big brother." A wave of gorgeous women swarmed the foyer, instantly halting in their tracks when they spotted the extra baggage I dragged in. "Who's she?" Tang Yi asked, narrowing her eyes. "Chen Guo, Cheng Cheng's younger sister. She's here to serve as her proxy," I explained casually. The girls immediately connected the dots, remembering the briefing Tang Yi had given them earlier about the committee's sentencing. As for Chen Guo, her jaw literally hit the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 absolute stunners rushed out to greet me. 4 wives. Even as a woman, she had to admit they were top-tier knockouts. What kind of ridiculously overpowered cheat code universe is this? Before she could recover from the culture shock, Tang Yi stepped right up to her, flashing an official executive badge. "Since you're tethered to your sister's sentence, you're going to follow a strict set of rules if you want to help shorten her time," Tang Yi warned smoothly. "Rule number 1. Absolute, unconditional obedience to my husband, Lin Wang. Whatever he says goes. No backtalk, no attitude." Tang Yi tapped her badge against the metal anklet. "Rule number 2. Try any funny business or attempt to bolt, and that shackle will remind you of gravity the hard way. Got it?" Chen Guo clenched her teeth so hard they practically squeaked. Every other protagonist who transmigrated into a new world got to live like royalty. Why did she end up as a glorified indentured servant with an ankle monitor? Where was the justice in this rigged system? Chen Guo tossed her head to the side, refusing to cooperate. "What kind of nonsense is this? She isn't even my real sister. I don't care if they lock her up forever." Tang Yi calmly tapped away on her work tablet. "Just so you know, if you keep resisting like this, your sister's sentence gets extended and your atonement period increases right along with it." "Are you kidding me? It's the 21st century. Why are we still doing medieval clan punishments?" Chen Guo shrieked in absolute outrage. It was indeed the 21st century, but due to a severe gender imbalance leaving women vastly outnumbering men, the Male Protection Committee implemented these strict proxy laws to safeguard male interests. Chen Guo only had a vague grasp of this demographic crisis, but walking through the streets earlier, she had noticed an extreme scarcity of men. She had originally chalked it up to coincidence, but the brutal reality was setting in. "Oh no," she panicked internally. "If men are this rare, finding a husband in this bizarre world is going to be virtually impossible." She glanced sideways at Lin Wang again, momentarily reconsidering her options. "Well, are you going to keep fighting the system, or should I log another resistance mark in your file?" Tang Yi asked smoothly. Chen Guo swallowed hard, her rebellious streak instantly evaporating. "Nope, no more fighting. I'll be good. Tell me what to do and I'll do it." Tang Yi pointed toward Jiang Duo, who was busy doing laundry. "Go help her with the chores." Right away, Chen Guo forced a bright, plastic smile while mentally screaming expletives. She walked over and offered, let me take over that wash." Jiang Duo shook her head softly. "It's fine. I can handle my own clothes." "Great, what now?" Chen Guo thought, only offering half-heartedly anyway. Seeing her hesitation, Tang Yi redirected her. "Fine, grab a rag and go wipe down the living room windows." "You got it," Chen Guo muttered, getting to work. As she scrubbed the massive glass panels, she couldn't help but reassess her situation. This villa was insanely luxurious, and the guy himself wasn't bad-looking. Aside from having a small army of gorgeous girlfriends, he honestly didn't have a single flaw. Ignoring the new arrival, Lin Wang headed straight upstairs to his bedroom. After a heavy lunch with the new counselor, a sudden wave of fatigue hit him, and he drifted off to sleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Downstairs, the girls tiptoed up one by one to check on him. Finding him fast asleep, they either gently kissed his forehead or tucked him in before sneaking out like quiet little mice. By late afternoon, Su Lingyun and Song Wannian had both returned from their respective obligations. They stared in mild curiosity at the unfamiliar face in the living room, wondering where this new addition came from. Chen Guo was equally mind-boggled. There are already 4 stunning women here, and now 2 more show up. Exactly how many wives is a guy legally allowed to have in this universe? And why are all of them absolute 1-0 out of 1-0 knockouts? The concept completely broke her pre-transmigration worldview. "Hey there, Sister Song, Senior Su," Chen Guo greeted awkwardly, trying to stay on her best behavior. After waking up, Lin Wang came downstairs to join the household for a relaxed dinner. Chen Guo even helped Aunt Zhao clear the plates afterward, mostly because she noticed Tang Yi tracking her every move on the tablet, and she desperately wanted to shave months off her sentence. Over the next few days, the household settled into a peaceful routine. Chen Guo slowly educated herself on the bizarre mechanics of this society, growing more bewildered by the day. Meanwhile, Yu Shishi was settling into her counselor role with surprising speed. Once she figured out the administrative ropes, she finally learned the truth about Lin Wang's untouchable background. Although her class committee members pitched several standard ideas for their upcoming class bonding trip, Shishi rejected every single one of them, determined to orchestrate something far more memorable. The plot thickened on Thursday afternoon. Su Manking flooded Lin Wang's phone with messages, inviting him to a private opera performance she had organized. She had gone so far as to rent out an entire boutique theater just for him, starring herself as the sole performer. When evening arrived, Mangqing pulled up right outside the villa in a sleek luxury sedan. She had skipped her usual casual wear, opting for a deep burgundy, waist-cinching midi dress that hugged her voluptuous curves and trim waistline to absolute perfection. The hem brushed just above her knees, revealing a pair of slender, shapely calves accented by black-heeled booties that elongated her posture. Her long dark hair was styled in soft, natural waves cascading over her shoulders, with a few stray wisps framing her refined, striking features. A dusting of soft pink eyeshadow added a sultry yet tender touch to her gaze, while her matching matte lipstick highlighted the dimples that formed when she smiled, striking a dangerous balance between playful charm and pure elegance. "Stop daydreaming and get in," Manqing said, clicking her heels across the pavement as she gave a playful little spin, letting her dress flare slightly. "Well, did I pick a good outfit to pick you up in?" Lin Wang blinked, snapping out of his brief trance, and offered an approving nod. "Looks great." Her smile widened into a radiant beam. She hurried over to pop open the passenger door with a theatrical bow. "Right this way, Master Lin. Everything is fully prepared." Stepping into the car, Lin Wang rubbed the back of her head with a soft chuckle. "Thanks, Manqing." As she slid into the driver's seat and navigated out of the neighborhood, the late afternoon sun cast a warm glow across her sharp jawline. "Curious." Lin Wang broke the silence. "How long have you actually been practicing traditional opera?" "I learned it from my grandmother when I was a kid, spent about 4 or 5 years on it before pausing for academics," Manqing explained, her eyes lighting up with genuine passion. "I only picked it back up after starting university. My instructor keeps telling me I'm a natural prodigy." Lin Wang nodded encouragingly. "I'm looking forward to it." Her grin grew so wide, she could barely keep her eyes on the road. "Don't worry, I'll show you what it really means when they say 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of practice." 30 smooth minutes later, the car turned into a quiet, cobblestone historic district, gliding to a halt in front of a majestic, traditional courtyard building, with an ornate wooden plaque hanging above the entrance. 3 striking gold characters. Kuyun Pavilion shone brilliantly against the warm glow of the evening sun. The double vermilion wooden doors were carved with classic scenes from the Peony Pavilion, and even the windows featured intricate lattice designs, exuding an undeniable timeless charm. Su Manqing parked the car, grabbed her black velvet handbag from the passenger seat, and slipped her arm through my arm. "Come on, Uncle Jiang should be waiting for us right inside." As we approached the entrance, an older gentleman in a gray scholar's robe walked out to greet us with a warm smile, holding a heavy ring of brass keys. "Ah, Miss Su, you're finally here. The backstage is all set up, and the costumes are hanging on the rack, just waiting for you." "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Manqing smiled, turning to introduce him. "Lin Wang, this is Uncle Jiang, the manager of Kuyun Pavilion, and an old friend of my grandmother. Whenever I came here to practice as a kid, he always looked after me." I offered a polite nod. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Jiang." "A pleasure, a pleasure." Uncle Jiang chuckled, pushing open the heavy red doors. "Go right on ahead. Miss Su gave strict instructions that were closed to the public today, so just you two enjoy the performance." Stepping inside, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood immediately washed over us. Rows of delicate palace lanterns hung from the ceiling, and the stage at the front of the hall was framed by a massive ink-wash landscape painting. Flanking the stage were couplets that read, "A fleeting stage mirrors the myriad facets of life. Lingering strings and flutes weave human joys and sorrows." The atmosphere was effortlessly elegant. "Find a seat first. I need to go backstage to change." "It'll take about 10 minutes." Manqing pointed toward the center seats in the front row, which offered the absolute best view of the stage. I nodded, walking down to the front row. On the stage, a set of exquisite wooden tables and chairs sat neatly arranged, while a nearby clothing rack held a vibrant array of performance wear, bright reds, brilliant yellows, and elaborate gold embroidery that screamed top-tier craftsmanship. Backstage, the cozy dressing room was impeccably neat. Manqing stood before the clothing rack, her fingertips brushing lightly against the fabric of several options, a look of playful indecision on her face. She had already narrowed it down to a few choices, but actually picking one was proving difficult. A water green gown looked graceful and ethereal, but was it a bit too subdued? Would Lin Wang find it exciting enough? She glanced next at a bright imperial yellow robe woven with phoenix patterns, stunning and luxurious, but perhaps too loud and prone to looking gaudy. Plus, she worried the color might overpower her presence. Finally, her gaze settled on the radiant crimson costume. Her fingertips traced the smooth silk, feeling the intricate golden phoenix embroidery. Her heart skipped a beat. Red always commanded attention, especially under stage lights, and it would instantly lock onto his gaze. The tailoring was remarkably form-fitting, featuring a cinched waist and a flared skirt that would add a dynamic flow to her movements. Most importantly, the cut accented her silhouette to perfection, striking that ideal balance of elegance and alluring charm. "This is the one," she whispered to herself like she was making a binding pact. Carefully slipping out of her deep burgundy dress, she hung it up and began changing into the red theatrical costume. The cool, silky fabric hugged her skin like a second layer. She tied the jade belt around her waist, turning to check her reflection in the full-length mirror. The vibrant red contrasted brilliantly against her fair skin, while the jade belt cinched her waist into an impossible hourglass shape. accentuating her curves. She couldn't help giving a playful twirl as the gold-embroidered phoenix seemed to dance in the light. He's definitely going to love this, she thought, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink at the mere thought of my reaction. Taking a steadying breath, she sat down at the vanity and went to work on her stage makeup, shaping her brows, drawing the classic phoenix eyes, and pressing a vivid red tint to her lips with meticulous precision. Out front, a steaming cup of tea sat waiting on the armrest next to my seat. About 15 minutes later, soft footsteps echoed from the wings. Suddenly, the palace lanterns along the sides of the hall dimmed, leaving only a single, warm spotlight illuminating the center curtain. A melodious chime drifted from the speakers, instantly transporting the room into a timeless theatrical realm. As the curtains parted, my eyes lit up. Standing dead center was Man Qing, completely transformed. She wore a stunning, full imperial-style Beijing opera costume in brilliant crimson, embroidered with lifelike phoenixes that shimmered under the spotlight. A delicate phoenix coronet rested on her head, weighed down by pearls and red gems that chimed softly with her every movement. Her painted phoenix eyes and vibrant red lips replaced her familiar face with the majestic, regal air of an ancient royal consort. Meeting my gaze, Man Qing dipped into a graceful classical bow and began to sing. Opting for the classic aria from The Drunken Concubine, her voice was crystal clear and ethereal, shifting effortlessly between playful coquetry and soulful melancholy. She brought the legendary beauty Yang Yuhuan to life with breathtaking grace. When she raised her hands, her flowing water sleeves trailed through the air like silk ribbons. When she spun, her skirts bloomed like petals, her jade belt accentuating every fluid movement. Sitting in the front row, I kept my eyes locked entirely on her. I watched the delicate flutter of her fingers, the hypnotic sway of her waist, and listened to the mesmerizing cadence of her voice. While I wasn't typically a theater buff, Man Qing's raw talent and discipline pulled me straight into her world. No wonder this girl kept pestering me to watch her perform. She transforms into an absolute vision on stage. As the first aria concluded, Man Qing paused briefly, catching her breath with a light sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead. She looked down at me, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, did I live up to your expectations? I gave an emphatic nod, my voice dropping an octave with genuine praise. Incredible. Way better than I imagined. Her eyes curved into crescent moons of pure delight. Revitalized, she seamlessly transitioned into the next piece, a fierce, dynamic segment from Farewell My Concubine. This time, she brandished a prop sword, executing sharp, athletic choreography to the rhythm of the percussion. The blade flashed in the light as she leaped and spun, blending the traditional softness of opera with a sharp, martial edge. The red costume whipped around her with every movement, catching the gold threads in a dazzling display that commanded absolute attention. Hour after hour slipped by in a blur of music and lyrics. Before I knew it, over 60 minutes had vanished as Man Qing delivered breathtaking consecutive performances of The Drunken Concubine, Farewell My Concubine, and Mu Guiying Takes Command. She effortlessly nailed all 5 iconic acts, each style completely distinct yet brought vividly to life. Finishing with Mu Guiying Takes Command, Man Qing stood center stage, gripping a long spear, her gaze fierce and voice ringing with the indomitable spirit of a female warrior. As she struck her final pose, she offered Lin Wang a deep, respectful bow. Straightening up, her face betrayed a natural exhaustion, though her eyes blazed with triumphant adrenaline. The palace lanterns on either side clicked back on as the spotlight faded. I immediately stood, my applause echoing rhythmically through the hall. Stepping onto the stage, I reached out and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her temple. Man Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. She instinctively lowered her gaze, ducking away from my touch. "Let me change in the back, and we'll grab dinner," I said, my fingers still tingling from the warmth of her skin. "Take your time, no rush," Uncle Jiang chimed in, emerging from the wings with a clean towel. He handed it to her with a fond smile. "You were incredible today, Miss Su, even better than when you were a kid. Lin, you are one lucky man to witness a performance like this." I nodded with a genuine smile. "I definitely am. Thanks for looking after her, Uncle Jiang." After thanking him and wiping down, Man Qing clutched her costume hem and hurried back toward the dressing room. Roughly 20 minutes later, she returned. Her heavy makeup was washed off, and she had slipped back into the deep burgundy midi dress, her hair pulled up into a carefree top knot that exposed her smooth forehead and graceful neck. Spotting me, she trotted over with a radiant grin. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let me take you out for dinner." I shook my head, offering a playful smirk. "Fair is fair. You put on a private show for me, so dinner is on my tab." "Fine by me," she laughed, linking her arm through mine. "I won't argue with you there. Besides, we still have plans after we eat." "What other plans?" I raised an eyebrow. "Did you book an encore?" "Did you forget what I told you by the pool?" Man Qing asked, her expression dropping into a mock pout before she reached into her velvet purse and pulled out a sleek keycard. "Golden Dragon Hotel, Presidential Suite, 1701. "Whoa, you're actually serious about this?" I chuckled, slightly surprised by her directness. Instead of backing down, she pressed closer, wrapping both arms securely around my arm. "Of course, I'm serious. Didn't I look gorgeous in that costume?" She leaned in, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper right beside my ear. "I even had Uncle Jiang pack that red opera dress into a case. I'll wear it for you tonight." "Sound good?" Before I could formulate a reply, Uncle Jang walked out carrying a deep brown leather trunk. Miss Su, here is your costume. Thanks, Uncle Jang. Manqing beamed, taking the case and immediately hooking her arm back through mine. Well, are we going to dinner or what? I let out an amused sigh. Dinner is fine, but whatever happens after dinner depends entirely on your table manners. My manners? She tilted her head, catching my drift with a knowing glint in her eye. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. I nodded, naturally intertwining my fingers with hers. Her hand was soft, pausing for a microsecond in surprise before gripping mine back tightly. Side by side, we stepped out of the courtyard and climbed back into the luxury SUV. Wanting something close by, I directed her toward a newly opened barbecue joint downtown. The owner was an acquaintance whose previous restaurant I used to frequent, though I hadn't had a chance to test out this new location yet. A 10-minute drive brought us right to the venue's private parking lot. The moment the SUV shifted into park, a sharp-looking valet in a crisp black uniform rushed forward, his posture military straight. Expecting just regular patrons, his eyes widened the second he caught sight of my face. He scrambled to pull open the passenger door, bowing respectfully. Young Master Lin, what an unexpected honor. If you'd given us a heads up, we would have rolled out the red carpet. I offered a cool nod, stepping out alongside Manqing. She shot me a sidelong glance, a brilliant spark of amusement dancing in her eyes. Given my background, she wasn't exactly shocked by the special treatment, but it was always fun to watch in action. Before we even reached the front doors, a middle-aged man in a sharp navy suit and gold-rimmed glasses sprinted out of the lobby, hands clasped together and rubbing them eagerly as he plastered on a welcoming smile. Young Master Lin, what a rare and welcome surprise. Please, right this way. Zhou Ming, the restaurant's owner, practically vibrated with nervous energy. He had caught wind of my identity a year back through a mutual acquaintance and had drilled a strict rule into his staff ever since. The moment I walked through the doors, drop everything, secure the VIP treatment, and roll out the absolute freshest ingredients. Keep it casual, Joe, I said evenly, holding up a hand. No need to clear out a private room. Just seat us at a nice booth by the front window. I preferred keeping a low profile. Between my family's strict security protocols and my own preference for quiet outings, very few people outside my inner circle knew my true footing. Say no more, young Master Lin. Right by the window it is great view of the night skyline. Joe agreed instantly, gesturing enthusiastically to a nearby attendant. Get table 4 scrubbed down immediately. And bring out our absolute finest marbled snow beef and fresh beef tongue. As the server dashed off to prep our table, Zoe guided us toward a spacious booth outfitted with dark polished wood, crisp white linens, and a pristine, smokeless grill embedded in the center. Pulling out Manqing's chair himself, Zhou handed over the menus once we were seated. Have a look, young Master Lin, Miss Su. We just flew in a fresh batch of premium Wagyu. Would you like to sample some? I slid the leather-bound menu across the table. Here, pick whatever looks good. Order whatever you want. Manqing's eyes lit up as she flipped open the menu. Between her rigorous training schedule and busy classes, she rarely had time for high-end yakiniku joints. Zhou leaned in helpfully. Aside from the snow beef, Miss Su, I strongly recommend our house special marinated pork belly and grilled squid. The pork belly is cured in a secret honey soy glaze that caramelizes to crispy perfection on the grill, and the squid is live-caught daily so it's remarkably tender. Manqing glanced up at me, seeking approval. When I gave a slight nod, she smiled up at the owner. All right, let's start with an order of the snow beef and the honey-glazed pork belly. And throw in an order of grilled squid, plus a mixed vegetable platter, Manqing added. Pausing for a second, she remembered that I hadn't really touched any water back at the theater, so she quickly amended, oh, and a pitcher of plum juice, make it iced. Zhou Ming jotted it down furiously, then asked with a beaming smile, any premium cuts or sides for young Master Lin? Our short ribs are exceptionally tender this season, with gorgeous marbling. That's plenty for now, we can always order more if we're still hungry, I said. Zhou Ming nodded, though he quietly instructed the waitstaff to throw in a complimentary plate of fresh oysters on the house before bowing out. Just holler if you need anything at all, Miss Su, young Master Lin. I'll be stationed right by the front desk. Once he was out of earshot, Manqing leaned in close. Do you come here often, Lin Wang? I picked up a wet wipe to clean my hands, keeping my tone casual. Came here once with some friends a while back. Didn't expect the owner to have such a sharp memory. Ah, I see, she murmured, dropping the subject. Because of the restaurant's stellar reputation, the dining room was buzzing at peak capacity. Several female patrons couldn't help stealing curious glances our way. In a world where men were a rare commodity, a guy who hit both the tall and handsome metrics naturally turned heads. Fortunately, my security detail was scattered discreetly around the perimeter, so anyone wanting to approach thought twice before trying their luck. Amidst the low-key undercurrents in the hall, a server arrived with a glowing charcoal brazier and an array of raw plates. He carefully slotted the red-hot coals into the grill before arranging the meats, alongside a pair of pristine tongs and trimming scissors. Your grill is all set, young Master Lin, Miss Su. Enjoy your meal, and just ring if you need a refresh, the server said politely. Manqing gazed at the dancing embers, rolling up her sleeves with sudden determination. I'll handle the grilling, no need to flag down the waiter. Wait, you actually know how to grill? I raised an eyebrow. Of course, and my heat control is elite, she smiled, picking up the tongs and gingerly placing a strip of marbled snow beef onto the hot mesh grill. All right, let's see how Chef Sue's skills hold up. I nodded. The moment the beef hit the hot iron, it let out an appetizing sizzle, rendering fine fats that sparked tiny, fragrant flames against the coals. Manqing stared with laser focus, expertly flipping the meat with her tongs. The second, the edges curled and the surface turned a golden brown gloss. She carefully lifted it and offered it straight to my plate. Here, taste test it. Is it cooked right? I bit into the piece, the rich umami flavor instantly melting on my tongue as the juices released. I gave her an approving nod. Not bad at all. Guess you aren't just bluffing. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, looking immensely proud of herself. Prompted by the praise, she tossed another slice onto the grill. We chatted as we ate. Manqing continually fed me the best bites, topped off my glass of iced plum juice, and even reached over to dab away a speck of sauce from the corner of my mouth with absolute devotion. Occasionally, I'd flip a few vegetables for her too. Halfway through our meal, Zhou Ming reappeared carrying a fresh plate of grilled short ribs. Compliments of the house, young Master Lin, Miss Su. Hope you enjoy the extra batch. Appreciate it, Zhou, but you really didn't have to, I said mildly. Not at all, it's my absolute honor, he insisted, setting the plate down and bowing slightly before retreating. As we polished off the rest of our spread, Manqing leaned back against her chair, patting her tummy with a contented sigh. I'm so stuffed, I haven't had this much fun in ages. I smiled. If you like it here, I can always bring you back. Her eyes lit up instantly. Really? Food wasn't even the point, getting another excuse for a private date with me was the real prize. Really, I confirmed. Manqing immediately straightened up, sliding closer to my side. She dropped her voice to a playful whisper. So, am I passing the table manners test so far? She looked so earnest and eager to please that I couldn't help reaching over to ruffle her hair. Passable, I suppose. Her face lit up like a firework at my words. Hooking her arm tightly through mine, she purred. Does that mean we can head to the hotel now? I glanced from her hopeful expression down to the last few stray pieces of food on the grill with a helpless chuckle. Finish what's on the table first, or we're wasting food. Right. She sat upright, snatched her tongs, and happily charred the remaining veggies. By the time we walked out, past 8 o'clock, Zhou Ming personally escorted us to the exit, handing over 2 custom business cards. Keep these handy, young Master Lin, Miss Su. Just give me a ring ahead next time, and I'll keep the premier booth and freshest catch reserved exclusively for you. I pocketed the card with a nod of thanks. Back inside the SUV, Manqing fired up the engine and glided out toward the Golden Dragon Hotel. The neon city lights smeared past the windows, casting a warm, atmospheric glow across her focused face. Parking right by the revolving doors of the hotel, she killed the engine, unclicked her seatbelt, and grabbed the brown case holding her costume. She looked over at me with a soft, expectant gaze. I had already texted Wanian and the others earlier, letting them know I wouldn't be heading back tonight. Stepping out into the night air scented with the hotel's signature lobby fragrance, Manqing stayed right by my side. As we crossed the threshold under the glittering crystal chandeliers, the front desk receptionist immediately recognized her VIP keycard, bowing respectfully and guiding us toward the private elevator while casting a discreet, knowing glance at the heavy wardrobe case in her hand. The receptionist's eyes lingered briefly on the heavy wardrobe case, though discretion kept any questions locked away. Inside the private elevator car, the two of us stood alone in the polished confines. Playing it coy, Manqing casually brushed her index finger against the back of my hand, tracing a lazy path up my palm until our fingers naturally interlocked. The elevator mirror reflected our joined hands as she leaned in close, her voice a soft, teasing murmur. I'll wear the full costume for you inside, so you aren't allowed to blink for even a second. I turned my head toward her. Didn't you just perform in heavy gear for over an hour? Aren't you exhausted? Not tired at all. Manqing shook her head, her fingers playfully catching at my collar and giving a gentle tug. As long as you're watching, I could wear this all night and never want to stop. The digital floor indicator chimed, halting smoothly at level 17. The hallway was muffled by thick wool carpeting that swallowed our footsteps entirely. Finding suite 1701, she swiped the key card and deliberately slowed her pace, letting me step inside first while she trailed behind with the heavy costume trunk. The living room's floor-to-ceiling glass wall stood wide open, framing the sprawling, neon-drenched skyline that cast shifting shadows across the hardwood floors. Setting the case down by the sofa, she spun around, the hem of her burgundy dress brushing lightly against my ankle. Give me just a minute to change, I'll be right out. No peeking. Changing right away? Now this is getting interesting, I thought, settling into the plush sofa and sipping from a cool glass of iced water. Barely 2 minutes ticked by before muffled, rustling filtered through from the master bedroom, followed immediately by Manqing's voice calling out with a theatrical hint of distress. Lin Wang, could you come in here for a second? I can't seem to get this waist belt tied. Can't tie the belt? I stood up, frowning slightly. Just an hour ago at the theater, she had slipped into this exact outfit with absolute ease. Did a single plate of barbecue somehow expand her waistline by an entire size? Unconvinced by her sudden clumsiness, but playing along with her obvious ploy, I pushed the bedroom door open. Standing with her back to the door in front of the full-length mirror, Manqing wore the vibrant crimson theatrical dress. The silk jade sash had been wrapped twice around her waist, the trailing ends pooling against the hem. Hearing my footsteps approach, The tips of her ears turned a brilliant shade of crimson. This fabric is just too slippery, and the knot keeps sliding, she stammered, her voice breathless. Uncle Jang said it has to be cinched tight to get that classic waistline. Let me handle it, I said, stepping up behind her. The moment my fingertips brushed against the sash, I felt her whole body give a slight shiver. The sleek silk hugged the contours of her waist, letting me trace the exact dramatic slope of her silhouette. Pulling the ends taut, I worked the fabric into a crisp, intricate bow at the back of her spine. Is that tight enough? Man King spun around, the pearls on her elaborate headpiece chiming softly with the motion. She instinctively reached up to adjust the front collar, subtly angling herself to highlight her curves. See, does this look a bit more defined than it did at the theater? She took a half step forward, closing the distance until she was practically pressed against my chest. This neckline is cut according to traditional patterns to emphasize the collarbones. Didn't you notice? My gaze dropped to her collarbone. The red costume's neckline indeed sat slightly lower than it had during the afternoon performance, exposing a flawless expanse of pale skin. My throat bobbed as I swallowed, and I reached out to steady her by the shoulder. It's getting kind of warm in here. Warm? Where? Manqing pressed closer still, the tip of her nose brushing against my chin. I think it's just your heart beating too fast. She placed a delicate hand flat against my chest. Through the fabric, she could clearly feel the heavy, accelerated thud of my pulse, and a bright, triumphant laugh escaped her lips. See? I knew it. Are you going to tell me your heart isn't racing either? She challenged playfully. Caught red-handed, Manqing stuttered for a fraction of a second. No, not at all. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. She puffed out her chest defensively, though a sudden wave of self-consciousness made her take a hasty half-step back. Ignoring her flustered defense, I grabbed her hand and steered her gently toward the side. You just ate a heavy meal. Drink some water first. I turned to grab a glass of fresh juice from the side table. By the time I walked back over, Manqing had seated herself on the edge of the mattress, the rich red folds of her costume cascading over the white bed sheets like a blooming crimson peony. She looked up, her eyes bright with anticipation. Lin Wang, look over here. I want to show you something. As I approached, she suddenly caught my hand and pressed my fingers directly against her waistline. Feel this sash. It's not the one I used on stage. This is a spare one. I had Uncle Jang custom shorten. Her voice dropped to a soft, sugary purr laden with blatant affection. Do you like it? So her earlier struggle with the belt hadn't been an accident at all. She had planned the whole thing. Beneath the silk sash, my fingertips could feel both the impossibly narrow curve of her waist and the radiating warmth of her skin. My throat tightened as I handed the glass of juice toward her. Maybe a little looser would be more comfortable for you. As long as you like it, discomfort doesn't matter, Manqing murmured. Instead of taking the glass, she leaned in closer, gently tapping the rim against my lips. You take the first sip. It's iced, good for cutting the grease. I took a brief sip. Before I could pull the glass away, she grabbed my wrist and drank from the exact same spot, her lips accidentally grazing my finger. Sweet, she blinked up at me innocently, a tiny droplet of juice clinging to the corner of her lip. I reached out, my thumb wiping the stray drop away with a light stroke across her mouth. Very sweet. Without warning, Manqing caught my hand, pulled my fingertip into her mouth, and gave it a playful, teasing nibble. Are you trying to pick a fight, or are you just playing with fire? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Neither, she whispered, her eyes swimming with a warm, unfiltered luster. I just want you to like me more. Before I could reply, she slipped her arms around my neck, pulling her body flush against mine. Look at how the skirt moves. Should I do a quick spin for you? Uncle Zhang said the pleats look best when I'm in motion. Before I could stop her, she gave a light, fluid turn. The heavy red fabric flared like blossoming petals, her silhouette shifting enticingly under the warm bedroom lighting. I reached out, snagging her wrist and pulling her straight back into my embrace. Stop spinning, or I'm going to completely lose control. Isn't that the point? She murmured, resting her cheek against my chest as she listened to the steady thud of my heartbeat. I want you to lose control. Her arms tightened around my neck, the slippery silk of the crimson costume molding seamlessly to our bodies. The rich sandalwood fragrance in her hair mingled with a faint trace of sweet osmanthus and face powder. Breaking off mid-sentence, she rose onto her tiptoes and pressed her lips directly to mine. The heavy pearls on her phoenix coronet chimed with a delicate, rhythmic sound, echoing softly against our ragged breaths in the quiet suite. Manqing trembled slightly under the sudden intensity, yet leaned into me harder, the curves of her body pressing flush against mine in a wave of rolling heat. My lips brushed hers in a dizzying blur. Pulling back just enough to look down at her flushed face, I brushed a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Too heavy, I murmured, my hand reaching up to unpin the elaborate, weighty phoenix coronet, setting it carelessly down on the nightstand. Freed from the heavy ornamentation, her long dark hair spilled out across the white pillows like ink, framing her flushed cheeks with an effortless, softer grace. My palm slid slowly down her cheek, tracing her jawline and sliding down her neck until it rested against the knot of the red sash at her spine. Too tight, I whispered against her ear. My fingers deftly unspooled the intricate bow. The moment the sash gave way, Manqing let out a soft gasp, her body tensing as the heavy layers of the theatrical gown loosened, parting slightly to reveal the shimmering gold-embroidered underlayer beneath. She instinctively moved to pull the collar back together, but my hand caught hers, pinning it gently against the sheets. Don't hide it, I said, my voice low and steady, carrying an undeniable weight of quiet authority. I leaned in, anchoring his gaze as Su Manqing closed her eyes, letting her body soften and instinctively wrapping her arms around my back. The city neon spilled through the floor-to-ceiling glass, casting shifting, mottled shadows across us. The crimson opera dress intertwined with my dark shirt like a vibrant, heavy ink painting. The night drew to a close amid Manqing's soft pouting and eager affection. Morning arrived on Friday. Waking up in the soft hotel bed, Su Manqing smiled and wriggled closer into my arms. Having a man of her own felt entirely surreal. Remembering the sheer bliss of the previous night made her cheeks flush as she looped her arms affectionately around my neck. A moment later, I stirred awake. Sensing the movement, Manqing immediately tightened her grip, pressing her cheek firmly against my chest. "Morning," she mumbled, her voice thick and soft with sleep. "Did you sleep soundly next to a little beauty like me?" I cracked an eye open, letting the morning light filter through the sheer curtains as I teased. "Average." "Average?" Manqing pouted in instant dissatisfaction, squeezing tighter until practically her entire body was draped over me. "Why just average?" The second the question left her mouth, her face turned the color of a ripe tomato, and she hurriedly buried her head back against my chest to hide her burning ears. Reliving her boldness from the night before made her incredibly shy, yet she still craved validation from my expression of quiet calm. Shifting slightly, I asked, "Shouldn't we get up now? We have to head back to campus soon." "Yeah, but can we stay in bed just a little longer?" Manqing seized the opportunity instantly, darting up to press a quick, lightning-fast kiss to my lips. "Just 10 more minutes. 10 minutes, and then I'll get up, I promise." I let out an amused sigh. Manqing's clinginess somehow rivaled Tong Yi's. If those two ever teamed up in a jealousy match, the sparks would be catastrophic. 10 minutes, and that's it, I agreed. Manqing beamed, instantly shifting positions to lock her legs around my waist. "Lin Wang, you smell so good, better than any perfume I own." I let her hold me. The 10 minutes ticked by in a flash, but Manqing immediately resorted to stall tactics, burying her face even deeper. "Just 5 more minutes. I haven't gotten enough yet," she whined, her voice muffled against my chest. "You're too warm, I don't want to get up." I shook my head and gently started to sit up. "Nope, no more negotiating." Reluctantly loosening her grip just a fraction, she pouted. "Then you have to kiss me before I'll get up." She tilted her head back, closing her eyes in anticipation. Suppressing a chuckle, I leaned down and pressed a light kiss to her forehead. Manqing's eyes snapped open with a victorious grin. She scrambled off me, the duvet slipping down slightly to reveal smooth, flawless skin. Before she could slide out of bed, I caught her wrist. "Put some proper clothes on first." Following my gaze down to her disheveled slip dress, a fresh wave of red flooded her cheeks. She hurriedly adjusted her straps, looking wonderfully flustered as she grabbed her dress and rushed toward the closet. When she emerged a few minutes later with her hair styled in a neat, bouncy top knot, I was already sitting propped up against the headboard, my shirt neatly buttoned. "Let's go, back to school," I said. Manqing dragged her feet, clearly loath to break our morning bubble of seclusion, but eventually, we made the drive back to campus. I officially bound Manqing to my system, though she didn't move into the lakeside villa permanently. Since her opera mentor still held lessons off campus, Manqing frequently stayed at her studio quarters nearby, making the villa setup impractical for her daily routine. I didn't mind at all. In fact, looking back, I finally understood why the villa was built with 10 upstairs bedrooms and 2 downstairs. What I initially thought was overkill was actually brilliant foresight. With October just around the corner, the house was already filling up at a frightening pace. I didn't even want to picture what graduation season would look like. After letting my mind wander, I headed back downstairs following my morning classes. Chen Guo was already waiting, naturally stepping forward to hand me my house slippers. She wore a bright pink apron, her cheeks flushed. Over the past few days, she had educated herself thoroughly on the reality of this world through both online research and real-world observation. Concluding that fighting the system was a losing game, at least until her hypothetical cheat code dropped, she decided compliance was her safest bet. According to the progression logic of every web novel she had ever read, cheat codes might be late, but they always arrived eventually. Chen Guo hurried over carrying a tray of food, practically demoting Aunt Zhao in the household hierarchy. Aunt Zhao had initially thought Chen Guo was another mistress, only to find out she was a glorified convict. I took my seat at the head of the table, flanked by Tang Yi and Zhang Xian. "Wan Yan isn't coming back for lunch?" I asked. "Su Lingyun took Jiang Duo and Bailey out for some club activity," Tang Yi answered. "No idea what kind of trouble they're scheming without us." "I made a pre-meal yogurt and nut bowl for you," Chen Guo chimed in, setting a small ceramic bowl neatly in front of me. Tang Yi narrowed her eyes instantly. "Did you only make one, Guo?" "Ah, the others are ready right now." Chen Guo flashed a practiced, submissive smile, completely shedding the rebellious attitude she'd walked in with. "Good." Tang Yi watched as I scooped up a spoonful, swallowing hard as her mouth watered. "Want some?" I asked, pushing the bowl toward her. Without hesitation, Tang Yi used the exact same spoon I had just used to scoop out a massive bite, chewing happily before giving a thumbs up. Delicious." "Guo, bring out those other 2 bowls right now." "Right away, Sister Yi." Chen Guo smiled through gritted teeth while mentally screaming obscenities. I tapped her head gently. "Be nice to everyone," I reminded her. Tang Yi patted my hand. "Got it." Since only the 3 of us were dining, Poor Chen Guo had to stand by and watch us eat, swallowing her own saliva while waiting to sweep up the leftovers. Midway through the meal, Tang Yi brought up a new topic. Hey, Golden Week is coming up soon. Should we plan a trip somewhere? Staying cooped up on campus is getting boring. I kept eating unhurriedly. Where are you thinking? How about the beach? Tang Yi suggested. We were just talking about it last night. The weather is starting to cool down, so the beach is perfect: sunshine, waves, and warm coastal breezes. During Golden Week, the only thing you'll find at public beaches is a human ocean, I pointed out, shaking my head. We wouldn't go to crowded spots. Tang Yi grinned knowingly. Bailey mentioned her family owns a private beachfront estate. Absolutely nobody else around. If it's a private beach, that actually sounds relaxing, I admitted. Spending too much time cooped up in the city did wear you down. All right, coordinate it with the others and handle the planning. Awesome. I'll loop Bailey in as soon as she's back. I nodded, setting down my empty rice bowl. I'm full. Heading upstairs to rest. Tang Yi rose from her chair to follow. Want me to massage you? No thanks. Lin Wang stepped up the stairs to the second floor. Since he had no afternoon classes, he had plenty of time to rest. Stepping into his bedroom, he glanced out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the sparkling lake before drawing the heavy curtains. A post-lunch nap in a darkened room was unbeatable. Pulling a light quilt over himself, Lin Wang drifted straight into sleep. When he finally blinked awake, he found a pair of eyes staring directly down at his face. He jolted in surprise, his body tensing before he realized the person studying him like a lab specimen was Chen Guo. Seriously, sister, why do both of you share such creepy habits? What are you doing in my room? Lin Wang sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes. Chen Guo offered an awkward, nervous smile. I just wanted to observe you. Observe what? I figured out you're a transmigrator too, Chen Guo stated confidently. When I mentioned being a transmigrator earlier, you didn't look at me like I was a lunatic, you just calmly asked me what year I came from. That proves you're one of us. Lin Wang shook his head. You guessed wrong. I'm not a transmigrator. I just figured you and your sister both had some weird quirks. No, you definitely are. Chen Guo leaned in closer. You're from 2025 too, right? Tell me, do you know what does moxibustion mean refers to? Anticipation flickered in her eyes, desperately hoping Lin Wang would catch the internet reference. Instead, he just played dumb. Moxibustion just means sitting down instead of standing up, right? Chen Guo shook her head in defeat, then suddenly leaped up and performed a bizarre little dance, dropping into a dramatic basketball dribble motion while blurting out, Hey, baby, why are you doing this? She paused expectantly. Please tell me you know which legendary internet icon that came from. Lin Wang bit the inside of his cheek to suppress a laugh, shaking his head again. No clue. Did you just invent that yourself? Don't play dumb. Chen Guo dropped to a crouch beside his bed, her voice softening into a plea. We're both transmigrators, we're fellow species. We need to stick together, Lin Wang. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Lin Wang watched in disbelief as Chen Guo actually closed her eyes and leaned in to kiss him. Kissing you. Look, I figured it out. As long as you bind with me, I can shake off this whole redemption slave status. To break free from this, I'm willing to sacrifice myself. Sacrifice yourself? Lin Wang let out a dry laugh. To put it mildly, the line of girls wanting to get close to Lin Wang could stretch from the south gate of the campus all the right up to the north gate. The confession incidents at the last mixer alone proved that much. Yet, Chen Guo actually had the audacity to act like she was the one making a sacrifice. It seemed this newcomer still had zero grasp of her actual standing in the food chain. Tang Yi, Lin Wang called out calmly. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yi rushed into the room. She shoved the door open and immediately caught Chen Guo kneeling by the bed trying to plant a kiss on Lin Wang. Chen Guo, what on earth do you think you're doing? Chen Guo still harbored a healthy fear of the strict executive officer, instantly leaping to her feet like she'd been electrocuted. She's got way too much energy, Tang Yi said coldly, grabbing Chen Guo by the wrist. Take her out and work her until she drops. Wait, no, it's not like that, Chen Guo protested. But before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yi had already hauled her bodily out of the room. Lin Wang shook his head, reached for his phone on the nightstand, and noticed a message waiting from Principal Jiang Miaoying. Lin Wang, if you aren't busy this afternoon, feel free to drop by my office. If you're tied up, I can always stop by your villa later. The principal wants to see me. How could I possibly make her come all the way to my place? Besides, he was just a student, and his afternoon was completely wide open. It made way more sense to just head over to the administration building. He got out of bed, pulled back the curtains to let the sunlight flood in, straightened his clothes, and headed downstairs. Downstairs in the study, Zhang Xiyun was quietly working on her assignments while Aunt Zhao tended to the housekeeping. Grabbing a set of electric scooter keys, Lin Wang headed out the door. As he stepped outside, he spotted Tang Yi, forcing Chen Guo to do continuous squats on the front lawn. According to the redemption protocol, trying to cross personal boundaries results in immediate physical conditioning. Keep going, Tang Yi instructed smoothly, noting down a fresh infraction on her tablet. If you keep acting out, I have the authority to request a harsher penalty from the higher-ups. No, I'll do it, Chen Guo wheezed, dropping into another reluctant squat. Lin Wang barely glanced their way as he hopped onto his scooter and rode off toward the campus administration building. Minutes later, he parked outside the high-rise administrative block, took the elevator straight up to the 10th floor, and walked down the executive hallway. The principal's secretary looked up, recognized him immediately, and guided him straight to Zhang Miaoying's office door. Principal, Lin Wang is here. Zhang Miaoying immediately put down her pen, stood up from behind her sprawling mahogany desk, and walked over with a warm smile. Young Master Lin, you're here. The secretary poured a steaming cup of green tea for Lin Wang before quietly slipping out and closing the office door behind her. The principal's office featured a massive, full-length glass wall spanning the entire back section behind a set of luxury leather sofas. From up here, you could see a panoramic view of the entire campus, including Ming Lake, which gleamed like a jade gemstone nestled right beside his own private villa complex. What did you want to see me about, Principal? Lin Wang asked, taking a seat as directed. Zhang Miaoying smiled, taking a seat across from him. To be honest, we've received an invitation for a prestigious, nationwide academic summit. Only 40 universities across the country are given recommendation slots, and each school can nominate around 100 students. The event features keynote lectures and Q&A sessions hosted by top-tier industry experts, professors, and leading corporate researchers. Naturally, it's also a prime networking hub for top talent. She paused, leaning forward slightly. So, I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in attending. I can easily reserve a few extra attendee slots for you if you'd like to bring a few friends along. Ah, so that's what this is about. Lin Wang frowned slightly. Isn't this summit held outside of Beijing? Zhao Miaoying shook her head. It's being hosted in Hucheng this year. If you're willing to go, we depart next Monday and return the following Sunday. It won't conflict with your October 1st holiday break at all. An academic conference of this caliber came with guaranteed prestige and connections. There was zero reason to turn it down. Sure, I'll go. How many extra people am I allowed to bring, Principal? Zhang Miaoying hesitated for a fraction of a second. Well, because the deans of every single college fight tooth and nail over these credentials every year, the slots are exceptionally valuable. Aside from your own guaranteed invitation, I can only carve out one extra guest pass for you. Only one. Lin Wang had originally entertained the thought of bringing all his girls along. Hearing that it was capped at just one meant he'd have to choose very carefully. I understand, Principal. Don't worry about it, Lin Wang replied smoothly. He knew exactly how much political capital Zhang Miaoying was spending just to grant him that single extra slot. Every pass given to him meant one less slot for the top students across the standard academic departments. Zhang Miaoying let out a visible sigh of relief. Thank you for understanding, Lin Wang. Once you decide which student you'd like to take with you, just submit their details to my secretary outside. Lin Wang nodded, bid the principal farewell, and stepped out of the office. Stepping out of the administration building, Lin Wang spent the ride home weighing his options. After running through the list, he decided Jiang Duo was the best choice for the extra slot. First, she needed the exposure and worldly experience far more than the others. Second, Jiang Duo was naturally sensitive and observant, which meant she'd keep potential drama to an absolute minimum. As for Tong Yi, she wouldn't need a formal conference badge anyway. As his official executive bodyguard, she was a non-negotiable inclusion. The rest of the girls would simply have to wait and see if their department lists came through from the college deans. Arriving back at the villa, he noticed a row of electric scooters parked in the shed. The girls were already home. Pushing open the front door, he found Su Lingyun and the others gathered in the living room, holding up a gleaming metal plaque. Husband, you're back, they chorused, rising to their feet. Lingyun proudly thrust the award toward him. Look at this. Lin Wang read the engraved characters, Outstanding Club Award. Looks like their club evaluation had gone off without a hitch that afternoon. Not bad, Lin Wang patted Lingyun's shoulder. Under your leadership, the Stargazing Club is really hitting its stride. Lingyun beamed. That's only because you're our club's spiritual core. Everything runs smoothly when you're around. Plus, winning this means we get a bigger activity budget. Husband, what kind of club event should we host next? Hold off on club events for a second. I have an announcement to make, Lin Wang interrupted, his gaze sweeping across their expectant faces. I assume you've all heard whispers about the nationwide academic summit in Hucheng next week. Aside from Tong Yi and Xion, who were freshmen, the rest had already caught wind of the upcoming conference, though the official delegate lists hadn't dropped yet. You don't need to remind us, hubby. If we can go, we definitely will, Bailey chimed in. That event is insanely prestigious, packed with top-tier industry minds every year. I'm not bringing it up to remind you, Lin Wang shook his head. I'm telling you because I'm attending next week. Wait, isn't it restricted to upperclassmen? Someone asked. Realization dawned on the room. The school had undoubtedly granted him a special, direct entry slot. And on top of my own invitation, Lin Wang continued, the principal gave me one extra guest pass to bring someone along. After dropping the news, he announced his final decision. Jiang Duo would take the second spot. Considering all factors, she was the most practical choice. Aside from Jiang Duo, Tong Yi was locked in as his security detail, while everyone else would have to cross their fingers for department nominations. Lin Wang promptly messaged the secretary with Jiang Duo's name. After Song Wanyan returned home for a relaxing dinner, Tong Yi took her usual turn, handling his foot massage. Saturday rolled around. The girls had originally planned to drag Lin Wang out for a group shopping spree, but when he casually mentioned his prior commitment with Su Qing Sui to visit an amusement park, they gracefully pivoted to a girls' day out instead. Su Manqing, Shen, Zhisha, and others had all sent messages earlier trying to lock down his weekend, But since today was officially dedicated to Qingshu's one-day girlfriend pass, he politely declined the rest. Lin Wang originally considered pulling out his sports car from the garage. Leaving it parked forever was a waste of mechanical art, but Qingshu had already arrived to pick him up. She was driving a sleek, deep gray Audi sedan. Its understated metallic finish caught the sunlight cleanly, relying on sharp, streamlined aerodynamics and quiet confidence to stand out among the campus traffic. Standing on the front steps, Lin Wang watched the car glide to a smooth stop. The driver's side window rolled down to reveal Qingshu's cool, composed profile. She wore a minimalist white silk blouse with the top two buttons casually undone, framing her slender neck, paired with high-waisted black wide-leg trousers that emphasized her endless legs. Her hair was pulled back into a neat low ponytail, a few soft wisps framing her temples. Her expression remained as aloof as ever, but the moment she spotted him, her eyes lit up with a subtle warmth. "Get in, President," she said, leaning across the console to pop open the passenger door lock. "I checked the app if we hit the roller coaster right at 10 a.m. The wait times are practically non-existent." Without wasting words, Lin Wang pulled open the door and slid into the passenger seat. The interior smelled faintly of sandalwood mixed with Qingshu's signature scent, accented by warm brown leather trim. The seat heaters hummed softly at an optimal setting, and the center console navigation pointed straight to their destination, Starlight Dream Amusement Park. "Sound good?" Qingshu asked, keeping her eyes fixed on the road as she shifted into drive. She reached into the side storage pocket and handed him a bottle of room-temperature mineral water. Lin Wang unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and glanced sideways at her hands on the steering wheel. A simple, elegant mechanical watch rested against her delicate wrist. "Why an amusement park, of all places?" "No particular reason," Qingshu replied evenly, navigating out of the school gates. "I just kept seeing ads for Starlight Dream pop up online. It looked fun, but I didn't want to go by myself. So, you decided to drag me along." Qingshu offered a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. "I checked yesterday, they finished renovating last year, and added a few new thrill rides, especially the Meteor Drop coaster. Reviews say it's the highest drop in the country." Her tone remained matter-of-fact, but the underlying eagerness gave her away. She had clearly done her homework for the date. A quiet fondness stirred in Lin Wang's chest. He turned his gaze toward her. "You actually into this kind of stuff?" Her fingers tightened fractionally around the steering wheel. "Not really. Usually think it's childish." She paused for a beat, adding softly, "Just wanted to try it with you." Lin Wang didn't reply, simply studying her profile. Beneath her usual icy exterior, the tips of her ears were tinted with a faint, unmistakable flush. 40 minutes later, the Audi smoothly navigated into the underground parking garage of the amusement park. Stepping out, Qingshu rounded the car first, holding a heavy-duty black automatic umbrella out toward him. "The sun's pretty intense today. Here." Lin Wang took the umbrella, naturally shifting the angle to shield most of her shoulders instead of his own. Qingshu didn't protest, merely slowing her pace to match his stride. The space between them was close, marked by an effortless, comfortable rhythm. At the main gates, colorful balloons drifted against the sky, and upbeat carnival music drifted over the plaza. Qingshu marched straight up to the ticket window, scanning her phone and securing 2 adult passes before Lin Wang could even pull out his wallet. "My treat," she stated coolly, glancing back at him with a faint hint of triumph in her eyes. "I'll take those," Lin Wang said, taking the 2 tickets from her hands. "Once we're inside, let's head straight for the roller coaster. The lines shouldn't be too bad yet. Since you're the one leading the way, I'll follow your lead," Qingshu replied softly. As they stepped through the park gates, the lively atmosphere washed over them. Street vendors hawked colorful cotton candy and floating balloons, while a few toddlers fussed near their parents. Without thinking, Qingshu drifted a fraction closer to Lin Wang's side, instinctively dodging the bustling foot traffic. "Watch out, don't get bumped," she murmured. "You really think a kid is going to bowl me over?" Lin Wang chuckled, slowing his pace slightly to keep her on his inner side, easily shielding her from the occasional sprinting child. Qingshu glanced up at him, noting the subtle protection in his stance. She didn't say a word, but a soft, unfamiliar flutter rippled through her chest. The queue for the roller coaster was mercifully short, with barely a dozen people ahead of them. Qingshu stood close to Lin Wang, her hands resting naturally at her sides as she watched the ride cycle. She occasionally glanced sideways at the instructional safety boards. "You've got some nerve," Lin Wang remarked, studying her cool profile. "That drop looks pretty steep." "It's fine. I like a bit of a thrill," she answered evenly. When their turn arrived, Qingshu eagerly chose the back row, pulling Lin Wang down beside her and efficiently clicking her safety harness into place. Lin Wang turned to look at her. "Hold on to the safety bar. Don't let go once we drop." Before he could finish, a cool hand brushed against his knuckles, sliding over to wrap firmly around his wrist. Lin Wang blinked. Her hand was surprisingly small, much smaller than most of the girls he usually interacted with. "Safer this way," she explained simply, her eyes fixed forward. Qingshu offered a brief nod as the gentle breeze swept across her face. With a mechanical clank, the coaster began its slow, agonizing ascent, the distant sound of screams echoing across the park. She didn't look particularly terrified, though her eyes widened slightly as the crowds below shrank into miniature dots. Lin Wang turned his gaze toward her. Her small nose and tightly set lips radiated that signature stubborn streak. The moment they crested the highest peak, the coaster plunged downward with terrifying momentum. A violent rush of weightlessness hit them instantly, swallowed up by the roaring wind and the chorus of shrieks. Lin Wang felt the hand wrapped around his wrist tighten instinctively. He glanced over and saw Qing Shu's brows draw together, her complexion paling a fraction, yet she stubbornly refused to scream. She simply closed her eyes and braced her core against the G-force. As the coaster tore through loops, barrel rolls, and sharp banking turns, Lin Wang's own pulse spiked. Instead of pulling away, he gripped her hand back tighter, their interwoven fingers offering a steady anchor of calm against the chaos. When the ride finally brakes screeched to a halt, the entire car exhaled in unison. Several passengers looked visibly green, some even dry heaving quietly near the exit. Qing Shu slowly uncurled her fingers, her fingertips slightly white from the grip. She took a deep, controlled breath and looked up at Lin Wang, her tone remarkably steady. Not bad. Smoother than I expected. Your face is completely drained of color, Lin Wang pointed out, pulling a clean tissue from his pocket. Here, wipe off the sweat. She took the tissue without hesitation, gently dabbing at her forehead. She didn't bother denying it, admitting quietly, just a bit dizzy. I'll be fine. Want to take a break before we hit the next ride? He asked. Qing Shu shook her head. No need. Let's go straight to the next one, the carousel. The carousel? Lin Wang raised an eyebrow. That's awfully tame after a drop like that. Just wanted something slower, she said, looking away. Besides, I only ever rode a carousel once when I was little, with my mom. Lin Wang nodded with a soft smile. All right, lead the way. They strolled away from the coaster zone toward the tamer side of the park, passing cartoon mascot statues and park staff in full costume along the way. The carousel area was much quieter, populated mostly by couples and parents with young children. Qing Shu picked out a pristine white wooden horse, gracefully swinging herself up into the saddle. Lin Wang chose a sleek black horse right beside her. The moment they settled in, cheerful carnival music began to play, and the platform slowly rotated. Qing Shu sat upright, both hands resting lightly on the brass pole, swaying gently to the rhythm of the ride. Unlike the other excited girls around them, she wore a placid, contemplative expression, her usual aloofness melting into a quiet, youthful serenity. Watching her from the side, Lin Wang couldn't help a spark of curiosity. How did someone with such an understated, detached personality grow up? He decided to ask. Did you and your mom go out to places like this often when you were a kid? Qing Shu shook her head, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Rarely. My mom was always working. That one time was a special exception she made for my birthday. She didn't have much formal education, so she was exceptionally strict with me and my sisters. As the horses bobbed up and down, Lin Wang offered an understanding nod. It made complete sense. Her guarded, self-reliant nature was deeply rooted in her upbringing. Even today, acting as his voluntary one-day girlfriend, she still carried a subtle air of restraint. When the upbeat music finally faded and the carousel glided to a halt, Lin Wang hopped down first, turning around to offer her a steadying hand. She took it, her fingers lingering and tightening just a fraction longer than necessary. With two major rides down, the morning sun climbed directly overhead, and the afternoon air began to warm up. Getting hungry? Lin Wang checked his phone. It was already past noon. Let's grab some lunch. Sure. Qing Shui agreed. She had already mapped out the park's dining options and led him toward the Western District. Along the way, they stopped to share a soft-serve ice cream cone. A few minutes later, they arrived at a cozy Western-style bistro. The interior was spotless and inviting, comfortably air-conditioned without being overcrowded. Qing Sui guided him to a quiet booth by the window, then walked up to the counter to place their order. Black pepper, beef tenderloin, pasta, creamy mushroom soup, a vegetable salad, and a slice of tiramisu. She recited back to the cashier, before turning her head to ask, President, do you want to add anything else? That's plenty. I'm good. Lin Wang shook his head. Qing Shu nodded, settled the bill with a quick scan of her phone, and returned to the table. The afternoon sunlight filtered warmly through the tall glass windows, bathing their table in a cozy glow. They chatted easily over lunch, though the conversation mostly revolved around her childhood stories. Once they finished eating, Lin Wang naturally reached over, taking the small handbag from her fingers and slinging it over his forearm. What's the next activity on your master plan? Qing Shu blinked, momentarily caught off guard by his smooth gesture, before recalling her itinerary. She pulled out her phone. The shooting gallery. According to the guide, if you win, you can trade the points for a plush toy. I was thinking, I could win a keychain for you. The last few words were spoken so softly they were almost swallowed by the ambient restaurant noise, yet they registered crystal clear in his ears. Lin Wang raised an eyebrow, deciding to tease her a little. Win one for me, or do you just want one yourself? The tips of Qing Shu's ears flared bright red, but she refused to break eye contact, squaring her shoulders slightly. I just wanted to win something and give it to you. Is that a crime? Not at all. Hope you get your wish. Side by side, they walked out toward the carnival gaming booths. The shooting gallery was bustling with life, the clink of tokens and mechanical targets echoing through the air. Picking up a rifle, Lin Wang tested the weight in his hands before glancing sideways. Su Qing Shu was staring blankly at the target, her finger hovering awkwardly over the trigger without moving clearly. She had never touched a gun in her life. Stepping closer, Lin Wang stepped up directly behind her, his hand lightly resting over her arm to guide her stance. Relax your shoulders, don't let the muzzle drift. Line up the iron sights with the bullseye. just like this. His palm pressed firmly against her arm, the steady warmth radiating right through her thin blouse. Qingshu's fingers twitched instinctively, yet she didn't pull away. Instead, following his whispered instructions, she squeezed the trigger. Bullseye, the nearby attendant called out cheerfully. Qingshu spun around, her eyes wide with shock. I hit it? Lin Wang smiled, giving her hair a gentle ruffle. Try it again. Focus on the sights this time. With a few more practice rounds, Qingshu dialed in her aim, racking up enough cumulative points to trade for a massive, half-person tall brown teddy bear. Cradling the oversized plushie in her arms, she walked over to Lin Wang and shoved the bear straight into his chest. For you, she murmured, her cheeks dusting with pink. The keychain I mentioned earlier was too small. This one's big enough to actually keep you warm. Lin Wang caught the bear, its plush fur impossibly soft against his arms. He held the giant toy up in front of her face, teasing. It's this huge. How am I supposed to carry this back? You should probably hold on to it for me. Qingshui didn't overthink it, instinctively reaching out to take it back. The teddy bear absorbed the afternoon sun, feeling like a bundle of warm clouds cradled against her chest. By a little past 3, the blazing afternoon heat had softened into a comfortable autumn breeze. Qingshu tugged gently on Lin Wang's sleeve, leading him toward the park's notoriously terrifying haunted house. The guide says this one is fully immersive, way better than standard walkthroughs. A haunted house, huh? Lin Wang chuckled. Don't go burying your face in my jacket later if you get too scared. Qingshu shook her head, though her fingers tightened their grip on his sleeve a fraction more. I definitely won't be scared. Let's just see who ends up panicking first, President. Handing their tickets to the staff, Lin Wang and Qingshu stepped through the heavy canvas flap into a cavernous artificial stone grotto. Dim, flickering lighting, eerie ambient soundscapes, and an immediate drop in temperature hit them simultaneously, turning the afternoon warmth into a bone-chilling draft. The heavy curtain dropped shut behind them, instantly cutting off the laughter and noise of the park outside. An unnatural, sepulchral chill rolled over them in waves. The gloom swallowed all visibility, reducing everything to murky shadows, while a low, distorted groaning sound echoed from unseen speakers, paired with the chilling illusion of heavy, dragging footsteps. Qingshu's fingers clenched into a white-knuckled grip around Lin Wang's sleeve, her body instinctively edging half a step closer to his side. It's actually pretty cold in here. Qingshu's voice piped up, fighting hard to maintain its usual composure. She kept her eyes locked forward, scanning the labyrinthine, shadowy corridors with high alert. Grotesque, faded murals lined the damp stone walls. Starting to feel real, huh? Lin Wang could feel the steady pull on his fabric, a subtle curve touching the corner of his lips. Instead of teasing her further, he naturally inverted his hand, sliding his fingers down to completely wrap around her tightly clenched wrist. Her bones felt delicate and fragile under his palm, her skin cool to the touch, and her pulse racing erratically fast. These are all just props. No need to psych yourself out, he said, his voice dropping into a low, grounding register of absolute calm. Right as the words left his mouth, a shadow lunged silently from a jagged corner ahead. A staff member clad in tattered, blood-stained rags and a cracked white no-mask glided forward with grotesque, robotic rigidity. However, the moment the actor's hollow mask swept across the pair, lingering for a fraction of a second on Lin Wang's face, the actor's posture visibly stuttered. The phantom froze halfway through its lunge, sliding slightly to the side as if deliberately avoiding any direct confrontation with Lin Wang. Instead, opting for a much softer approach, the actor merely extended a hand tipped with black-painted nails toward Qingshu's side, letting out a muffled, unthreatening hiss. Despite her mental preparation, the sudden flash of a pale, distorted face mere inches away made Qingshu let out a sharp, breathless gasp. She flinched violently, her entire body slamming instinctively against Lin Wang's side. She bit down hard on her lower lip, swallowing the rest of the scream before it could escape. Lin Wang's brow furrowed, not out of fright, but from mild annoyance at the actor's glaringly obvious special treatment. Putting an arm around Qingshu's waist, Lin Wang pulled her firmly behind him, shielding her with his frame while shooting a sharp, authoritative glare at the lurking actor. Catching the unspoken warning in Lin Wang's eyes, the staff member stiffened further, scurrying back into the shadows like a startled shadow. All clear. Let's keep moving, Lin Wang murmured, giving her wrist a reassuring squeeze. He could feel her pulse still fluttering wildly. Doing okay? Want to head back out? Qingshu took a deep, steadying breath. The freezing air stung her lungs, helping clear her racing thoughts. She lifted her chin, her face pale in the gloom, but her eyes burning with stubborn resolve. No, she said softly, her voice carrying an unshakable stubbornness. I said I wasn't scared, and the guide said the best set pieces are deeper inside. She tried to loosen her grip on his wrist, attempting to slide her hand back down to just hold his sleeve to prove her independence. But Lin Wang didn't let go. Instead, he slid his hand downward, interlacing his fingers fully with hers. Having held hands several times already, Qingshu was familiar with the warmth of his palm. All right then, stick close to me, Lin Wang said smoothly, taking the lead and guiding them deeper into the maze. She could feel her hand relax inside his grasp, her initial hesitation melting away until she subconsciously turned her hand over, lacing her fingers back through his with quiet, unreserved reliance. The path ahead grew increasingly complex and disorienting. Narrow tunnels forced them to duck low. Cold, rubbery tentacles suddenly brushed against their hair from above. Floor panels occasionally dropped with a loud mechanical clatter, accompanied by simulated bone-crushing sound effects. Ghostly wails echoed from pitch-black junctions, designed to break their sense of direction. Every single time a scare triggered, Qingshua's body locked up, a sharp intake of breath hissing through her teeth. The giant brown teddy bear she clutched like a shield served as an emotional buffer against the dark. Yet, she never screamed out loud. Instead, every time terror spiked, her grip on Lin Wang's hand tightened into a vice, her body pressing closer and closer against his side for protection. On multiple occasions, when shadows lunged from the flanks, Lin Wang felt her entire weight press against his back, her forehead resting right between his shoulder blades as her warm breath filtered through his shirt. President. As they approached, a claustrophobic doorway draped from top to bottom with plastic hanging corpses, Qingshui's voice trembled with a suppressed, near-tearful edge. This one's a bit too realistic. She halted at the threshold, staring up at the swaying, pale white props with undisguised hesitation. Lin Wang stopped, pivoting to completely block her view of the horrifying doorway with his broad shoulders. He looked down into her eyes, which were wide with clear reluctance and lingering panic. Lifting his free hand, he gave her arm still clutching the bear a gentle pat. It's all fake. Stick right behind me, I'll take point. His tone carried absolute, unquestionable reliability. You can close your eyes if you want. I'll get you through. Qingshu hesitated for a split second. Looking up into his steady, warm gaze, she ultimately chose to trust him. Burying her face deep into the soft, thick fur of the teddy bear, she left only her eyes peeking out to watch the floor, her other hand deftly gripping the hem of his jacket as she let him guide her step by step through the suffocating doorway. As the chilling draft swept past the hanging props, brushing against her hair, her body gave one final, involuntary shiver. Shivering so hard she was practically trying to curl into a ball inside Lin Wang's embrace, she was securely shielded all the way through. The moment they stepped into a slightly wider alcove, cluttered with cobwebs and rotting coffin props, before they could even catch their breath, a deafening explosion echoed right beside them. A decaying coffin lid previously bolted to the wall violently burst open. A ghastly zombie draped in tattered imperial robes, featuring a blackened face and bared fangs, lunged straight up with a bestial roar, hitting them with a wave of simulated rotting stench. Simultaneously, the floor beneath their feet shook violently, accompanied by rattling chains and spine-chilling wails reverberating through the surround sound system. This multi-pronged, inescapable terror shattered the last of Qingshu's forced composure. A completely unhinged scream finally tore from her throat. The brown teddy bear slipped instantly from her fingers, hitting the dusty floor with a thud. Her mind went completely blank, leaving her with one singular primal instinct: seek the absolute safest refuge nearby. Like a terrified rabbit, she spun around, abandoning her cautious grip on his sleeve to fling her arms wide, hurling herself with reckless abandon straight into Lin Wang's chest. Her arms locked tightly around his waist, burying her face dead against his warm chest. Her entire body shook uncontrollably from sheer terror, emitting muffled, broken whimpers. Lin Wang was startled for a second by the sudden impact, but his fast reflexes kicked in. Feeling the warm, trembling body crash into him alongside those helpless cries, a heavy wave of protectiveness instantly drowned out everything else. Without a moment's hesitation, he cinched his arms tight, locking her securely against his frame. One hand pressed firmly between her shoulder blades while the other cupped the back of her head, pulling her completely beneath his wing to shield her from the roaring zombie and the nightmarish environment. Don't be scared, I've got you. It's all fake, just props, he urged in a rapid, grounding murmur right beside her ear, standing like a human wall as he cast a sharp, warning glare toward the still roaring prop and the surrounding shadows. Realizing its scare tactics had gone slightly overboard, the robotic zombie noticeably dropped its volume and toned down its frantic lunges, practically locking into a stationary idle animation. Lin Wang held the shivering Qingshu, his palms stroking soothingly up and down her back in slow, rhythmic circles. The violent trembling gradually subsided, and the stifled whimpers quieted down. Qingshu slowly began to untangle herself from the abyss of sheer panic, realizing she was currently clinging like a vine to Lin Wang's torso, her cheek pressed flush against his pounding heartbeat, inhaling the clean, crisp scent of his skin. The sudden realization dragged her straight out of terror and plunged her headfirst into a new, unprecedented level of mortification. Oh God, I actually threw myself at him, and I hugged him so tight, and I even screamed his name. Though she dreamed of getting this close, a massive wave of overwhelming shyness crashed over her, leaving her far more flustered than the ghost had. She abruptly released her hold, practically springing backward in a frantic attempt to detach herself from Lin Wang's embrace. But his arm was still loosely curved around her waist, catching her off guard and causing her to stumble slightly. I'm so sorry, Qingshu stammered incoherently, her face burning a violent shade of crimson even in the dim lighting. She couldn't bring herself to look Lin Wang in the eye, frantically darting her gaze downward until it landed on the lonely brown teddy bear resting in the dust. Like a drowning sailor spotting a life raft, she gasped, my bear. She scrambled downward into a crouch to scoop it up. Watching her flustered, blushing, and desperate to flee expression, Lin Wang knew that this brief, unfiltered moment had finally stripped away all her icy armor. exposing the genuine Qingshu underneath. He dropped his arm, crouching down beside her to help retrieve the dust-smudged plush toy. Handing the bear back to her, he offered a dry, teasing grin. Looks like your bear didn't get to do its job. When push comes to shove, you still have to rely on my human shield services. The playful dig made Qingxue's ears burn even hotter. Clutching the teddy bear tightly to her chest, she instinctively used its furry head to block the lower half of her face, leaving only a pair of wide, deeply embarrassed eyes visible above the rim. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Don't sweat it, Lin Wang said magnanimously. You're playing the role of my one-day girlfriend today anyway. Doesn't count as taking advantage. Doesn't count? Qingshu pressed her lips together into a thin line. The remainder of the haunted house trek shifted into a remarkably strange dynamic. The horror elements chugged along relentlessly, but after that heart-stopping tackle, every subsequent scare felt utterly trivial. Qingshu stayed right by Lin Wang's side, though she dropped the sleeve-clutching habit, opting instead to bear hug the massive plushie with both arms. Lin Wang didn't reach out to hold her hand again either, maintaining a tactical distance where he could instantly pivot to shield her, occasionally throwing out a casual heads-up at tricky corners. Watch your step, don't veer left. Qingshu still jumped at sudden noises, but she no longer unleashed unhinged screams or lunged into his chest. Instead, every time a scare triggered, the arms hugging her bear tightened by a fraction, and her eyes would dart sideways to frantically check that Lin Wang was still right there beside her, before snapping forward again to fake absolute, unwavering coolness. Lin Wang caught every single fleeting glance without calling her out. When the faint, pale glow of the actual exit finally filtered through the gloom ahead, both of them simultaneously exhaled a breath of relief. Almost out, Lin Wang murmured. Qingshu mumbled back, her voice muffled against the bear's fur as her pace unconsciously picked up. Busting through the final set of tattered fabric curtains, the world opened up instantly. The bright, unyielding afternoon sun poured down without obstruction, flash washing away every trace of the unnatural gloom and icy chill. Warm, ambient air enveloped their skin, carrying the lively park background music and the distant laughter of park-goers. The drastic shift in lighting made both of them squint instinctively. Stepping back into the natural sunlight, Qingshu drew in a deep, lung-expanding breath of fresh, sun-warmed air, purging the last, lingering remnants of the haunted house's chill from her chest. Her cool, collected rationality clicked smoothly back into place, and she finally let her grip on the teddy bear loosen, letting it hang naturally by her side. The flush on her face had mostly faded, leaving behind her signature cool composure, though her eyelashes still seemed dusted with a lingering trace of poetry. She cast a stealthy, sideways glance at Lin Wang, the afternoon sun carving out his tall, upright silhouette. Remembering the haunted house, specifically that crushing, full-contact bear hug, Qingshu's heart skipped another erratic beat, her earlobes heating up all over again. She snapped her gaze away, frantically pretending to smooth down her slightly rumpled hair and the clothing flattened by the teddy bear. I'm doing fine. She cleared her throat, trying to wrestle back some initiative. Her voice sounded level, though a close listener could still catch a tight, nervous edge. Lin Wang dropped his hand and turned to look at her. Her detached, obsidian eyes looked glassy and crystal clear in the glaring light, though they were cast downward right now in evasive modesty. Seeing her struggle to maintain a placid facade while recalling how she had trembled like a fragile leaf just minutes prior, he couldn't help a quiet chuckle. Yeah, you're doing great, he nodded with an amused smile. I just didn't expect someone with such a low terror threshold to actively sign up for a haunted house, let alone nearly abandon the bear you bought me. Qingshu followed his gaze, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her features. The bear's totally fine, she muttered defensively, adjusting her grip on the plushie. Since they had gone through the trouble of coming out together, he didn't want her leaving with any regrets. What's next on the itinerary? Lin Wang's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. Qingshu collected herself, forcing her tone to stabilize. Let's check out the souvenir shop. She deliberately avoided his eyes, gesturing toward a brightly lit, colorful gift emporium nearby. She had promised herself she would buy him something proper. Winning the giant bear at the shooting gallery was a happy accident, but deep down, she had always intended to get him that keychain. Or at least something tangible to mark today's milestone. Even though amusement park merchandise was notoriously overpriced, money was the least of Qingshu's worries. Lin Wang raised an eyebrow. Sounds good, lead the way. Her pace grew slightly hurried as they stepped into the bustling gift shop. The aisles were packed with merchandise, and staff members in giant mascot suits cheerfully handed out balloons. Qingshu's eyes drifted past rows of keychains, enamel pins, and trinkets, before finally locking onto a display of sleek, minimalist metal accessories. It was a pair of silver gray link bracelets, free of overly complex designs, featuring just two small, inlaid gemstone charms at the clasp, one a deep, inky sapphire blue, the other a warm, milky white. How about these? Qingshu pointed at the matching set. They look pretty decent. She picked up the men's version with the sapphire stone, holding it up toward Lin Wang. This color feels like it would suit you. Lin Wang took the bracelet, feeling the cool, metallic weight of it against his palm. He inspected it closely, then looked up at Qingshu, who was already studying the matching women's milky white version. Good eye. His approval made her tense, shoulders drop an inch. Right, they're nice. One for each of us, what do you think? That had been her plan all along anyway. After securing the bracelets, they browsed a bit longer, but finding nothing else that caught their eye, they headed straight to the register. Naturally, Qingshu beat Lin Wang to the counter, blocking him out before he could even reach for his wallet. The clerk cheerfully tucked the two distinct items into tiny, elegant velvet pouches. Stepping back out into the cooling evening air, the gentle dusk breeze swept away the shop's stuffy warmth. Qingshu clutched the pouch containing the women's bracelet tightly in her palm, while extending the other velvet bag toward Lin Wang. He took it, though he didn't immediately pocket it. Pulling out the silver-gray link chain, the sapphire gemstone caught the dying amber rays of the sunset, casting a muted, shifting gleam. "Aren't you going to try it on?" he asked, naturally holding out his wrist toward her. "Okay." Qingshu took the bracelet, holding her breath for a second as she clumsily unlatched the clasp. Her fingers hovered over his wrist, carefully guiding the metal chain around before snapping it shut with a faint click. The entire process took barely a few seconds, yet she looked profoundly flustered. In a world where men were a scarce commodity, finding a girl this easily embarrassed was a rare sight indeed. Zhang Duo possessed that shy streak, and so did Qingshui. They were completely different from Tong Yi or Su Manqing. Qingshu turned bright red at the mere brush of physical contact, let alone initiating anything forward. All set. She retracted her hand in a lightning-fast motion, staring down at her shoes to hide her burning complexion. Lin Wang looked at the understated silver-gray accent now gracing his wrist and nodded. It looks great. Though he didn't usually wear jewelry, ever since Chun Ling had given him her bracelet, it had mostly lived in a drawer. He appreciated the gesture. "What about yours? Aren't you going to put it on?" As if snapping out of a trance, Qingshu pulled out her milky white counterpart. Lin Wang reached out his hand. "Let me. You helped me with mine, so I'll return the favor." Qingshu bit her lower lip, hesitantly offering her wrist and the bracelet. This time, her fingertips brushed steady against the back of his hand, while his other hand nimbly caught the clasp. Click. The milky white link chain rested snugly against her slender, porcelain white wrist. He let go instantly, withdrawing his hand just as fast. They spent the remainder of the day wandering through the park as dusk yielded to full night. The amusement park transformed under a cascade of blazing neon lights. The carousel spun to a cheerful, upbeat tune, while the massive outline of the Ferris wheel traced glowing constellations against the deepening blue sky overhead. Returning to the city proper by nightfall, they kept things simple with a quiet dinner at a Japanese bistro. Stepping back onto the boulevard outside, the urban nightlife was in full swing, humming with energy against the crisp evening breeze. "It's still pretty early," Qingshu said, checking her phone, her arms swaying in a slightly unnatural, rigid rhythm. "Should we walk around the nearby snack street? I heard it gets pretty lively around this time, or we could just head back to campus." She left the final decision hanging, her face betraying a quiet, anxious hesitation. She clearly wanted to hit the snack street, but her natural reserve stopped her from demanding it outright. Spending too much time around people like Tong Yi had given Lin Wang a soft spot for teasing the quieter, more introverted types whenever the opportunity arose. "I'm fine with either. Whatever you want," Lin Wang countered, tossing the choice right back into her lap, fully aware of what she secretly craved. Though she wanted nothing more than to say snack street, she hesitated. "All right, campus it is then," Lin Wang chuckled, turning as if to head toward the car. At that exact second, Qingshui's expression dropped, a flicker of visible disappointment washing across her features. "Or," Lin Wang tilted his head, playing along. "If you actually want to check out the snack street instead of heading straight back, we can go there, but it has to be your call." Hearing him offer the opening, Qingshu finally lifted her chin, the reluctance melting away. She didn't want this day to end just yet. "Okay," she whispered. "Let's go to the snack street. Lead the way," Lin Wang smiled. Side by side, they stepped off the curb, street lamps stretching and shrinking their intertwined shadows against the pavement as they headed toward the bustling night market just 2 blocks away. The enticing aromas of mixed street foods washed over them the moment they stepped foot into the vibrant night market. The long street blazed with neon signs glowing above tight rows of stalls selling takoyaki, teppanyaki squid, candied fruit skewers, and stinky tofu. Billowing plumes of steam drifted through the colorful lights as a dense crowd of young couples and groups of friends shuffled shoulder to shoulder. The moment they plunged into the bustling throng, Qingshui naturally drifted closer to Lin Wang's side. After spending over half an hour browsing the stalls and sampling various snacks, her cheeks had flushed a soft, healthy pink from the surrounding warmth. At one point, she even held out her own stick of fruit-coated candied hawthorn toward his lips. "Here, try this. It's really good," she prompted softly. Lin Wang took a bite. "How is it?" she asked eagerly. "Pretty great. Your taste is top tier." Qingshu broke into a genuine smile. Side by side, they drifted out of the market lane and walked back toward the Audi parked near the curb. Sitting behind the wheel, Qingshu felt a sudden pang of reluctance at the thought of parting ways. Even touching the steering wheel triggered a minor wave of separation anxiety. The effortless intimacy of today's date was something she had never experienced before, discovering that even a simple evening stroll could feel so deeply fulfilling. After experiencing a day like this with Lin Wang, enduring the mental isolation of living alone again felt utterly unimaginable. "Back to campus?" Lin Wang asked, leaning over to close the passenger door. Judging by her reserved, upright nature, a straight-laced girl like Qingshu wasn't about to propose extending the night with any late-night escapades. Meanwhile, Tong Yi's phone was blowing up his notifications with every minute that passed, pinging him with eager executive check-ins asking if he was heading back yet, though he hadn't given her a firm arrival time. Qingshu gripped the steering wheel tightly, then reached down to unbuckle her seatbelt. She glanced sideways at Lin Wang, hesitated, and quickly looked back forward. "What's up?" Lin Wang chuckled, noticing her internal struggle. Qingshu murmured so quietly it was nearly inaudible. "I want to kiss you." "What?" Right as she spoke, a car rolled past with its windows down, blaring engine noise that drowned out her voice completely. Qingshu bit down hard on her lower lip. Noticing his confused expression, she panicked, assuming he had heard her and rejected the idea in his head. She frantically shook her head, backpedaling instantly. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything. I only meant never mind, my hearing was off, just forget it." "Oh," Lin Wang replied mildly. Qingshu reached over and punched the master window control button. Every window zipped shut, instantly sealing the interior into an absolute, suffocating bubble of silence. It was quiet enough that she could hear her own pulse hammering against her throat. Terrified to look at him, she gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles as a fierce internal war raged inside her head. One voice screamed, "That was so humiliating. What if he turns you down?" While the other stubbornly yelled, "Just say it out loud, don't leave here with regrets." She knew that if she swallowed the words tonight, the lingering what if would twine around her heart like thorny vines, keeping her awake and plagued by regret through 100 sleepless nights. Overcoming her overwhelming shyness took every ounce of courage she possessed. Lin Wang, breaking the heavy stillness, she took a sharp, jagged breath, wrenched her chin up, and blurted out the words with panic flashing in her clear eyes. I just said, I want to kiss you." She practically yelled the confession, then immediately scrambled to backtrack, terrified of the rejection she imagined crossing his face. Really, don't misunderstand. I'm not." Her frantic excuses to cover up her racing pulse and exploding mortification grew softer and softer until they dissolved into ragged, shallow breaths. Instinctively, her hands reached down to grab her seatbelt for anchor, only to grab empty air because she had already unbuckled it minutes ago. She slammed her eyes tightly shut, too terrified to face his reaction. In her mind's eye, she had already scripted a painful, awkward rejection. Yet, the anticipated awkwardness never materialized. Watching her sit there with her eyes squeezed shut, Lin Wang couldn't help a soft, amused smile. She really is the epitome of icy introversion, he thought. Even asking for a simple kiss is enough to nearly break her nervous system. He didn't say a word. Just as Qingshu felt like she was suffocating from sheer anxiety, she felt a warm hand gently cup her cheek. Before she could process the movement, a soft, deliberate warmth pressed firmly against her lips. It was a brief, yet unmistakably clear kiss, carrying a subtle, electric current of warmth that rippled straight down to her fingertips. Qingshua's eyes flew wide open, colliding instantly with Lin Wang's gaze sitting inches away. It felt as though she were staring into a vast, deep ocean reflected in his pupils. Her heart seemed to completely skip a beat in that exact microsecond, before resuming its frantic race at double time. Every shred of hesitation, terror, and humiliation vanished into thin air under the gentle pressure of that touch. All that remained was the undeniable warmth of his lips and the steady, clean rhythm of his breath mingling in the confined space of the car. The world narrowed down until it contained only the sound of each other's accelerated heartbeats. When he finally pulled back, her heart rate slowly began to settle, though her flushed, burning face gave away every single emotion she felt. "Satisfied?" Lin Wang asked quietly. Lowering her gaze, Qingshu nodded rapidly twice. Let's head back to school." Lin Wang wasn't in a rush to push things further tonight. Pushing too hard right now might overwhelm her fragile, delicate, emotional threshold. She needed time to fully digest the emotional roller coaster of the day. In a world where women vastly outnumbered men, where many girls might throw themselves at him without a second thought, on a night like this, Qingshu represented an entirely different kind of flower, blooming at her own slow, deliberate pace, and Lin Wang appreciated both kinds just the same. Driving smoothly through the campus gates, Qingshu had dropped him off right at the entrance of the lakeside villa. Gathering the plush teddy bear and the bag containing the matching bracelet, Lin Wang reached for the door handle. "Lin Wang," Qingshu called out softly just as he moved to step out. He turned his head. Can we do this again sometime?" She fumbled slightly, her phrasing clumsy, though Lin Wang understood her underlying meaning instantly. "Up to you, whenever you want." "Bye." Lin Wang offered a casual wave. Clang. The heavy car door clicked shut. Left alone in the quiet vehicle, Qingshu murmured softly into the empty space. "I'd love nothing more." Pushing open the front door of the villa, Lin Wang barely had time to cross the threshold before a soft, multi-layered wall of feminine warmth ambushed him from all directions, nearly stealing the air from his lungs. "Are you trying to murder your husband on day one?" Lin Wang laughed, trying to regain his footing. "I can't believe it. Our precious big brother actually took a girl out on a solo date and stayed out all night." Bailey gasped dramatically. Zhang Xian chimed in with a playful grin. "Seriously, if it were me, I would have dragged him straight too." "Oh, Bailey, behave." Wanian teased smoothly with a knowing smile. "Husband, you know how it is. Did Qingshu say something to upset you?" "Not at all," Lin Wang replied, setting the giant teddy bear down. "She just needs a little time to process today's date, that's all." Xian looked mildly confused, but Bailey immediately spotted the giant plushie, squealing in delight as she tackled it. Ooh, so soft and it smells amazing. Before she could get too comfortable, Tong Yi reached out, grabbed the back of her collar, and hauled her straight toward the main sofa. Look at all these gift bags we brought back, Tong Yi announced, pointing to a stack of luxury packages on the coffee table. Try these on, hubby. We went shopping specifically for you. Lin Wang stared at the towering mountain of shopping bags with a helpless, amused sigh. Did you guys decide to use me as your personal mannequin? Well, obviously. A guy with your frame needs a proper wardrobe, Bailey chirped, diving into the nearest bag to pull out an avant-garde black button-down shirt. Put this on first. Tong Yi shook her head, pulling a relaxed, oversized hoodie and distressed denim jeans from a competing bag. No way, start with the comfort wear I picked. Zhang Xiyun countered by sliding forward an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Zhang Xiyun stepped forward with an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Inside is a masterfully tailored light gray wool sweater. Or you could try mine first. All three women pulled out their respective purchases, practically fighting over who got to dress him first. Their voices were so loud and enthusiastic that Song Wanian, working quietly in the study, and Jiang Duo, tending to her chores, couldn't help poking their heads out to see what the commotion was about. Unfortunately, Su Lingyun wasn't around, otherwise she would have joined the bidding war to style him herself. All right, Lin Wang laughed, completely surrounded by their overwhelming enthusiasm. One at a time, don't rush. You're going to exhaust me before I even change. He stood up, surveying the mountain of clothes, and ultimately decided to start with the outfit Tong Yi had picked out. Yes, Tong Yi cheered, instantly grabbing Lin Wang by the arm and shoving him toward the adjacent guest room. Quick, get in and try it on, big brother. Dragged half-willingly into the room, Lin Wang left the girls in the living room chattering excitedly over whose choice would look the best. Barely a minute later, the door clicked open. Lin Wang stepped out wearing Tong Yi's pick, the relaxed hoodie and distressed denim jeans. Whoa, Tong Yi leaped up first. I told you, so handsome. Big brother looks 10 years younger in this. Are you serious? If I look 10 years younger, that makes me 8 years old. Lin Wang deadpanned. Tong Yi tapped her fingers together. I was exaggerating. But you definitely look super youthful. My youth doesn't need any help. Lin Wang gave her a playful tap on the head. Your husband is an authentic, certified 18-year-old youth, all right? My bad, I misspoke. Tong Yi giggled, backing off. Over the next half hour, Lin Wang cycled through the entire gauntlet. Tong Yi's hoodie, Bailey's crisp designer button-down, Siyun's wool sweater, Wanian's athletic sneakers, and Jiang Duo's handmade winter scarf. He spent ages parading around the living room like a runway model while his wives critiqued and praised every single combination. Once the fashion show finally wrapped up, they released him from his duties. Since tonight was Siyun's designated massage shift, Lin Wang retired straight to her room. Saturday slipped by in a blur of relaxation and leisure. Sunday was spent lounging around the house, reading books with one wife, helping another tackle her homework, or gathering in the living room for a casual round of cards. By Sunday afternoon, the official student rosters for the upcoming academic summit had been approved by the various college deans and distributed down to the campus counselors, who promptly passed the lists over to the class presidents. Just as Lin Wang settled into the villa's gaming room with Siyun and Tong Yi to burn through a few rounds of esports, the door burst open. Husband, I made the list, Su Lingyun announced excitedly, brandishing her phone to show him her name on the roster for next week's Hucheng conference. Awesome. Guess you're tagging along with us then, Lin Wang replied, his eyes glued firmly to the monitor. A moment later, Bailey trotted down from her upstairs yoga session, clad in pink athletic wear, jogging straight into the gaming room with wide eyes. Husband, my name is right there on the list too. Oh, you made it as well? Lin Wang didn't even break eye contact with his screen. Nice. Before long, Jiang Duo put down her cleaning rag and walked in holding the departmental notification sheet. I think I'm on here too, but I didn't use the special guest pass. Lin Wang paused, pulling off one side of his headset. You're on the main list? Jiang Duo entered through the special admissions channel, which under normal circumstances wouldn't place her on the standard undergraduate department roster. The fact that her name appeared there meant her specific academic department had independently selected her on merit. With Jiang Duo already qualified through regular channels, Lin Wang mentally tallied the slots. He glanced around the room. Virtually everyone present had made the cut, leaving only Siyun and Wanian. Since Wanian was a university professor, her attendance didn't rely on student quotas, which meant the only remaining question mark was Siyun. Siyun, do you want to come? Siyun pulled off her headset as well, her eyes sparkling. If I can go, of course I want to. The academic prestige on this thing is massive. Even just going to sightsee and learn from the lectures is a win. Only a fool would turn that down. Perfect, then everyone's going. Lin Wang smiled. Yay, Tanya cheered first. As everyone started excitedly planning to pack their bags, Lin Wang's phone chimed with a WeChat message from Su Manqing. Wang, I'm heading to the Inter-University Academic Summit next week too. I won't see you for a whole week. I'm going to miss you so much. Can you come over tonight? Manqing had made the list as well. At this rate, it was shaping up to be a complete family outing. In reality, when the various college deans had reviewed the student candidate pools, they had discreetly flagged every single female student tied to Lin Wang. Across Jingda's 40 academic departments, the average quota was barely 2 spots per college, yet every single one of Lin Wang's wives had mysteriously cleared the selection criteria. In this era, women who were bound as concubines enjoyed elevated social standing and structural privileges, and leverage scales tilted heavily whenever Lin Wang's name was involved. That was the real reason everyone had magically made the cut. In short, out of Jingda's 1 to 100 total student delegates, Lin Wang's household effectively monopolized 6 seats. While the others celebrated, Chen Guo, who had been quietly dusting the tables nearby, abundantly leaned over and asked with tentative hope, "Sister Yi, am I going too?" "You aren't going anywhere. Stay right here and look after Sister Song," Tong Yi dismissed casually. Chen Guo's face fell instantly. A trip to Huqing sounded like an incredible escape, and since transmigrating into this bizarre world, she hadn't stepped foot off campus once. With her heavy ankle monitor locking her coordinates to a strict geofence, leaving the property required direct electronic authorization from Lin Wang anyway. "Hey, Wang Ge." Chen Guo flashed an ingratiating, sweet smile at Lin Wang. "Let me tag along too. I promise I'll be on my best behavior and take great care of all these ladies. And you." Though Chen Guo was 19, she was forced to address Lin Wang as big brother purely because she ranked dead last in the household hierarchy. A full week had passed, and her anticipated cheat code system still hadn't materialized. Noticing her lingering persistence, Lin Wang frowned slightly. "Wait, why hasn't my monthly superpower unlocked this Saturday?" While he didn't constantly rely on them, the abilities granted by the system were always wildly entertaining. System notice, detected user skepticism, completing monthly operational tasks, current week dedicated to system vacation. Weekly reward will be distributed upon system return. P.S. Expect a special souvenir brought back by the system for the host. Are you serious? You're an intangible system entity and you still take vacations? Lin Wang mentally scoffed. Fine. I want to see what kind of souvenir you managed to drag back. While Lin Wang conversed mentally with the system interface, Chen Guo doubled down on her plea, batting her lashes, biting her full red lips, and putting on a fragile, pitiful act that contrasted sharply with her initial aggressive attitude. "If you want to go, pay your own way," Lin Wang replied flatly. For him, Chen Guo's presence was entirely inconsequential. But for Chen Guo, securing a trip to Huqing meant breaking free from her current house arrest confines, and who knew, maybe she'd finally stumble upon an opportunity to leverage her transmigrator knowledge. "Stupid native primitives, let me show you the true intellect of a modern transmigrator," Chen Guo thought triumphantly, shooting a quick, covert glare toward Tong Yi. "Did you just roll your eyes at me?" Tong Yi's sharp radar caught the look immediately. Chen Guo panicked, waving her hands wildly. "Ah no, Sister Yi, you saw wrong." "Don't lie, I saw it clear as day," Tong Yi said smoothly, pulling out her official executive logbook. "Add another infraction, uncooperative attitude and harboring resentment toward an execution officer." "Wait, please don't log it." Chen Guo rushed forward, frantically pinching the edge of Tong Yi's tablet. "Sister Yi, I didn't mean anything by it." "Unintentional hostility is even worse," Tong Yi teased dryly. "Unless you want to bribe your way out of this entry." "How?" "Just tell me what you want me to do, I'll do anything," Chen Guo blurted out desperately. Tong Yi paused, her stylus, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. "All right, let's hear your best pitch on how you plan to earn your pardon." Just after the results dropped, the school suddenly scrambled for our personal information and dragged us straight into a massive group chat for the inter-school academic exchange. A Director Zhang popped into the chat announcing that tomorrow, Monday at 1 p.m. sharp, we could choose between taking the school bus or heading out to the suburban airport on our own. For this elite gathering, the school went all out and literally chartered an entire plane just for us. Teachers, students, and everyone in between filled every single seat. Our faculty chaperone, Hua Huiyan, actually approached me and asked which first-class seat I preferred. Honestly, first class was entirely reserved for heavy-hitting academic legends and senior professors, so they only managed to squeeze out one single spot for me. Still, I politely turned it down and decided to roll with the crew in economy. The entire Sunday afternoon felt like absolute chaos mixed with unadulterated excitement. Aside from packing my own gear, the rest of the gang completely hijacked my room to do it for me. I literally didn't even have to lift a finger before my suitcase was packed tighter than a college student's schedule during finals week. That evening, we had a massive feast together, and I made sure to remind Sister Song to take it easy on the workload and look after her baby. Song, Wanian, and the others told us not to worry about a thing and just enjoy the trip. Before I knew it, Monday afternoon rolled around. Instead of taking the school bus, we opted for 2 sleek MPVs because of the sheer mountain of luggage we were hauling. As the black vans glided up to the villa, Tong Yi was the first one launching herself out the door like she was escaping a burning building. Bai Lele, rocking a soft apricot dress, was busy helping Jiang Duo lug around a lightweight suitcase. Jiang Duo stayed quiet and understated as always, silently marching over to the second vehicle to pop the trunk and load the bags. Su Lingyan was practically glued to his phone screen, recording every second of our mini convoy while rocking a vibrant hoodie and a high ponytail. He bounced right over to me, full of boundless energy, chirping, "Babe, get in the car with me and Jiang Ying." The moment we settled in, Tong Yi immediately claimed the seat next to mine and slipped a travel neck pillow around my neck. You're going to be exhausted from the flight, but my neck pillow has infinite battery, she grinned. The cars glided smoothly toward the suburban airport, with Tong Yi chattering away the entire ride. 1 second, pulling up food blogs for Hu Cheng, the next leaning over to critique Su Lingyun's video clips. It felt less like a trip and more like a mobile sitcom. I just leaned back against the seat, absorbing the delightful noise and tossing in the occasional comment. 30 minutes later, we pulled up to the airport. The second I stepped out of the vehicle, Hua Huiyan intercepted me with a polished smile. Lin Wang, we've got a first-class seat saved for you. Want me to switch you over now? Given my background, the administration naturally treated me like VIP royalty. Thanks, Teacher Hua, but I'll stick with economy with the rest of the crew, I said, waving a hand and pointing toward the girls chatting nearby. We came together, we sit together. Hua Huiyan blinked in surprise, then nodded. All right, just let me know if you need anything at all. By then, Bai Lile and Jiang Duo had already powered through the ticketing counter and were handing out boarding passes like Oprah, giving away cars. Even though it was a private charter, paperwork was paperwork. Our gate was A12, and with boarding starting in 40 minutes, we kicked it into gear. When we hit the gate area, most of the other participating students were already milling around. Naturally, all eyes locked onto our little procession, especially since I was trailed by an entourage of stunning girls. Fortunately, nobody was foolish enough to try and muscle their way over. Aside from me, there were a dozen other guys in the delegation, the exchange heavily favored male applicants, which explained the demographic split. A few extroverted dudes actually broke away from their groups, just to toss a casual greeting my way. 20 minutes later, the boarding chime echoed through the terminal, and we fell into line. The economy cabin was surprisingly spacious, not that cramped coach experience you dread. I scored a window seat, and Jiang Duo slid right in next to me, with Bai Lili right beside him. Tong Yi claimed the window seat in the row directly behind us, followed closely by Zhang Xion and Su Lingyun. Cheng Guo sat right in the row ahead of mine, right next to a fashionably late Su Manqing, who turned around and gave me a playful wink. Bai Lili immediately whipped out eye masks and earplugs from her bag, tossing them around like flight attendants handing out safety brochures. Cabin pressure and altitude changes are no joke. Trust me, you'll want these. As the aircraft began its slow taxi down the tarmac, Jiang Duo's grip on my arm suddenly tightened like a vice. It was his very first time flying, after all. Relax, I've got you, I murmured, giving his hand a reassuring pat. The takeoff kick feels a bit like a roller coaster drop, but it passes in a second. Bailey chimed in with her usual gentle warmth. Don't sweat it, Duor. Just take deep breaths. I'm right here. The exact second the engines roared and the plane leaped into the air, Jiang Duo instinctively squeezed his eyes shut and buried his face against my sleeve. Once we broke through the cloud line and leveled off into smooth cruising altitude, he finally exhaled, loosening his death grip and blinking open his eyes. Not so terrifying now, right? I chuckled, tossing him a soft fruit chew to distract his nerves. The sweet burst of flavor clearly worked its magic, and he turned his attention to the window, staring out in awe as the fluffy white clouds rolled past like an endless ocean of cotton candy. The cabin gradually quieted down as travel fatigue set in and most of the passengers drifted off to sleep. After admiring the surreal view above the clouds for a bit, I popped in my earplugs, slid my eye mask down, and drifted off myself. A little over 3 hours later, the intercom crackled to life with a flight attendant's sweet announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to descend into Hucheng International Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts and prepare for landing. Instantly, the sleeping cabin jolted back to life with a wave of excited chatter. People pressed their faces against the windows, peering down at the sprawling landscape below. Tong Yi and the rest of the squad straightened out their clothes, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. We're finally here. Su Lingyun practically bounced out of his seat, already frantically packing his carry-on. Hurry up and pack, guys. We need to hit the hotel, drop our bags, and hunt down some local legendary food. Moments later, the plane touched down with a buttery smooth landing, triggering an eruption of cheers and applause throughout the cabin. As the exit door slid open, our lead teacher stood up and called back, "Please remain seated and exit in an orderly fashion. Our group transport is waiting outside." Right on cue, Su Lingyun poked my shoulder. "Hey, ride with me. I had my people keep a car on standby." I raised an eyebrow. "Your people? Aren't you from Jincheng?" Su Lingyun flashed a cheeky grin while waving his phone. "My family is based in Jincheng, but we've got a major regional branch here in Hucheng." I gave them a heads up before boarding. He continued, "My dad's actually in town too, but he's stuck in some massive, high-stakes negotiation meeting, so he'll have to catch up with us later." I waved it off, saying, "Seriously, it's fine, even if your dad can't make it." But Su Lingyun wouldn't hear of it. Nope, he explicitly insisted he's coming, and arguing with him is like talking to a brick wall. Knowing when to fold, I didn't push back any further. I simply gave the lead chaperone a quick heads up that our small faction would be breaking off from the main tour bus. Teacher Hua gave us an approving nod. "All right, just make sure you all stay safe out there." "All right, everyone, head on over to our designated hotel and get checked in. Still, it's probably a good idea to show up for the opening ceremony of the municipal exchange tomorrow morning," Hua Huiyan announced. "Got it, thanks Teacher Hua," I replied. Just as I turned to leave, Su Manqing caught up with me. "I'm coming with you guys too." The girls paused, giving each other that classic "wait, did he adopt her too?" Look, since I hadn't really mentioned her tagging along back at the villa, up until now, their impression of Manking was still frozen back at that pool party. Once I quickly reintroduced her, Manking effortlessly blended right into the squad, her entourage practically lifting me away from the main crowd. Keeping my low-profile game strong, barely anyone outside of school staff knew I was arriving today. Otherwise, the airport terminal would have looked like a K-pop concert arrival gate. Honestly, dodging the paparazzi circus was a huge win. This vibe right here? Absolute perfection. We hauled our luggage behind Su Lingyeon for a short trek until we hit the exit, where a jaw-dropping fleet of 3 stealth black luxury vehicles waited in formation. 1 sleek Maybach and a pair of twin Bentleys. The paint jobs gleamed under the sun, and the drivers stood at attention in crisp, tailored suits. "Right this way, miss," the drivers bowed in unison. Su Lingyeon offered a breezy smile and gestured to our gear. "Go ahead and grab the bags, guys." As the 2 drivers stepped forward to load the trunks, a few extra black-suited guys materialized out of nowhere to help out. For a split second, the drivers looked ready to throw hands, thinking someone was trying to hijack the cargo, before realizing they were just my security detail. Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow, whispering, "Isn't this a bit much?" "Relax, totally fine." Su Lingyeon waved it off with a laugh. "My dad always says if you're traveling, you gotta do it in maximum comfort, especially when you're rolling with the hubby and the squad. Trust me, I planned the VIP treatment." Everyone piled into the cars. Cheng Guo ended up in the back, staring at the ridiculously plush interior with a look that screamed low-key envy. He tried to angle his way over to my vehicle, but Tong Yi's airtight seating chart blocked him completely. Left with no choice, he settled back into his seat and awkwardly accepted a cookie from Jiang Duo with a defeated sigh. The engines purred to life, and the Maybach glided smoothly onto the highway. The cabin was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "Comfy?" I asked, reaching over to ruffle Tong Yi's hair. She just leaned into my hand with a soft grin as I turned my gaze toward the bustling, neon-drenched streets of Hucheng. Skyscrapers pierced the skyline here with a different kind of architectural flex compared to Beijing's imperial grandeur. "I've got dinner completely locked down, by the way," Su Lingyeon announced from the front. "I know this legendary local Shanghainese spot. The food is absolute perfection, and it's practically next door to our hotel. I already booked the VIP table, so I guarantee hubby is going to love it." Talk about room service goals. 20 minutes later, the convoy rolled up to a 5-star luxury hotel, draped in high-end glass and gleaming marble. A sharply dressed bellman hurried over to open our doors. "Consider it light work," Su Lingyeon bragged, skipping straight to the front desk to wrangle our room keys before strutting back like a general distributing war medals. "Hubby, you're in 808, I'm right next door in 809, Tong Yi is 810, Bailey Li is 811, Duor is 812, Sister Siyun is 813, Manqing is 814, and Cheng Guo is 815. We're literally all sharing the entire 8th floor. Door-to-door gossip sessions unlocked." "No way, my room is right next to yours," Tong Yi squealed, snatching her keycard and practically dragging me toward the elevators like I was a runaway puppy. I let out a defeated laugh as she hauled me along, the rest of the crew trailing close behind in a giggling swarm. Inside the packed elevator, Su Manqing sidled up right next to me and gave my arm a suggestive brush. "Wang Wang, my room is diagonally across from yours. Fancy a late-night study session? You totally ghosted my invite last night." "Let's play it by ear," I chuckled, keeping my cool. "I miss you," she whispered right into my ear, her voice dripping with playful drama. "I even packed a few spicy outfits just for this trip. Are you honestly telling me you don't want a private fashion show?" The elevator was packed tighter than a subway car at rush hour, and even without trying, the girls caught every single syllable. Tong Yi fake coughed loudly. "Hey, I brought spicy outfits too, you know?" Bailey Lei chimed in right behind her. Realizing her microphone volume had been way too high, Manqing's cheeks flushed a bright crimson. She dropped back down onto her heels, nervously clutching her brown leather designer bag. "Look guys, you gotta cut me some slack. I haven't seen him in days. I'm literally feeling like ants are crawling under my skin over here." "Are we really at an ant infestation level of desperation?" Su Lingyeon snorted. "Fine, I officially yield my turn to you tonight." Honestly, considering how hard it is for Manqing to catch him, she does have a point, Zhang Xian added with deadpan seriousness. "Wait a minute, am I a piece of property you guys are just trading away now? Shouldn't my vote count for something?" I raised an eyebrow, stepping in. Seizing the opening, Manqing latched back onto my arm, fluttering her eyelashes. They all gave green lights. "Are you coming or not? I mean, my room is always an option too, if that's more convenient," she added with a shy, last-second backtrack. Manqing pivoted to glare at Tong Yi. "Hey," Tong Yi just batted her eyes innocently. Right on cue, the elevator chimed, slicing through the tension. "All right, break it up you two. Let's see how you all behave first," I teased. "Why is everything always a performance review?" Manqing groaned, her eyes darting to my amused expression before she caved with a pout. "Fine, you're the boss, hubby." We spilled out of the elevator and fanned down the hallway to find our respective doors. Stepping into room 808, I found a jaw-dropping luxury suite. The private entryway featured a recessed foyer laid with ultra-soft wool carpeting. Passing through the threshold, An expansive living room opened up with near 3-meter-high ceilings. A plush, light gray leather sofa anchored the center of the space over a matching wool rug, accompanied by a minimalist arc floor lamp. Facing the couch was a wall-sized smart projection screen with a hidden, high-end surround sound system built straight into the drywall. To the side sat an open marble wet bar flanked by a massive floor-to-ceiling glass window, framing the glittering, neon-soaked skyline of Hucheng's commercial district. I had barely dropped my duffel bag when Jang Seun gave a soft knock, slipping inside with a small branded paper bag. "Here, hubby. I brought some custom skincare and high SPF sunscreen. Since Hucheng's climate is way more humid than Beijing's, don't forget to use them." She set the bag neatly on the coffee table before adding with absolute maternal gravity, "And seriously, don't crank the AC down to freezing tonight, or you'll catch a cold." I caught her by the waist, pulling her close, and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "You're too thoughtful." She stared right into my eyes, her expression dead serious. "It's just basic maintenance." No sooner had Jang Seun walked out than Jiang Duo knocked, holding a small thermal lunch bag. "I boiled these tea eggs myself. Do you want one, big bro?" "Don't mind if I do," I smiled, taking the bag and peeling open a warm, fragrant egg. With a grin, I reached out and tapped a light kiss onto his forehead right back. With a scarlet blush, Jiang Duo practically sprinted back to his own room. But the parade didn't stop there. Bailele showed up a minute later to drop off a spare jacket, followed shortly by Su Lingyun swinging by just to gift me a pair of designer sunglasses. Honestly, half the squad used every loophole in the book to check into my suite under the guise of essential errand running. 30 minutes later, everyone was finally accounted for, fully refreshed, and assembled in the lobby. "Let's roll," I announced. Outside, our private fleet of luxury cars was already idling at the curb. We split up into our assigned vehicles and glided off toward the restaurant. Since it was practically around the corner, we pulled up to the traditional, vintage-style eatery in under 10 minutes. The interior was an aesthetic blend of dark, polished timber, antique furniture, and vintage sepia photographs of old Hucheng lining the walls. A host escorted us to our reserved private dining room, where a pot of steaming local tea and delicate appetizers were already waiting. "Take a seat, everyone. Order whatever you want," Su Lingyun said, sliding the heavy leather-bound menu straight across the table. "Hubby, you take first crack." I flipped through the pages before passing it over to Tong Yi, who was sitting right beside me. "Didn't you say you were craving pan-fried buns and soup dumplings? Go wild." "Score." Tong Yi snatched the menu with a triumphant grin, immediately checking off pan-fried buns, drunken river shrimp, hairy crab, and about a dozen other dishes in one breathless sweep. Bailey peered over the edge of the menu, her voice laced with gentle concern. "Are we seriously going to finish all that food? Let's not waste anything." "Relax, Seun's got our backs," Tong Yi replied, glancing at Jang Seun. "She eats like a fitness model and never gains an ounce." Jang Seun offered a serene smile, adding, "We should probably throw in some green vegetables and a light broth to keep the nutritional balance in check." Su Lingyun nodded enthusiastically in agreement. "I'm totally down for whatever keeps the grease in check." With the order finalized, we dove into a feast fit for royalty. Once the plates were cleared, Su Lingyun waved his hand with a master of ceremonies grin. "Since we made it all the way to Hucheng, we can't just call it a night after dinner. Let's hit the bund for the night. View the skyline down there is absolute tier 1 eye candy." "Oh, absolutely," Tong Yi chimed in instantly. "You can't visit Hucheng without hitting the bund. The photo ops are legendary." Su Manching bobbed her head in agreement, her eyes sparkling. "Count me in. I've been dying to see the architecture lit up." Plan locked in, we filed back out to the cars and cruised toward the waterfront. Within 15 minutes, the urban landscape transformed. Neon lights pierced the dark, and towering skyscrapers beamed shifting geometric patterns across the night sky. The moment we stepped out of the cars, we were instantly hypnotized by the postcard-perfect view. Across the shimmering, wave-dappled surface of the Huangpu River, the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower pierced the clouds like a futuristic needle, surrounded by a glowing skyline of architectural titans. "Oh my god, this is stunning," Tong Yi squealed, bolting straight for the stone railing. "Duor, come here and take my picture." She struck a dozen dynamic poses, flashing a radiant, camera-ready smile. Jiang Duo dutifully stepped up, holding his phone with the focus of a sniper. Meanwhile, Su Lingyun nudged his way into my orbit. "Babe, snap a few of me too." He posed right next to me, flashing a bright, playful grin and giving my arm a light tug. As the rest of the crew turned into an impromptu paparazzi circle, snapping solo shots and framing monuments, Jang Seun quietly hung back, capturing a few crisp landscape shots of the glowing riverbanks with the quiet intention of forwarding them to Sister Song later. "Hey, come over here for a couple shot," Tong Yi waved frantically the second she finished her solo session. She dragged me right against the granite river wall, slipping her arms smoothly through mine and resting her head softly against my shoulder, her eyes curving into happy crescents. "Duor, do your magic. Make sure you frame the Oriental Pearl Tower in the background," I called out. Jiang Duo nodded, steadying his phone. As a stray gust of river breeze caught a stray strand of Tong Yi's hair, I instinctively reached up to tuck it behind her ear, my hand naturally shielding her wind-whipped bangs. Click. With the dazzling city lights painting the background in neon gold, the camera shutter captured the quiet intimacy of the moment. My turn. My turn. Su Lingyun elbowed his way past Tong Yi, locking onto my other arm and leaning in at a dramatic, playful angle. "Come on, hubby," give the camera a smile. He shook my arm gently, batting his eyelashes. I offered a cooperative grin, and Su Lingyun flashed Jang Duo a quick okay sign. Snap. Another memory locked into the camera roll. By this time of night, the bund was packed with tourists. Word travels fast when a guy accompanied by a small army of gorgeous women strolls into view, and it didn't take long for wandering onlookers to catch on. A few bold strangers started swarming our perimeter with awkward sideways glances. "Hey handsome, care to swap WeChat handles? Single? My family owns property right here in the city center. Marry me bro, my parents will literally throw in a commercial real estate holding as a dowry." The crowd swelled fast. Tong Yi, temporarily off-duty from her official guard role, reached instinctively for the official clearance badge tucked in her jacket pocket, ready to clear a path. But before she even had to flash her credentials, half a dozen low-profile security assets materialized out of thin air like human fence posts, seamlessly intercepting the curious onlookers. "Apologies, folks. Our young master is currently not taking new contacts," one of the agents stated smoothly, closing ranks. Within seconds, a squad of local enforcement officers in crisp uniforms trotted over, responding to an automated priority alert. Even though they didn't know my exact clearance level, the sudden appearance of local authority cleared the breathing room we needed. "All right, let's grab one clean group photo before we make tracks," I said. Recognizing that staying parked in a tourist bottleneck was an invitation for more chaos, everyone instantly agreed. We flagged down one of the security guys to act as our designated photographer. I stood right in the center, flanked by Tong Yi and Su Lingyun on either side like a pair of bookends. Bei Lele and Zhang Xian formed the next tier with soft, graceful smiles, while Jiang Duo maintained his quiet, unassuming presence beside Xian. Cheng Guo anchored the far end of the frame, looking like he was trying hard to blend into the scenery. "On three, everyone say cheese," the bodyguard called out from behind the lens. As a cool river breeze swept across the waterfront, illuminating every face under the amber glow of the Oriental Pearl Tower, the shutter clicked. Snap. The frame captured the chaotic energy, the laughter, and the warmth of the entire squad in one frozen second. Let me see, let me see." Tong Yi bolted forward like an Olympic sprinter, leaning over the screen. "Oh, wow, this came out incredible. Everyone looks amazing, and obviously, the big guy steals the show." Su Lingyun crowded in beside her, pointing right at the display. "Okay, this one needs to be backed up to the cloud immediately. We're printing this out the second we get back to Beijing." Bai Lili nodded in quiet agreement. "It really is a classic memory. Too bad Sister Song couldn't make the trip." Zhang Xian gazed down at the group dynamic on the screen, her voice soft. "Once the academic exchange wraps up, we should definitely schedule a proper professional studio shoot for all of us. Now that is a proposal I can get behind," I murmured, leaning back against the cold stone railing with a quiet smile, watching the endless stream of illuminated river cruise boats paint long, glittering ribbons across the dark water. After spending nearly an hour pacing the riverfront and exhausting every possible camera angle, the river wind finally picked up enough bite to make everyone shiver. Tong Yi let out a sharp little sneeze, and I instantly shrugged off my outer layer, draping it over her shoulders. "All right, weather's turning. Time to head back." By the time our convoy pulled back into the hotel driveway, the dashboard clock read 10 p.m. sharp. After a quick debrief in the lobby, and following a barrage of persistent, puppy-eyed lobbying from Su Manqing, the final itinerary item of the night was locked in: the private wardrobe reveal. Of course, the decision to keep the audience to a strict single-person limit wasn't just about privacy, it was a strategic concession to a higher, invisible entity governing the narrative. Four-letter words starting with S and ending with H, the censorship algorithm. Last time, I tried to bypass the universal cosmic law, restricting romantic escapades to a strict one-wife-per-night policy. The invisible hand of the plot police had promptly smashed down with a swift narrative correction. I wasn't about to tempt fate twice in 24 hours. "Your room or mine?" Su Manqing asked, her fingers looping lightly through my sleeve as she bypassed room 808 entirely and steered us toward her door down the hall. The suites were identical in layout, whether by VIP design or standard hotel architecture, I couldn't tell. Clack. The door clicked shut behind us as Manking turned to wave a cheeky goodnight to the lingering shadows in the hallway. The heavy hotel door slammed shut, and Manking immediately flipped the latch to the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Catching my hand, she backed straight up against the panel, her chest heaving with shallow, breathless gasps as she rose on her tiptoes and pressed her lips against mine. Before I could even register the move, her hands were already wandering, gently steering me backward past the living room toward the bedroom threshold. The makeout session died instantly. Manking frowned, her eyes flickering with sudden unease. "Who on earth?" I shrugged, lowering my voice. "How should I know? This is your room. Could it be housekeeping? Or room service?" She whispered back, but I explicitly hung the "Do Not Disturb" tag outside. I loosened my grip around her waist. "Stop guessing. Just go check the peephole." "I'm scared." "What if it's some weirdo? What are you afraid of with me right here?" I chuckled. "Besides, what kind of luxury five-star hotel has random psychos roaming the halls?" "Fine." Whimpering playfully, Manqing smoothed down her hair, crept over to the entryway, and pressed her eye against the glass lens. Out in the hallway stood a woman draped in a pale green qipao, Her posture was effortlessly elegant, her proportions balanced, though not quite as gravity-defying as Manqing's, radiating a striking, old-school, aristocratic poise. On her feet were a pair of black silk practice slippers, giving her an air of composed authority. When no one answered the first round, the woman raised her hand to tap again. Her voice drifted through the wood, refined and melodic. "Manqing, Manqing, are you in there?" The second Manqing recognized the voice, the color drained from her face. She practically melted back against the door, biting her lower lip, her breathing turning erratic once more. Seeing her panic, I stepped out from the bedroom and walked up behind her. "What's wrong? Who turned you into a ghost?" It's my teacher. Teacher Sunday, Teacher Sun. Who's that?" "My master in traditional opera." "So, what are you scared of?" I raised an eyebrow. "Is your teacher going to eat you?" I reached for the door handle, but Manqing slapped my hand away, panic flashing in her eyes. No, don't open it. Wang, you don't understand. My teacher was deeply betrayed by men in the past. They all swore they'd marry her, only to break their vows the moment they had her. Because of that, she despises men. Plus, the opera style she teaches me strictly forbids any romantic entanglement with men. She says getting involved with a boyfriend or husband drains an artist's spiritual core and ruins your craft. There's actually a rule like that. I frowned, though looking at the genuine terror on Manqing's face, I could tell she wasn't acting. Then I'll just open it and say I'm your classmate dropping by to borrow something. She won't believe that, please. Manqing grabbed my arm, her eyes darting frantically toward the bedroom closet. Good hubby, I'm begging you. Just hide in the wardrobe for a minute. Hold on, we're not doing anything weird. Why am I hiding in a closet? Given your background, I know Teacher Sun wouldn't actually dare do anything to you. But please, she has to keep teaching me, and she really is a genius instructor. Pretty please, hubby. She shook my sleeve back and forth like a spoiled kid. I glanced toward the wardrobe, letting out a heavy sigh. Just this once, I swear. Just outside, Sun Ninggle knocked again, her tone sharpening. Manqing, what are you doing in there? She thought Manqing might be asleep, but the lit-up do not disturb sign downstairs proved someone was active inside. Gritting her teeth, Manqing watched me squeeze into the dark enclosure of the wardrobe before finally exhaling in relief. She quickly smoothed down her hair and collar, took a steadying breath, and unlocked the door. Sun Ninggle glided into the suite with an unhurried, almost predatory grace. Her dark eyes swept across the room as she lifted her chin. Manqing, why did it take you so long to open the door? Meanwhile, tucked inside the darkness of the wardrobe, I sat on top of a neatly folded pile of Manqing's clothes. A thin sliver of light cut through the door cracks my only window to the outside world. With my vision restricted, I had to rely entirely on audio. Her teacher's voice actually sounds pretty nice, I muttered to myself. Feeling something poking awkwardly under my thigh, I reached down and pulled out a dangerously crimson, strappy piece of lingerie, clearly one of the spicy outfits Manqing had packed for her private fashion show. Tossing it aside into the corner of the shelf, I leaned closer to the crack to keep listening. I fell asleep, teacher. I'm so sorry. What brings you to my room this late? Manqing stammered. Sun Ninggle didn't answer immediately. Instead, she flared her nostrils slightly, taking a deliberate sniff of the air. What's that smell? Nothing. What smell? Manqing sniffed herself nervously. While she couldn't detect anything, she knew her teacher had an unusually sharp sense of smell. There was a faint, lingering trace of men's cologne hanging in the room. Panic spiked in Manqing's chest, but she forced a calm front, stepping up to massage Sun Ningle's shoulders and steering her toward the sofa. Must be from housekeeping cleaning the halls. I saw a male attendant in the corridor just a minute ago. Is that so? Sun Ninggle sank onto the couch in her Q-pow, her spine ramrod straight, exuding an intimidating aura. She slowly crossed her legs, the slit of her dress revealing a flash of smooth, pale skin. I came here to tell you that tomorrow afternoon, the Peking opera master, Elder Gao, is hosting a lecture at Hall 1 on the 5th floor of Zifeng Tower. He'll even be performing some classic segments live. Make sure you attend, and you can ask Elder Gao to critique your form. By the way, how is your rendition of Farewell My Concubine coming along? Show me a passage right now. Panicking at the thought of how long I'd be trapped, suffocating in the dark wardrobe, Manqing tried to stall. Teacher, I know, I'll definitely go tomorrow, but I'm really exhausted tonight. Can we save it for? Manqing, Sun Ninggle interrupted, standing up sharply. The second you landed at the airport, you were missing in action, and now you're making excuses to dodge a progress check? How can you cultivate discipline with this attitude? Go over there. Knowing her teacher was about to dish out a disciplinary punishment, but acutely aware of who was currently locked in her bedroom, Manqing hesitated. Teacher, could we perhaps postpone the punishment until tomorrow? Nonsense, Sun Ninggle scolded coldly. Bend over. Inside the wardrobe, I quickly tapped into the supernatural X-ray vision. Gifted by the system, being able to peer through walls and fabric was honestly turning out to be an elite feature. Using the visual overlay, I had a crystal clear front row view of the entire disciplinary procedure unfold. I honestly didn't expect a modern opera instructor to rely on such antique, old-school physical corrections. Pulling her clothes back down, Manqing rubbed her backside with misty, tear-filled eyes. The bitter toil of youth is fleeting. Do not waste your hours on idle slack, Sun Ninggle recited strictly. Perhaps a taste of discipline will clear your clouded mind. Now, perform for me. Manqing bit her lower lip, her gaze drifting involuntarily toward the bedroom door. She had no idea how much longer I'd be trapped in that closet, but Sun Ningle's sharp, piercing stare left zero room for further stalling. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, she straightened her simple white knit sweater and denim jeans attire light years away from the flowing, theatrical silks of Consort Yu. Yet, the moment she stepped into the center of the living room, her posture dropped into a low, controlled grace, her hands gently folded across her waist. In a fraction of a second, her entire aura shifted. The battle flags sweep across the barren earth, and the songs of Chu echo on all sides. Manqing parted her lips and began to sing. Her voice started off a bit tight and rushed, but as the melody unfolded, that intrinsic, timeless charm of traditional opera began to flow naturally. Lacking the traditional flowing water sleeve robes, she had to simulate Consort Yu's dancing posture entirely through the graceful rise and fall of her arms. Her fingertips traced invisible lines through the air, and though she was stuck in a casual knit sweater and jeans rather than dazzling stage silk, every movement carried a deeply rooted, solid foundation. When she spun, the denim hugged her slender waist, unexpectedly generating a striking blend of vulnerability and strength, as if a magnificent historical heroine was hidden beneath that everyday streetwear. The battle flags sweep across the earth. The songs of Chu echo. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice chimed in, perfectly harmonizing with Manqing's delicate notes. Remaining seated on the sofa with her spine ramrod straight and her hands half clenched into fists, as if gripping the reins of hegemon Xiang Yu's chariot, Sun Ningle's sharp, piercing gaze instantly transported everyone into the tragic role of the fallen warlord. Her voice didn't sound like a typical woman's. It carried a rich, bell-metal texture that brought out the absolute tragic grandeur and bitter defiance of the hegemon's final moments. The air in the living room instantly grew heavy with historical weight. Clearly caught off guard by her teacher's impromptu duet, Manqing let out a flash of surprised delight, her performance instantly shifting into an even higher gear. Raising her hand toward her brow with trembling fingertips, her voice bled with Consort Yu's profound sorrow and parting despair. Her footsteps drifted across the hardwood floor in delicate, precise rhythms. Her posture bloomed effortlessly, cloud hands, swooping fish turns, and dramatic poses flowed like second nature. Even in flat shoes, her carriage remained feather light. Tucked away inside the dark wardrobe, I watched the entire scene play out through the narrow slit of light. The closet wasn't cramped, but it was packed with Manqing's scented garments, filling the air with her familiar perfume. At first, it felt a bit stuffy, but the moment Manqing began to sing, every trace of annoyance vanished. This wasn't my first time hearing her perform, but I had never seen her this utterly immersed. In this moment, she wasn't just the clingy girl who called me hubby and joked around. She was Consort Yu herself, standing beside the hegemon on the battlefield 2,000 years ago, bound to a shared destiny. Sun Ningle's counter-melody was an even bigger plot twist. I originally thought this strict teacher was just a harsh taskmaster, but she completely outclassed expectations. Just sitting there, relying purely on her voice, she commanded the absolute presence of the hegemon. I couldn't help but shift slightly to get a better angle, watching Manqing dance in the center of the room while Sun Ningle chanted with her eyes closed, temporarily forgetting that I was supposed to be hiding like a fugitive. As the aria faded, Manqing caught her breath, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. Sun Ningle slowly opened her eyes, stood up, and walked right over to her, her sharp gaze inspecting every inch of her posture. Decent. Your breath control is steadier than last time, but your form still lacks fire. She reached out, gently pinching Manqing's wrist. Consort Yu's gestures must blend softness with ironclad strength. Look here, your wrist is too loose, missing that absolute, decisive edge. As Sun Ningle demonstrated the correct finger alignment and wrist rotation, she continued. And when you spin, the power has to come from your waist, not your legs. You wobbled during that turn just now because your core strength was lacking. Manqing nodded earnestly, diligently mimicking her teacher's corrections. All she wanted was for this lesson to wrap up so I could finally crawl out of the closet, which caused her eyes to accidentally drift toward the bedroom door again. And your vocal delivery, Sun Ningle released her wrist, softening her tone. Ah, Consort Yu, what shall we do now? That trailing ending note needs to carry a weeping undertone without breaking the pitch. It has to stretch like a fine silk thread, severed yet still connected. Manqing. Sun Ningle caught her distraction instantly. What on earth are you looking at? Nothing, teacher. Manqing snapped her gaze back with an awkward smile. Sun Ningle's eyebrows knitted together. Normally, Manqing was laser-focused during her training and would never display such restless behavior. Deeply suspicious. Just as she was about to press the issue, Manqing blurted out to cover her tracks. I always feel like I'm missing that authentic vibe. Wearing casual clothes makes it feel like something's missing. Sun Ningle dropped her doubts and answered. The true essence of opera lies not in the costume, but in the state of mind. If you can sing Consort Yu while wearing silk, you should be able to sing it in rags. The key is stepping inside her soul. She walked over to the center of the living room and planted her feet. Watch closely. I'll run through it once. Pay attention to my posture and phrasing. All right, Manqing nodded. Sun Ningle raised her hand in starting position. Still dressed in her pale green qipao and black dance slippers, the second her expression shifted, her entire aura underwent a total metamorphosis. The dignified, poised instructor instantly dissolved into a tragically desperate yet fiercely proud Consort Yu. Her posture flowed like water, transitioning smoothly into cloud hands and dropping gracefully into a fish pose turn, her fists strike poised with absolute precision. Yet, as she danced, Man King's anxiety over my safety in the wardrobe kept making her glance back toward the bedroom. "Hey, teacher," Man King stammered out a half-sentence. Sun Ningle froze mid-motion, dropping her hands as her frown deepened into a scowl. "What on earth are you staring at over there? Is there something in this bedroom that's captured your soul?" Man King lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers together. "Teacher, I..." Without waiting for an explanation, Sun Ningle spun around and strode straight into the bedroom. A quick scan of the room revealed nothing out of the ordinary for a standard hotel suite until her eyes locked dead onto the large wardrobe. "Is there something hidden in this closet?" Sun Ningle asked pointedly, testing the waters. Panic surged in Manqing's chest. "No, nothing." "Manqing, you've always been terrible at lying," Sun Ningle said coldly, brushing past her and marching straight toward the wardrobe doors. "Teacher, wait, don't," Manqing cried out, lunging forward in desperation to grab her sleeve. But the more frantic Manqing acted, the more determined Sun Ningle became to uncover whatever was hiding inside. Reaching out, she gripped the handle and slowly slid the door open. "Teacher, please listen to me." Manqing tried to scramble for any excuse, but the second the door swung wide, even she froze in pure, unadulterated shock. Aside from her neatly stacked wardrobe rows, a few scattered items, and that crimson, strappy piece of lingerie I had casually tossed into the corner, the entire interior was completely, bafflingly empty. "Where the hell is hubby?" Manqing's eyes widened in total disbelief. "Manqing, why were you acting so terrified?" Sun Ningle turned around, her eyes narrowing. Quickly snapping out of her daze, Manqing hastily concealed her shock, reaching out to pick up the red garment and folding it away. My closet was just too messy, teacher. I didn't want you to see it looking like a disaster area." "Is that so?" Sun Ningle scrutinized her expression closely. While she could tell something still felt off, the closet was undeniably empty. Meanwhile, down the hall in room 815, Cheng Guo was locked in his own world. While everyone else's rooms were funded by the school's generous budget, his suite came entirely out of pocket, though thanks to his surprisingly wealthy family background in this transported reality. Footing the bill for a 5-star luxury room was pocket change. "I am definitely locking Lin Wang down tonight," Cheng Guo thought to himself, striking a pose in front of the full-length fitting mirror in his suite. He was wearing a cropped, waist-bearing halter top paired with ultra-tight faux leather pants that accentuated every curve of his waist and hips. Standing sideways in front of the mirror, he put one hand on his hip, cycling through seductive expressions while trying to imagine the exact look on my face when I saw him in this outfit. By now, he had learned how to adapt to the local rules very quickly. "This is the importance of men in this world. You're actually planning to wear this to win me over?" Hearing a voice right behind him, Cheng Guo froze in absolute terror. The room was supposed to be completely empty. Why on earth was there someone else here? Stiff as a board, he slowly pivoted his head, only to find me sitting comfortably on the edge of his bed, fully dressed and waiting. "Ah!" Cheng Guo shrieked, stumbling backward in a panic. "Wang Ge, how the hell did you even get in here? If I told you I just walked in through the front door, would you believe me?" Cheng Guo shook his head frantically. Of course he wouldn't believe that. Leaving aside the fact that the smart key card was entirely in his possession and I couldn't possibly have picked the lock from the outside, even if I'd somehow swiped a master key from the front desk, walking through the front door would have made noise. Cheng Guo wasn't an idiot. That excuse didn't hold water. I chuckled. "Then how do you think I got in?" You Cheng Guo stared at me, backing up against the hanging garment rack before his eyes suddenly widened. "A system. You have a system." Avoiding a direct answer, I smoothly deflected the question. "It's not that I have a system, it's that you have a cheat code." "My own cheat code?" Cheng Guo blinked, completely baffled. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Your cheat code allows me to teleport straight to your side." Cheng Guo's eyebrows nodded together in confusion. This wasn't how cheat codes were supposed to work in his mind. He'd assumed a cheat code would let him do whatever he wanted. By comparison, giving me the ability to teleport to him felt a bit aggressively one-sided. In reality, this whole teleportation mechanic belonged to me. The only reason I had suddenly materialized in Cheng Guo's room was because the system had just dropped a fresh reward straight from my post-travel log, an ability called Always by Your Side. Unfortunately, it came with deeply restrictive fine print. It could only tether to Cheng Guo, primarily because the two of us shared the distinction of not being native citizens of this strange new world. Furthermore, it had a strict cooldown of 1 daily jump. Back in the hallway, the second teacher's son had started pushing open the wardrobe doors. I had zero choice but to trigger the ability and drop straight into Cheng Guo's suite. "What? Aren't you happy to see me?" I asked. If this were old times, Cheng Guo would have immediately thrown a fit over how useless this particular cheat code was. But times had changed, and the current meta meant men held all the version advantages. Swallowing his complaints, Cheng Guo took a few fast steps forward, standing right in front of me. "Does this mean you're admitting you're a fellow transmigrator?" "I'm no transmigrator," I replied, keeping my story straight. "Then why do you have superpowers?" "It's your superpower. It just accidentally tethered itself to me." Cheng Guo's jaw dropped. "You can actually spin an excuse like that?" Regardless of the logistics, he finally understood one undeniable truth. In this bizarre world, the absolute ultimate cheat code was the man standing right in front of him. Grasping for an opening, he immediately adjusted his strategy. Well, whatever the case, this clearly means we're tied together by destiny. He reached out, resting his hand right on my shoulder. Wang Ge, since the cheat code has officially bound us together, you might as well just lean into what it's trying to set up. With that, he grabbed my hand and tried to pull it down toward his thigh. I stood up, giving him a gentle shove back. In some ways, you really do remind me of your sister, but when it comes to romance, I prefer taking things step by step. Don't worry, though, we've got plenty of time to let our feelings develop. Leaving those parting words behind, I turned around, strode over to the door, and pulled it open. I've got things to handle today. Let's hope that the next time I teleport to your side, our relationship has leveled up a bit. With a sharp click, I slammed the door shut behind me. Left alone in his leather pants, Cheng Guo sat frozen on the edge of the bed in a daze for a long, silent minute. Is the protection for men in this world seriously this ridiculously overpowered? He muttered, his mind spinning. As the protagonist-style transmigrator, my cheat code is bound to a man instead of me. And yet, it's still somehow tied to my existence? He sank deeper into an abyss of utter confusion. Meanwhile, back down the corridor, I walked silently across the plush hotel carpeting without making a single sound. Returning to Su Manqing's suite, I used my perceptual vision to check through the wall, confirming that Manqing was currently alone in the living room, frantically pacing and searching every corner for me. Satisfied, I gave a light rap on the door. A second later, the door swung open to reveal a bewildered Manqing. Her mouth dropped as she stared at me standing outside in the hallway. Hubby, how on earth are you outside? Your teacher left, I said, glancing past her into the suite. Manqing nodded slowly, then looked me up and down like I was an alien specimen. You haven't told me how you got out of there. Did you just run out? When your teacher was drilling you on your form, the two of you were completely locked in, so I just slipped out the front door. I lied smoothly. Manqing looked like she wanted to question the physics of that statement, but honestly, what other conclusion could she jump to? Was she supposed to believe I'd walk through solid walls? Get real, that's impossible. Forget it. Since your teacher's gone and it's getting late, let's just call off your private fashion show for tonight and get some rest, I said. Manqing nodded in agreement, stepping aside to let me walk back inside, though she was still quietly scratching her head, trying to figure out the exact timeline of when her teacher's attention had supposedly lapsed. The next morning, the rising dawn painted the sea of floating cotton candy clouds in shades of brilliant crimson and gold. When I finally blinked my eyes open, I found myself pinned down under a heavy, comfortable weight. Across my neck rested Manqing's smooth, pale arm, while her remarkably plush midsection and hips pressed softly against my waist. Nearly half of her body weight was draped directly over me. Turning my head slightly, I watched her delicate eyelashes flutter. Unable to resist, I reached out and gently ruffled her messy morning hair. Time to wake up. Under my touch, her hair only grew wilder. Opening her eyes to see me, she ignored the call of the morning entirely, wrapping her arms around me tighter and burying her face deeper into my chest. Just 5 more minutes. I checked my phone lock screen. Over a dozen unread messages filled the display, mostly from Tong Yi and the squad. We're down at the second floor buffet for breakfast. Big bro, wake up and come down. The message timestamp was from half an hour ago. The current time read 8 a.m. sharp. With the municipal exchange opening ceremony scheduled for 9 a.m., we only had 1 hour left. While I could technically skip the opening ceremony, if Manqing blew it off, wouldn't her strict teacher skin her alive? It's already 8 o'clock, I whispered as a prompt. Only 8, Manqing mumbled, pouting lazily as she tried to drag my arm back over her waist. Then, her eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Wait, what time did you say? 8 o'clock. Manqing shot upright like she'd been launched from a cannon, immediately scrambling out of bed to grab her clothes. Crap. Teacher's son said she wanted me at roll call by 8. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Who told you not to set an alarm? I chuckled, casually handing her clothes over piece by piece. I just wanted to cuddle with you too much, and I completely forgot. Racing into the bathroom, Manqing tore open a disposable toothbrush, whipped her hair into a semblance of order with a quick comb, and immediately launched into a high-speed makeup routine. Right in the middle of her frantic brush strokes, her phone started vibrating relentlessly on the counter. The caller ID flashing across the screen was unmistakable. Teacher Sunday. Your teacher's blowing up your phone, I called out, slipping on my own shoes and jacket before heading back to my own room. When I swiped open my door, Tong Yi, Zhang Xiun, and Cheng Guo were already standing in the hallway holding takeout bags. Hubby, you're up a bit late today, Tong Yi grinned. Where are the others? I asked, scanning the group. Duoer and the rest got rounded up by the teachers early, Zhang Xian replied smoothly, handing over a breakfast parcel. This is yours and Manqing's. What about him? I motioned toward Cheng Guo. He got rounded up too. Someone else brought his portion. Ah, got it, I said, taking the bag from Tong Yi and retreating back into my suite to grab a quiet breakfast. The 4 of us stepped into the elevator and descended to the first floor lobby. The hotel was currently housing students not only from our own institution, Daijing University, but also a massive delegation from numerous other colleges. Because of the exchange event, the organizers had booked out this entire complex for all participating campuses, and the grand opening ceremony was scheduled to take place just across the street at the towering Xifeng Tower. Right now, the ground floor lobby was a sea of buzzing students and mingling faculty members. The moment I walked out, a sea of heads turned instantly in my direction. While I certainly wasn't the only guy in attendance, the sheer magnetic pull of my presence made it hard for anyone else to compete. "Pardon me, are you Master Lin Wang?" Before the opening ceremony rush could even push us toward the doors, a tall, slender woman intercepted me, her expression deadpan and purposeful. "I'm looking for Lin Wang. Our young miss wanted to ask if you might have time tonight to share dinner with her." "Your young miss?" I frowned. I had zero clue who she could possibly be talking about. The tall woman didn't miss a beat. "Our young miss's surname is May. You two used to play together back in elementary school. Back when your father was stationed locally and your family hadn't moved up to Beijing to live with your grandfather yet, your next-door neighbor happened to be a family named May. Their daughter was Mei Rui. You went to the same school and even ended up in the same class, so you were exceptionally close. You used to do homework together and hang out after classes. You could practically say you were childhood besties. It was only after your father's job transferred that your families drifted apart. If this random woman hadn't dropped all those specific details, the memory would have stayed permanently buried. But the name Mei Rui immediately unlocked a mental archive. Back in those local days, there had been a girl named Mei Rui living right next door. We had indeed shared classes and spent half our childhood together. "Mei Rui?" I muttered. "That's right, exactly," the woman pressed on eagerly. "Our young miss said you'd never forget her. She spent all these years pining for you, holding a deep and devoted affection, and now that she's finally tracked you down in Huqing. We'll see. I'll play it by ear?" I interrupted, cutting her off. The woman's eyebrows twitched in displeasure. "Master Lin Wang, please do us the honor. The moment our young miss caught wind that you were in Huqing, she's been an absolute wreck. Too distraught to eat or sleep properly. If her father hadn't forced her to handle some critical family business today keeping her tied down, she would have come to greet you in person. Distraught to the point of losing her appetite over someone she hasn't seen since primary school? That sounded more like a dramatic soap opera plot than reality." I remained deeply skeptical of her claims. "I'll do my best," I said, making a move to walk past her. The woman tried to block my path to extract a firmer commitment, but Tong Yi instantly stepped up like an elite defensive lineman. "Excuse me, miss. Please stop following us," Tong Yi said, her thick brows knitting into a hard frown. "My big bro has his own schedule. If he wants to go, he goes. If not, he doesn't." "Then could Master Lin Wang at least add our young miss's contact info?" The woman persisted, trying to talk around Tong Yi. I checked my watch. The time was already 8:45 a.m. The various faculty chaperones were finishing up their final round of morning briefings with their students. Teacher Ho walked over to give Zhang Xiun and me a quick final reminder. Even though we were only first-year undergraduates, she stressed the importance of keeping our eyes open and soaking in as much as possible, since an opportunity like this was rare. We gave her reassuring nods, and once we rendezvoused with John Duo and the rest of the crew in the lobby, our entire faction crossed the busy boulevard toward the magnificent Zifeng Tower. Because Cheng Guo was neither an official participant nor a credentialed security asset, he wasn't permitted to enter the main venue and had to head off elsewhere. The rest of us walked straight through the grand, glass-paneled entrance of Zifeng Tower. The moment we stepped inside, a wave of crisp air conditioning hit us. Massive digital directory boards clearly pointed the way toward the second-floor grand auditorium. A dense line had already formed in front of the security checkpoints. Teacher Hua took the lead, guiding the Daijing contingent through the lines in an orderly fashion while whispering constant reminders. "Keep it down, maintain order, and make sure your phones are silenced once we're inside." Passing through security, we stepped into the cavernous interior of the main auditorium. The massive space was arranged with solemn elegance. The giant electronic screen at the front of the stage boldly displayed the logo and title, the 11th Interschool Academic Exchange Opening Ceremony, flanked by the crests of the various sponsoring and co-hosting universities. The hall's lighting was soft and atmospheric, illuminating rows of plush leather seating, arranged in a sweeping, fan-shaped amphitheater that was already filling up fast. Ushers directed each university delegation to their designated seating zones. Daijing University scored prime real estate in the front middle section, offering an unobstructed, crystal-clear view of the stage. We settled into our seats. Zhang Xiun quietly flipped open the event pamphlet resting on her armrest and leaned over to me. "Hubby, look right after the opening ceremony wraps up. There are 3 parallel sub-forums this afternoon covering artificial intelligence, biomedical sciences, and environmental science. Should we check some of them out?" Unlike ordinary students restricted by strict credit paths, my academic tracking was entirely unrestricted. We didn't have to limit ourselves to our primary majors and could drift into whatever topics caught our fancy. Before I could answer, the conversational murmurs filling the auditorium began to subside. A crisp, resonant chime echoed across the PA system, and the giant LED screens instantly shifted from the loop of welcome graphics to a countdown graphic signaling that the opening ceremony was about to commence. Everyone straightened up in their seats, locking their eyes onto the stage. Slowly, the side doors flanking the stage parted. 8 protocol officers dressed in crisp white ceremonial uniforms walked out in perfect synchronization, each holding a velvet tray resting with this year's honorary certificates and commemorative medals. Right behind them, a host dressed in a sharply tailored black suit stepped out from stage left, holding a wireless microphone. He offered a warm, professional smile to the audience. As the auditorium's welcoming applause died down, he spoke into the mic with a deep, authoritative, and magnetic baritone. Respected leaders, distinguished guests, beloved faculty members, and dear students. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the 11th Interschool Academic Exchange. I am Zhou Mingyuan, your host for today's opening events. Following a brief self-introduction, the host moves straight into welcoming the VIP panel. First, let us offer a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Wang Jianguo, a leading representative from the National Educational Administration. The moment his name dropped, a middle-aged man seated right in the dead center of the front row stood up. Dressed in a dark Chinese collar tunic suit with a calm, refined demeanor, he offered a gracious wave to the auditorium. When his gaze swept across the Daijing delegation and briefly locked onto me, his eyes flickered with a flicker of recognition, though he quickly maintained his composure, waiting for the applause to crest before sitting back down. Next, the host introduced a series of heavy hitters, presidents of top domestic universities, academicians from the National Academy of Sciences, and renowned international scholars. Every single name dropped triggered a fresh wave of thunderous applause across the hall. And now, please join me in welcoming Professor Li Jianfeng, president of Kaiyang University and representative of this year's host institution, to deliver the opening address. As the host's voice faded, the spotlight at the center of the stage blazed to life. An elderly man with a head of snow-white hair yet an aura of absolute vigor stepped up from the guest seating and walked steadily to the podium. Accepting the microphone, President Li swept his gaze across the sea of faces before leaning in. Distinguished colleagues and dear students, good morning. Today, we gather here at Zifeng Tower to officially inaugurate the 11th Interschool Academic Exchange. President Li's voice wasn't overly loud, but it possessed a razor-sharp, penetrating clarity that carried every single syllable straight to the back of the hall. The president's words echoed clearly in the ears of everyone present as he recapped the developmental journey of the Interschool Academic Exchange. From its modest beginnings, featuring just over a dozen participating institutions a decade ago, it had grown into a massive national event, gathering elite students and faculty from more than 100 universities across the country. Academic research, he emphasized, was never a solitary endeavor. It required the collision of diverse ideologies, cross-disciplinary collaboration, and the continuous relay and inheritance of knowledge by the younger generation. Sweeping his gaze across the sea of students in the audience, his tone filled with earnest expectation, President Li concluded, I hope every single student here today cherishes this rare opportunity to listen more, observe more, think deeply, dare to question, and have the courage to explore. May you reap boundless knowledge from this exchange. As President Li stepped down from the podium, thunderous applause erupted across the auditorium once again. The opening ceremony proceeded with a series of opening rituals and brief presentations, showcasing cutting-edge scientific research achievements from the past year. By the time this segment concluded, it was already 11:30 a.m. The host walked back to center stage and announced the impending conclusion of the morning's events. Distinguished leaders, honored guests, beloved faculty members, and dear students, the opening ceremony of the 11th Interschool Academic Exchange is now drawing to a close. Next, we have prepared a complimentary tea break and reception for everyone. Once the break concludes, parallel subforums will commence across various conference rooms spanning the 3rd through 10th floors of Zifeng Tower. Detailed schedules for each subforum can be found in your event handbooks. Please feel free to participate according to your personal academic interests. Finally, we wish this year's Interschool Academic Exchange a resounding success, and we hope all our guests, teachers, and students find both academic fulfillment and delightful company in the days ahead. As the host's voice faded, uplifting background music swelled through the speakers, and the distinguished guests began to rise from their seats, guided by staff members toward the designated reception and tea break lounge. Should we go check out the tea break? Tang Yi asked, her eyes lighting up with genuine enthusiasm. Back when she was attending university through a prodigy youth program, she had tagged along with her professors to similar academic symposiums, and she knew firsthand that aside from the intellectual stimulation, the gourmet tea break spread was always the absolute highlight. Hold on a second, I said, staying planted in my seat. Wait for what? Instead of moving toward the aisles, I watched as Wang Jianguo, who was surrounded by a swarm of eager scholars trying to network in the front row, brushed past them all and walked in a straight line directly toward our row. Around us, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the surrounding delegations. What is Director Wang doing? Is he heading straight for that young guy? Who on earth is that kid? Whispers and speculative glances bounced back and forth across the rows. Xiao Wang, Wang Jianguo called out as he reached our row. Uncle Wang, I smiled, standing up. Having previously visited my family estate, Wang Jianguo was one of my father's most trusted executive subordinates, which also made him one of the very few outsiders who knew my true background. Aside from my baseline legendary status back at Daijing University, I kept an exceptionally low profile everywhere else. In fact, any digital footprint or online mention concerning me was rigorously scrubbed or instantly auto-deleted by algorithmic filters. That precisely explained why none of the elite bigwigs roaming the broader academic circuit recognized my face. The school only sent you here for basic study and exchange? Wang Jianguo asked, sizing me up. I gave a slight nod. Good. Then keep your eyes open, listen carefully, and absorb everything. Learn some genuine substance, it'll serve you exceptionally well down the road. How is everything back at home? Everything is great at home, thanks for asking, Uncle Wang, I replied smoothly, maintaining proper courtesy. Here is my private business card, Wang Jianguo said, sliding a crisp card from his breast pocket. If you need anything while you're here, just reach out. I might actually drop by your place to pay my respects to your family sometime soon. Looking forward to it, sir. I accepted the card. Wang Jianguo's gaze then shifted past me, sweeping across the group of female companions standing in my orbit. His pupils contracted in subtle surprise. None of the young women flanking me were ordinary crowd pleasers. Each possessed striking, distinct features and breathtaking beauty. Say, Xiao Wang, are these? These are my wives, Uncle Wang. Wang Jianguo let out a hearty laugh, giving me a firm pat on the shoulder. Good lad, carrying the weight of the Lin family legacy all on your own. I see. By the way, my second daughter just turned 18 this year. Xiao Wang, if you ever find the time, you should drop by for a visit. If she could stay by your side and learn a thing or two, I'd finally have peace of mind. We'll see when time permits, Uncle Wang, I politely deflected. The entourage of gorgeous women already encircling me was heavy enough. Even with my system-enhanced constitution operating at peak capacity, managing the emotional bandwidth of so many partners at once was already a marathon. Alright then, I'll take my leave. I have an official luncheon to attend, Wang Jianguo said, turning on his heel. His secretary quickly trotted over to take his briefcase, escorting him away at a brisk pace. All around the hall, students from rival universities stared openly in our direction. Those with deep connections inside the Dijing elite network instantly pieced together my identity, while those without direct intel could still easily deduce from Director Wang's respectful demeanor that I was an untouchable heavy hitter. Combined with my striking physical appearance, that single public interaction was enough to ignite the romantic daydreams of countless high society prodigies in attendance. The vast majority of participants at an elite national symposium like this were absolute cream of the crop intellectuals. They came from ultra-wealthy or politically influential backgrounds, possessed elite cognitive scores, and shared an intensely driven ambition. Because ambition often eclipsed romance, the gender ratio at these symposiums naturally skewed heavily male, meaning many top-tier female scholars faced fierce competition and high standards. For them, academic exchange was never just about research papers. It was an arena for high-stakes social and romantic positioning. Long before Director Wang walked over to shake my hand, several sharp-eyed women had already locked onto me as their primary target. But after that high-level public endorsement, the number of lingering gazes multiplied exponentially. I paid little mind to the ambient wave of attention after all. I dealt with the exact same phenomenon back on our home campus. Let's go, time for the tea break, I said. Instantly Tang Yi locked her arms securely around mine. Bai Lei smoothly slipped in on my other flank, while Su Lingyan wrapped his arms around my waist from behind. Zhang Xiyun and Jiang Duo each claimed a hand, and Su Manqing hovered close by, though maintaining a cautious buffer zone out of lingering fear of her strict opera master. The group of women practically forged an impenetrable human barricade around me. What are you guys doing? It's burning up in here, I muttered. Nothing at all, they chorused back innocently, exchanging knowing, synchronized glances. Naturally, they had all caught the predatory looks shooting across the hall from the other female delegations. To shield their hubby from wandering eyes and opportunistic prying, they were aggressively signaling their territorial ownership. I let out an exhausted, resigned sigh. Seriously, you don't need to go to these lengths. Everyone's just here for an academic exchange. There's no need to turn the reception hall into a war zone. A war zone? Tang Yi lifted her chin defensively, her eyes sweeping a sharp, warning glare toward a group of women lingering near the refreshment tables who were trying to angle a clear view of me. Her tone carried a sweet yet razor-sharp edge. Did you not see how many pairs of eyes were practically glued to you the second Uncle Wang walked away? If we didn't lock down the perimeter right now, goodness knows how many brave souls would have swarmed us by the time we reached the buffet. Bai Lei nodded in agreement, her fingertips gently pinching my sleeve. Exactly. Hubby is way too much of a catch to let just anyone hook him. Chatting and laughing, the group followed the flowing stream of guests straight into the tea break reception hall. The venue was hosted in a sprawling, light-filled, multifunctional gallery adjacent to the main auditorium. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows offered a panoramic view of Xifeng Tower's meticulously landscaped sky garden, vibrant with lush greenery. Dozens of round tables, draped in immaculate white linen, were scattered across the floor, set with fine china and various tea stations. Along one long mahogany table, an extravagant dessert spread caught everyone's eye. Delicate macarons, rich mousse cakes, miniature artisan sandwiches, and glittering fruit tarts. On the opposite side, high-end espresso machines, polished silver teapots, and fresh juice dispensers operated smoothly under the hands of uniformed staff. The air was rich with the comforting aroma of roasted coffee beans and sweet pastries, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. Several distinguished guests had already settled into seats, some chatting in small circles about the morning's academic presentations, while others stood quietly by the windows, holding hot cups of coffee as they admired the skyline. The moment our group walked through the double doors, we naturally became the focal point of the entire room. A cluster of 7 people was already eye-catching enough, but with nearly everyone in our entourage possessing striking, distinctive beauty, flanked by the tall, sharply dressed figure of yours truly right in the center. It was practically impossible for anyone not to stare. Oh, wow, these desserts look incredible. Tong Yi's eyes lit up. Dragging me toward the pastry tables, she declared, I'm grabbing a slice of mousse first. You guys hold down the fort. Dropping my arm, she hurried off toward the buffet line. Bai Lei followed close behind with a soft laugh, turning back to say, Hubby, I'm going to grab a few bites too. I stood in place with a resigned smile, thinking about finding a seat, when a young woman in a light blue dress gliding over with a cup of coffee intercepted me. With long, flowing hair, exquisite makeup, and a gentle smile, she came to a halt right in front of me, dipping her head slightly. Pardon me, are you a student delegate? I'm Kong Yu from Jiangnan University, she said, her voice soft and melodious. I saw you talking with Director Wang during the opening ceremony and realized you must be exceptional. Would you mind if I added your WeChat so we can exchange notes? Before I could even open my mouth to reply, Su Lingyun smoothly stepped forward, inserting herself like an impenetrable diplomatic shield. As the president of the elite networking society back on campus, her primary unofficial jurisdiction was filtering the quality of any girls attempting to orbit around me. A quick scan of Kong Yu told her everything she needed to know. While decent, Kong Yu's overall aesthetic and presentation didn't quite hit the elite threshold. Dressed in a razor-sharp, tailored black business suit skirt that accentuated her cool, composed aura, Su Lingyun fixed Kong Yu with a calm, unblinking stare. Her tone was impeccably polite yet left zero room for negotiation. I'm sorry, but my hubby is currently occupied and isn't taking direct WeChat additions right now, Su Lingyun stated smoothly. If you're genuinely interested in staying connected, you can add my WeChat first and submit a brief personal profile. Submit a profile? Kong Yu's smile froze for a split second. Su Lingyun didn't bother offering extra justifications. She simply held her ground with that chilly, aristocratic gaze. Realizing she wasn't going to crack the defense, Kong Yu forced a polite nod. Ah, all right then, sorry to trouble you. She pulled out her phone, scanned Su Lingyun's QR code to complete the bridge, cast one final lingering look in my direction, and walked away. No sooner had Kong Yu retreated than two more women approached in tandem. One wore a crisp white midi dress paired with chic gold-rimmed glasses, radiating an intellectual, scholarly elegance. The other rocked a vibrant crimson miniskirt, bold makeup, and an outgoing, high-energy vibe. It was the crimson-skirted girl who struck first, flashing a bright grin. Hey there, we're from Manhwa University. We spotted you during the opening ceremony. You are seriously off the charts. Handsome. Can we swap WeChat handles? Su Lingyun stepped forward once more, her critical gaze sweeping across both of them. Hello ladies, if you're looking to add Lin Wang, you'll need to go through my queue first. I'll review the submissions and decide whether to grant clearance. The girl in the white dress frowned slightly. Why on earth do we need to go through a screening process? We just want to make a new friend, that's all. Su Lingyun replied with absolute, unflappable serenity. I apologize, but my hubby's schedule is packed, and the sheer volume of requests makes screening an absolute necessity. The girl in red gave a dissatisfied little huff, but under Su Lingyun's immovable demeanor, she reluctantly pulled out her phone and scanned the code anyway. Once the connection was logged, the pair cast a few deeply reluctant, regretful glances at me before finally turning away. In the span of just a few minutes, half a dozen female scholars tried their luck at securing my contact info, only to hit the unbreakable Great Wall of Su Lingyun, who systematically rerouted every single one of them through her administrative checkpoint. Who even is that guy? Why are so many girls lining up to get his number? No clue, but did you see how chummy he was with Director Wang earlier? His background has got to be astronomical. Plus, he's ridiculously good-looking. Seriously unfair. Well, his female companions are absolute stunners too, especially that one in the black suit. Talk about an alpha aura acting as his personal gatekeeper. Standing quietly nearby, I caught snippets of the ambient chatter but didn't say a word. I knew Su Lingyun was just running quality control to keep my peace and quiet intact. A moment later, Tong Yi and Bai Lei returned, their plates loaded high with pastries. Catching the lingering tension in the air, Tong Yi blinked in curiosity. Did a bunch of people just swarm you for your number while we were getting snacks? I saw girls staring over here the whole time we were at the dessert bar. Bai Lei nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks dimpling. I even heard people whispering about hubby. You really are a magnet wherever you go. Exchanging satisfied grins, Tong Yi and Bai Lei high-fived subtly. Lingyun is a genius for setting up that filter, Tong Yi declared with a giggle. That's exactly how it should be. Can't have random strangers invading hubby's personal space. We found a spacious table right by the floor-to-ceiling windows and settled in. While everyone else happily dug into their pastries, Su Lingyun remained glued to her phone screen, meticulously auditing the batch of WeChat requests she had just collected. This one's facial symmetry is too ordinary. Next. Body proportions aren't quite up to spec. Fail. Not full enough in the right places. Decline. Operating with ruthless executive efficiency under her strict aesthetic standards, she weeded out the vast majority of applicants in minutes, until only a single candidate remained on her screen. Her name was Bi Yuandong. Compared to the previous applicants, her baseline visual presentation was exceptional, easily rivaling Jiang Duo's tier, though carrying a completely distinct, ethereal aesthetic. She possessed massive, expressive eyes framed by impossibly long, curled eyelashes, a classic oval face, and an exceptionally striking silhouette. Even beneath a lightweight, translucent gauze overlay, her curves possessed a soft, dramatic cadence with a waist-to-hip ratio that looked straight out of a classical painting. "Hubby, check this out," Su Lingyan said, sliding her phone across the table to display Bi Yuandong's verified profile and photo, a sophomore over at Lidu University. I leaned over and took a look. My eyes lit up immediately. How did I miss a quality candidate like this earlier? I offered Su Lingyan an approving, appreciative nod. As my primary partner and the head of our network, she understood my exact preferences down to a science. Her personal aesthetic was razor-sharp, and the candidate she had just hand-selected was an absolute home run. Meanwhile, upstairs on the upper gallery level, Bai Yuandong had only picked at her tea break snacks before heading back up early. Walking alongside her was her close friend and confidant, Zhao Xiu, who happened to be enrolled at Daijing University. Running into each other at this massive national symposium was a pleasant surprise for both of them, and they had originally planned to scout out seats early for the afternoon sub-forums. As they crested the top of the grand staircase, Bai Yuandong suddenly came to a dead stop. Zhao Xiu blinked, halting in her tracks. Noticing that Bi Yuandong was staring intently down at her smartphone screen, she tilted her head. "Yuandong, what's wrong? Why'd you freeze?" Without answering immediately, Bi Yuandong turned her phone around, letting Zhao Xiu catch a glimpse of the display. On the screen sat a newly accepted WeChat contact card pushed straight from Su Lingyan's filtering queue. "Congratulations, you passed my test. This is my hubby's WeChat. Whether you can win him over now is entirely up to your own skills. Haha." Seeing the contact card pop up, Zhao Xiu let out an excited squeal and bounced on her toes. "Lin Wang's WeChat. Every single girl at our university has been dying to get that, and you just added him straight away, Yuandong?" Bai Yuandong's lips curved upward into a smug, triumphant smile. "Is it really that hard to get added?" Watching him beam, Zhao Xiu couldn't resist reaching out to pinch the soft flesh at his waist. Are you seriously bragging right now?" All right, my bad, I yield." Bai Yuandong batted her hand away, then carefully tapped on Lin Wang's contact card. He started typing out an introductory note. "Hello Lin Wang, I'm Bi Yuandong." Halfway through, he deleted the whole thing, deciding it sounded far too robotic and lacking in emotional warmth. He tried again. "Hi student, Lin Wang. I'm Bi Yuandong from Lidu University. It's so nice to get to know you." Once more, he backspaced and erased it. "If I send something this long, will he think I'm coming on too strong or look too easy?" "What on earth are you doing?" Zhao Xiu asked, peering over his shoulder with deep confusion. Bi Yuandong offered a bitter, self-deprecating smile. "Xiao Yu, I genuinely don't know what to write." "What's so hard about it? Give me that. I'll write it for you." "Really?" Bai Yuandong asked, handing over his phone with hesitant optimism. Zhao Xiu snatched the device, thought for a second, and began typing at lightning speed. "Student Lin Wang, I have fallen for you at first sight. May I ask when I can marry you? Aside from all the property and assets I'm bringing as a dowry, I am also willing to throw in my best friend as a bonus package." Without even letting Bi Yuandong preview the message, she hit send. "Done." "Wait, what did you actually type?" Bai Yuandong gasped, snatching the phone back. He read the screen, his mouth twitching into a tight line as his eyebrows knotted together into a frustrated tangle. Zhao Xiu beamed, adding fuel to the fire. "See? That way, we get to stay besties and sisters for life." "Xiao Yu." Bi Yuandong lowered his phone, reaching out to give Zhao Xiu's earlobe a sharp pinch. "How could you possibly send something like that?" Meanwhile, downstairs in the hotel lounge, I was casually sipping a cup of coffee while reviewing my notifications. The moment I opened Bi Yuandong's incoming message, my eyes went wide. Good grief. Absolutely zero emotional buildup, skipping straight to asking when she can marry me, and throwing in her best friend as a complimentary dowry package. That was an opening pitch unlike anything I had ever encountered before. Deciding to let the message marinate for a bit, I left it unread and switched over to check in on Sister Song's status. Finding out that her workload had eased up and everything was completely stable at home, I finally let out a relaxed breath and sent her a quick recap of my day's schedule. Since everyone planned to spend the afternoon deep dive listening to various specialized academic lectures, we skipped the hassle of hunting down a formal restaurant. Instead, we had the hotel's executive kitchen dispatch a private spread of 8 dishes and a soup straight up to our suite floor. After a quick informal lunch, Jiang Duo and the engineering crew headed off to their respective technical subforums, while Tong Yi, Zhang Xian, and I took a leisurely stroll across the expansive exhibition floors of Zifeng Tower. This multi-school academic exchange was far from a superficial decorative event. The vast majority of cutting-edge research institutes and tech enterprises had brought tangible breakthroughs, either showcasing brand-new proprietary research data, commercial hardware prototypes, or fully realized paper presentations. Pushing open the doors to almost any subforum revealed fresh innovations and high-level insights. What caught my attention the most, however, was an advanced exhibition booth managed by an enterprise named Higher Math Tech, which was showcasing a remarkably lifelike humanoid assistant robot. The unit was already capable of fluid, unscripted conversational interaction with humans, while simultaneously handling a substantial portion of complex domestic chores. Furthermore, the system could be dynamically customized to match any personality profile requested by the user, down to physical proportions and facial aesthetics. More importantly, due to the unique socioeconomic meta of this world, the robotic architecture fully supported a variety of specialized high-end lifestyle functions including complete domestic automation and specialized physical services. After an eye-opening afternoon exploring the exhibition floors, dusk began to blanket the Hucheng skyline. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, Mei Rui's delegation was waiting at the hotel lobby once again. "Master Lin Wang, please do us the honor and come along," the representative urged urgently. "If our young miss doesn't get to see you tonight, she's genuinely going to break down in tears. She's poured her heart and soul into preparing this evening's dinner just for you. Take one look, and you'll understand immediately." The woman's tone was not only earnest but genuinely frantic. Figuring I had a completely open evening anyway, I decided to humor the request and agreed to accompany her. Stepping out, I climbed into the sleek luxury vehicle she had arranged. As our car pulled away from the curb, a second vehicle smoothly detached from the shadows behind us to maintain close tactical escort. Since the last time I had left a lasting impression on him, Li Ming, alongside Ouyang Xin and Liu Haotian, had been steadily promoted into security squad leads, doubling their base compensation. True to form, the entire security detail for my stay in Hucheng was placed under Li Ming's direct, airtight command. Our two-car convoy glided out from the Zhaifeng Tower perimeter, passing through the subterranean river tunnels to cross the majestic expanse of the Huangpu River toward the historic Eastern District. As dusk painted the Hucheng skyline in layers of shimmering amber neon, our vehicles cruised for roughly half an hour before turning into a remarkably scenic, old-world residential avenue. The historic street was flanked on both sides by exquisitely preserved heritage villas properties where a single standalone estate easily commanded upward of 200 million yuan. Our lead vehicle slowed to a gentle stop in front of the second villa on the block. The moment we approached, the automated courtyard security gates smoothly unlocked and retracted, allowing the car to glide directly up the paved stone drive. I pushed open the car door, and the sprawling courtyard estate instantly came into full view. The perimeter walls were constructed from massive, slate-gray quarried stone blocks, with their damp lower corners draped in thick cascading clusters of deep purple bougainvillea. Instead of a conventional manicured lawn, the courtyard had been landscaped in a traditional, winding garden style. Smooth, rounded river stones paved a meandering footpath flanked by several ancient, weather-beaten black pine trees, their roots shaded by delicate patches of blooming white plantain lilies. The main villa architecture embraced a neo-Chinese aesthetic. Massive, dark brown solid wood, carved double doors standing a full 3 meters high, flanked by a deep covered porch suspended with 3 classic palace-style lanterns. Rather than standard cylindrical columns, the structural support pillars featured tapered square designs, delicately embossed with traditional pine bamboo plum blossom relief carvings representing the 3 friends of winter. Just as I paused to take in the architectural facade, the heavy wooden main doors swung inward from within. A slender, graceful figure materialized from the doorway, rushing out across the threshold wrapped in a wave of delicate floral perfume. "Xiao Wang Ge." A sweet, crystalline cry laced with sudden, pent-up tears pierced the evening air. Before I could even react, I was caught in a warm, yielding embrace as soft arms locked tightly around my neck. I could instantly feel the gentle, natural curves of her frame pressing against my chest. The embrace possessed an exquisite, balanced elasticity, neither bulky nor overly fragile, while her slender waist settled naturally into the cradle of my arm. A sweet, refreshing fragrance drifted past my senses, and my gaze dropped to catch the waterfall of long, dark hair cascading down her back, its tips shimmering with a subtle, healthy luster. A few stray wisps framed her smooth forehead, lending her an air of youthful vulnerability. "Easy, Ruier, you're going to squeeze the breath out of me," I chuckled softly, giving her back a gentle, reassuring pat. Sticking to the childhood nickname felt entirely natural. Only then did Mei Rui reluctantly loosen her grip, though her hands remained firmly latched onto my forearms. Tilting her head upward, she stared straight into my eyes. That upward glance finally gave me a clear look at her adult appearance. Years had passed since those days of pigtails and freckles. The little girl next door had blossomed into a breathtaking, striking beauty. She sported a classic oval face paired with flawless, porcelain white skin. Her delicate willow eyebrows swept upward at the edges into a sharp, elegant arch, framing a pair of almond eyes that held the luminous, innocent depth of a young fawn combined with the mature allure of an accomplished woman. Right now, however, those expressive eyes were swimming with moisture, and long, curled eyelashes glistened with crystal tears. She was dressed in a modern, tailored cheap house-style midi dress rendered in a soft, elegant moon-white tone. The hemline fell gracefully to her shins, accented by a modest side slit that revealed a flash of smooth, fair calf with every step. On her feet, she wore a pair of off-white stiletto mules, studded with microcrystals that caught the porch light. The entire ensemble molded her full, well-proportioned figure into an exquisite hourglass silhouette. "Xiao Wangjie, you're finally here." Mei Rui stared up at me, her voice thick with unconcealed emotion. I honestly thought you didn't want to see me anymore. I thought you'd forgotten all about me." With that, fresh tears broke free, like strings of pearls rolling down her cheeks. Her personality remained as fiercely direct and passionate as it had been in childhood. When she wanted to cry, she cried. When she wanted to smile, she laughed, never masking her true feelings. Yet, beneath that raw honesty, now lay the refined emotional depth and unwavering devotion of a mature woman. She kept her grip on my hand locked tight, as if loosening her hold even slightly might cause me to vanish into thin air once more. "I could never forget you, Xiao Rui," I said, pulling one hand free to gently brush away the tear tracks staining her cheek. "Then why didn't you come find me sooner? I missed you so much," she complained, though her eyes continued to shine with lingering tears. "Every time I tried asking my dad, he just told me not to bother you or interfere with your life. And your family's residence was locked down tighter than a fortress. I couldn't even get past the gates. If I hadn't accidentally caught wind that you were visiting Hucheng today, heaven knows how many more years it would have been before I saw you again." The more she spoke, the more emotionally charged her voice became, rising in pitch. I hadn't expected this girl to harbor such intense, lifelong devotion, so I could only offer soothing words. "Look, didn't I make it here in the end?" Blinking back her tears, Mei Rui tugged me inward across the threshold. The interior of the villa was jaw-droppingly luxurious. The main living room featured an expansive 6-meter vaulted ceiling, layered with cascading crystal chandeliers that resembled a reversed silver galaxy. The flooring was laid with seamless slabs of imported white marble veined in gray. On one side stood a high-end luxury seating arrangement framed by polished pearwood end tables displaying delicate antique tea sets and a blooming vase of white chrysanthemums. On the opposite side, a massive floor-to-ceiling glass wall looked out over a private backyard swimming pool, right beside which sat a sleek black grand piano. "I designed this house entirely by myself," Mei Rui said, catching me, scanning the interior layout. She quickly wiped away her remaining tears, a spark of proud accomplishment dancing in her eyes. She led me over to the sofa, sitting me down before personally brewing a cup of fresh tea. "This is Mingqian Longjing. The moment I heard you were coming, I had my staff rush it in overnight straight from Hangzhou, just so I could brew it for you the second you arrived." I accepted the porcelain teacup and took a gentle sip. The tea was crisp, fragrant, and mellow, leaving a sweet aftertaste that lingered on the palate. "You must be starving, Xiao Wangjie. I personally cooked all your favorite dishes, but they're probably getting cold," Mei Rui said, pulling me up by the hand and leading me toward the dining room. The dining area connected directly to the living room, separated only by an intricate, hollow-carved pearwood screen. In the center sat a massive, circular dining table carved from a single slab of premium yellow Wangwali wood, already groaning under the weight of over a dozen exquisitely plated dishes. Mei Rui guided me to a seat and began excitedly playing host. "Look, this squirrel-shaped mandarin fish is the exact dish you loved when we were kids. I practiced it dozens of times until I finally recreated that exact childhood flavor. And this braised pork belly, I simmered it slow for 2 full hours over rock sugar. And these hand-peeled stir-fried shrimp." As she babbled away, her chopsticks darted back and forth between the serving platters and my plate, piling food high while her face radiated pure, eager anticipation. "Try it. Tell me if it hits the right spot." I looked down at the mountain of food piled in my bowl, then glanced up at Mei Rui's starry, hopeful eyes. My heart softened. Picking up my chopsticks, I first sampled a piece of the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. The outer batter was perfectly crisp, coated in a sweet and sour glaze that danced across the palate, while the fish meat inside remained tender and juicy. It genuinely tasted identical to the memory I held from childhood. "How is it? How is it?" Mei Rui leaned in close, her shoulder brushing against my arm. "Is it the exact taste you remember?" I had to hunt down several veteran chefs for private lessons, and even snuck into the back kitchens of that old-school restaurant we used to frequent just to master it. Whenever I missed you over the years, I'd practice cooking your favorite meals, just imagining that one day you'd walk back into my life so I could finally cook for you. I offered a warm nod. "It's delicious. It tastes precisely like it did back then, even better, actually. You've really put in a lot of hard work, Xiao Rui." Hearing those words, Mei Rui's eyes lit up as if someone had switched on a spotlight. "Really? Then you have to eat more." Radiant with joy, she used her serving chopsticks to drop a thick, glistening chunk of braised pork belly straight into my bowl. "This pork belly melts right in your mouth, too." She watched my every chew with breathless focus, terrified of missing the slightest micro-expression on my face. Following that, I sampled her stir-fried shrimp and slow-simmered chicken soup. I had to hand it to her. The girl's culinary skills had reached an elite level. As she kept serving me food, she chattered away non-stop about the past. "Xiao Wangjie, do you remember? The very first time you took me out to eat squirrel-shaped mandarin fish when we were kids. I accidentally spilled the sweet and sour sauce all down the front of my dress. You spent ages helping me wipe it clean, only to end up getting your own clothes completely stained, and you got a scolding from your mom when we got home." She watched me sip the soup, her eyes crinkling with fond nostalgia as her legs swung playfully back and forth under the chair. "And remember the time I was craving braised pork belly, but my dad wouldn't let me have any because he said it was too greasy? You secretly slipped all the pieces out of your own bowl and gave them to me. But I knew back then you loved braised pork belly just as much as I did, didn't you?" Listening to her chatter, those dust-covered memories from childhood gradually crystallized in my mind. Those truly were the days of pure innocence, back when my mother was still alive, and Xiao Rui used to trail after me everywhere like an attached little shadow, while I naturally grew accustomed to protecting and pampering my bubbly little neighbor. I never imagined that after so many years apart, she would still remember every single trivial detail so vividly. I remember. I smiled and nodded. You were such a picky eater back then, only ever craving these sweet-flavored dishes, right? Mei Rui laughed softly, her fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her skirt as a blush of shyness mingled with deep, aching longing colored her expression. Ever since your family moved away, I never tasted squirrel fish or braised pork belly that tasted quite like that again. I tried so many upscale restaurants, but none of them hit the mark. That's when I promised myself that once I grew up, I had to master the recipes myself. That way, even if I couldn't see you, I could still taste the flavors we shared. Her voice gradually softened, the final sentence trailing off with a faint, choked catch in her throat. Thank goodness I finally got the chance to cook it for you. What are you getting so emotional for? I reached out, giving her head a gentle pat. Just watch, Mei Rui murmured. Suddenly remembering something, she sprang up from her seat and hurried briskly across the dining room toward a display cabinet tucked in the corner. She unlocked the glass panel. From the depths of the wooden chest, she lifted out a collection of small, slightly weather-worn mementos, a smoothly polished river pebble, a yellowed group photograph from primary school, a clumsily hand-stitched fabric doll, and a handful of candies with faded wrappers. This pebble is the one we picked up together by the river when we were kids, Mei Rui said, her fingers gently tracing the stone. And this photo was taken on our elementary school graduation day. You were standing right beside me, secretly holding up 2 fingers behind my head to give me bunny ears. Look, you still had a bit of baby fat on your cheeks back then. I took the photograph, studying the chibi-style version of myself alongside a much younger Mei Rui, who looked entirely different from the woman standing before me today. Between the fabric doll she had helped me make and the collection of vintage candies, as she continued to reminisce, everything finally clicked into place. I now fully understood the deep urgency and sincerity in the tall woman's tone when she had invited me to Mei Rui's estate. The girl hadn't been exaggerating at all. She had genuinely remained trapped within the shared memories of our childhood, preserving the past with startling clarity. Faced with such an intense, unwavering devotion that had withstood the test of years, I suddenly found myself at a loss for words. Seeing my hesitation, Mei Rui set the wooden box aside, picked her chopsticks back up, and quietly resumed piling food into my bowl. Only this time, her movements were gentler, and her gaze held an even deeper tenderness. Xiao Wang Ge, eat a bit more. These are all your favorite dishes. I specifically made this much because I wanted you to eat your fill. With that, she added a portion of stir-fried asparagus and lily bulbs to my plate. Here, have some of this, it's nice and refreshing. I allowed her to keep serving me, my bowl remaining perpetually full. As I ate, I listened to her chatter away about the passing years. Her joy was so genuine, so infectious, that the girl standing before me now began to seamlessly overlap with the fading memories of my past. You know what? Mei Rui's voice dropped into a slightly subdued tone. My dad always told me that the gap between our worlds was simply too wide. He said you'd never be short of incredible girls surrounding you, and he even tried introducing me to plenty of brilliant young men, but I refused to meet a single one of them. In my heart, no one could ever compare to you. I always felt that as long as I kept waiting, kept searching, I'd eventually find you again. She raised her head, locking her bright, determined eyes onto mine as she spoke with absolute conviction. And now, I finally waited long enough to find you. Xiao Wanga, I like you. Faced with a confession of such profound, unfiltered love, I felt a momentary surge of hesitation. Many women had offered their affection to me, but she was the very first whose devotion had spanned an entire childhood and persisted unchanged through the years. Ruier, I murmured softly, reaching out to gently stroke her hair. You don't need to say anything right away, Mei Rui interrupted gently, a flicker of nervous vulnerability crossing her features. I just wanted you to know my true feelings. No matter what you decide, I'll always keep liking you, always keep waiting for you. Even if you don't feel the same way, I just want to stay by your side as the person closest to you. As long as I can see you often, that's more than enough. I fell silent for a brief moment before offering a reassuring smile. How about we give each other a bit of time to truly get reacquainted? Sometimes, when you're trapped inside your memories for too long, the image of who I am in your mind can become a bit distorted. I chuckled softly. Just like how the version of you in my childhood memories is vastly different from the woman sitting in front of me right now. Is she? Mei Rui tilted her head with a playful smile. Does that mean I've gotten prettier? Dinner concluded as dusk swallowed the horizon. The domestic staff quietly cleared away the dining table, leaving Mei Rui and me alone to lounge comfortably on the living room sofa. We talked about everything under the sun, bridging the gap between our childhood escapades and our current lives. Eventually, Mei Rui looked up through innocent, wide, watery eyes and asked, Xiao Wang Ge, can you tell me how many wives you have now? I raised an eyebrow. Where did this sudden question come from? I'm just curious. She pouted softly, shifting her position on the couch to press closer against my arm, giving it a playful, pleading shake. My dad mentioned that the moment you turned 18 this year, your family started arranging for some truly exceptional older sisters to join your household as wives. Given your looks, you must have at least a dozen wives by now, right? She blinked rapidly, clearly fishing for information by inflating the number, hoping I'd jump in to correct her and accidentally spill the exact tally of my household. Nowhere near that many, I replied smoothly. Then how many is it? Denied the exact number she was hunting for. Mei Rui pressed on relentlessly. Oh, come on, Xiao Wangge, just tell me. She leaned in even closer, resting her head against my shoulder. I just want to know. If I tie my fate to yours now, what number in line would I even be? Well, that's a bit complicated to answer, I admitted, dodging the specifics. Realizing she wasn't going to extract a straight answer tonight, Mei Rui backed off with a soft sigh. Fine, whatever. I'll find out when the time is right. She bounced to her feet, pulling me up with her. Come on, Xiaowang Jie, let's head upstairs. Since you finally made the trip all the way here, you surely aren't planning to leave tonight, right? You're staying in my home for the night, no arguments. Yielding to her pull, I stood up. To be honest, crashing in a high-end private villa was bound to be infinitely more comfortable than a hotel suite anyway, so I let her lead the way up the grand staircase. The handrails were crafted from impeccably polished pear wood with a warm, velvety finish. Every few paces, small crystal wall sconces cast a soft, ambient glow along the stairway, stretching our intertwined shadows long across the runner. The second-floor hallway was laid with plush, sound-dampening wool carpeting, lined with classic ink-wash paintings. At the very end of the corridor, Mei Rui stopped, pointing toward a wooden door on the right. Xiao Wangge, look, this is the room I specifically prepared for you. I picked the spot with the absolute best sunlight, and the window looks right out over the back garden. If you push it open, you can catch the scent of the white plantain lilies. Pushing the door open, she revealed a spacious, immaculately designed guest suite. At the center sat a grand solid wood bed draped in sky blue linens, embroidered with delicate cloud patterns. Matching pearwood nightstands flanked the headboard, the left one holding a vintage copper desk lamp. A massive, floor-to-ceiling sliding wardrobe stood against one wall, while a sleek mahogany writing desk and chair occupied the corner. I decorated it according to my own taste. Do you like it? Mei Rui stood in the doorway, staring at me with nervous anticipation. I stepped inside, running a hand over the furnishings, and gave an approving nod. The layout is very comfortable. If you like it, it's fine by me. A visible wave of relief washed over her, replaced instantly by a radiant smile. Then, as if remembering something crucial, her eyes lit up. Oh, right, Xiao Wangge, I have one more thing to bring you. Turning on her heel, she dashed out of the room with light, hurried footsteps toward the opposite end of the hallway. I offered an amused, helpless smile at her retreating back, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window to push it open. True to her word, a cool evening breeze swept in, carrying the subtle, refreshing fragrance of blooming white plantain lilies from the courtyard garden below. A minute later, Mei Rui came trotting back, cradling a fluffy duvet in her arms. It was a soft shade of pink. This is my own blanket, she said, setting it down on my bed with a slightly bashful expression. I figured the blanket provided in the guest room might be a bit too thin, and you might get chilly overnight, so I brought mine over. We can share it together, that way it'll be extra warm. Ah. So the girl's running a tactical play to share a bed tonight. Gazing at the pink duvet piled on the bed, then up at Mei Rui's flushed, hopeful face, her underlying intentions were painfully transparent. The room has independent climate control, it won't be cold, I pointed out. That's completely different, Mei Rui argued instantly, her eyes flashing with stubborn determination. Sharing a blanket is way cozier. Didn't we used to share blankets all the time when we were kids? Just pretend we're kids again, okay? I glanced down at her full, mature silhouette. Yeah, try pretending a woman built like this is just a childhood playmate. Yet, seeing her gently rock my arm back and forth with those pleading eyes, I figured I had nothing to lose. If she was this determined, playing along wouldn't hurt. I gave a slow nod. All right? Yay, that's wonderful, Mei Rui beamed, clutching the pink duvet tightly as she excitedly hopped onto the bed to smooth it out. Suddenly pausing, she let out a small, tired yawn, rubbing her sore eyes. Whew, today was exhausting. Xiao Wangge, are you tired? Do you want to take a shower and get some rest? I've been on the go all day, so a shower sounds good. You go ahead and catch up on your messages first, I said, reaching for my phone to send a quick security update to Tong Yi and the squad so they wouldn't worry, especially Jiang Duo, who would likely stay up stressing if he didn't receive confirmation of my whereabouts. Okay, Mei Rui chirped, darting back to her own room for a moment. She returned carrying a matching pink pajama set and hurried straight toward the suite's private ensuite bathroom. Watching her slip inside, I frowned slightly. Wait, does this entire floor only have one bathroom? Why did she need to use the one in my room? Oh, the plumbing in my room's bathroom is acting up? She called out nervously through the closed door, her voice muffled before the click of the lock sealed her inside. Right, her plumbing is broken. I seriously doubted that claim. With a full staff of domestic housekeepers and a dedicated estate manager on site, would a broken pipe go unattended? The girl was definitely staging an alibi. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from behind the bathroom door. I finished firing off my text messages, then mindlessly opened TikTok to browse the local feed. Scrolling through the short clips, a trending video popped up on screen with the caption, "Ran into this ridiculously handsome guy at the opening ceremony of the inter-school academic exchange today. Total heartthrob. But why on earth were so many girls trying to intercept him for his WeChat?" The video footage clearly showed me sitting in the front rows of Zaifeng Tower. But before I could finish watching, the video flagged and automatically went offline, displaying a content unavailable notice. Right as I locked my phone, the bathroom door swung open. Mei Rui stepped out wearing her pink pajamas. Her damp hair hung loose over her shoulders in wet tendrils, and a natural post-shower flush warmed her cheeks, making her look exceptionally delicate and captivating. "Xiao Wang, Jay, I'm all done. You can go use it now. The hot water is fully dialed in," she said, picking up a towel to dry her hair. All right, I walked into the bathroom. The space was suffused with a clean, pleasant body wash fragrance, and a brand new set of toiletries, toothbrush, toothpaste, and towels was neatly laid out on the vanity, clearly prepared specifically for me. Cranking the shower handle, I took a quick, refreshing wash before changing into the fresh gray sleep set I'd brought along. When I stepped back out into the bedroom, Mei Rui had already dried her hair and was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the mattress. Her eyes immediately locked onto me the second I walked through the door. "Why are you staring like that?" I asked, wiping my hair with a towel. "No reason," she mumbled, quickly looking away while biting her lower lip. Her entire body seemed to be vibrating with a subtle, nervous tremor. "Time for bed," she whispered, sliding under the pink duvet. The room grew exceptionally still, so quiet that Mei Rui could clearly hear the thunderous pounding of her own heartbeat echoing in tandem with her trembling frame. It was a cocktail of overwhelming excitement and intense nervousness. Having the boy she had spent years pining for finally returned to her side, sharing the exact same bed. The sheer weight of it all made her emotions crash like ocean waves. "All right, Ruier, are you certain you want to share a bed?" I asked one final time, peering out from beneath the edge of the duvet with only her head exposed. Clutching the quilt tightly to her chin, she gave a firm nod. "I'm completely sure." Click. Without further debate, I reached over and flicked off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into absolute darkness. I lifted the opposite side of the pink duvet and slid in. For a long stretch, neither of us spoke. The room was so silent that the sound of our breathing, particularly Mei Rui's rapid, shallow inhalations, filled the space. Finally, Mei Rui rolled onto her side, facing my direction through the dark. "Xiao Wangge, do you remember? Back when we were little and my parents weren't home, we used to lie side by side on a bed just like this, staring up at the glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling. You'd always tell me stories until I drifted off to sleep without even realizing it." Hearing her words, my mind involuntarily drifted back to those distant days. "I remember you used to badger me endlessly for stories. If I stopped talking, you'd start crying and throw a tantrum until I gave in. I was just a kid back then." Mei Rui mumbled defensively, her voice carrying a sweet, pouty whine in the dark. "And besides, you were the best storyteller around." Silence settled over us once more. Mei Rui lingered quietly in the dark before slowly sliding her hand across the mattress sheet, fumbling blindly through the shadows until her fingers finally brushed against mine. Her palm was slightly cool, though slick with a fine layer of nervous sweat from the exertion. Her fingertips traced the back of my hand, feeling the texture of my skin and my warmth, while her heart hammered furiously against her ribs. She couldn't help but feel that her actions were crossing a line, struggling to suppress the surging affection and long-held desires burning in her chest after countless sleepless, restless nights with her beloved right beside her, and within arm's reach. Mei Rui refused to let another opportunity slip through her fingers. "Xiao Wangge." Mei Rui's voice carried an imperceptible tremor, yet sounded remarkably resolute. "Can I hold you while we sleep, just like we used to do when we were kids?" Holding her breath, she waited nervously for my response, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She terrified herself with the thought of rejection, fearing her boldness might invoke annoyance, but the dread of missing this moment and waiting through countless more lonely nights outweighed her fear. Mercifully, rejection never came. I simply offered a soft hum of assent. The instant she received my confirmation, a surge of overwhelming emotion flooded her. Letting go of my hand, she wiggled her body carefully across the mattress until she was practically flush against my side, moving with feather-like caution so as not to startle me. Once our bodies rested flush together, she slipped her arms around my waist, pressing her cheek firmly against my chest to listen to the steady, rhythmic thrum of my heartbeat. Feeling the warm, pliant contour of her body and her gentle breath against my skin, I raised my arm, looping it around her shoulders to pull her closer into my embrace. The moment she felt my reciprocating hug, Mei Rui's tears finally broke free, spilling over her lashes to dampen my sleep shirt in a cool, dark patch. Clinging to me tighter, inhaling the familiar scent that belonged entirely to her beloved, she dissolved in a profound sense of utter fulfillment. "I've missed you so much," she choked out softly. Every single day, I patted her back with slow, tender strokes. Mei Rui lifted her head, groping through the darkness until her fingertips found my cheekbone, tracing the contour of my brow, the bridge of my nose, and finally hovering over my lips. Tilting her chin up, she pressed a soft, burning kiss directly to my cheek, a kiss branded with her body heat and lingering tears, carrying the concentrated devotion of years spent longing in the shadows. Instead of pulling away after the kiss, she gazed up at me with heightened courage. Though the dark concealed her exact facial expression, I could feel her breathing grow noticeably shallower and faster. "Xiao Wangge," she murmured earnestly, "I don't want to wait anymore. I've waited all these years from a clueless little girl growing into the woman I am now. I don't want to just be your little sister anymore. and I refused to stay stuck at arm's length. Her fingers lingered against my cheek, trembling slightly while her eyes burned with absolute clarity. I like you. I've loved you from the very beginning, and that has never changed. I want to be with you, to become someone irreplaceable in your life, and to take our relationship to the next level. Xiao Wangge, will you accept me? Given how many women had deployed this exact tactical maneuver on me. The moment Mei Rui had suggested sharing a bed, I'd seen the writing on the wall. Facing her deep, unwavering affection, I really found no valid reason to refuse, nor did I have any intention of doing so from the start. Leaning down slightly, I brought my lips close to her ear, my voice dropping into a low, resonant register. I will. Before Mei Rui even had time to process the words, my lips met hers in a deep, sweeping kiss. Her eyes flew wide open in momentary shock before fluttering shut, heavy lashes catching stray tears as she surrendered completely to the sudden warmth and intimacy of the embrace. The space between our lips dissolved into a shared rhythm of breath and heat, sending fireworks blooming through her chest. As the kiss deepened, Mei Rui wrapped her arms tightly around my neck, pressing every inch of her body against mine. Their breaths tangled in the dark, and her heartbeat spun completely out of control, flushing her cheeks and setting her frame shivering with raw excitement. Xiao Wangge, she whispered against my lips, her voice laced with an intoxicating, siren-like vulnerability. I love you. Tipping her chin up, she kissed me back with unreserved urgency. Most of the chilly morning moonlight was blocked out by the heavy blackout curtains, but a few rebellious silver shards managed to slip through like scattered pearls, casting a soft, ethereal glow over the bed to witness our shared intimacy. By dawn, a persistent, chilling drizzle had set in outside, dropping the ambient temperature significantly. Mei Rui shivered awake after discovering one of her smooth, bare shoulders exposed to the draft. Blinking sleepily against the morning light, she stared at the man, resting soundly beside her, taking quite a while to convince herself this wasn't an elaborate dream. She gently lifted her hand, trailing a fingertip across my lips, before sliding it up my cheekbone. Xiao Wangje is so much more handsome than he used to be, she thought with a private smile. Surely this isn't just a hormonal illusion. Reaching up to touch her own face, she felt a lingering flush warming her skin. She certainly hadn't expected me to be quite so formidable and relentless overnight, leaving her thoroughly overwhelmed. Pulling the covers up to tuck her bare shoulders safely away beneath the thick duvet, she slid her hand around my waist once more, pressing her body back against mine. This moment felt absolute and divine. Unfortunately, perfect moments are fleeting. My phone suddenly buzzed against the nightstand. After just 2 rings, my eyes snapped open. Mei Rui stayed tucked tightly against my chest, not daring to move an inch. Reaching out an arm past the opposite pillow, I scooped up the device. Hello? Big bro, are you coming back? Jiang Duo's panicked voice rang out directly through the speaker. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Duo would never place a frantic call like this, unless an absolute emergency had struck. What is it, Duoer? I asked, my tone instantly sharpening into complete focus as I eased myself up from Mei Rui's embrace. I need to head home immediately. My mom is sick. Jiang Duo's words were already fracturing into jagged pieces. What kind of illness? I pressed. My sister said mom suddenly started coughing up blood. She's at the hospital getting checked right now. By this point, his voice was trembling uncontrollably. Don't panic. Wait right there. I'm coming back with you. No, you don't have to. Jiang Duo hadn't expected me to offer to drop everything and travel back by his side. He'd merely called to give me a heads up. Sitting in his hotel room, his mind was utterly shattered, stripped of all calm. With his father out of the picture, his mother had been the sole pillar holding his family together. Now, with her condition shrouded in uncertainty, his entire world was tilting off its axis. Hearing my voice was the only thing keeping him from total collapse. Just stay put and wait for me. I'm heading back right now. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Duo sat frozen on the edge of his bed, staring blankly ahead with hollow eyes, his phone clutched in a death grip. Meanwhile, Mei Rui watched me scramble into motion, her expression clouding with worry. Xiao Wangge, what's wrong? Ruier, I said, turning to her with a serious expression. I have an emergency to handle. Once things settle down, I'll come back and officially fulfill our binding. Without wasting a second, I dialed Yang Xin, one of my dedicated security leads. The phone barely rang twice before she picked up. Master, what are your orders? As I sat on the edge of the bed slipping my shoes on, I rattled off instructions. I need 2 things handled immediately. First, book me the fastest available transport to Shaoxi City flights, high-speed rail, business class, whatever gets me there the quickest. Second, contact the local hospital in Shaoxi to pull the admitting file for a patient named Jiang Yu, around 48 years old, admitted just today. Secure a VIP ward ahead of time, and make sure top-tier medical care is locked down if admission is required. Understood, Master. Ouyang Xin jotted down the parameters seamlessly. I'm on it right now. Appreciate it. I disconnected the call. Both Ouyang Xin and Li Ming belonged to the tier of loyal, exceptionally sharp operatives promoted during the recent structural review, granting them expanded administrative authority well beyond standard bodyguarding duties. Dressed and ready, I briskly washed up. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Mei Rui swallowed her disappointment and refrained from peppering me with questions. Though she desperately wanted to tag along, she understood this wasn't the time. Swallowing her reluctance, she walked me out to the courtyard entrance. Seeing me off with lingering, tear-filled eyes before the estate vehicle whisked me back toward the hotel. Arriving back at our hotel floor, I strode down the corridor and knocked on Jiang Duo's door. The person who cracked it open wasn't Jiang Duo, but Zhang Xiun. Inside the suite, Bei Lilei, Tong Yi, and Su Lingyun were gathered around, trying to keep Jiang Duo grounded. It's going to be fine, Duor. Maybe it was just something bad she ate, you don't need to jump to the worst conclusions. Yeah, Duor, keep your chin up. Auntie is strong, she'll be alright. They offered a flurry of soothing reassurances, but Jiang Duo sat stiff as a wooden statue, completely unresponsive. Having lost his father early in life, he and his sister had been raised entirely by their mother. She was his emotional anchor. With her status suddenly hanging in the balance, his internal equilibrium had completely shattered. Hubby, big bro, the girls gasped, spotting me stepping into the room. They immediately stood up to clear a path. I walked straight over to Jiang Duo, placing a firm, grounding hand on his shoulder. Duoer. He gave a sharp shudder, slowly turning his head. The moment his tear-filled eyes locked onto mine, the dam broke, and fresh tears spilled down his cheeks. I pulled him into a secure embrace, and he instantly locked his arms around me like a drowning man clutching driftwood. Did you notify your teachers? I asked. Yes, we took care of that. Su Lingyan chimed in softly. Duor already filed an official leave request. Should all of us go with you? She asked, a flicker of hesitation in her voice as she witnessed Jiang Duo's uncharacteristic vulnerability firsthand. No, having everyone tag along will just create logistical chaos, I replied decisively. Besides, you all need to continue participating in the exchange panels. Opportunities like this don't come around twice. It'll just be me and Duor heading back. Jiang Duo didn't object. At this moment, his absolute emotional dependency was entirely anchored to me. Alright. If anything changes, hubby, keep us updated in real time, Su Lingyun instructed carefully. Will do. Right as I finished the sentence, my phone chimed with an incoming update from Ouyang Xin. Master, I've secured 2 business-class tickets on high-speed rail service GX, 1 direct to Shaoxi, departing in 1 hour. I've already dispatched Li Ming to meet you at the platform. The hospital in Shaoxi reports the patient was admitted 2 hours ago by her daughter. Preliminary scans showed dark red blood and food debris in the vomit, pointing toward a severe gastrointestinal hemorrhage. Comprehensive diagnostic workups are underway right now. Got it. Keep me posted, I replied mentally. Also, confirm the local reception team is waiting at the Shaoxi station. I've also had them coordinate with Director Zhao from Beijing General Hospital, who happens to be lecturing down there. His direct contact has been pushed to your phone. Understood, Master. Safe travels. Satisfied with the watertight logistics, I pulled Jiang Duo up by the arm. Come on, Duer, let's move. Right now, Jiang Duo was operating like a compliant, dazed child, letting me guide his every step without a word of resistance. Don't worry, Duoer, I'm right here. Lin Wang's voice was a steady anchor, cutting straight through the panic wrapping around Jiang Duo's racing thoughts. The younger man slowly lifted his head, his eyes rimmed with raw red. The gentle, usually quiet eyes were completely overwhelmed with helplessness, shining with total, unconditional trust as he looked up. Can we go now? Jiang Duo asked, his voice weak and paper-thin. We're heading straight to the high-speed rail station to catch the fastest train home, Lin Wang said, keeping his tone exceptionally soft and steady. Don't worry about anything in Shaoxi. I've already arranged for our people to handle everything ahead. Just stop overthinking. Jiang Duo didn't reply, simply giving a submissive, obedient nod. Naturally, Lin Wang wrapped an arm around his waist, drawing him securely into his side. Everything's going to be fine. Mom's going to be okay. While offering gentle, continuous reassurances, Lin Wang reached down to zip up the small overnight bag Jiang Duo had hastily stuffed with a random assortment of clothes during his panic, giving it a quick once-over to make sure his ID, phone, and chargers weren't left behind. Down in the hotel lobby, Zhang Xiun, Bei Lilei, Tong Yi, and Su Lingyun stood close to see them off. Seeing Jiang Duo's drained, ashen face, they couldn't help offering parting words of comfort. Duoer, try not to panic too much. Watch your step on the road, and text us as soon as you hit the hospital to let us know you've arrived safely. Hubby, take good care of Duoer. If you need anything at all, just reach out to us, Su Lingyan added, pressing a final note of support. Lin Wang committed every instruction to memory. Outside the entrance, a luxury sedan waited at the curb, and Li Ming stood at attention, pulling open the door with crisp precision. Master, madam, please get in. The timing is precise. We won't miss the train. Supporting Jiang Duo to ensure his jittery nerves didn't cause him to stumble, Lin Wang ushered him into the back seat. Once settled, Jiang Duo instinctively pressed flush against Lin Wang's side, staring out the rain-streaked window with hollow eyes as the droplets blurred the passing neon cityscape. Cold? Noticing Jiang Duo's body shivering slightly from the chill, Lin Wang reached over to grab the plush vehicle blanket, draping it carefully across his lap while bumping up the cabin's climate control. Jiang Duo shook his head, offering no words. Have some water, wet your throat. Lin Wang unscrewed a bottle of warm water from the console and pressed it gently against his lips. Obediently, Jiang Duo parted his lips, swallowing a few sips that smoothed down his parched throat and eased the tension left behind by acute anxiety. Still, his gaze remained pinned to his phone screen, alternating between dreading bad news and desperately waiting for an update. Sensing the turmoil tearing through his mind, Lin Wang offered a reassuring hand. Stop staring at your screen. The more you look, the more anxious you'll get. Just close your eyes and rest for a bit. I'll wake you up the second we hit the station. Obediently, Jiang Duo closed his eyes, though Lin Wang could still feel the rigid tension locked in his muscles and the deep furrow between his brows, proving he was miles away from finding genuine rest. Through sheets of steady rain and relentless thunder, the car carved its way toward the Hucheng railway terminal. 10 minutes later, the vehicle glided beneath the station's covered drop-off zone. Li Ming hopped out first, snapping open a large golf umbrella and sprinting around to shelter the rear door. Lin Wang stepped out first, taking the umbrella to shield Jiang Duo as he guided him out of the cabin, instinctively tilting the canopy so that the bulk of the cover fell squarely over the younger man. Noticing the angle, Jiang Duo instinctively leaned closer to Lin Wang to make sure he stayed dry too, but Lin Wang simply pressed a steady hand to his shoulder. I'm not cold, don't worry. Let's head inside quickly before we get soaked. Stepping into the bustling terminal hall, waves of travelers rushed past in hurried motion. Because Ouyang Xin had already cleared all logistical hurdles ahead of time, they bypassed the public queues entirely, gliding straight through the VIP access lane and security check onto the platform. Guiding Jiang Duo by the hand, Lin Wang located their assigned carriage for the business class cabin. A uniformed attendant greeted them with a polite bow, swinging open the sliding partition door. Once inside, Lin Wang seated Jiang Duo comfortably, tucking their small luggage bag away before settling right beside him. The spacious, reclining business class seats offered plenty of breathing room, and Lin Wang adjusted the recline angle to maximize his comfort. With a smooth, gentle jolt, the high-speed rail glided away from the Hucheng platform. Leaning back against the headrest, Jiang Duo's mind drifted frantically backward, racing along the tracks toward the hospital in Shaoxi City, straight to his mother's bedside. Big bro, Jiang Duo whispered, his voice trembling as he broke the silence. Is she going to be really sick? My sister said she threw up so much blood. When I was still back home, Mom used to complain about stomach pains all the time, but she always refused to let us take her to the hospital. His frame began to rack with violent, sudden tremors. Lin Wang instantly pulled him tight against his chest. No, Duoer, stop letting your imagination run wild. The blood your sister described was dark red, mixed with food debris, which heavily points towards standard gastrointestinal issues like a gastric or duodenal ulcer. It sounds terrifying, but as long as it's treated promptly, it resolves quickly. But I'm still so scared. Choked with tears, Jiang Duo buried his face completely against Lin Wang's shirt. I've got you, don't be afraid, Lin Wang murmured directly into his ear, his voice rich and grounding. I've already coordinated with Director Zhao from Beijing General Hospital. He happens to be in Shaoxi on an exchange lecture right now. He'll personally oversee your mother's case and ensure she gets the highest tier of medical care available. Knowing how introverted, sensitive, and prone to catastrophic thinking Jiang Duo tended to be under stress, Lin Wang laid out every administrative detail clearly, grounding him in the hard reality that everything was firmly under control. Listening in silence, Jiang Duo's death grip on Lin Wang's arm slowly relaxed, and the violent shivering ebbed away. Outside the panoramic windows, the bustling metropolis dissolved into rolling green farmland and peaceful rural villages under a persistent gray drizzle. Inside the warm, insulated cabin, the gentle hum of the rails served as a steady lullaby. After a quiet stretch, Jiang Duo lifted his head, his eyes carrying a heavy wave of guilt. Big bro, I didn't ruin your plans, did I? Lin Wang cut him off instantly, his tone brooking no argument. Duoer, listen to me. Whenever you need me, I will drop everything to be by your side the very second it counts. Your mother is sick. Coming back with you to take care of her is exactly where I should be. A fresh wave of moisture welled up in Jiang Duo's eyes, and he nodded mutely, resting his forehead back against Lin Wang's shoulder as he closed his eyes. Though sleep still evaded him, the blinding panic gripping his chest had largely dissipated. Pulling out his phone, Lin Wang messaged Ouyang Xin to pull the latest status report from the hospital. Within moments, a reply flashed across his screen. Is less than master, anti-director, it's Jiang's. The VIP Zhao, already amenities, and are bleeding commenced. Diagnostic finalized. Fully, gastric has immediately, inpatient is life-threatening. Monitoring necessary, not off on overnight panels prep protocol, required. Reviewed signed, stabilized suite. The therapeutic though treatment ulcer condition with workups is greater than... Seeing the confirmation, Lin Wang let out an audible breath of relief, turning immediately to share the good news. Duoer, the test results are in. It's a bleeding gastric ulcer, and it's not severe. Director Zhao has already locked down the treatment plan, and we can start active treatment the second we walk through the ward doors. Jiang Duo's eyes snapped wide open. Really? Would I ever lie to you about something like this? Lin Wang showed him the encrypted text exchange with Ouyang Xin. Hearing that it wasn't the nightmare scenario his anxious mind had manufactured, Jiang Duo's spirits lifted dramatically. Prone to catastrophic worst-case spirals, having Lin Wang step in to sweep away the darkness left him visibly grounded. Sensing that he hadn't eaten properly all day, Lin Wang reached into his carry bag, pulling out a soft milk pastry and a fresh beverage, gently feeding him bit by bit. Though Jiang Duo had zero appetite, he obediently chewed and swallowed whatever Lin Wang handed him. Time slipped away as the train raced along the iron tracks towards Shaoxi City. A 6-hour rail journey isn't short, but as the onboard intercom chimed softly to announce their impending arrival, the transition felt seamless. The train glided smoothly into the Shaoxi City station platform and came to a complete halt. Stepping off the carriage into the crisp, post-rain air, sunlight broke through the lingering cloud cover. But Jiang Duo remained entirely single-minded, his hand locked tightly around Lin Wang's as they hurried toward the exit gates. The moment they stepped past the arrival's barrier, a sharp, professional-looking middle-aged man holding a welcome placard reading Mr. Lin Wang strode forward. Dressed in a crisp black suit with an immaculate, composed bearing, he greeted them with a smooth bow. "Master, Madam, I am Gao Yong, assigned by Captain Ouyang to handle your ground transport. The vehicle is ready outside, please follow me." Lin Wang gave an approving nod. "Thank you, Gao. Let's move straight to the hospital." "Right this way, sir." Gao Yong took the luggage bag from Lin Wang's hand and led them efficiently toward the parking facility. Once settled inside the luxury vehicle, Gao Yong navigated smoothly through the city arteries straight toward the Shaoxi City First People's Hospital. Parking directly within the VIP drop-off zone, he sprinted around to pop open the rear doors. "We've arrived, Master, Madam. Captain Ouyang has coordinated directly with hospital administration, and Director Zhao is currently waiting for you upstairs." As he opened the trunk, Gao Yong pulled out several premium wellness gift boxes. "I brought these ahead of time, hope they're appropriate." "Appreciate the thought, Gao. How much did they run you? I'll have accounting reimburse you." Gao Yong offered a breezy laugh. "Consider it my personal contribution, sir. It's a modest gesture." "Understood. Thank you for the smooth transit." Carrying the primary parcels with Jiang Duo assisting on the lighter bags, the two strode up the grand stone steps of the hospital entrance. The moment they cleared the double glass doors, a delegation of senior medical personnel in pristine white coats hurried out to meet them. At the absolute front of the line stood an authoritative middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and an expression of polished, welcoming warmth. Extending her hands forward in a respectful gesture, she spoke with deferential enthusiasm. "You must be Master Lin Wang. I am Zhou Mingzhu, president of the Shaoxi City First People's Hospital. Captain Ouyang gave us advance notice of your arrival. You and Madam must have had an exhausting journey, please, right this way." Trailing behind President Li were several department leads and senior nurses, all smiling cordially. Lin Wang offered a calm, polite nod. "President Zhou, you're far too kind. Thank you for taking the time to greet us personally. My main priority is getting an immediate assessment of my mother-in-law, Jiang Yue's condition." "Understood completely. President Zhou nodded repeatedly, gesturing smoothly toward the interior corridors. Director Zhao has already synthesized her complete diagnostic history and prepared a comprehensive briefing. Would you prefer to review the files in my office first, or head directly up to the inpatient ward to check on Madame Jiang?" "Let's go straight to the ward to see her first. We can catch the clinical breakdown from Director Zhao along the way," Lin Wang decided. "Splendid. Right this way, please," President Zhou smiled. Madame Jiang is currently resting in VIP Suite 3 on the 3rd floor, an exceptionally quiet environment, ideal for recovery. As the procession moved briskly down the clean, sunlit corridors of the inpatient building, President Zhou kept up a running commentary. "Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but while our hospital doesn't rival the monolithic tertiary centers in Beijing, our Department of Gastroenterology is top-tier regionally. Having Director Zhao here on an academic exchange fellowship is an incredible stroke of luck. He is the premier authority on digestive medicine in Beijing General Hospital. With him at the helm, you can rest entirely assured regarding Madame Jiang's prognosis. I appreciate Director Zhao's expertise, and thank you and your staff for stepping up," Lin Wang replied smoothly. "Oh, it's our absolute duty." President Zhou waved off the compliment with a modest smile. "Being of service to Mr. Lin is an honor for our entire institution." Moments later, the group arrived on the 3rd floor. The hallways were spotless, bathed in warm afternoon sunlight filtering through expansive double-pane windows. Halting in front of a heavy double-leaf VIP door, President Zhou lowered her voice. "Mr. Lin, Madame Jiang, this is the room. Her 2 daughters are currently inside keeping her company." Lin Wang gave the door a soft push, and Jiang Duo's eyes immediately locked onto the bed. Propped up against the pillows of the medical bed was a middle-aged woman. Though her complexion remained somewhat pale, her spirit and alertness seemed remarkably solid. It was Jiang Duo's mother, Jiang Yue. Standing beside the mattress were 2 women, one dressed in a sharp professional business suit exuding an executive air, and the other wearing casual, comfortable loungewear with a gentle expression. The moment the door opened, both sisters turned around in surprise. "Mom." Jiang Duo rushed forward, his voice choking with tears as he reached the bedside. Upon seeing her son, Jiang Yue's expression instantly darkened with maternal scolding. Who on earth went and worried Duo with this? The 2 older daughters lowered their heads guiltily, not daring to utter a word. "Mom, don't blame my sisters. I only found out because I happened to call them," Jiang Duo said, clutching his mother's frail hand tightly. "How are you feeling? Are you still in pain?" Stepping up beside the bed, Lin Wang looked down gently. "How are you holding up, mother?" Jiang Yue looked up and met Lin Wang's eyes, a soft, approving smile breaking across her features. Her youngest daughter was truly blessed. Not only had she secured admission into prestigious Daijing University, but she had also married a young man of extraordinary caliber, bringing a level of security and standing to the entire family that felt almost surreal. "Oh, I really am basking in the glow of my daughter's fortune," Jiang Yue began, starting to push herself up from the mattress. Lin Wang quickly stepped forward to steady her. "There's no need to force it, just lie back and rest." At that moment, Jiang Duo's older sisters, Jiang Xia and Jiang Chu, appraised Lin Wang with keen, assessing gazes. Though dressed in simple casual wear, his natural presence was impossible to mask. His facial features were sharp and well-defined, and his gaze carried a calm, reassuring warmth. Yielding to Lin Wang's gentle pressure on her shoulders, Jiang Yue smoothly settled back against the pillows. Her eyes swept over Jiang Duo's still reddened eyelids, and she chided gently. "You worry too much over every little thing, making yourself panic over nothing." From the side, Lin Wang offered a soothing interjection. "Mom, Duo was just worried about you. Coming back to check on you gives us all peace of mind. What you need right now is proper rest, so don't strain yourself talking too much." Hearing Lin Wang's words, Jiang Yue's expression softened considerably, her tone turning remarkably gentle. "Our son-in-law is so thoughtful." The more she looked at Lin Wang, the more pleased she felt. At that juncture, President Zhou cleared her throat respectfully. "Mr. Lin, Madam, since Madam Jiang has finished her IV drip and her spirits are looking good, Director Zhao is currently waiting for us in his office. Would you like to head over there to go over the treatment protocol in detail and let Madam Jiang get some uninterrupted rest? Miss Jiang Chu can stay here to look after her." Lin Wang gave an approving nod. "Sounds good. Lead the way, President Zhou." Reluctant to step away, Jiang Duo murmured, "Mom, can I just stay here with you a little longer?" "Go ahead with your husband, I'll be fine." Jiang Yue smiled, her face retaining an elegant, mature charm even in illness. "Your second sister is right here. Nothing can go wrong. If there are any important details about the treatment plan, you can fill me in later." Knowing he couldn't argue, Jiang Duo finally conceded, trailing out of the ward alongside Lin Wang, Jiang Xia, and President Zhou. The office was located directly across the hall, spacious, bright, and furnished with a comfortable sitting area and a large executive desk, neatly organized with medical files and clinical documentation. Sitting behind the desk, Director Zhao Wenbin, a middle-aged man with sharp features, a crisp white coat, and meticulously combed hair, immediately stood up to greet them the moment they stepped inside. "Mr. Lin, Madam, and Miss Jiang, welcome. I am Zhao Wenbin." Director Zhao extended a hand to shake Lin Wang's, his demeanor composed and professional. "Please, have a seat. Let's go over the specifics together." Once everyone settled into the sofa seating, a nurse brought in cups of warm water. Director Zhao opened Jiang Yue's diagnostic folder and began his breakdown. Madam Jiang's condition is an acute gastric ulcer complicated by hemorrhage. Fortunately, she was brought in promptly. The volume of blood loss was relatively minor, avoiding severe anemia or other critical complications. We've already administered primary hemostatic and acid suppressive therapy, and her vital signs are fully stabilized. He paused briefly before continuing. The subsequent treatment plan will span 3 distinct phases. As Director Zhao laid out the medical roadmap with crisp, flawless logic, President Zhao watched him with a flicker of internal warmth. He and Zhao Wenbin had been university classmates back in the day. Because Zhao had always excelled academically and enjoyed certain career advantages, he had easily secured an elite placement in Beijing, rising meteorically to become an esteemed authority. His visit to their hospital for this academic exchange was largely a courtesy to his old classmate. Yet, despite his advancing years, President Zhou still found his heart stirring whenever he looked at Director Zhao. Sensing those unmistakable feelings, Zhao Wenbin quietly pushed them aside, keeping his focus professional. After all, he still had 8 wives waiting for him back in Jinsheng, and nearing middle age, he frequently felt his stamina flagging, coupled with a persistent dull ache in his lower back which colleagues warned him was the price of severe burnout. Just as Zhao Wenbin's thoughts drifted, the eldest sister, Jiang Xia, broke the professional rhythm. "Director Zhao, how long will my mother need to stay hospitalized? She hates sitting idle at home and is already talking about going back to work." "She'll need approximately 2 weeks of inpatient care," Director Zhao answered, snapping back to attention. "The first week will focus strictly on monitoring hemostasis to ensure zero risk of rebleeding, while the second week will center on targeted etiology treatment and rehabilitation. After discharge, she will require at least a month of strict home rest, avoiding overexertion or emotional stress. Her diet must remain strictly bland and easily digestible, zero spicy, greasy, or raw foods, and absolute avoidance of alcohol, coffee, and strong tea." Jiang Duo chimed in anxiously. "How often will she need follow-up checkups after she's discharged?" "Follow-up evaluations are scheduled for 1 month, 3 months, and 6 months post-discharge," Director Zhao explained. "Each visit will involve a gastroscopy and a complete blood count to track the ulcer's healing progress. Following that, the group reviewed potential medication side effects and dietary restrictions, which Director Zhao answered point by point. Jiang Xia and Jiang Duo nodded repeatedly in understanding. "Thank you, Director Zhao. We appreciate your thoroughness," Lin Wang added. "We are fully on board with the treatment plan. Please look after her care going forward." Just fulfilling my duty, Director Zhao smiled warmly. Madame Jiang's condition is far from critical. With proper adherence to our nursing and medical protocols, her recovery will be swift, so there's no need for undue anxiety. Right as everyone finished hammering out the final details of the care regimen, the office door swung open with a sharp, echoing bang. A young woman dressed in loose hospital pajamas burst unceremoniously into the room. Though her long hair fell in disarray around her shoulders and her complexion retained a faint paleness, it did nothing to conceal her breathtaking, arresting beauty. Her eyebrows were shaped like painted art, carrying a natural, magnetic allure. Her bridge of the nose was high, her lips perfectly sculpted, and her skin possessed a flawless, porcelain fairness. Even draped in oversized patient scrubs, her slender, graceful silhouette and the proud, striking aura radiating from her were undeniable. It was none other than Yan Shangshang, the reigning national goddess and actress currently filming locally, who had been admitted earlier for acute gastroenteritis. Marching straight up to Director Zhao's desk, she pleaded, "Director Zhao, I'm genuinely fine now. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore, and I can eat normally. Please just discharge me. The production crew is waiting on me for shooting, and any further delays are going to mess up the entire schedule." Director Zhao frowned, his expression turning stern. "Miss Yan, your acute gastroenteritis is not completely resolved. While your symptoms have subsided, your intestinal mucosa is still dealing with active inflammation. Discharging you now makes you extremely susceptible to a relapse. Furthermore, your erratic eating habits over the past few days have left your body deeply fatigued. You must remain under observation for at least 2 more days until the inflammation clears entirely." "I really can handle it." Yan Shangshang stamped her foot, her voice slipping into a spoiled, pleading whine. "I usually have a phenomenal constitution. This minor bug is nothing, and it definitely won't come back. Director Zhao, please bend the rules just this once." As she spoke, her gaze instinctively swept across the room, landing directly on Lin Wang, who was seated quietly on the sofa. The exact microsecond Yan Shangshang's eyes locked onto him, her breathing hitched, freezing dead in her tracks. Having spent years in the upper echelons of the entertainment industry, she had seen her fair share of drop-dead gorgeous men. Though male talent was scarcer in showbiz, striking faces were hardly rare. Yet, not a single man had ever delivered a visual and psychological impact quite like this. Lin Wang was dressed in a simple white casual t-shirt and dark trousers, maintaining an upright, poised posture. His facial features were chiseled and striking. Yet, as he sat there quietly returning her gaze, his eyes remained completely flat and unreadable, devoid of a single trace of dazzled appreciation, looking at her with the exact same detached neutrality one might reserve for a common stranger. That utter lack of reaction was a direct byproduct of living surrounded by natural beauties like Song Wannian and the rest of the squad. Having been immersed in elite aesthetics day in and day out, Lin Wang's threshold for visual stimuli remained entirely unruffled. Even someone as radiantly captivating as Yan Shangshang barely registered as extraordinary in his eyes. Yet, precisely because of that indifferent, unbothered gaze, Yan Shangshang's heart skipped a full beat. An unprecedented surge of nervous electricity washed over her, sending a sudden flutter through her chest like a startled flock of birds. A blush rushed, uninvited, up her cheeks, staining her pale skin with a sudden, vivid warmth. The mountain of rehearsed arguments I had meticulously prepared to persuade Director Zhao vanished completely from my mind. Director Zhao was still patiently offering words of wisdom. "Miss Yan, health is your true capital. Filming is important, but you cannot gamble with your well-being. If you discharge yourself now and suffer a relapse, you won't just lose more time, you might even worsen the condition, which is entirely counterproductive." Yet, Yan Shangshang wasn't processing a single word he said. Her gaze remained rigidly locked onto me, incapable of shifting away. In all her 20-odd years, she had never experienced anything resembling love at first sight with any man. It felt like a predestined collision, where she fell head over heels in a fraction of a second. Sensing the intensity of her stare, I subtly shifted my posture, though I kept my expression neutral and offered no outward reaction, letting my eyes drift back to Director Zhao. "Director Zhao, this is Director Zhao. Hasten to make introductions. Ah, this is Miss Yan Shangshang, a renowned actress currently filming locally here in Shaoxi, admitted for acute gastroenteritis." He then turned toward Yan Shangshang. "Miss Yan, this is Master Lin Wang." "Lin Wang," Yan Shangshang repeated silently in her heart. A man bearing this level of composed tranquility could never be the product of an ordinary family background. Even in a world where men held a distinct societal status, the vast majority of men who crossed her path still visibly lost their composure when facing her. Countless wealthy suitors had eagerly offered to marry her as their primary wife, yet none of them had ever sparked her interest. She would rather endure personal frustration than bind herself to a man she didn't love, such was the pride born from her extraordinary looks. Now, observing how entirely unfazed Lin Wang remained by her presence, she had to forcefully suppress the fluttering turmoil in her chest, desperately fighting to maintain her usual haughty demeanor, as she gave him a slight, polite nod of acknowledgement. Only she knew how violently her heart was hammering against her ribs. Seeing that she had finally quieted down, Director Zhao assumed she had taken his advice to heart and continued, "Miss Yan, just stay put under observation for the next 2 days. I'll run a fresh set of labs tomorrow morning, and if everything looks stable, we can discharge you the day after. How does that sound? Under normal circumstances, Yan Xiangshang would have debated him tooth and nail over an extended hospital stay. But right now, her mind was so thoroughly occupied by Lin Wang that she couldn't care less about discharge schedules. Her only immediate objective was uncovering who this man was, why he was here, and how long he planned to stay. Hearing that tomorrow brought diagnostics and the day after brought potential release, she blurted out instinctively, "Then, Mr. Lin, will you and your family be staying here at the hospital over the next few days?" The second the words cleared her lips, instant regret washed over her. Accustomed to her habitual pride, she never initiated inquiries about strangers, let alone pursued them this forwardly. The sudden, uncharacteristic question made her sound far too eager. Jiang Duo caught the underlying subtext, shooting a sideways glance at Lin Wang in silence. Lin Wang was momentarily taken aback by the directness, but maintained his polite composure. "My mother-in-law is hospitalized here, so I expect I'll be staying for a few days." Yan Xiangshang's eyes lit up instantly. That single confirmation completely rewired her calculus. Turning back to Director Zhao, she changed her tune on a dime. "All right, Director Zhao, I'll stay for 2 days of observation. But you must run a thorough evaluation tomorrow, and if my lab's clear, you are discharging me the day after without fail." Director Zhao was genuinely startled by her abrupt about-face, but he nodded agreeably. "Not a problem at all. As long as the clinical results are clean, we'll clear you the day after tomorrow." Yan Xiangshang couldn't resist sneaking another glance at Lin Wang, noting how he was currently murmuring softly to Jiang Duo with a gentle, patient posture. A sharp pang of envy twitched in her chest. Pulling herself together and struggling to anchor her haughty facade, she offered a polite parting nod to the room. "Pardon the intrusion," she murmured before turning and exiting the office. The moment she stepped out into the corridor, Yan Xiangshang whipped out her phone and speed-dialed her assistant, Xiao Han, her tone sharp with urgency. "Xiao Han, I need you to run a background check on someone immediately." Startled by the abrupt command, Xiao Han replied, "Who are we looking up, Xiangjie?" "His name is Lin Wang," Yang Xiangshang said, a trace of unmasked intensity coloring her voice. "That's all I know. I want every single available record on anyone named Lin Wang, pull family background, career history, hobbies, whether he has any bad habits or red flags. I want it exhaustive." Pausing in surprise, Xiao Han blinked. "Shang-Ji, why are you suddenly running background checks on a random guy? Do you know him? Stop asking questions and just do what I tell you. Get it run as fast as possible, and text me the second you have results." "Okay, Xiangjie, I'm on it right now." Not daring to push further, Xiao Han accepted the task and hung up. Leaning back against the corridor wall, Yan Xiangxiang raised a hand to gently press against her still warm cheeks while Lin Wang's image replayed vividly in her mind. Growing up, she had never suffered a shortage of pursuers. Billionaire heirs and A-list industry heavyweights alike had endlessly courted her with lavish displays of affection. Yet, not once had her pulse quickened for any of them. She had always assumed those men were either captivated by her physical beauty or calculating her public clout. Yet today, the very second she laid eyes on Lin Wang, her defenses had completely collapsed. His gaze was clear and warm, his demeanor steady and poised, radiating an absolute tranquility that made her feel instantly secure. She knew with absolute certainty that this was love at first sight. Regardless of his exact identity or what kind of power backed him, Yan Xiangshang knew that whatever she wanted, she invariably secured. As for walking up and asking for his WeChat handle, that was beneath her operating style. Her objective wasn't to chase, but to attract, refusing to start by positioning herself below him from step one. Taking a deep, stabilizing breath, she pushed down the tidal wave of excitement in her chest and turned toward her private suite. Since he was stationed at the hospital for the foreseeable future, she had a mountain of opportunities ahead of her. Back inside the office, Jiang Xiao watched Yan Xiangshang's retreating figure with mild astonishment. "Was that Yan Xiangshang? I never imagined running into her in real life. She's even more breathtaking in person than she is on television." Jiang Duo nodded in quiet agreement. "She really is gorgeous. Looks like an absolute fairy." As he spoke, Jiang Duo cast a speculative sideways glance at Lin Wang. A tiny part of him wondered if he should help facilitate an exchange of contacts, since Yan Xiangshang's lingering gaze had clearly carried a distinct spark of attraction. In his eyes, any stunning beauty drawn to Lin Wang fundamentally belonged in his orbit anyway, because Lin Wang's worth entirely justified it. Lin Wang, however, offered no reaction. A national goddess and famous actress, to someone accustomed to the jaw-dropping caliber of Song Wannian and the rest of the domestic household, Yan Xiangshang barely registered as an anomaly. He had easily read the subtext behind her lingering gaze, but chose to let it wash over him without wasting mental bandwidth. After all, women casting love at first sight glances his way was a daily occupational hazard. If he stopped to process every single one, his heart would buckle under the traffic. For the remainder of the afternoon, Lin Wang accompanied Jiang Duo back to the impatient room. Though Jiang Duo hoped to take over full-time bedside duty for his mother, Jiang Yue flatly refused, waving them away under the pretext that staying in the hospital would disrupt Jiang Duo's university coursework and interfere with Lin Wang's official schedule. After repeated, gentle assurances that he and Lin Wang were simply visiting on an authorized school break and that the distance to Hucheng meant they couldn't commute daily, Jiang Yu finally relented on one condition. She insisted they head back to her local family home to rest rather than camping out in cramped hospital chairs. Possessing a stubborn, unyielding streak of her own, Jiang Yue held firm on this point, refusing to let them hover. Even with Jiang Duo's naturally soft-spoken, yielding nature, he couldn't sway her on this matter. Left with zero alternatives, the two of them packed up their primary gear and temporarily exited the ward. Down in the hospital parking bay, Gao Yang was still waiting with the vehicle. "Master, madam, are we heading to the accommodation Captain Ouyang arranged?" Gao Yang asked, stepping out immediately. It's the highest-rated luxury hotel in the district, guaranteed to provide optimal rest while remaining just minutes from the hospital for easy commuting. Lin Wang cast a glance down at Jiang Duo. The younger man was nervously twisting his fingers together, clearly wrestling with internal hesitation. Part of him wanted to bring Lin Wang back to his family home after all, since Lin Wang had made the trip all the way to his hometown. Keeping him cooped up in a sterile hotel felt inappropriate, even if the hotel was undeniably more comfortable. Do you want to head back to my place instead?" Jiang Duo lifted his eyes, offering a timid, questioning glance. Ultimately, his stance hinged entirely on Lin Wang's preference. If Lin Wang preferred the comfort of the hotel suite, he would drop the topic immediately. "I'd love to," Lin Wang replied with a welcoming smile, turning to Gao Yang. "Keep the hotel suite on standby just in case we need it later. For now, let's head to his place. Duoer, give the driver your address." Hearing Lin Wang accept without hesitation visibly relaxed Jiang Duo's shoulders. He looked up, giving the driver their destination, Fanghua Yuan Residential Community, Qinghua District. Gao Yang gave a crisp nod. "Understood, madam. Master, please, get in." He opened the rear doors for them. Just as they were about to step into the cabin, Jiang Duo's eldest sister, Jiang Xia, hurried out from the inpatient lobby carrying a light green printed canvas tote bag. "Duer," she called out, sliding into the vehicle right behind them. She had been dispatched by their mother to head back to the apartment, cook a proper meal, and pack a change of essentials. While the household was kept tidy, Jiang Yu remained a worrier at heart. If she hadn't been anchored to an IV drip, she would have sprinted home to handle it herself. Since she was grounded, her eldest daughter had to step in as surrogate. With Jiang Xia and Jiang Duo occupying the rear row, Lin Wang took the front passenger seat. As the sedan carved its way through the rainy streets, the two sisters engaged in a quiet, running stream of whispered chatter in the back, though stray words occasionally drifted past the back of my seat. Jiang Xia's features were notably sharper than Jiang Duo's, carrying a more resolute, decisive aura. At 22 years old, she was only 3 years older than Jiang Duo, the exact same age as Song Wannian. Now that her younger brother had secured such an extraordinary partner, both Jiang Xia and her sister Jiang Chu were bound to field no shortage of pointed reminders from Jiang Yu regarding their own relationship statuses. The truth was, Jiang Xia hadn't actively avoided dating. Rather, eligible men in their social tier were astonishingly scarce, and local marriage customs routinely demanded astronomical dowries scaling into the millions, a financial barrier completely outside their family's reach. Though Jiang Xia possessed striking looks that frequently attracted suitors willing to look past financial hurdles, the heavy dowry demands ultimately scared away prospective matches, dragging out her single status well past typical milestones. Say, Jiang Xia lowered her voice until it was barely a breath, leaning toward her younger brother with a mixture of nervous anticipation. "Do you think you could ask your husband to bind with me too?" As she stared at her little brother, her eyes shimmered with transparent hope. Not only was Lin Wang financially untouchable, but his appearance and physical presence were out of this world. Which woman could witness that firsthand and remain entirely immune? Jiang Duo gave his eldest sister a slow, critical once-over, then shook his head. "Why are you shaking your head?" Jiang Xia hissed, narrowing her eyes. Jiang Duo bit his lip, keeping his voice to a murmur. "Big sis you," he trailed off, swallowing the rest of the sentence. "What about me?" Jiang Xia demanded defensively. While Jiang Xia certainly qualified as a head-turning beauty by ordinary local standards, the moment you dropped her into Lin Wang's existing inner circle of partners, she immediately blurred into complete anonymity. Furthermore, inheriting their mother's quiet, unassuming temperament, Jiang Du instinctively figured that his big bro would likely find her entirely forgetful. As it turned out, Jiang Duo's quiet assessment was spot on. While Jiang Xia was undeniably pretty to the average eye, she lacked the arresting, standout aesthetic impact required to register as a blip on Lin Wang's radar. Half an hour later, the vehicle slowed to a stop outside Jiang Duo's residential block. It was an aging, weathered complex so thoroughly aged that broad patches of exterior facade stucco had cracked and peeled away from the concrete. Down below, electric scooters, tricycles, and mountain bikes were haphazardly chained to every available anchor point, while an overflowing industrial dumpster at the corner exhaled a heavy stale aroma. "Let's head upstairs, big bro," Jiang Duo said, instinctively reaching out to link his arm through mine, suddenly self-conscious about letting me witness the stark contrast of his living conditions. Lin Wang offered a slow, reassuring nod. Jiang Xia took the lead, jogging up the concrete steps ahead of us. Just as they reached the entryway threshold, an older woman carrying a woven vegetable market basket stepped out from the dim interior hall. Spotting Lin Wang, Jiang Duo, and Jiang Xia entering together, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Oh, Duo is back. Is this your man?" The middle-aged woman planted her feet, inspecting Lin Wang from head to toe with unblinking intensity. In all her years living in this neighborhood, she had never laid eyes on a man carrying this level of quiet authority. Jiang Duo instinctively tried to step sideways to shield Lin Wang from her direct line of sight, but Lin Wang calmly nudged him aside, maintaining an unruffled composure. "Auntie Li, we're just back to drop off some groceries." Jiang Xia attempted to interject, trying to deflect her attention. Auntie Li ignored her entirely. Her cloudy, rheumy eyes remained permanently glued to Lin Wang's face. She had lived her entire life in Shaoxi without ever seeing such a sharply chiseled, impeccably proportioned young man. His posture was as straight as a young poplar tree, and his calm, unflappable aura was something you simply never encountered among the men of a backwater provincial town. Lifting her voice to a booming, neighborhood gossip register, she stepped right up to Lin Wang and cooed, "Tisk, tisk, tisk. Look at this face. Look at this bearing. Handsomer than those movie stars on television." Auntie Li babbled, invading his personal space. "Young man, what's your surname? How old are you?" A slight frown tugged at the corner of Lin Wang's brow, though his ingrained courtesy kept his exterior expression neutral. Lin. Ah, sounds grand and imposing." Auntie Li slapped her thigh approvingly. "Young Mr. Lin, with a handsome face and elite bearing like yours, your family must be pressuring you to settle down. Now my daughter, Li Wan, is the exact same age as you. She's an absolute water-drop beauty, with a gentle, obedient temperament, holding a stable, prestigious desk job right here in the Municipal District Bureau. Best of all, our family can easily clear $1,000,000 dowry, unlike certain families around here who couldn't even scrape together." "Auntie Li, you're crossing a line with that kind of talk," Jiang Xia interrupted sharply, her expression darkening. Auntie Li didn't even dignify Jiang Xia's reprimand with a glance, keeping her laser focus squarely locked on Lin Wang's face. "So what do you say, young man? Let me act as matchmaker and set you up. After all, when it comes to real men, having multiple women has never been." Lin Wang's eyes went entirely, frostily cold. Insulting their family background to his face, that crossed his absolute threshold of tolerance. Not interested, Lin Wang cut her off flatly, his voice carrying an edge of sharp dismissal. "One look at your face, Auntie, tells me your daughter must be an absolute goblin." Auntie Li's grinning, expectant expression froze into stone in a microsecond. "What did you just say?" "Step aside, please," Lin Wang stated coldly. "You," she pointed a trembling finger at Lin Wang, her lips shaking with pent-up fury. She wanted to unleash a torrent of neighborhood abuse, but the sheer, crushing weight of his silent, unyielding presence choked the words back down her throat, leaving her paralyzed. Without breaking stride, Lin Wang looped his arm around Jiang Duo's waist and gestured for Jiang Xia to lead the way, smoothly sweeping past the paralyzed Auntie Li straight into the dim, concrete stairwell. Watching that tall, commanding figure disappear into the shadows of the stairwell without sparing her a single backward glance, a sudden surge of blistering humiliation and unbridled malice rushed straight to Auntie Li's head. The sting of being dismissed, rejected, and completely ignored by a younger man caused her to completely lose what little judgment she had left. Planting her feet, she spun around toward the stairwell opening, spat a thick, viscous glob of phlegm directly onto the concrete floor, and let loose a shrill, venomous screech at the top of her lungs. "Bah, who the hell do you think you are, strutting around like some kind of imperial prince just because you've got a decent face? Ungrateful, arrogant little punk, whopping up on a good match, just because I offered you my daughter out of the kindness of my heart. You really think you're made of solid gold, don't you? Bah, good-for-nothing trash, you absolute piece of garbage." The wet, sticky sound of the phlegm striking the uneven pavement echoed sharply, and her shrill curses reverberated viciously through the tight, hollow concrete stairwell. However, before the final, venomous syllable of her tirade could fully die away, a towering, imposing figure materialized in absolute silence from behind a parked black luxury sedan right outside the building entrance, cutting off her exit path in a single fluid motion. Dressed in a razor-sharp, custom black executive suit with a face carved from granite, it was one of the senior security specialists assigned by Ouyang Xin to quietly safeguard Lin Wang's perimeter. His broad, towering frame instantly plunged Auntie Li into a heavy, suffocating shadow. Auntie Li froze in mid-screech, her eyes widening in sudden, primal terror as she instinctively stumbled backward a full step. The operative didn't blink. His voice dropped into a low, metallic baritone carrying absolute, unquestionable executive authority. "Ma'am, your public spitting is a direct violation of municipal sanitation ordinances and environmental hygiene codes. You will clean that up immediately." What did you say?" Auntie Li gasped, her brain stalling completely. Having spat and cursed her way through half a century in this decaying neighborhood, nobody had ever once dared to pull her up on it. Standing right there in the narrow hallway, I could feel the invisible tension snapping like a cheap guitar string. Auntie Li tried to puff out her chest, looking like a toad trying to pick a fight with a lawnmower. "Oh, big deal. I spit on the floor. Sue me." The lead bodyguard didn't even blink, his expression colder than leftover Thanksgiving turkey. "Clean it up, now." Realizing she wasn't dealing with local boys she could bully, the old woman finally decided discretion was the better part of valor, and scurried off like a frightened rat. Meanwhile, Jiang Duo guided me into his family's modest 50-square-meter apartment. It was tight, but cleaner than a whistle. He looked up at me with those soft, doe-like eyes, biting his lip nervously. "Big bro, I'm sorry it's so cramped here. Please don't hate it." I gave his hand a reassuring squeeze, flashing a warm grin. "Relax, it's cozy. Honestly, it reminds me of a classic indie sitcom set." Jiang Xia hurried out of the tiny kitchen, offering cups of plain boiled water, playing the gracious host despite having practically nothing in the cupboards. Across town in the hospital wing, the national goddess Yan Xiangshang was having a total meltdown. She was pacing her VIP room like a caged leopard, throwing designer pillows at the walls because her assistant couldn't dig up my private profile. "What do you mean you hit a brick wall?" she shrieked, looking like she was ready to summon a thunderstorm. "Some mysterious caller warned us to back off," her poor assistant whimpered. Yan Xiangshang bit her lip, crossing her arms as her cheeks flushed bright red. "Fine. If the mountain won't come to Muhammad, this goddess will just track him down herself." Back at the hotel room in Shaoxi, I was staring at the ceiling, fighting off a mild wave of cabin fever. I missed the squad back in Hucheng. I missed Tong Yi's witty comebacks and Sion's quiet luxury. Then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. My system upgrades meant I wasn't actually tethered to the local map anymore. Talk about an overpowered patch note, I muttered, grinning as I pulled up the spatial transit menu. Without wasting a single second, I locked onto Tong Yi's active coordinates and tapped execute. The room dissolved into a vortex of absolute darkness, and before I could even process the motion sickness, reality snapped back into focus. The lighting was blindingly sharp. I blinked twice, finding myself crammed inside a 5-square-meter luxury fitting room at the Huangxi Global Mall. Standing right in front of the full-length mirror, Tong Yi was holding a dazzling cocktail dress against her frame, admiring her own reflection. The sudden appearance of a fully grown man sitting on the velvet chair behind her caused her to let out a shriek, loud enough to shatter wine glasses. I lunged forward instantly, clapping a hand firmly over her mouth. "Shh. Crisis protocol, keep your voice down." Tong Yi's eyes went wide as saucers, nodding frantically while her face turned the shade of a ripe tomato. Outside the fitting room door, Su Lingyun's sharp voice cut through the partition. "Xiao Yi, you've been in there forever. Did you accidentally lock yourself in?" I'm right here." Tong Yi squeaked, her voice trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Knowing the 5-minute physical contact countdown was ticking down fast to avoid a 48-hour blackout penalty, I didn't hesitate. I pulled her straight into my arms, wrapping her in a tight, inescapable embrace as the fitting room latch clicked open. The crisp morning light washed over the quiet hospital courtyard as I stood face to face with Yan Xiangshang. "I'm not doing anything particularly urgent," I replied calmly, keeping my hands resting naturally inside my coat pockets. Yang Shangshang's eyes lit up with a brilliant, triumphant spark. Without missing a beat, she seized the opening and suggested, "Since you're free, how about taking me out for a coffee? There's a quiet little place just down the block, and I promise I won't let any paparazzi ruin the view." Before I could answer, my phone buzzed against my leg. Pulling it out, I saw a quick update from the hospital ward confirming that Jiang Yu's morning vital checks had cleared without a hitch. "I'll have to take a rain check on the coffee," I said, offering a polite, apologetic smile. "I need to check back in on my mother-in-law's room." Instead of looking disappointed, Yan Shangshang simply nodded with surprising understanding. "Family comes first. I get it. But hey, since you're staying in Shaoxi for a few more days, you can't ghost me the entire time. Let's exchange direct numbers this time, not some secondary assistant line." Seeing her persistence, I didn't see any harm in it and dictated my primary personal digits. She punched the numbers into her sleek smartphone with laser-like precision, giving my phone a quick test ring until my screen lit up with her caller ID. "Saved it," she beamed, stowing her phone away with an air of absolute satisfaction that made her look less like an untouchable national goddess and more like a giddy college student. "I'll text you later. Don't leave me on read." With a final, lingering glance, she turned on her heel and strode back toward the inpatient wing, her dark wool coat swaying gracefully with every step. Watching her leave, I couldn't help but chuckle quietly at the sheer unpredictability of human nature. Even someone standing at the absolute peak of the entertainment industry could end up completely wrapped around someone else's finger the moment they met their match. Turning back toward the hospital entrance, I headed upstairs to catch up with Jiang Duo and wrap up our morning before the afternoon obligations kicked in. The crisp autumn breeze swept through the park as Yan Xiangxiang walked side by side with me, her dark wool coat catching the gentle light filtering through the rustling canopy. "The atmosphere here is genuinely refreshing," she remarked, turning her head with a soft smile. "I rarely get the chance to slow down and just walk like this. Between shooting schedules, press junkets, and endless promotional commitments, my entire year is usually booked solid." As an ultra A-list celebrity, the glittering surface of her life masked a relentless, high-pressure routine driven by relentless fan expectations and constant public scrutiny. For her, a quiet stroll through a public park was an uncommonly peaceful luxury. I glanced over at her, keeping my tone relaxed. "It's definitely a quiet spot to decompress. Your schedule is usually that packed?" "Oh, you have no idea," she sighed, though her expression quickly brightened. "Still, I genuinely love acting, so the physical fatigue never really bothers me. By the way, Lin Wang, You haven't told me much about yourself yet. You look so young, are you still a student? I'm a first-year undergraduate, I answered smoothly. A freshman? That makes you 4 years younger than me, she murmured, a trace of surprise crossing her features. You must be studying at a local university around here, right? No, I'm at Daijing University. At the mention of Daijing University, Yan Shang's eyes widened in genuine awe. Suddenly, her earlier confusion over why he hadn't reacted to her celebrity status began to clear up. She had visited Daijing University before. Its student body was an elite circle filled with stunning, highly accomplished individuals coming from ultra-prestigious backgrounds. Because of the school's unique socio-educational tier, its internal campus news rarely leaked to the mainstream public. While Yan Shang was celebrated as a top-tier beauty in the outside entertainment sphere, she knew she wouldn't even crack the top 3 or perhaps top 5 if dropped into Daijing's competitive pool. That's incredible, she said, her voice laced with sincere respect. Daijing University is notoriously difficult to get into. Even though I've had a successful career in entertainment, I've always deeply admired people with genuine academic brilliance. I offered a modest chuckle. Not really, it was mostly just good luck. Her eyes softened further at my lack of pretension. Having spent years surrounded by privileged men eager to flex their superficial achievements at the slightest provocation, she deeply appreciated someone who could remain humble despite possessing elite credentials. As we strolled along the winding gravel path, the conversation drifted effortlessly. She peppered me with questions about campus life, while I offered casual answers interspersed with humorous anecdotes from her own industry that she occasionally threw into the mix. Eventually, she hesitated for a fraction of a second before asking, Lin Wang, I have a rather forward question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it. If you already know it's forward, maybe skip it, I replied dryly. She blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Wait, shouldn't you be polite and tell me to go ahead? I laughed. You already admitted it was an intrusion of privacy, why would I encourage it? Falling back into step beside me, she persisted with a playful pout. Well, I'm just genuinely curious about what your family does. Based on how you carry yourself, your background has to be substantial. Keeping my hands tucked in my pockets, I gave a light, non-committal shrug. Nothing special, just an ordinary family running a small business. Though she sensed he was intentionally keeping things vague, she respected his boundaries and let the subject drop. Everyone was entitled to their private affairs, and she had already pushed her luck once. By the time we completed our circuit of the park, the clock was ticking close to noon. It feels like we've only been talking for 5 minutes, she remarked, checking her phone screen. Checking my own watch, I nodded in agreement. Time flies. It's definitely getting late. She hesitated briefly, her fingers tightening around her handbag strap before she summoned her courage. Lin Wang, would you like to grab lunch together? I know a fantastic little restaurant nearby with incredible food and a quiet atmosphere. She braced herself internally. They had only just reconnected, and extending an invitation for a private meal might make her look overly forward, but she couldn't bring herself to part ways just yet. Sure, let's go, I agreed without hesitation. Since I would have had to eat alone anyway, or head back to the hospital where Jiang Duo would inevitably fuss over playing host, keeping things simple with a quiet lunch sounded ideal. A radiant smile broke across her face. Awesome, the restaurant is just a 10-minute walk from here. As we headed toward the park exit, she quietly slipped her phone out to check the local trending channels on social media. After spending an hour walking alongside a national icon in a public park, she fully expected to see paparazzi snapshots or fan sightings popping up on local feeds. Yet, refreshing the search bar under her own name yielded absolute zero results. That's strange, she thought, tapping her manicured nails against the glass. Did no one take a photo? Or did my team somehow manage to scrub it already? What are you looking at? I asked, leaning over slightly. She quickly locked her screen, flashing an unconvincing smile. Oh, nothing. Just checking if the restaurant still accepts walk-ins. Arriving at a minimalist yet refined storefront, the doormen in crisp uniforms greeted us with polished professionalism. Once seated by a sunlit window overlooking the leafy street outside, we quickly placed our orders, focusing on the house specialties she enthusiastically recommended, supplemented by a light soup and fresh greens. Lunch passed pleasantly, but as the plates were cleared away, Yan Shang showed zero signs of returning to her film set. Don't you have shooting schedule for this afternoon? I asked, raising an eyebrow. She looked up, shaking her head. Nope, my call time is completely clear today. I frowned slightly. For an actress of her prominence holding a primary billing role, having an entire weekday completely unscripted felt unusual, but I didn't press the matter. So, what's the plan for the afternoon? Heading back to the hospital? I'd rather not, she mumbled, her eyes sparkling with a subtle, expectant light. Sensing that she was clearly looking for an excuse to extend our afternoon together, she quickly pitched an alternative. Actually, I heard there's a private hot spring retreat hidden away in the pine-forested hills on the outskirts of Shaoxi. It features secluded individual courtyard villas surrounded by bamboo groves, completely private, absolute quiet, and zero crowds. We can soak, brew tea, and bake pastries. Want to check it out? The description sounded genuinely peaceful. Since I had nowhere else pressing to be and zero desire to sit around a sterile hospital waiting room, I nodded. Sounds good to me. A wave of triumphant joy lit up her features. Great, let's take my car, it's just a 40-minute drive from here. With no objections raised, I followed Yan Shang to her car. The 40-minute drive up the winding mountain pass quickly left the city's chaotic clamor far behind, trading concrete for sweeping, emerald-green bamboo groves. The breeze rustled through the stalks with a soothing, papery hiss, filling the mountain air with a crisp, moisture-laden fragrance of damp earth and crushed leaves. The vehicle glided to a halt in front of a rustic, timber-framed entryway bearing a weather-beaten wooden sign carved with 4 elegant Chinese characters: bamboo and hot spring. Stepping past the threshold, a quaint courtyard opened up before us, paved with aged slate flagstones and bordered by vibrant clusters of manicured shrubbery. In the far corner sat a small, tranquil pond, where a half-dozen crimson koi fish drifted lazily beneath the surface. Deep within the courtyard, a collection of independent wooden villas was scattered artfully among the bamboo stalks, each featuring its own private garden and open-air hot spring soaking pool. The proprietress, a gentle, refined woman in her 40s, brightened the second she laid eyes on us. Spotting Yan Xiangshang, her jaw practically hit the flagstones. "Oh my goodness, you're Yan Xiangshang. My daughter is completely obsessed with your dramas." Caught off guard by running into a fan deep in the mountains, Yan Xiangshang let out an amused, ringing laugh. "I've got some promotional prints in my bag. I'll gladly sign one for your daughter later. Say, are the grounds currently vacant?" "Yes, yes." The proprietress nodded eagerly, thrilled by the celebrity encounter. Then, casting a speculative glance at me, she smiled knowingly. "And this must be your boyfriend? Worthy of a top-tier actress, I must say he certainly has the looks to match." A visible flash of delight illuminated Yan Xiangshang's features. Eager to preserve a pristine image in my eyes, however, she quickly waved a hand in denial. "Oh, no, we're not dating. I'm actually still in the middle of chasing him." The proprietress offered a knowing, sympathetic grin, clearly unsurprised given my physical presentation. "Well, with a young man carrying this level of refined presence, you're bound to have plenty of competition, miss." Cutting the small talk short, Yan Xiangshang requested exclusive privacy. "Book us out entirely for the afternoon, please. I prefer absolute quiet." "Understood. Consider the whole property closed to outside guests." Beaming from ear to ear, the proprietress led us down the winding gravel path to the premier villa tucked away at the very farthest end of the grove. Unlocking the heavy timber door, an exquisite private courtyard materialized. Polished cobblestones lined the perimeter, framing a few dormant wintersweet plum bushes whose branches already carried plump, unbloomed buds. At the center of the courtyard sat a square stone soaking pool filled with crystal-clear water, its surface lightly dusted with floating fresh flower petals. The interior of the cabin embraced a minimalist aesthetic, natural wood flooring and matching furnishings offset by understated, elegant textiles. A low tea table flanked by cushioned floor seating occupied the window alcove, complete with a delicate ceramic tea set ready for use. "This place is incredible," I remarked honestly, scanning the architecture. I had expected a standard rustic guest house, but the private, serene ambiance far exceeded my expectations. Yan Xiangshang beamed, her eyes curving into happy crescents. "I'm so glad you like it. Just make yourself comfortable. I'm going to slip into something a bit more relaxed and have the owner send over some refreshments." I gave a casual nod. "Take your time." Stepping into the adjoining changing room, she emerged shortly after wearing an off-white cotton lounge robe. Her dark hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck, exposing a smooth, elegant sweep of collarbone and neck. Stripped of heavy winter coats and structured styling, the loose cotton drape of the robe actually accentuated her well-proportioned, slender silhouette. Her face remained bare of cosmetics, leaving her porcelain skin flushed with a healthy, natural warmth that made her look far more approachable and tender than her public persona suggested. My gaze lingered on her for a fraction of a second before I casually looked away. "Her skin and physical conditioning are undeniably top tier," I noted internally. Noticing my brief visual appraisal, Yan Xiangshang assumed she had successfully captured my attention, a quiet, triumphant smile flickering across her lips. She sauntered over to the tea table and settled onto the floor cushions. "Have a seat, Lin Wang." Stepping across the room, I took the opposite seat. Moments later, a staff member delivered a tray laden with loose-leaf tea canisters and boiling water equipment. "Let me handle the brewing," Yan Xiangshang volunteered, her slender fingers moving with practiced, fluid grace as she warmed the ceramic cups, rinsed the leaves, and poured the initial wash. The rich, comforting aroma of freshly steeped mountain tea drifted into the air, instantly softening the atmosphere. Pouring a steaming cup, she pushed it gently across the low table toward me. "Try this." I picked up the porcelain cup and took a slow, contemplative sip. The liquor was crisp and sweet, carrying a subtle orchid fragrance that left a lingering, honeyed aftertaste on the palate. "Remarkable flavor, clean, floral, and deeply refreshing," I praised sincerely. She laughed softly, taking a sip from her own cup. "It's a high-altitude varietal harvested right from these surrounding hills. Whenever shooting gets particularly grueling, brewing a pot of this is my go-to remedy for burning off stress." "Tea has a way of resetting the mind," I agreed, nodding approvingly. As we sipped our tea and exchanged light conversation, the afternoon sun began its slow descent. Checking the sky, Yan Xiangshang suggested, "The temperature outside is just right now. Shall we head out to the hot spring?" "Lead the way," I replied. Changing into our swimwear, we stepped out into the crisp air of the private courtyard. Yan Xiangshang had slipped into a sleek black one-piece swimsuit that traced the dramatic contours of her silhouette, her skin gleaming starkly against the dark fabric under the open sky. Without a hint of self-consciousness, she stepped smoothly into the stone basin, letting out a soft sigh of pure contentment as the piping hot mineral water enveloped her frame. I followed suit, sliding into the opposite side of the pool. The soothing thermal heat instantly unlocked the tension in my muscles. The pool depth rose roughly to our chests, keeping us separated by a comfortable buffer of warm water, while fragrant petals drifted lazily across the surface between us, their translucent outlines blurred by rising plumes of steam. "Is this spring water naturally sourced?" I asked, resting my arms along the stone ledge. Completely natural," she answered, gently flicking a floating petal away with her fingertips. "Local lore says it has fantastic therapeutic properties." Closing my eyes, I leaned back against the stone rim, fully surrendering to the rare tranquility. Surrounded by the whispering bamboo stalks and the distant call of mountain birds, the warm vapor rising through the cool autumn air created an increasingly intimate, closed-off microclimate. Peering sideways through the mist at my relaxed profile, Yan Xiangshang's pulse began to race. Recognizing a prime window to advance our dynamic, she subtly shifted her position in the water, sliding incrementally closer across the pool until the distance between us narrowed significantly. "Lin Wang," she murmured softly, her voice carrying an intentional, fragile sweetness through the steam. "What do you honestly think of me?" I opened my eyes, turning my gaze toward her. Through the swirling vapor, her cheeks were flushed a deep, rosy pink from the heat, and her eyes burned with an intense, vulnerable sincerity. I studied her quiet, expectant expression for a few silent seconds before answering honestly, "You're exceptional." A radiant, unfiltered smile broke across her face, turning her eyes into crescent moons at the validation. "Then, do you have even a tiny bit of feelings for me?" The question was direct, unshielded by social games. Lacking any desire to beat around the bush, she wanted absolute clarity. Returning her steady gaze, I mentally cataloged my impressions of her. Denying any attraction would be false, she was undeniably captivating. Yet, the reality remained that she had entered my life relatively late. Her standout asset was her dazzling celebrity status. Strip away the top-tier public branding, and while she easily held her own as an objectively stunning beauty by mainstream standards, she still fell slightly short compared to certain members of my existing household, lacking Beilele and Manqing's plush curves, or Duar's delicate, doll-like aesthetic. Even so, her combined package of looks, poise, and drive was undeniably formidable. Noticing my prolonged silence, the hopeful flush on her face began to ebb, replaced by a jittery trace of anxiety. Does he seriously feel nothing for me at all? Glancing down instinctively at her own frame, the smooth expanse of pale skin, the full curves, and the flat waist, the ironclad confidence she had accumulated over years of public adulation suddenly wavered. Before I could formulate my verbal reply, she lost her nerve, reaching out a smooth, wet arm to lightly grasp my wrist across the water. The mountain air remained crisp, swaying the emerald bamboo stalks above us in a slow, rhythmic dance. Lifting my chin, I met her gaze once more. "I do have a favorable impression of you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to walk the park, share lunch, or soak in the springs with you." Hearing those words, the frantic hammering in her chest finally settled into a steady rhythm. Emboldened, she inched her body even closer across the pool. "All these years, I've poured myself entirely into my career, never allowing myself to get tangled up with other men," she confessed, her voice dropping into a raw, unfiltered admission. "But the very second I locked eyes with you, my heart started flipping around like a trapped rabbit." Lifting her chin, her bright, luminous eyes locked onto mine through the warm, rising steam. Her cheeks were burning scarlet, but her spirit soared. At that moment, she wanted far more than a simple verbal confirmation. As her fingers tightened around my wrist and her lower lip caught nervously between her teeth, her gaze turned heavy with unmistakable intent. There was no pushing her away now. If I hadn't been interested, I wouldn't have wasted an entire afternoon sharing tea and trading glances with her in the mountains. With a mood thick enough to cut with a knife, I rose from the hot spring, water cascading off me in a heavy splash that sprayed lightly across Yan Xiangshang's shoulders. Lin Wang, her heart instantly plummeted, thinking her aggressive advance had disgusted me. But instead of leaving, I simply grabbed a dry towel and took a seat on the woven chair resting right by the pool's edge. "Shang, why are you still soaking in there?" Lost in her own momentary panic, it took her a second to process what I meant. "If we're going to take things further," I added, my tone shifting into a low, commanding register, "you're going to have to follow my lead from here." Realization hit her like a lightning bolt. Shooting up from the water, the sleek black swimsuit clung like a second skin as heavy beads of water traced the curves of her thighs and splashed back into the basin. "I can do that. I'll listen to you," she breathed, stepping out of the basin and onto the stone decking. We quickly toweled off in the cool evening air before sliding the glass partition open and stepping back into the warm, timber-lined interior of the cabin. The space was compact, roughly 50 square meters, dominated by an oversized, custom-built solid wood platform bed easily large enough to sleep half a dozen people comfortably. Soft LED strip lighting hidden beneath the wooden furniture bathed the room in an intimate, ambient glow. Now that they were actually inside with the door closed, Yan Xiangshang found herself suddenly paralyzed. Sitting stiffly on the edge of the mattress, she fidgeted like a complete novice. Despite having secretly watched a few educational videos with her assistant Xiao Han in the past, actually putting theory into practice with the man she had just fallen desperately in love with left her completely rattled. "Don't you want to rinse off first?" I asked, gesturing toward the adjoining shower room. "Ah." Snapping out of her daze, she looked up, her cheeks flushing furiously. "Oh right, you go first." The more she spoke, the softer and more bashful her voice became, until she was practically whispering into her lap, entirely unable to meet my eyes. I didn't tease her further. Grabbing a fresh bath towel, I stepped into the shower and clicked the door shut behind me. Outside, Yan Shangshang let out a massive, shaky exhale, pressing both hands against her burning cheeks. The national icon who routinely commanded the stage in front of millions of viewers, always radiating effortless poise and icy glamour, was currently reduced to a bundle of nervous, hyperventilating energy. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she twisted the hem of her robe into knots, her eyes darting nervously toward the window. The bamboo grove outside was melting into the deep, inky greens of twilight. The rustling wind seemed even quieter now, amplifying the pounding of her own heartbeat. All that liquid courage she'd summoned in the hot spring had completely evaporated, leaving behind a mind utterly blank with panic. "What exactly am I freaking out over?" she scolded herself internally. "I'm Yan Shangshang. I sit at the absolute pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Whenever I want something, I seize it. Why am I suddenly acting like a clumsy, stuttering mess?" Yet, the moment she pictured what was about to happen next, her heart squeezed tight in her chest, hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. The sound of running water stopped. Yan Xiangxiang bolted upright, instinctively smoothing out the wrinkles in her robe just as the bathroom door slid open. I stepped out, toweling off my wet hair, wearing the cotton robe loosely tied at the waist to reveal a solid expanse of chest. She only dared to let her eyes linger for a single, heated second before ducking her head again, feeling the flush creep all the way down her neck as she tracked my footsteps, stopping right in front of her. "Your turn," I said casually, continuing to dry my hair. She squeaked, springing up from the bed and practically sprinting into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning back against the frosted glass, she took several deep, ragged breaths to steady her spinning head. Staring at her reflection in the vanity mirror, she barely recognized herself. Her cheeks were a deep, feverish pink, and her eyes swam with a soft, misty vulnerability. The sharp, polished edge of the celebrity persona was completely gone, replaced by the raw, unguarded look of a girl deeply in love. Her shower was the fastest she had ever taken, too nervous to even properly look at herself in the mirror. Throwing the cotton robe back on, she stepped back out into the room. The main lights had been dimmed, leaving only the warm, amber glow of the accent lamps washing over the wooden furniture. I was sitting on the love seat near the bed, holding a fresh, dry towel in my hands, waiting for her. Having lived with an entire household of wives, I was well accustomed to the routine. Towel drying long hair was a hassle for women to do themselves, and I usually handled it for Tong Yi and Beilile anyway. I stood up and walked over to her. Before she could process the movement, a soft, dry towel was draped gently over her head. The sudden, intimate contact caused her entire body to lock up. As my fingertips brushed lightly against her scalp through the towel, a spark of electricity shot straight down her spine, sending a soft, tingling numbness radiating through her limbs. "No need to be so tense," I murmured, a faint trace of amusement coloring my voice as I continued to gently towel dry her hair. "It's not like I'm going to eat you." Her face burned hotter. She wanted to argue that she wasn't tense, but the words died in her throat, coming out as a trembling whisper. You're overthinking it. I'm not nervous." Even she didn't believe the lie, let alone me. A few minutes later, I stopped, pulling the towel away and using my fingers to gently comb through the damp strands, smoothing out the tangles. "All right, that's dry enough." Yan Shangshang finally dared to lift her head. "What happens now? Should I just kiss him?" She bit her lower lip nervously, the pressure turning the soft, glossy skin a deeper shade of crushed rose. "I've never done anything like this before," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "So I might be a little clumsy. Ever since I debuted as a child actor, my entire life has been a blur of shooting schedules and press tours. The only people I interact with are film crews and camera lenses. I've never had the time or the chance to truly get to know anyone properly, let alone do something like this." Her cheeks flushed deeper, yet she instinctively scooted closer, closing the gap between us until our arms were practically touching. I didn't say a word, simply reaching out to gently cover her nervously clenched hands resting in her lap. Her hands were incredibly soft, curled tight with anxiety. "I know," I said, my voice dropping to a low, soothing register. "I can feel how genuine you are." Her eyes instantly lit up. Gazing up at me, a brilliant, unrestrained smile broke across her face, devoid of any rehearsed camera angles or calculated distance, radiating nothing but pure, unadulterated joy. Summoning the last ounce of her courage, she turned her hand over to lace her fingers through mine. Leaning forward, she closed her eyes and pressed her lips lightly against mine in a clumsy, impulsive kiss. My hand slid smoothly around her waist, pulling her flush against my chest. Her body went rigid for a split second, her eyes flying open in surprise and panic. But as she felt the gentle, unyielding pressure of my embrace, she slowly let her eyes flutter shut again, instinctively lifting her arms to wrap tightly around my neck. Over an hour later, Yan Shangshang was bundled tightly under the duvet, with only her head poking out. Her fingers gripped the edge of the blanket in a vice-like hold, her face a painting of deep, lingering crimson. The heavy blackout curtains had been drawn across the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the room remained bathed in the dim, amber glow of the night lamps. She had never imagined that intimacy felt quite like that, nor had she anticipated that I would be so overwhelmingly relentless. Sitting up beside her, I leaned against the headboard. Xiangshang, let's finalize the binding. Oh, still slightly dazed, she struggled to process that this moment was actually happening. Pushing the duvet down slightly to reveal a breathtaking expanse of bare skin, she shifted onto her knees and reached for her phone resting on the long wooden nightstand. I want to ask, she murmured, turning to look at me. Which number wife am I? She had briefly seen Jiang Duo earlier and had been momentarily stunned by his delicate, doll-like beauty, though at the time she had been too focused on cornering the doctor to care. In hindsight, he was almost certainly one of my wives, and if the woman accompanying him was also in the picture, that meant I likely already had 2 wives. 2 isn't so bad, she reasoned internally. At least I caught him early. I paused, calculating the roster. Technically, she would be number 10, and given the current hierarchy, she definitely wouldn't qualify for the primary wife slot. Why don't you guess? I countered smoothly. Let me guess, she blinked playfully. 3rd, I shook my head. 4th, I shook my head again. 5th, no way. You're only a college freshman. How could you possibly have that many wives already? She stared at me in genuine shock. Knowing I was only 18, she had assumed 1 or 2 partners was the absolute maximum. I offered a quiet chuckle. A hyper-busy career woman like Yan Shangshang would never be able to maintain a permanent residence at the Linhu Villa anyway, and she was bound to meet the rest of the squad eventually, so there was no point in sugarcoating the numbers. Oh, come on, just tell me, she whined, burrowing back under the duvet and hugging my arm tight. Even if you have 100, I promise I won't freak out. 100? I'm not a machine. I laughed, shaking my head. Counting you, it's 10. 10. Her mouth dropped open into a perfect O. Her eyes instinctively darted down toward my waistline in sheer disbelief. 10. How on earth do you manage to take care of all of them? Don't worry about my stamina, I said smoothly, opening the Romance Without Worry app on my phone. Also, you can only bind to a concubine slot. Why? Yan Xiangshang protested immediately. As a national A-list goddess, her status and wealth were astronomical. How could she possibly settle for a concubine slot? Because I only have 1 primary wife slot. The other 9 are all concubines, I explained plainly. Her jaw dropped again, and they all just agreed to that? I don't want to. I'm a top-tier celebrity. How can you just stick me in a concubine slot? I sighed softly. Tell you what, run a quick search on a woman named Bai Lili. Why do I need to search her? She muttered, though she immediately pulled up the browser on her phone and typed in the name. The top search results instantly populated with massive, bold headlines. Heiress of the Bay Financial Syndicate. Yet strangely, there wasn't a single photograph of her on any public encyclopedia page. Watching the shock wash over Yan Xiangshang's face, I added, she's also a concubine, and strictly speaking, her family background isn't even the most powerful one in the household. The top-tier backgrounds, you won't find those on any public search engine. Yang Shangshang sat frozen, gripping her phone tight as her breathing hitched. She had already guessed I wasn't an ordinary guy, but based on the breadcrumbs I was dropping, my true background was likely infinitely more terrifying than she had imagined. It was almost comical in hindsight. She had jumped into bed with a complete stranger without knowing a single concrete detail about his background, driven entirely by blind instinct and physical chemistry. Because she was immensely wealthy and famously picky, she hadn't cared about my background, figuring she could just throw in an astronomical dowry to bridge any gap. Now, she was realizing the gap wasn't something money could bridge. So, the decision to bind is entirely up to you, I offered calmly. Of course I'm binding, she blurted out instantly. I nodded, swiftly navigating the system's binding protocol. A second later, Yan Shangshang's phone chimed with the official binding prompt. She eagerly tapped, confirm, breezed through the verification questionnaire, and successfully locked into the network. All right, I've got places to be. Let's head down the mountain, I said, reaching for my clothes. The city skyline stretched out before him, a concrete jungle whispering promises of exhaustion. Yan Shangshang adjusted her coat, glancing over at Lin Wang. I'm heading back to Hutching in a couple of days, and you've got filming too. Guess we won't be seeing much of each other. It hit him hard. Life without you is going to feel pretty empty, you know. He sighed, pulling on his jacket. Come on, let's head down. They checked out of the hot spring resort and drove straight back to the hospital. Jiang Duo was waiting by the entrance, rocking a crisp white long-sleeve shirt and holding a metal lunchbox. His car pulled up smoothly, and Lin Wang hopped out of the passenger seat. Door, why are you out here? Did you eat yet? Lin Wang asked, ignoring where he had just come from. Jiang Duo didn't care about the details. He just cared if his guy was starving. Mom told us to eat at home, Jiang Duo replied, nodding toward the car. Yan Shangshang watched from her driver's seat, getting a good look at Jiang Duo for the first time. Honestly, she used to think her own features were top tier, but seeing those almond eyes and soft red lips, even she was a bit shook. Damn, why is he so pretty, she muttered. She couldn't help stepping out of the car. Wait, you're not. She caught herself mid-sentence. Right? You must be that one and only wife he talks about. Jiang Duo shook his head, looking down shyly. Nah, I'm not. Wan Yan is the real wife. Lin Wang chimed in. Yeah, neither of them are. Wait, you're both something else. Yan Shangshang's eyes darted between them, though she quickly refocused on Lin Wang. Time was up. Let's hug before we go, she whispered under the streetlights, stepping right into his arms. Wrapping her waist tight, she felt a sudden jolt. Hot springs really did wonders for chemistry. We'll see each other again soon, right? She asked. Lin Wang gave her his word, and he actually had the pull to back it up. After a lingering goodbye, Yan Shangshang looked at Jiang Duo one last time. Take care of him, all right? Jiang Duo nodded fiercely, giving Lin Wang's hand one final, reluctant squeeze. She finally got into her car and drove off. She had a shoot tomorrow morning, after all. Once back at her place, she kept her lips sealed to everyone. Instead, she dropped a quiet little post on her socials. Hour 3 away from the person I love. Missing him so damn much, wish I could teleport. Boom. Absolute internet meltdown. Yan Shangshang knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted the world to know she had a man, even if she wasn't naming names. Playing hard to get? Nah, just protecting her guy from the circus. Within 60 minutes, the hashtag Yan Shangshang has a crush skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts. Her agency's phones were ringing off the hook, completely jammed. Fans were losing their minds online. Who is it? Seriously, what kind of amateur hour is this? We still don't have a name. By 10 p.m. on September 26th, the top 3 trending topics were pure chaos. What does Fairy Yan mean? Who is that guy? Run his name. And Shangshang's PR team has officially lost their minds. Meanwhile, the mastermind in question was fast asleep with a steam eye mask and earplugs on, completely ignoring poor Xiaohan pounding on her door. Over in Hucheng, Tong Yi, Beilei, and Zhang Xiyun were lounging across a bed like 3 exhausted flowers, mindlessly scrolling through short videos on their phones. What else were they supposed to do while their guy was away? No way. Look at this, Tong Yi gasped, staring at an entertainment gossip clip. Everybody panic. Fairy Yan just dropped a cryptic love bomb and ghosted us all. Did you guys see this? She tossed the video into their group chat, appropriately named, Meltdowns When Husband Is Out of Town. I thought she swore off relationships forever, Zhang Xiyun muttered, sitting straight up. Guess she caved fast. Wonder who the mystery guy is. Could it be our guy? Get real, Tong Yi laughed nervously. Still, Bailei chimed in. Hey, a girl can dream. Tong Yi shook her head. Nah, they live in completely different universes. But she had to admit, if Yan Shangshang ever crossed paths with their guy, she'd fall hard. Siyu nodded in agreement. Totally. I saw her perform at an industry gala once, and she is definitely not that cold in person. Tong Yi slid into her slippers. Who's there? Is it the boss? She swung the door open, and there he stood. Big bro, you're back. Tong Yi's eyes lit up. Bailei and Siyun came sprinting out of the room like a track team. Husband, when did you get back? About an hour ago, Lin Wang smiled, stepping inside. Stopped by Man King's first, and you two didn't answer your doors. Well, you weren't here, so we had to entertain ourselves, Tong Yi teased, pulling him inside. All 3 girls immediately planted a welcome home kiss on his cheeks. Siyun handed him a glass of water as he sat down on the couch. Just came to tell you guys, Dor is heading back to Beijing tomorrow. His mom's doing better, so no need for him to stay stuck in the hospital. The girls caught the drift instantly. Oh, we're heading back to Beijing the day after tomorrow anyway, Tong Yi cheered. Man, I've missed Sister Song. Can't wait for her checkup, plus that baby's practically calling me mom too. Bailei snorted. Yeah, calling all of us mom. Alright, settle down, Lin Wang chuckled. One mom is never enough anyway. The room went dead silent, 3 pairs of eyes locking onto him with pure hunger. Husband, you're totally dropping hints about wanting to be a dad soon, right? Stop right there, Lin Wang laughed, raising a hand to halt their dangerous line of thinking before grabbing Siyun's wrist. Let's see. I took Xiao Yi and Beilei last night, Manqing tonight, so Siyun gets the final spot. Siyun grabbed his hand back, grinning. Deal. As for you two, back to scrolling your phones. As Lin Wang stood up, Tong Yi grabbed his sleeve. We missed you so damn much, husband. Why isn't your superpower cloning? Right as she spoke, her phone slipped out of her pocket and hit the floor, playing audio on loop. Guys, you won't believe this, it's actually Fairy Yan. Lin Wang paused at the door. Xiao Yi, what are you watching? Just trashy entertainment news, she stammered, wondering why he cared. Hand it over. He held out his hand. Tong Yi nervously forked over the phone. He watched the entire clip, his expression shifting from amusement to realization. He handed it back. She actually went public with this. Wait. The girls exchanged wild glances. Husband, don't tell us. That post was you? Yan Shangshang is joining the sisterhood? Lin Wang grabbed Siyun's hand again. You guys figure it out. Wait, is it really you? Bailei chased him down the hall. You guessed it, he threw over his shoulder, pulling Siyun away and leaving Bailei and Tong Yi standing there with their jaws on the floor. Holy crap, it actually is him. No wonder the internet couldn't crack the case. Saturday rolled around with the annual inter-school academic conference wrapping up its closing speeches. Siyun woke up early, dashed over to Jiang Duo's presentation venue, took meticulous notes, and snapped photos. Even though Dor wasn't physically around, she wanted to make sure he didn't miss a beat. Meanwhile, back in Beijing, Yan Xiangshang woke up and checked her phone. hundreds of missed calls. She tapped on a contact named He Jingjing, the big boss behind Baiyang Group and Xingyu Culture. As a top-tier star, Shang Sang usually called her Sister He. The line rang twice before a cold voice picked up. "Hello, Sister He," Shang Shang said softly. "Why weren't you picking up?" Jing Jing snapped. "You didn't think to run that social media post by me or the company first?" Sunday afternoon, September 28th. The Beijing lakeside villa finally welcomed everyone back. As their car pulled up, Song Wannian was already waiting at the front door. Rocking an elegant moon-white cheongsam, she looked softer and more radiant than ever, her pregnancy only adding to her ethereal glow. The second the car stopped, Tong Yi bolted out and squeezed her tight. "Sister Song." Wannian gently brushed a stray lock of hair from Tong Yi's face. "Look at you, getting prettier every week." The rest of the women piled out, each offering a warm hug while carefully dodging Wannian's baby bump. Lin Wang was the last one out of the car. Wannian's face instantly softened into a sweet, glowing smile. "Husband," she called out softly. Lin Wang crossed the pavement, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her flush against his chest. They stood there, holding on to each other for a solid minute before finally coming up for air. "Let's go inside." Wannian smiled. "I had Auntie Zhao cook up a feast." Stepping into the foyer, the warm lighting made everything feel instantly like home. The lakeside breeze drifted through the open windows, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant bird calls. Auntie Zhao bustled out of the kitchen with the final dish, her face breaking into a wide, welcoming grin. "Young master, ladies, you're finally back. Everything's still piping hot. Get yourselves seated." The long wooden dining table was stacked high with comfort food, including a special herbal pregnancy soup Wannian had requested, bubbling with red dates and goji berries. Sweet and sour pork, garlic greens, and braised prawns covered every inch of space. "Oh man, I've missed this cooking so much," Tong Yi squealed, dropping her backpack and reaching for a piece of sweet and sour pork. Smack. Lin Wang gently tapped the back of her hand. "Wash your hands first." Tong Yi stuck her tongue out, flashing a cheeky grin. Fine, going," and sprinted toward the restroom. Jiang Duo walked in quietly behind them, stepping up to Wannian. "Sister Song, you shouldn't be standing this long. Grab a seat." His eyes dropped to her belly with genuine care. "You're carrying a baby, don't overdo it." Wannian smiled warmly. "I'm fine, Dor. Go wash up and grab a seat too." Once everyone was scrubbed up and seated, Bailey smoothly pulled out the master chair for Lin Wang. He dropped into it, casually ruffling her hair. Su Lingyun adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, sliding into a chair on the side in her crisp white button-down and black slacks. The seating arrangement fell naturally into place. Lin Wang at the head of the table, Wan Nian to his left, Bailey to his right, and the rest filling in the gaps. Auntie Zhao kept darting back and forth from the kitchen with fresh fruit platters. "Zhao, stop running around and join us," Lin Wang called out, gesturing to the spread. "There's way too much food here anyway. Sit down and take a break." Auntie Zhao waved her hands frantically. "Oh no, young master, I could never sit with you folks. I'll just grab a bite in the kitchen." Auntie Zhao's eyes welled up as she gripped her chopsticks, utterly overwhelmed. She kept her gaze glued to the plate in front of her, shyly picking at a few greens. Sensing her discomfort, Tong Yi scooped a massive piece of braised pork belly right into her bowl. "Auntie Zhao, your pork belly is literally legendary. You've got to eat more." "Yeah, try the fish. Practically melts in your mouth with zero bones," Zhang Xian chimed in, adding a generous helping to the pile. Looking down at the mountain of food in her bowl, Auntie Zhao stammered out repeated thanks to the young mistresses. Lin Wang looked on with a warm, grounded smile. "All right, everyone stop hovering. Let's dig in and see if Auntie Zhao's cooking leveled up while we were gone." The table instantly came alive. Tong Yi grabbed sweet and sour pork, while Bailey expertly shelled a plump braised prawn, sliding the tender meat onto Lin Wang's plate. "Husband, try this shrimp." She then peeled another for Wannian. "Sister Song, have some too." "Thanks, Bailey." Wannian smiled softly, nibbling on the prawn before slowly sipping her herbal pregnancy soup. Lin Wang occasionally topped off her plate with light greens, dropping his voice to a murmur. "How's the flavor? Holding up okay?" "It's wonderful," Wannian replied, looking up with a gentle, glowing smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden twilight spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, while lakeside streetlights flickered on, casting a shimmering, beautiful glow across the water. The food slowly disappeared, but the energy around the table stayed sky-high. Auntie Zhao brought out a final homemade dessert, delicate osmanthus cakes dusted with golden blossoms, filling the room with a rich, sweet fragrance. Everyone grabbed a piece, praising the dessert nonstop. Wan Nian took a small bite, the floral aroma lifting her spirits as she looked around at the bustling table, her heart swelling with pure happiness. There was something deeply comforting about this chaotic, beautiful family sitting together. Lin Wang reached over, his fingers brushing against hers, sending a warm spark through her skin. He looked at his women with a gaze full of deep, unspoken affection. Tong Yi suddenly raised her teacup with a grin. "All right, let's toast. To our family finally being reunited under one roof, and to Sister Song's little one staying healthy and strong. Cheers." Glasses clinked in unison, a crisp, cheerful chime echoing through the dining room. Later that night, under a sky scattered with bright stars, Lin Wang settled into bed with Wan Nian. Well, technically just to talk. As they lay side by side, the conversation naturally drifted into the complexities of his ever-expanding relationships. Through Wan Nian's careful questioning, he confessed that 3 new names, Su Manqing, Mei Rui, and Yan Shangshang had recently entered the picture. When the villa was originally built, it had a master suite plus 10 additional rooms on the second floor. With 6 wives currently in permanent residence, plus rooms theoretically needed for Manqing and the others even when they weren't staying over, the available space was shrinking fast. Factor in future expansions of the family and growing kids, and the villa was starting to feel a bit cramped. Maybe we should look into buying an estate, Wan Nian murmured, turning on her side to press closer to his chest. Though finding something that massive inside Beijing won't be easy. Lin Wang recalled national policy incentives he'd read about. Didn't the government state that men with over 20 recognized wives and 10 children could apply for permission to purchase a private estate of at least 3 mu in their city? Wan Nian blinked up at him, her eyes wide. Husband, can your body even handle that? Even though the government had long since relaxed restrictions on partners and concubines due to declining birth rates, statistics showed that very few men actually kept more than 15 wives, and hardly any of them lived under the same roof because it was simply too exhausting. Yet Lin Wang had already quietly shattered that baseline, and he wasn't stopping at 10, he was aiming for 20. Lin Wang gave a low, confident chuckle. For an ordinary guy, sure, it would be a death sentence. But for him, 20 was a walk in the park. Still, the housing issue was only just starting to show cracks. It wasn't an immediate emergency requiring an estate purchase quite yet. Though, Wan Nian, if you'd like, I can have Tong Yi and the girls take you house hunting just to browse, Lin Wang offered gently. I'll listen to whatever you want. After all, you're the head wife of this house. What do you mean, head wife? Wan Nian blushed, lightly pinching his arm. I'm just your wife. Plus, I'm only 5 years older than you. Stop making me sound like I'm 30. Alright, my mistake. What should I call you then, Wan Nian? A soft, pleased smile touched her lips as she buried her face back into his chest. After a quiet moment, she brought up another delicate topic. Husband, don't you think it's time to officially add a few more wives? You have 10 partners now, but legally I'm the only recognized wife. It doesn't feel quite fair to the other girls. Lin Wang nodded slowly in agreement. He'd had the exact same thought. The only roadblock was the family's notoriously strict criteria. A candidate couldn't just have a great personality, looks, and figure. She had to come from an established family background too. Personality, looks, and body, not an issue for his girls. The hurdle was pedigree. By traditional metrics, Zhang Xian easily qualified. Tong Yi's background fell slightly short, and Jiang Duo was obviously out of the question. Bailey was the heiress of the Bei Corporation, and Su Lingyun was the heir apparent of the Bailing Group, both corporate heavyweights sitting on equal footing. Su Manqing, Mei Rui, and Yan Shangsang were too fresh to the inner circle to be considered just yet. By pure family status, Siyun seemed like the only logical choice to elevate to wife status right now. The others fell a bit behind. Maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, we don't need to be quite so rigid with the family background requirement, Wan Nian whispered softly. The whole point of matching social status is to prevent friction after binding. But after living together for so long, I honestly think personality matters way more than lineage. Lin Wang felt a rush of agreement. Social standing mattered on paper, but to him, it held zero weight. His own family gravity outweighed everyone else's anyway. Emotional harmony was the only currency that mattered. I'll talk to the old man about it first, then we'll see, Lin Wang decided. Wan Nian nodded against his shoulder. That works. At least that way, the girls won't feel unsettled by the distinction between wives and partners. They talked late into the night before finally drifting off to sleep in each other's arms. Monday morning marked the final day of classes before the long holiday stretch leading up to October 8th, which conveniently swallowed the Mid-Autumn Festival. Waking up, Lin Wang walked to class flanked by his usual bodyguard detail, Tong Yi on his left, Siyun on his right. The second they stepped through the classroom door, a wave of excitement rippled through the rows. Class president, you're finally back. Seriously, we haven't seen you in a week. We missed you so much. Class president, you have no idea ever since you and Siyun left for the conference. Class president Su has been looking so gloomy. I'm in Chingsue's dorm, and I literally caught her secretly kissing a photo of you she hung on the wall. At the front of the pack, Su Chingsue's face instantly flushed bright crimson. But when she saw Lin Wang sitting right there, she broke away from the group and marched straight up to his desk. Class president, you're back. Lin Wang offered a warm, easy smile. I'm back. Siyun and I had a great time at the conference. Thanks for holding down the fort while we were gone. Don't say that, Chingshue murmured, holding his gaze. It was my job. Lin Wang nodded, but Chingshue didn't turn away. She had known he was back since yesterday and had planned to run over to the lakeside villa immediately, only to get slammed with last-minute errands by her counselor, Lashishi. By the time she finally broke free, it was past 9 at night, and after grabbing a late-night snack with her counselor, it was already past 10, forcing her to head back to the dorms. But seeing him right here, right now, the pent-up longing boiled over. She nervously clutched the charm bracelet they'd bought together at the amusement park, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Can you step outside with me for a second? Oh ho. Is the class president trying to monopolize our squad leader? Another female student teased from across the room. Chingshu didn't humor them. She simply reached out, grabbed Lin Wang's hand, and pulled him straight out of the classroom, dragging him down the hallway toward the heavy metal fire exit. The emergency stairwell was completely deserted. The heavy door clicked shut behind them, instantly cutting off the ambient noise of the classroom. There were no lights on in the stairwell, save for the pale, fractured daylight filtering through the wire-reinforced window panes. Qingsu was still gripping his wrist. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her nerves completely short-circuited. She suddenly released his hand, stepped in close, and leaned forward. Lin Wang stiffened slightly, caught off guard. Before he could process what was happening, Qingsu rose up on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Her movements carried a clumsy, desperate urgency. Her cheek pressed against his jaw, and a faint, sweet floral perfume washed over him. The next second, soft lips pressed against his. It was a light, fleeting kiss. Qingsu executed it with her eyes squeezed tightly shut, terrified to look, and tried to pull back the millisecond. Her lips touched his. But a hand shot out, catching her firmly by the waist. His palm rested against her slender spine, feeling the rigid tension trapped beneath her thin cotton shirt. Lin Wang didn't push or pull. He simply held his ground and kissed her back with steady intention. Qingshu's eyes snapped wide open, pools of absolute panic swirling in her irises. She tried to squirm out of his arms, but his hand on her shoulder gently anchored her in place. I didn't mean to, she stammered, her eyes darting everywhere, too terrified to meet his gaze. I missed you so much. The second those words slipped out, every ounce of shyness and panic dissolved into a tidal wave of raw, unfiltered longing. She stopped running. She lifted her chin, locking her eyes straight onto his. While you were away in Hucheng, I thought about you every single day, she confessed, her voice trembling slightly. I'm quiet, and I'm terrible at expressing myself. You're so brilliant, and you have so many amazing people around you. But I couldn't stop my brain from running to you. When I found out you were back yesterday, I wanted to run straight to the villa, but my counselor trapped me. When it got too late, I was terrified you'd already be asleep. She took a shaky breath, her voice hardening with absolute resolve. I'm done waiting, and I'm done hiding it. Lin Wang, I miss you. I miss talking to you. I miss seeing you every single day. Can you bind me to you too? Lin Wang raised a hand, gently brushing away a stray tear tracking down her cheek. Of course. Actually, you wanted to say this back at the amusement park, didn't you? Qingshu nodded vigorously. She had wanted to ask him when he dropped her off at home that day, but her throat had seized up, and the rehearsed speech had morphed into an awkward, can we do this again sometime, costing her a whole week of agonizing regret. Regret and longing had eaten her alive, which was why she cracked the second she saw him today. Now that she finally said the words out loud, and now that he had actually agreed, the weight lifted off her chest. She buried her face back into his shoulder, her heart rate finally steadying. They stood wrapped in each other's arms for a long stretch in the quiet stairwell, the silence filled only by the synchronized rhythm of their breathing and heartbeats. After a while, Qingshu pulled back, her eyes still a bit pink around the edges, though the panic had completely vanished, replaced by a radiant, blooming shyness. We should get back, she whispered. Class is about to start. Lin Wang nodded. He loosened his grip around her waist, but instead of letting go, he simply slid his hand down to intertwine his fingers with hers. Her hand was still slightly cool to the touch, but the nervous stiffness was entirely gone. Yeah, let's head back. Hand in hand, they pushed open the heavy fire door. The sudden swell of classroom chatter rushed back to meet them. Qingshu instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Wang's grip only tightened, refusing to let go. As they walked into the room hand in hand, the chatter instantly died. Every single eye locked onto their joined fingers. A wave of knowing, teasing smiles spread across the faces of the girls. Oh, so the class president and the vice president just went official? Wait, both vice presidents are the class president's girls now? Might as well add me to the rotation. Even as everyone laughed and tossed playful jabs, Zhang Xian felt a warm flutter in her chest, while Su Qingsu's face flared back to a brilliant, glowing red. Su Qingxi finally stopped dodging, lifting her chin proudly and letting me hold her hand without a second thought. She took a seat right beside Zhang Xian, while I slid comfortably into the empty spot next to Tong Yi and Xiyun. When the classroom bell rang, the professor walked in, carrying a stack of lesson plans under his arm. Sitting next to fellow vice monitor Zhang Xian, Su Qingxi had a secret mission on her mind today. She picked up a pen and jotted a quick message on a spare piece of draft paper. Xiyun, the counselor is pushing us hard about the class team building event again, she wrote smoothly. Since you and the monitor went to the moat last week, I discussed a few ideas with the committee. Take a look at these proposals and tell me what you think, or if you have any better ideas. Qingxi gently slid the folded paper across the desk until it rested right in front of Xiyun. Zhang Xian picked it up, read through every word carefully, and picked up her pen to reply. The counselor mentioned the class retreat to me yesterday too, emphasizing that we need to highlight class Tussa. Since I'm the only guy in our husband-centric class, we definitely need to plan something memorable. Tell me the options you guys came up with first, Xian wrote back before sliding the note over. Qingxi lowered her gaze to the paper, the tip of her pen tapping thoughtfully against the margin. Option 1 is the Monitor VIP treatment day, where the girls split into groups for catering and games. We handle everything so our handsome husband can kick back as a total boss while we pamper him. We finish with a massive group photo, but honestly, it feels a bit basic and might make him awkward. She paused for a second before continuing to write out the second alternative on the draft sheet. Option 2 is an outdoor orienteering checkpoint rally, but customized entirely around trivia about her husband. Every checkpoint forces him to answer random facts about himself or win mini-games to secure our company. Si-yoon let out a soft chuckle as she read the lines, glancing up at the lecturing professor briefly. She lowered her head, the scratch of her pen making a faint rustling sound against the paper. Those directions are solid, but we can do way better. Here's my ultimate master plan. Si-yoon's handwriting flowed gracefully across the page as she laid out a much grander scheme. Let's turn it into a skill-building experiential camp run entirely by our talented female classmates. We have baking pros, handicraft geniuses, photography buffs, and girls with actual equestrian training connections. We divide the retreat into mini-modules where different girls teach hubby a specific new talent. He picks his absolute favorite module afterward so we can all dive deeper into that specific activity. For instance, the morning splits into 4 groups: baking pastries, crafting bracelets, and shooting campus views. Another group hits the suburban horse riding stables for a beginner equestrian crash course. She mapped out. We grab a group picnic lunch featuring the baked goods, then let him pick the winner for the afternoon. This puts him right at the center, while giving everyone a fair shot at some quality interaction time. Shinchi's eyes lit up as she read the detailed breakdown, her gaze darting sideways to catch my eye. The moment our eyes locked across the desk, her cheeks flushed a lovely pink, and she quickly looked away. That idea is brilliant. It avoids boredom and lets him try a bunch of cool new experiences. Won't it be too exhausting though? The horseback riding ranch is pretty far, and traffic eats time. What if hubby finds all the commuting and scheduling too annoying? Shinchi jotted down her lingering doubts. Relax. I already checked with the riding club girls, Si-yoon wrote back instantly with total confidence. Their private ranch is just over an hour away by car, and we can completely book it out. As for our guy, he loves trying fresh things, and we'll filter out the overly complex projects. We'll manage the time blocks tightly so he doesn't get worn out by the end of the day. Shinchi nodded, her pen drawing a small circle on the paper as she considered the logistics. Agreed. We should also add a secret wish jar where every girl drops in a mini request. Things like taking a selfie together, having him open a water bottle, or singing a single song. Before we wrap up, he draws a few wishes to fulfill, adding a sweet romantic touch to the day. Back and forth, they traded notes, until the entire blank sheet of paper was covered in neat handwriting. From brainstorming the grand concept down to scheduling logistics, they ironed out every single detail together. Meanwhile, Tong Yi had propped a novel open on her desk only to pass out flat against the wood. The rest of the lecture blurred past while I focused on taking notes and occasionally glancing at snoozing Yi. Deciding to copy Sien's notes to catch up, I reached across and turned my head toward her desk. "Why do you have a whole essay written down here?" I mumbled, assuming it was lecture material. Just as my fingers brushed the edge of the paper, Si-yoon snatched it back in sheer panic. "Hubby, why aren't you paying attention to the lecture?" She stammered, trying to cover the sheet. I zoned out for a second. "Lend me your notes so I can copy the important stuff," I argued. Si-yoon offered an awkward, nervous smile. I didn't take notes. I was writing other things." Sensing something fishy, I reached for the paper again, but she quickly shoved it into Chinchi's hands. "Don't let him see. Sue, you'll find out everything soon enough anyway," Si-yoon whispered frantically. Catching their synchronized panic and matching guilty grins, I narrowed my eyes with mild suspicion. 2 vice monitors teaming up to keep secrets from the head honcho? This smells like a conspiracy. Si-yoon grabbed my hand, flashing a sweet smile. "Trust me, hubby, you'll love the surprise." I relented with a shrug, figuring I wouldn't press further since they seemed so determined to hide it. Across the aisle, Si-yoon and Chinchi exchanged relieved glances and let out synchronized sighs of relief. When the dismissal bell finally rang, Si-yoon had to accompany Chinchi to meet the department counselor. That left Tong Yi and me to ride our electric scooter back to the lakeside villa together. Stepping through the front door, we were greeted by an eerily quiet and completely empty living room. "That's weird. Where did everyone vanish to?" I muttered, furrowing my brow at the silence. Tong Yi pulled out her phone to ping Jiang Duo on WeChat to check their whereabouts. Duo replied almost instantly, prompting me to lean over her shoulder to peek at the glowing screen. Instead of showing me, Tong Yi puffed out her cheeks and jerked the phone away toward her chest. "Hey, what gives? Why are you hiding the screen from your favorite husband?" I demanded, annoyed. "You'll find out soon enough, but my lips are sealed for now," Tong Yi giggled with bright eyes. "Fine, I'll just call them directly myself," I declared, pulling out my own smartphone to dial Duo. The moment the call connected, the line went dead with a sharp click. I stared at the screen in shock. Jiang Duo had never, not once in her life, hung up an active call from me before. Tong Yi stood behind her back, bouncing on her heels while tossing a decorative dragonfly ornament. "Singing songs won't save you. Spill it. Why is everyone dodging me today?" I crossed my arms. "Come on, tell me where they're hiding," I pressed, stepping closer with a serious expression. Tong Yi's composure cracked under my stare, her eyes darting away as truth serum activation kicked in. "They're at the hospital," she blurted out, covering her mouth with both hands a second too late. My eyes widened in genuine alarm. "The hospital? Why on earth are they at the hospital?" Duo and Leilai felt under the weather, so they went for a checkup, and found out they're pregnant. I lunged forward, grabbing Tong Yi by the shoulders and giving her a gentle shake in disbelief. Wait, Sister Wanian only announced her news a week ago, and now Duo and Layli are too. Tong Yi muffled another gasp, finally realizing her slip-up meant the cat was entirely out of the bag. Wait, making people tell the absolute truth is your unfair superpower, isn't it? She whined playfully. I plead the fifth. I smirked, earning a playful punch to the chest from her small fist. You're the worst. They wanted to announce it themselves as a big surprise when they got back. All right, calm down. I grinned widely, collapsing onto the sofa in pure excitement. I'll just pretend I'm completely clueless when they walk through that door. Deal? I suppose we have no choice now, Tong Yi pouted, crossing her arms with a mock frown. We didn't have to wait long before the front door latch clicked and the handle turned softly. I sprang off the sofa like a coiled spring, smoothing down my shirt and putting on my best poker face. Su Lingyun, Jiang Duo, and Bei Lei stepped into the foyer, looking exhausted but glowing. You guys finally made it back, I greeted them casually, purposely feigning slight annoyance. We had a busy morning out, Duo started, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of pink. Lei bit her lip, trying desperately to hold back a massive grin while exchanging glances with Duo. Taking a deep breath, Duo reached out and grabbed Lei's hand as they stared right at me. We have some incredible news to share with you, Lei blurted out, unable to hold it in. The doctor confirmed it. Both of us are pregnant. The second those words dropped into the room, my brain completely stalled for 2 full seconds. Replaced by a wave of pure, unadulterated shock and ecstatic joy, I leaped forward without hesitation. I swept both Jiang Duo and Bei Lei into a massive, all-encompassing embrace against my chest. Are you serious? You're not pulling my leg right now? I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Buried in my arms, both girls buried their faces into my jacket and nodded with radiant smiles. It's true, Duo whispered softly. I felt nauseous last week, but I thought it was just stress. And the doc says, I'm a month along while Duo is at month and a half. Lei added proudly. I loosened my grip slightly to look them in the eyes, my hands resting gently on their shoulders. That is incredible. Absolute perfection, I murmured, pressing a soft kiss to Duo's forehead. I turned and repeated the tender gesture with Lei, my heart swelling with infinite warmth. Wanian just gave us the best news last week, and now you two join the ranks. Our family is booming. Fast forward 3 months to December 20th, right in the thick of a freezing winter afternoon. A thick sheet of ice coated Mirror Lake, while heavy snowflakes drifted gracefully through the gray sky. The bare branches of the towering phoenix trees outside were blanketed in a pristine layer of white powder. Wanian, Duo, and Lei sported slight baby bumps, though heavy winter coats easily concealed them. Tong Yi was also past the 2-month mark, while Siyun and Lingyun were safely in their first trimester. Every single wife residing in the lakeside villa was now carrying a little piece of our future family. My pampering reached legendary status. Duo wasn't allowed to lift a finger, despite her protests. When Tong Yi suffered from random pregnancy, mood swings, and burst into tears, I spent hours comforting her. Beyond the original circle, the villa had added several new permanent residents over the past 3 months. We now hosted the introverted, quiet Su Qinshi, along with the sharp-tongued, yet adorable, Zhuang Hanyu. Mei Rui had also transferred over from the campus moat, alongside Yan Shangshang, who was still filming locally. The estate echoed with constant laughter, prompting Grandpa and Dad to express their utmost approval. They even dispatched housekeeper son Xiao Xiao over to help manage the bustling household logistics. Due to room constraints, Xiao Xiao had to share quarters on the ground floor with Chen Guo. As for the enigmatic system interface, it had essentially vanished after deploying that flimsy travel excuse. For a system to ghost its user like a deadbeat roommate was a first in my legendary gaming career. By the window, Yan Shangshang watched the dancing snowflakes drift down and melt against the glass pane. I lounged comfortably in a recliner chair, gently rocked back and forth by Chen Guo's steady hands. Nearby, Tong Yi, Zhang Xiyun, Su Mangqing, and Lei sat together cracking melon seeds while watching TV. Up in the study, Wanian tapped away at her doctoral thesis, with Duo sitting close by reviewing printouts. Mei Rui had dragged a cozy floor cushion right beside my recliner, scrolling through her phone casually. Big bro, Zhuang Hanyu called out, toddling over in a puffy white snow fleece coat. She and I had made things official back in November after she aggressively stalked me until I caved. She showed up at the villa uninvited one day, declared she was my wife, and started doing chores. She baked homemade pastries for everyone and gave me shoulder massages when I played video games. Best of all, she matched my trash talk energy in online matches, completely shielding me from toxic lobbies. Realizing she was a keeper, I bound her status too, bringing my total wife count up to a cool 11. Grandpa even mentioned that year-end national honors were coming up for young meritorious contributors. The prime criterion for the award was contributing heavily to societal continuity and demographic growth. While lots of young leaders made the list, nobody else boasted a household portfolio quite like mine. I set down my phone, looking down at Hanyu's round face and cute blunt bangs. It baffled me how someone who sounded like an anime voice actress could shred opponents in voice chat. "What's up, Xiao Yu?" I asked, smiling down at her. "Sister Sun says lunch is ready. Big bro and sisters, time to gather in the dining room," she announced. "Coming," I said, pushing myself up from the recliner as Mei Rui held out a slender hand. "Xiao Wang, pull me up too." Mei Rui pouted playfully, flashing an expectant grin. I gave her hand a gentle yank, while Tong Yi patted her own tummy and chimed in from the sofa. Don't leave me out, hubby. Pull me up as well. I hauled Mei Rui to her feet, then walked over to extend a hand to rescue a very pregnant Tong Yi. Her cheeks were perpetually flushed these days, radiating a soft, maternal glow that suited her well. As she stood up, she leaned in and planted a quick, affectionate kiss right on my cheek. Seeing that, Lele raised her hand from across the room demanding equal treatment. What about me? I need a lift too. Me too, hubby. Don't leave me hanging, Siyun added with her trademark gentle smile. Me Manking as well, Manking chimed in from the couch. All right, everyone gets pulled up. I groaned, good-naturedly, playing crane for the entire room. By the time I hoisted everyone to their feet, my face was stamped with overlapping pastel lipstick marks. Having a big family has serious occupational hazards, I muttered, wiping my cheek with a sleeve. I strolled over to the study door and knocked twice before pushing it open a crack. Wanian sat at the dual monitor set up in her black loungewear, typing away with absolute focus. Duo sat right beside her in pink loungewear, holding a stack of edited draft pages on her lap. Dinner's ready, girls, I announced into the room. They both looked up simultaneously, flashing matching bright smiles before I closed the door again. Entering the spacious dining hall, the long table was already lined with my wonderful wives. Thanks to Aunt Zhao and the two newly hired master chefs, the kitchen smelled like absolute heaven. Stepping into the dining hall, I was immediately ambushed by Zhuang Hanyu, who grabbed my arm with eager excitement. She wore a fluffy white loungewear set, her round face glowing as her big eyes sparkled up at me. Big bro, sit right beside me. I saved the absolute best spot where you can see the snowy garden. Before I could even reply, Beilele reached out from across the table to tap my shoulder playfully. Dressed in a rich burgundy velvet lounge set, she flashed a coquettish smile and demanded her turn. Hubby, come sit over on my side instead. You belong right here with us, she urged. No way, hubby has to sit next to me, Tong Yi chimed in, panic flashing across her face. Though her baby bump wasn't huge yet, she instinctively protected her stomach while grabbing my other arm. I specially ordered the braised pork knuckles from the chef just for you. You need to sit right here. Caught right in the middle of a tug of war, I couldn't help but offer a helpless yet deeply affectionate smile. All right, one at a time. How about I just take the center seat to keep the peace? I chuckled. I gently extricated myself from their grip and slid into the head seat at the middle of the long table. As everyone settled down, Sun Xiaoxiao and Chen Guo marched out carrying the final steaming soup tureen. Master, all the madams are finally here. Enjoy the food while it's piping hot. Xiao Xiao beamed brightly. They took their seats at the far end, and Xiao Xiao thoughtfully slid a pair of warm chopsticks toward me. Your chopsticks were pre-warmed in hot water, master, so your hands won't catch a chill. Before I could even pick up the utensils, Tong Yi aggressively speared a massive chunk of pork knuckle. She dropped the gelatinous, tender meat right into my bowl with an air of absolute triumph. Hurry up and taste it, hubby. It's simmered for 3 whole hours under my direct supervision. Try the squirrel fish next. Hubby, I meticulously picked out every single microscopic bone for you, Lele chimed in. She carefully deposited a piece of tender fish meat into my bowl, flashing a sweet, encouraging grin. In a matter of seconds, my ceramic bowl transformed into a miniature mountain of gourmet offerings. Before I could express my gratitude, Zhang Xiyun gracefully ladled a cup of clear mutton and radish soup. She blew softly across the surface to cool it down before sliding the bowl over with gentle care. Drink some hot soup to warm your chest, hubby, especially with the heavy snow falling outside, she whispered. True to form, her attentiveness was legendary. She even made sure the broth avoided any pregnancy triggers. And don't forget your greens, Su Manking added, using communal chopsticks to add crisp, stir-fried broccoli. A balanced diet is crucial for our strong husband. You need your vitamins and minerals too. Even senior sister Su Lingyun adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and dropped a plump crystal shrimp dumpling into my bowl. Let me add a shrimp dumpling for hubby. The wrapper is paper-thin and bursting with savory seafood flavor. I stared down at the Everest-sized pile of food in my bowl and let out a defeated laugh. Are you girls trying to fatten me up like a prize hog? There's zero chance I can finish all this. We want you big and round. Zhuang Hanyu giggled, leaning forward with an innocent expression. Big bro is the absolute pillar of our household. You need extra calories to take care of all our babies. Not wanting to be outdone, Mei Rui leaned across the table from the diagonal angle to drop in braised pork. Su Qinshi, sitting quietly beside Jiang Duo, slid a portion of stir-fried snow peas onto my plate. Even Yan Xiangxiang joined the feeding frenzy, adding a savory spare rib to the growing culinary mountain. The air grew thick with mouth-watering aromas, making my head spin in the best possible way. I picked up my chopsticks and took a sip of Zhang Xiyun's signature mutton soup first. The piping hot broth cascaded down my throat, melting away the winter chill instantly. Incredible. I sighed in pure bliss. Xiyun's soup hits the spot better than anything else in the world. Hearing the praise, Xiyun's cheeks flushed pink as she lowered her head with a shy, pleased smile. Hey, total bias. Tong Yi pouted, crossing her arms in mock indignation from across the table. My pork knuckles took 3 hours of supervision. Why didn't you praise my cooking contribution? Playing along with her pregnancy-enhanced theatrical moods, I popped a piece of the tender knuckle into my mouth. The meat melted instantly on my tongue, releasing rich, savory juices that justified all her boasting. I chewed happily and gave an exaggerated nod. Delicious. Our little aunt's pork knuckle is unmatched. Tong Yi beamed with pride, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she prepared for round two. Then eat more. If this isn't enough, I'll order the kitchen to brew another batch right now. Whoa, hold your horses. Let me conquer Mount Everest in my bowl first, before adding more cargo, I pleaded. The table erupted into bright, harmonious laughter, the clinking of porcelain creating a cozy holiday symphony. Eating my way through the mountain of love proved effortless, leaving me completely stuffed by the end. Shortly after, Master Chef brought out specialized nutrient bowls for the expecting mothers seated near me. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, we could watch the endless flurry of snowflakes blanketing the estate. An hour after lunch, the blizzard finally tapered off into a calm, pristine winter stillness. Su Manqing immediately grabbed my hand, begging to drag me outside into the fresh powder to build a snowman. Qinshi, Hanyu, Xiangsheng, and Mei Rui instantly jumped on board with enthusiastic cheers. Tong Yi desperately wanted to join the chaos, but patted her slight bump and wisely decided to sit this one out. She and the other expectant mothers settled comfortably onto the plush observation sofas by the window. After bundling up in heavy winter gear, we shoved open the double doors and stepped out into the courtyard. A thick blanket of powdery snow, easily 2 inches deep, crunched beneath our boots with a satisfying sound. I buried my hands deep inside my black down jacket pockets, breathing in the crisp, freezing alpine air. Take this, hubby, Manqing yelled, bending down to scoop up a handful of snow and pack a quick projectile. The snowball zipped through the air with a whistling arc straight toward my head. I sidestepped smoothly, watching the missile disintegrate into a cloud of white dust against the frozen grass. Oh, so the student council treasurer wants to start a war? Big mistake, I smirked. I scooped up a handful of powder, packed it tight, and fired back with pinpoint precision. Manqing dodged nimbly, the snowball grazing her shoulder before exploding against the brick courtyard wall. Zhuang Hanyu, wrapped in a pink puffer jacket with a bright red nose from the cold, charged into the fray. She hurled one snowball at me and another straight at Mei Ru's direction. Snowball fight time. Everyone needs to participate or you're missing out, she giggled. Mei Rui ducked effortlessly, retaliating with a massive snowball that caught Hanyu square in the back. Sneak attacks come with consequences, Xiao Yu. Mei Rui laughed as snow slid down the pink coat. Hey, that's dirty fighting, I want revenge. Hanyu squealed, dropping down to manufacture ammunition. Yan Xiangshang watched the chaos with an amused smile, while Qinshi quietly crafted tiny snowballs. Qinshi tossed her mini projectiles with zero velocity toward my direction, acting more like she was casting a spell. Fighting off 4 wives simultaneously kept me on my toes, though I deliberately lowered my defense occasionally. I let Hanyu and Qinshi score clean hits on my shoulders to keep their competitive spirits high. Don't you dare throw the match for them, hubby, Shang Sang shouted, firing a high-velocity snowball. The missile nailed the top of my winter cap, sending a cascade of ice crystals straight down my collar. Brr. Okay, gloves are off, full retaliation mode engaged, I declared, shaking off the chill. I dual-wielded snowballs, launching rapid-fire counterattacks across the yard until Manqing took a direct hit to the nose. She froze for a second before bursting into helpless giggles, wiping snow off her face. So cold, but so much fun. She cheered, her laughter echoing across the snow-draped courtyard. From behind the massive glass window inside, Tong Yi pressed her hands against the pane and cheered. Go get them, big bro. Don't let them bully you out here, she yelled enthusiastically. After exhausting our ammunition, everyone paused to catch their breath in the freezing air. Okay, my arms are turning to jelly, let's build an epic snowman instead, Manqing panted. Best idea I've heard all day. Hanyu clapped her mittens together. Let's build a giant sculpture. I nodded in agreement. Alright, division of labor. I'll roll the heavy base body while you girls handle the head. I bent down, rolling a massive sphere across the lawn until it grew into a half-man-sized boulder. Meanwhile, Manqing and Mei Rui rolled a smaller companion sphere to serve as the snowman's head. Hubby, it's too heavy to lift. Give me a hand here, Manqing called out, struggling with the snow block. I jogged over, hoisted the sphere effortlessly, and set it squarely atop the base to form the silhouette. Hanyu sprinted back from the house carrying a red knitted beanie, a matching scarf, and 2 dark buttons. Accessory time, she cheered, tiptoeing unsuccessfully as she tried to crown the tall snow structure. I chuckled, taking the red beanie and placing it neatly over the rounded snow head before wrapping the scarf. Hanyu handed me the black buttons, which I pressed firmly into the face to serve as blinking eyes. Qinshi reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a bright orange carrot, offering it up with a smile. Here, use this for the classic carrot nose to bring him to life. I took the carrot, wedging it precisely between the button eyes to complete the friendly face. Xiangshang jogged out with a pair of black winter gloves and a spare red face mask for extra flair. Let's dress him for the winter weather, she said, pinning the mask and sliding gloves onto the snow arms. He looks magnificent, Manqing clapped, running inside to fetch a string of colorful fairy lights. We wrapped the glowing multicolored lights around the snowman's body until it practically pulsed with holiday magic. Standing back, our collaborative masterpiece looked like a cheerful winter guardian standing watch over the yard. Mission accomplished. I stretched my back, surveying our sparkling creation with deep satisfaction. Manqing pulled me close for a photo. Hanyu draped herself over the snowman's shoulder for a goofy pose. Qinshi stood nearby with a gentle, serene smile, while Mei Rui and Shang flashed peace signs. "Hubby, we need a complete family portrait with our new snowman buddy," Shang suggested brightly. The last official group photo dated back 3 months to our trip to the moat before winter set in. I turned toward the villa doors and raised my voice. "Snowman is finished. Time for the full group portrait." Inside the warm living room, instant motion erupted across the sofas and seating areas. Wanian set aside the tiny baby sweater she was knitting and stood up with graceful caution. I hurried over to offer a steadying arm, while Lele tossed on a thick outer coat and grabbed Duo's hand. Tong Yi could barely contain her excitement, protecting her belly with one hand while dragging Sion forward. "Coming, let me see how magnificent our snowman baby actually turned out," Tong Yi called out. The group trickled out onto the snow, their boots leaving a fresh lattice of soft footprints behind. Tong Yi gasped at the sight of the glowing, colorfully decorated snowman, itching to run closer. Remembering her condition, she slowed her pace and gently tapped her boots against the snow. Wanian strolled up gracefully, her gaze softening as she admired the craftsmanship. "You all have amazing coordination. All right, let's assemble for the ultimate framing," I directed, motioning everyone toward the snowman. "Wanian, take my left side," I instructed, pulling her close as she rested her hands on my arm. "Duo, come to my right, watch your footing on the ice," I added, steadying her as she linked her fingers through my wrist. Tong Yi bypassed everyone to stand directly behind me, wrapping her arms around my shoulders from behind. "I'm claiming the ultimate VIP spot right behind your back, so we look the closest," she giggled triumphantly. Lele and Sion stationed themselves beside Wanian, with Sion adjusting Lele's coat collar against the draft. Manqing and Hanyu flanked the snowman's sides, Hanyu pulling a hilarious face with her hand on the snowman. Qinshi stood composed next to Hanyu, while Mei Rui and Shang posed gracefully on the right edge. I glanced around the circle, 11 incredible wives, each unique, smiling with absolute, unfiltered joy. Behind us stood the snow-covered estate and our glowing holiday mascot under a break in the winter clouds. "Wait, don't shoot yet," Hanyu shrieked suddenly, spinning around to dash back inside the foyer. She returned, moments later, brandishing an armful of colorful furry beanies in pink, red, and blue. "Wear these. Winter photos need matching colorful hats to look festive and keep everyone warm." She distributed the colorful beanies around the group, transforming our line into a vibrant rainbow of winter cheer. I accepted a sleek black beanie, pulling it down snugly over my forehead. "Okay, no more delays or the sun's going to hide behind the ridge," Manqing urged, holding up her phone. She jogged over to hand the device to Sun Xiao, who stood a few paces back to frame the wide-angle shot. "Everyone pack in close, fix your posture, and get ready to smile," Xiao called out from behind the screen. "On 3, say cheese. Cheese." The entire group shouted in unison as the camera shutter clicked to immortalize the moment. The resulting digital capture preserved the snowy courtyard, the glowing festive snowman, and our expanding family. "Let me see, let me see." Hanyu bolted towards Xiao, grabbing her arm to inspect the screen. "Oh, it's gorgeous." Everyone looked so happy, and even the snowman turned out photogenic. The rest of the household surged forward, crowding around to admire the snapshot of our chaotic, beautiful life. Crowds of people admired the crisp snapshot, praising how every single face came out clear. "Once we get these printed, we can hang the collage right in the living room," Manqing suggested. Glancing around at my 11 devoted wives and the future babies on the way, my heart swelled. "We should definitely snap more candid group photos to capture every single precious milestone," I smiled. "Absolutely." Everyone chimed in enthusiastically as Tong Yi grabbed my hand with a radiant grin. "Big bro, once the little ones arrive, we'll add them to the frames for an even bigger crowd." Naturally, I chuckled, picturing the chaotic snowman battles and snowball fights of future winters. As the afternoon sun dipped below the tree line, the crisp winter air turned sharply biting. Sensing the cold creeping into my pregnant wives' coats, I urged everyone back inside the cozy estate. "All right, squad, time to retreat indoors. Before anyone catches a chill in this alpine weather," I called out. With lingering glances back at our glowing holiday mascot, the group ambled back toward the double doors. Hanyu even waved back over her shoulder, calling out, "Stay frosty, Mr. Snowman, we'll see you tomorrow." Stepping into the entryway, Chen Guo immediately greeted us with trays of steaming ginger tea and pastries. We gathered around the spacious living room sofa while Manqing uploaded our group photo to a private chat. The group chat was cheerfully titled Xiao Wang and his 11 gorgeous goddesses for all to see. Sipping spicy ginger tea, everyone traded funny anecdotes about our messy, laughter-filled outdoor battle. As twilight faded into a deep winter night, the perimeter floodlights illuminated the snowy courtyard. After a magnificent dinner, Yan Shang brought her phone over and sidled up beside me on the sofa. "Hubby, I need to run a quick professional matter by you before the evening gets too late," she murmured. I glanced over from Wanian, who was busy knitting a miniature pink sweater with meticulous focus. "Shoot, what's on your mind?" I asked, keeping one arm wrapped around Wanian's shoulders. Shang hesitated, biting her lower lip nervously before spitting out the unexpected request. My talent agency boss wants to drop by the villa tonight to discuss the upcoming New Year gala. Work meetings inside our private residence. Since when do agents make house calls? I narrowed my eyes. Shang fidgeted with her phone case. Well, she wanted to talk business. But she also wanted to see you. I blinked in surprise. Does this boss even know me? Have we crossed paths before? You probably don't remember her, but she definitely remembers you from an encounter months ago, Shang explained. You guys met at the front desk of the pleasure swimming pool, and her name is He Jingjing. I mentally sifted through my memory banks, drawing a complete blank against the ocean of women I'd met. Between managing a WeChat contact list capped at 10,000 users and relying on senior sister Siyun to filter through thousands of incoming messages, remembering a random pool receptionist was practically impossible. Still, since Shang Xiang brought it up directly, turning them away at the gate felt unnecessarily cold. Fine, let them in if they're already headed this way. It's not a military bunker. I shrugged indifferently. Shang beamed, scurrying off to text her boss the green light while I returned to watching Wani and knit. Why pink yarn, honey? What if the baby turns out to be a bouncing baby boy? I teased gently. If it's a boy, that's wonderful too. Wanian smiled softly without looking up from her needles. Though current statistical odds for male babies in our household seem stubbornly stuck below 1%, thinking over Wanian, Tong Yi, and Duo's upcoming arrivals, she honestly wasn't wrong in the slightest. If probability held true, every single bun currently baking in the oven was destined to be a sweet baby girl. Not that I minded princess energy filling the halls boy or girl, I'd spoil them all the same. Minutes later, a sharp flash of amber headlights swept across the expansive front courtyard drive. The low, aggressive purr of a high-performance engine echoed before the villa's front door buzzer chimed. I'll get the gate, Shang announced, springing up to hit the automated entry toggle on the wall. Outside the iron gates sat a screaming red Ferrari, its hazard lights blinking as it rolled toward the portico. The driver's door swung open to reveal a woman draped in a sleek black overcoat and gold fishtail gown. The passenger door opened simultaneously, depositing a bundled figure in a heavy black parka carrying an insulated thermos. Shang swung open the grand oak front door, immediately embracing the woman in the designer overcoat. Jingjing Ji, you actually made it. Shang greeted her warmly with a bright smile. He Jingjing offered a tight smile, her gaze instantly darting past Shang into the sprawling, well-lit living room. Taking in the sea of stunning women lounging on sofas and Persian rugs, her professional composure cracked. The rising star she had personally trained and managed looked entirely average in this league of goddesses. Jingjing's glossy red lips parted in pure disbelief. Is this a mythological spider cave or a private residence? Don't be ridiculous, Ji. Meet my husband Lin Wang, Shang said, pulling her deeper inside. I raised my head, letting my eyes flick past He Jingjing before locking onto the woman standing behind her. The second woman stood with a familiar, melancholic poise, her dark eyes welling up instantly upon meeting my gaze. My eyes narrowed as recognition clicked into place. It was none other than our former campus counselor, Wei Qin. Ever since resigning from the university, she had quietly taken over a branch of her family's enterprise. Though she spent months tracking my life from afar, crushing guilt had kept her permanently at bay. Knowing the sheer magnitude of her past betrayal left her feeling entirely unworthy of stepping into my orbit again. Today, driven by an overwhelming wave of regret and fueled by a batch of freshly made dumplings, she had tagged along with Jingjing under the guise of an agency visit, just to catch a glimpse. Teacher Wei, Zhang Xiyun and Su Qinshi blurted out simultaneously, recognizing the disgraced former educator. Wei Qin stood frozen in the doorway like a terrified child caught breaking rules, clutching her steel thermos. What are you doing here? My voice remained level, devoid of warmth, looking at her like a stranger. The cozy chatter in the living room died instantly, every eye locking onto the tense threshold scene. Tong Yi instinctively slid closer to my side, her eyes narrowing with protective suspicion against the intruder. Wanian frowned, setting her knitting aside to step up beside me and murmur, "Hubby, who is this?" Though Siyun and Qinshi had slipped up and called her teacher, Wanian lacked the backstory of the drugging scandal. Siyun hurried forward to bridge the gap. Sister Wanian, this is Professor Wei, our former university counselor. Though she resigned a while back, we haven't seen her in ages, Siyun added carefully, reading the room. Wei Qin's knuckles turned ghostly white as she squeezed the steel thermos lid until her fingers ached. She could feel the collective weight of hostile scrutiny and, worst of all, my chilling, absolute indifference. Taking a shuddering breath, she stepped forward, her voice cracking with suppressed, fragile emotion. Lin Wang, I came here today to offer you my deepest, most sincere apology. An apology? I let out a dry, humorless chuckle, turning my back to walk back toward the sofa. I picked up my porcelain teacup and took a slow sip. We have nothing left to apologize for. My words struck like frozen daggers straight into Wei Qin's chest, validating her worst internal fears. She knew I was still punishing her for letting Cheng manipulate her into a pathetic drugging plot. That single lapse in judgment hadn't just torched her career, it had permanently burned the bridge between us. Every sleepless night since had been an endless cycle of self-loathing and agonizing retrospective torture. Overwhelmed by remorse, she hurried across the rug, gently placing the thermos down on the glass coffee table. She dropped to a slight bow, her posture trembling as she humbled herself completely before me. Lin Wang, I was wrong, so catastrophically wrong. I never should have listened to Cheng Cheng. I never should have participated in that scheme, and above all, I never should have betrayed your trust. Tears spilled over her lower lashes, her voice breaking into a ragged sob as the dam finally burst. I've regretted every second of it. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I had to tell you face to face. I set my teacup down with a sharp clink, my eyes remaining cold as winter frost. Teacher Wei, if your speech is finished, the door is right behind you. Please leave. My unwavering coldness made her heart sink into an abyss, but she refused to surrender just yet. Fumbling with the thermos lid, she twisted it open to release a fragrant cloud of homemade comfort food. I woke up at dawn today and personally wrapped a batch of your favorite pickled cabbage and pork dumplings. Please, just take one bite. Let me know if it tastes even remotely like the ones you used to love. No thanks. I cut her off flatly, refusing to even glance down at the steaming container. My culinary preferences have evolved past anything you brought to the table today. Rejection hit her like physical violence, and fresh tears carved tracks through her carefully applied makeup. I know you despise the sight of me, but I never stopped caring about you from the very first day, she pleaded. My foolish possessiveness twisted my actions into weapons, but my feelings were never fake. She reached out a trembling hand to catch my sleeve, but I flinched away with visible, visceral disgust. Her hand hovered awkwardly in midair, trembling against the empty air as humiliation burned her cheeks. Teacher Wei, Wanyan stepped forward gracefully, her maternal warmth softening the harsh edge of the room. What's done is in the past. Lin Wang is happy and secure now, and we hope you can move on too. Wei Qin looked up at Wanyan, then swept her tear-filled eyes across the circle of radiant, devoted wives. Every woman in the room radiated genuine kindness and unconditional love, highlighting her own bitter failure. I know he's in good hands, and that's why seeing you all hurts so much. Wei Qin wept softly. I just wanted to see him with my own eyes, to know he was safe after everything I did. She pointed frantically at the open thermos, desperate for any shred of connection or mercy. I made these myself, using the exact fermented cabbage recipe you praised back then. Just a single bite. Teacher Wei, nobody is saying you lack remorse, but forcing yourself on him accomplishes nothing, Tong Yi interrupted. Though pregnancy had made our little aunt extra sensitive, her direct, no-nonsense street sense remained intact. We don't want your apologies if they only reopen old scars. Please respect his boundaries. I'm not trying to cause trouble, Wei Qin cried out, turning her desperate gaze back toward my face. I'll take any punishment, yell at me, curse me out, just let me stay in your life somehow. Even if it's just as a nameless, ordinary partner in the background, I'll take it without complaint. Hearing such absolute submission drop from the lips of a once proud university authority left the room stunned. Siyun sighed softly. Teacher, dignity matters. Don't humiliate yourself like this for a door that's locked. I stood up slowly, stepping around the coffee table to tower over her kneeling form with a placid expression. Teacher Wei, this is the absolute final time I will address our history, I stated firmly. The past is buried, and I refuse to dig it back up. There is zero chance we return to what we were. I pointed toward the grand oak entryway. Take your dumplings and leave. We are finished here. No, Lin Wang, I can't live without you, she wailed, lunging forward to wrap both arms around my waist. This time, I didn't step back. I simply let her grip me while I pried her fingers loose one by one. Your future belongs to you, not me. Stop anchoring your life to a ghost of a mistake. Sensing the finality in my tone, Wei Qin's shoulders collapsed, her last fragile spark of hope shattering. Why? She whispered into the carpet, her voice hollow and defeated. I loved you with everything I had. Love isn't the problem, your execution was, I replied, my voice carrying a solemn, complex weight. Loving someone doesn't give you a free pass to poison and manipulate them when things go sideways. When you chose to pull those stunts, you signed off on the exact consequences you're living with today. The truth hit her like a freight train, draining the remaining strength from her legs until she slumped sideways. Wanyan motioned to Chen Guo, quietly signaling her to fetch a clean towel for the weeping woman. Teacher Wei, at least dry your tears. The floor tile is freezing, Wanyan offered gently. Wei Qin ignored the towel, burying her face in her arms while her frame shook with desolate sobs. I think about him every single hour of the day. I just couldn't help myself. She sobbed into the grain. Growing deeply exhausted by the melodrama, I turned my attention toward our trusty household manager. Xiao Xiao, help Teacher Wei up and escort her out to her car, I instructed flatly. Xiao Xiao nodded, stepping forward, but Wei Qin batted her hands away with a sharp refusal. Don't touch me. I can walk out on my own 2 feet, she spat, scrambling up ungracefully. Wiping her face with her sleeve, she cast one final, lingering look of absolute devotion toward my face. I won't give up, Lin Wang. I'll wait until the day your heart finally thaws toward me. The dumplings stay right here. Heat them up whenever you're ready to forgive me. With that parting vow, she turned on her heel and marched out into the cold night air without looking back. The heavy oak door clicked shut, leaving behind the rich, pungent aroma of fermented cabbage and pork. Silence blanketed the living room for a long moment before I broke the quiet. Xiao Xiao, take that thermos outside and feed the campus stray cats with it. Don't let it sit here. Xiao Xiao nodded briskly, scooped up the heavy container, and hurried out to clear the air. Standing near the door, He Jingjing watched the entire tragicomedy unfold with sheer bewilderment. As a sharp businesswoman, She had known Wei Qin as a cold, calculating corporate partner, not this weeping mess. Realizing the awkwardness of the room, Jing cleared her throat and motioned for Xiang to step outside. "Let's catch some fresh air on the patio, babe," Jing muttered, dragging Xiang through the exit. Out by the sleek red Ferrari, Wei Qin sat quietly in the passenger footwell, silently wiping away residual tears. Jing leaned against the sports car fender, crossing her arms as Xiang stepped out into the chill. "What on earth was that emotional train wreck about?" Jing demanded, shaking her head in disbelief. Xiang shook her head defensively. "Don't ask me. I've only been bound to Lin Wang for a few months." "Whatever, back to business," Jing sighed, pushing past the awkward detour to state her primary mission. "Your name is locked in as the absolute grand finale headliner for the National New Year TV Gala." Xiang's jaw dropped in genuine shock. "Me? Headlining the National Gala? Are you out of your mind?" Though her career was booming, primetime gala finales traditionally belonged to legendary veteran artists. "Don't look at me. Agency executives got direct orders from high above," Jing shrugged. "But I have one non-negotiable condition from the network. Lin Wang has to make a public appearance. The fan outcry for him is nuclear level. If he keeps hiding out, it might hurt your brand synergy." Xiang spun around to look back through the illuminated living room windows at my relaxed figure. She turned back to Jing and shook her head with absolute, unyielding terror. "No way. He's not appearing." Jing's eyes widened in sudden disbelief, finally realizing why the network higher-ups personally demanded that Xiang anchor the grand finale. No wonder her rising star was handpicked for the ultimate television slot, considering the formidable background of the man standing casually just a few rooms away. Both women stood out in the snow, realizing that exposing a man of his stature to the chaotic public eye was an absolute recipe for disaster. If he shows his face on national television, the internet sleuths will tear his entire life apart within 24 hours. Xiang reasoned, her face pale under her light makeup. "This is completely absurd. My personal life belongs to me, not some bloodthirsty online mob looking for digital gossip. If the network insists on dragging my relationships into the spotlight, I'd rather walk away from the entertainment industry entirely." Jing placed a firm, grounding hand on her shoulder. "Don't ever talk about quitting. We spent years building your career, and hundreds of people depend on this company's ecosystem. Just focus on your final dress rehearsal in a couple of days, and let the agency handle any PR fallout if the internet catches wind of anything." "Understood. I'll do my best." Xiang nodded, watching her manager turn her attention back toward the illuminated villa windows. "How many wives did you say he has living in there?" Jing asked, her curiosity overriding her professional panic. Xiang glanced back through the glass to where I was casually scrolling through my phone on the sofa. 11 so far. Why do you ask?" 11? Jing gasped, her jaw dropping. "With 11 women in the rotation, does a rising star like you even register on his radar anymore?" The moment the words left her mouth, Xiang's cheeks turned a brilliant shade of pink that rivaled her lip tint. "Boss, you really don't need to concern yourself with my personal romantic arrangements," she stammered defensively. All right, I'm heading out," Jing chuckled, flashing a final wave toward the living room before turning back to the red sports car. She pulled open the scissor door and slid into the driver's seat, where Wei Qin sat quietly clutching a crumpled tissue against her damp eyes. The Ferrari glided smoothly out of the Lakeside Estate's gates, its interior heater humming loudly to chase away the bitter winter draft. Jing glanced sideways at her heartbroken friend as the snowy street lamps flickered past in a blur of warm amber light. "Qin, please stop crying. Your eyes are going to swell shut before you even make it home," Jing coaxed gently, sliding a fresh pack of tissues across the console. Wei Qin grabbed the packet, frantically blotting her face as a fresh wave of grief hit her chest. "I know I'm a mess," she sniffled, her voice thick. "I just can't control it." Seeing his eyes so cold, looking at me like I was a total stranger after everything we shared. "It feels like someone is carving out my heart." Jing gripped the leather steering wheel tightly, feeling a deep, echoing ache for her longtime friend and business partner. "Is romance really capable of destroying someone this thoroughly?" she muttered softly. "You apologize face to face? You laid your soul bare. That took incredible courage. Even if I'm not romantically involved with anyone right now, I know forced affection is a dead end," Jing continued pragmatically. "Sometimes, the bravest thing we can do is let go of others and finally release ourselves." "Release myself?" Wei Qin let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. "How am I supposed to let go? The moment I handed my heart over to him, my soul stopped being my own. Running the family enterprise, burying myself in corporate spreadsheets, I tried everything to stay busy, but the second the sun goes down, the memories flood back like a tsunami." The sports car navigated the quiet, snow-dusted avenues in silence, the rubber tires hissing softly over the icy slush. Wei Qin stared out the passenger window, her expression shifting from raw agony into a quiet, stubborn resolve. "I'm not giving up, Jing," she whispered, her voice suddenly steady. Jing slammed on the brakes slightly out of sheer surprise, turning her head to stare at her friend. "What did you just say?" "I know he doesn't want me near him right now, and I know forgiveness is miles away," Wei Qin continued, her tone gaining strength. "Meeting him tonight was terrifying, but it cleared the fog in my mind. I still love him, and that truth hasn't wavered for a single second. My past mistakes were born of ignorance and arrogance, but I'm ready to spend however long it takes to atone for them." Jing frowned deeply. "Qin, Aren't you just setting yourself up for endless humiliation? He has 11 other women. I don't care about the odds. Wei Qin interrupted, shaking her head as a peaceful calm settled over her features. Just being able to breathe the same air, to catch a glimpse of him from a distance. That is enough faith to keep me moving forward. Realizing her friend's stubborn heart was carved out of unyielding granite, Jing let out a resigned sigh. Have you really thought this through? The road ahead might stretch on forever without a single reward. I've thought about it more than enough. Wei Qin nodded softly, resting her cheek against the cool glass. At least this way, I'm living truthfully. The Ferrari pulled up smoothly to the curb outside Wei Qin's luxury apartment complex, its engine purring down to a quiet hum. Jing flicked off the ignition, turning to offer a supportive smile. We're here. Do you want me to walk you up to your door? No thanks. Jing, I can manage. Wei Qin unbuckled her seatbelt and offered a genuine, exhausted smile. Thank you for driving me out tonight. If you hadn't brought me along, I'd still be drowning in cowardice. We're best friends. Don't mention it. Jing replied warmly. Get some real rest, and text me the second you're safely inside. Watching Wei Qin vanish through the glass lobby doors, Jing exhaled slowly before putting the car back in drive. Back at the lakeside villa, the emotional wreckage of the evening gradually dissolved under the combined warmth of my household. Following a playful round of negotiations among the sisterhood regarding tonight's sleeping arrangements, Mei Rui successfully claimed top honors. I spent a peaceful, restorative night in my private suite with Mei Rui, as the intermittent winter snowfall finally ceased outside the window. By Sunday morning, after a hearty breakfast, I planned on sinking into a lazy weekend when my phone buzzed at precisely 9 a.m. Hubby, you need to get down to the campus student union club room right now. Su Lingyun's voice crackled through the speaker, laced with frantic urgency. What emergency could possibly require my presence on a Sunday morning? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Just, don't ask questions. I don't even know how to explain it over the phone. She stammered nervously. Just come to our usual room, please. Hearing the genuine panic in my senior student's voice, I immediately stood up from the dining chair. Tong Yi and Bei Lele, who were lounging nearby, blinked in unison and tracked my movements. Where are you sneaking off to in such a rush? Tong Yi asked, tilting her head. Senior sister Lingyun says there's a minor crisis at the club room that needs my immediate attention, I replied, grabbing my jacket. I'm coming with you, Tong Yi announced, springing to her feet. Negative, stay put and rest. I motioned toward her midsection with a stern look. Besides, the new enforcement executive assigned during your pregnancy leave is supposed to drop by today anyway. That bureaucratic assignment is totally unnecessary, Tong Yi pouted, crossing her arms. Mei Rui chimed in, stepping forward from the hallway. I'll tag along with Big Bro instead. Since I'm an official exchange student, I need to familiarize myself with every nook and cranny of the campus anyway. Works for me, let's roll. I nodded. The electric scooter felt biting cold in the morning wind, prompting Mei Rui to wrap her arms securely around my waist from behind. As we rolled past the front driveway, I glanced at the empty parking space where Jing's red Ferrari had sat the night before, mentally agreeing that high-end sports cars were wildly impractical compared to an agile campus scooter. Navigating the snow-dusted paths, we pulled up outside the academic building housing the club rooms and jogged up the steps. I shoved open the door to the activity room and immediately halted in my tracks. The rows of study desks had been shoved together to form a massive culinary workspace covered in wooden rolling boards, mounds of chopped leeks, and flour dust. Hubby, you're finally here, Su Lingyun cried out, her hair tied back in a messy bun as she furiously rolled out a batch of dumpling dough. The Chai sisters, Jingmen and Jingshuan, were operating rolling pins beside her, while Chumling and Hua Bingyan tackled mountainous bowls of seasoned pork filling. I blinked in utter bewilderment. Is this a secret society ritual or an underground dumpling syndicate? It's the winter solstice, silly. Lingyun laughed, wiping a streak of flour off her cheek with the back of her wrist. You haven't dropped by the club in ages, so everyone begged me to lure you out here for a proper group cooking session. I let out a massive sigh of relief. You scared me half to death on the phone. I thought a rival faction was staging a coup. Of course, it's an emergency, Jingshuan chimed in, abandoning her dough to wrap her arms possessively around my bicep. Lin Wang Gege, we haven't seen you in forever. Did you completely forget about us while hiding out in your mega villa? She pouted adorably. I offered an awkward chuckle, silently noting that keeping track of 11 wives meant managing an entire department store's worth of emotional investments. Before Jingshuan could trap me in further interrogation, Mei Rui elbowed her way through the workstation with an expert grin. Oh, we're making dumplings? You should have led with that. I make the absolute best seasoning mix in the province, she declared, rolling up her denim sleeves with practiced swagger. Let me inspect your meat-to-fat ratio. Ladies, do we need any secret culinary upgrades in here? Su Lingyun slapped the back of Mei Rui's hand away with her rolling pin, though her gold-rimmed glasses flashed with fond amusement. Wash your hands with soap first, master chef, before you go plunging bare fingers into the mixing bowl. Lingyun's movements remained poetry in motion, dusting flour across the board with crisp, elegant efficiency. As the core pillar of the student union, she commanded the room effortlessly, her rolled-up white button-down sleeves exposing slender, graceful wrists. The Kai sisters offered a striking contrast of personalities beneath their identical, flawless features. Jingmin, the older sister, possessed a gentle, maternal grace, meticulously pressing out perfectly uniform dumpling wrappers with serene composure. You rarely visit us anymore, Lin Wang. You'll have to eat at least 2 dozen to make up for lost time, she murmured softly. Jingshuan, on the other hand, clung tightly to my arm like a determined koala, dangling a freshly flattened circle of dough right in front of my nose. My wrappers are the roundest and prettiest, so obviously you have to eat mine first, Gege. Across the table, Chun Ling and Hua Binghan maintained a steady rhythm of mixing fillings, though Binghan kept casting furtive, protective glances down toward my waistline with a quiet curiosity. Need any extra hands, or am I just here for quality control? I asked, rolling up my own sleeves to join the assembly line. Just stand there and look pretty, hubby, Ling Yun teased, though she slid a lump of dough over to my workspace anyway. Well, seeing as the pregnant supervisor gave the green light, I suppose I'll contribute, I joked, shooting a knowing glance at Ling Yun's flat yet changing midsection. She offered a warm, glowing smile. A little light physical activity is actually great for circulation during pregnancy, don't worry about me. I picked up a piece of dough, cupped it in my palm, and dropped in a measured spoonful of filling before executing a series of lightning-fast pleats. In seconds, a textbook-perfect, crescent-shaped dumpling sat proudly on the wooden board. Whoa, look at master handiwork over here, Jingshuan gasped, staring at my creation with undisguised awe. Mine always look like exploded pillows. Teach me your secret. I chuckled, guiding her fingers gently through the folding process while explaining the wrist action required for the crimping technique. The classroom filled with warm chatter, laughter, and the rhythmic slapping of dough against wood. Within an hour, the tables groaned under the weight of hundreds of diverse dumplings, some plump and round, others delicate and pleated like tiny works of art. All right, intermission's over, time to boil these masterpieces, Jingshuan announced, clapping her flour-dusted hands together. Hua Binghan, possessing the heavy lifting stats for the group, hoisted the massive stainless steel stockpot toward the induction burner, while everyone else wiped down the counters and set out bowls and chopsticks. Minutes later, the classroom filled with an intoxicating, savory aroma that made everyone's stomach rumble in unison. They're floating. They're officially done, Jingshuan cheered, ladling out steaming, translucent dumplings into shared ceramic bowls. I grabbed my chopsticks and snagged one of Mei Rui's custom-wrapped creations, biting into it as savory juices burst across my palate. Incredible, I praised, nodding toward Mei Rui. Your filling ratio is officially certified legendary. Obviously. Mei Rui beamed proudly, tossing her hair back with theatrical flair. Jingshuan immediately shoved her own bowl toward my face. Taste mine next. Even if the shape is a bit abstract, the love factor makes up for it. I obliged, chewing thoughtfully and validating her culinary efforts as she bounced on her heels with joy. The afternoon dissolved into a cozy feast of comfort food, student camaraderie, and endless affection. By the time I pedanted my way back to the lakeside villa later that afternoon, I discovered that the culinary spirit had crossed our threshold as well. The kitchen staff was furiously prepping an entirely different variation of dumpling feasts ranging from classic 3 fresh seafood mixes to savory Spanish mackerel fillings. That evening, I found myself consuming a second round of celebratory solstice dumplings, proving that winter in our household was measured entirely by caloric abundance. Over the next week and a half, campus life entered the frantic homestretch of the autumn semester. Final exams loomed large over the university, forcing me into a strict academic routine of studying alongside Zhang Xiyun and Su Qinxi in the estate's private library. Meanwhile, Yan Xiangsheng practically vanished from the villa, dividing her grueling schedule between film sets and high-stakes dress rehearsals for the National New Year TV Gala. True to her word, she had secured a dozen VIP admission passes for December 31st, scheduling the grand broadcast to run from 8 p.m. straight through the midnight countdown. The promise of a spectacular midnight fireworks display over the city skyline meant nobody in our household was willing to miss out. On the afternoon of December 31st, the entire villa transformed into a high-end dressing room as preparation fever reached its absolute peak. Sunlight filtered lazily through the thin morning clouds, casting a golden hue across the polished hardwood floors, while the sweet scent of freshly baked cranberry biscuits drifted from Jiang Duo's domain in the kitchen. Upstairs in the master suite, Song Wannian sat before her vanity mirror, looking breathtaking in a floor-length, deep burgundy velvet gown. The luxurious fabric draped fluidly around her 4-month baby bump, providing effortless comfort while radiating absolute regal elegance. She kept her makeup understated, framing her soft, expectant mother glow with a subtle swipe of rosewood lipstick. Wannian J, that color was practically invented for you, Tong Yi gasped, bursting into the room with an armful of colorful garments. Her own eyes sparkled with excitement as she held up a sparkling pastel pink tulle dress trimmed with delicate crystal pearls. Wannian offered a gentle, serene smile, tracing her palm over her abdomen. You look radiant yourself, Xiao Yi. Go try that pink dress on before you change your mind. Tong Yi stuck out her tongue playfully, holding the tulle creation against her frame. Do you think it's too flashy for someone who's only 2 months along? She paired the dress with peach-toned eyeshadow that made her youthful features pop with undeniable charm. Down the hall, Beilei was engaged in an intense psychological battle with a form-fitting black fishtail gown. The dress featured an aggressively tailored bodice that accentuated her dramatic silhouette, flowing down into a ruffled mermaid tail that rustled with every step. She completed the look with a bold, smoky eye and scarlet lips that screamed high-voltage star power. "How's the final verdict, hubby?" Lele purred, spinning around as I walked past her open door to check the hallway traffic. She struck a dramatic pose over her shoulder, flashing a playful wink. I inspected the architectural masterpiece of a dress and offered an approving nod. "Stunning. Though your posture makes me wonder if you can actually sit down in that armor." "Who needs to sit when you look this expensive?" She laughed, though she immediately softened as I reminded her not to strain herself given the heavy fabric weight. In the surrounding rooms, the rest of the sisterhood executed their own fashion transformations. Jong Si-yoon chose a sophisticated cream white wool midi dress that highlighted her intellectual aura. Su Qinxi opted for a dreamy, ethereal, sky blue chiffon dress styled with a flawless no-makeup look. Jiang Duo wore a sweet, soft pink knit dress paired with long, fluttering eyelashes that framed her innocent expression. Su Lingyun made the boldest style statement of the evening, shedding traditional dresses for a sharp silver-gray women's pantsuit paired with a crisp white blouse and a delicate silk neck scarf. Crowning her look with her signature gold-rimmed glasses, she looked every bit the powerful executive. Mei Rui defied the freezing winter forecast by rocking a champagne gold slip dress layered under a chic puffer jacket. Zhuang Hanyu bounced around in a fluffy pink bubble dress, while Su Mengqing embodied classic, vintage Hollywood glamour in a black strapless evening gown with a daring thigh-high slit. By late afternoon, when all 11 women finally converged in the main living room, the visual impact was nothing short of staggering. 10 distinct styles, personalities, and aesthetics collided to create an unbelievable tableau of breathtaking beauty. "We seriously look like a multi-million-dollar magazine cover right now," Tong Yi beamed, clapping her hands. "Since everyone put in this much effort, we are legally required to take another family portrait," Leilea declared, grabbing my arm and steering me toward the center of the Persian rug. "Get in the middle, hubby. We're framing you properly this time." Sun Xiaoxiao materialized instantly with the professional camera rig, signaling everyone to find their marks. I planted my feet firmly in the center, wrapping my left arm around Wanian's waist as she leaned her head against my shoulder with a serene smile. Tong Yi squeezed in on my right, standing on her tiptoes to hook her arm through mine while flashing a peace sign. Lele claimed the outer flank beside Wanian, resting one hand on my shoulder with an intoxicating, confident grin. Si-yoon stationed herself beside Tong Yi with her hands clasped neatly, radiating gentle warmth. Surrounding us on all sides were Qinxi, Duo, Lingyun, Mei, Rui, Hanyu, and Manqing, each striking their own unique pose. "Are we locked and loaded, Xiao Xiao?" I called out across the room. "Everyone hold still, on 3, 2, 1. Cheese." Click. The camera shutter immortalized the chaotic, glowing perfection of our expanding household under the crystal chandelier. As the flash faded, the girls swarmed the monitor to inspect the masterpiece, showering Xiao Xiao with high praise. "Okay, confession time, hubby," Lele purred, leaning close while tapping her chin. "Out of all 11 looks tonight, whose outfit is your absolute favorite?" It was the classic, husband trap, pick one and face a diplomatic crisis with the remaining 10. I offered a smooth, diplomatic smile, surveying the stunning array of styling choices before me. As her final notes echoed across the massive stadium, the broadcast clock stubbornly stalled at 11:48 p.m. Instead of cutting to routine commercial breaks, Shang gently lowered her microphone and faced the sea of cameras head-on. "Tonight, before we welcome the new year, I want to share my personal world with the millions watching," she began. Her voice echoed across the massive arena speakers, carrying an unexpected emotional weight that silenced the chatter. Every soaring melody and heartfelt lyric I write finds its true anchor in one very special man sitting right out there. Every camera operator in the stadium instantly pivoted their lenses, sweeping across the rows before locking firmly onto my seat. On the giant LED screens overhead, my face suddenly materialized in high-definition glory, flanked by my stunning wives. The live stadium audience gasped in unison, followed by a deafening wave of cheers that nearly rattled the rafters. "Ladies and gentlemen, the architect of my life, my anchor, and my partner Lin Wang," Xiang Shang announced proudly. Cameras zoomed in on my expression, forcing me to offer a calm, composed smile, while thousands of fans went completely feral. Back home, online streaming servers crashed for the second time that evening, as peak concurrent viewership shattered all records. Xiang Shang continued her live broadcast dedication, speaking openly about the warmth and stability our shared household provided. Listening to her heartfelt words, I realized just how far our chaotic, beautiful family had journeyed together over the past months. From campus scandals and political machinations to quiet winter snowfalls, every single trial had only forged our bond stronger. Sitting in the center of 10 breathtaking women with millions watching our lives unfold felt like a surreal cinematic climax. "Well, if this isn't the ultimate plot twist for a New Year's Eve, I don't know what is," I whispered playfully. Tong Yi giggled beside me, leaning her head against my shoulder, while watching herself broadcasted on national television. "Looks like your secret agent days are officially over, big bro. Welcome to primetime stardom," Lele teased with a wink. The countdown clock on the mammoth LED screen finally ticked downward, flashing digits that brought us closer to midnight. 10, 9, 8, The entire stadium began roaring in unison, waving glowing light sticks that painted the darkness. 7, 6, 5. I pulled Wanian and Tong Yi slightly closer, feeling the joyful warmth radiating from everyone around me. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Fireworks erupted across the midnight skyline outside in a blaze of glory. Confetti rained down inside the arena like a glittering blizzard, blending with the cheers and applause of thousands of fans. Shang Shang stepped down from the stage, weaving through security to join our row, just as the celebration reached its peak. You totally blindsided me with that live broadcast shout-out, "National Superstar," I smiled, pulling her into a warm embrace. Someone had to make sure the world knew who really runs this empire. She laughed happily, burying her face against my jacket. Surrounded by my 11 incredible wives under a sky of digital fireworks, I knew our story was only just beginning. As her voice echoed across the stadium, the broadcast clock stubbornly stalled at 11:48 p.m. Instead of cutting to commercial breaks, Xiang Shang faced the sea of cameras head-on, her expression radiating warmth. "Tonight, before we welcome the new year, I want to share my personal world with the millions watching," she declared. Her words silenced the stadium chatter, carrying an unexpected emotional weight that held everyone spellbound. Every soaring melody and heartfelt lyric I write finds its true anchor in one very special man sitting right out there. Camera operators instantly pivoted their lenses, sweeping across the rows before locking firmly onto my seat. My face materialized in high-definition glory on the giant overhead screens, flanked by my stunning wives. The live audience gasped in unison, followed by a deafening wave of cheers that nearly rattled the stadium rafters. "Ladies and gentlemen, the architect of my life, my anchor, and my partner Lin Wang," Xiang Shang announced proudly. Cameras zoomed in on my expression, forcing me to offer a calm, composed smile while fans went wild. Back home, online streaming servers crashed for the second time that evening as peak viewership shattered all records. Xiang Shang continued her live broadcast dedication, speaking openly about the warmth and stability of our shared household. Listening to her heartfelt words, I realized just how far our chaotic, beautiful family had journeyed together. From campus scandals and political machinations to quiet winter snowfalls, every trial had only forged our bonds stronger. Sitting in the center of 10 breathtaking women with millions watching felt like a surreal cinematic climax. "Well, if this isn't the ultimate plot twist for a New Year's Eve, I don't know what is," I whispered playfully. Tong Yi giggled beside me, leaning her head against my shoulder while watching herself broadcasted nationally. "Looks like your secret agent days are officially over, big bro. Welcome to primetime stardom," Lele teased. The countdown clock on the mammoth LED screen finally ticked downward, flashing digits bringing us closer to midnight. 10, 9, 8. The entire stadium began roaring in unison, waving glowing light sticks that painted the darkness. 7, 6, 5. I pulled Wanian and Tong Yi slightly closer, feeling the joyful warmth radiating all around. 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Fireworks erupted across the midnight skyline outside in a blaze of glory. Confetti rained down inside the arena like a glittering blizzard, blending with the cheers of thousands of fans. Shang Shang stepped down from the stage, weaving through security to join our row just as the celebration peaked. "You totally blindsided me with that live broadcast shout-out, 'National Superstar,'" I smiled, pulling her into an embrace. "Someone had to make sure the world knew who really runs this empire," she laughed happily against my jacket. Surrounded by my 11 incredible wives under a sky of digital fireworks, I knew our story was only beginning. Following the stadium chaos, dodging reporters required a tactical formation backed by a full team of professional bodyguards. We retreated directly to the lakeside villa, arriving past 1 a.m. to find a moment of peace. My phone buzzed in the quiet study, displaying an incoming call from Grandpa Ling Guochang. "Xiao Wang, you made quite a splash tonight," the old man's steady voice echoed through the speaker. "Was this your orchestration, Grandpa?" I asked, cutting straight to the point. "Approved by my office and publicity channels," Guochang replied. "The male-to-female ratio has worsened to 1 to 1, 2. Someone needed to step up as a positive youth archetype." "I understand," I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "Will my private family life be dragged out further?" "Not immediately, but you'll act as the focal point for the new national demographic policies rolling out next month." After hanging up, Jiang Duo slipped quietly into the study, tossing a warm blanket over my shoulders. I pulled her close, marveling at how smoothly the systemic machinery operated behind the scenes to normalize our existence. By morning, the digital landscape was already saturated with articles, think pieces, and praise for our family dynamic. Son Xiao Xiao and Aunt Zhao had prepared a magnificent New Year's breakfast spread on the dining table. As we ate, my phone pinged with a verified ministry notification requesting my participation in an official social media campaign. "They want me to launch official channels and document our daily life to support the new family welfare incentives," I told the room. "Oh, like an official lifestyle vlog," Manqing beamed around a bite of pork bun. "That sounds fun." I grabbed my phone, opened the front-facing camera, and walked quietly over to the living room couch. Wanian and Jiang Duo were sitting side by side, their fingers moving with delicate precision as they knitted miniature tiger head shoes for the babies. "What are our master artisans up to?" I smiled, framing them smoothly in the viewfinder. Wanian looked up, offering a gentle, radiant smile as she displayed the half-finished embroidery work. "Just preparing gifts for our future arrivals," she murmured softly, while Duo blushed and lowered her head shyly. I panned the camera across the sunny room, capturing Seon, Layli, and Lingyun laughing over internet memes on the sofa. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Wang." I spoke warmly into the lens, addressing the millions waiting online. "Many of you have wondered about our daily routine. It's actually quite simple, filled with warmth and family." I casually mentioned the newly announced family subsidies offering massive financial rewards and incentives for natural pregnancies. The video required zero special effects or heavy editing. Its raw, authentic depiction of domestic bliss hit the internet like wildfire. Within 30 minutes, views shattered the millions mark, sparking nationwide discussions about family values and societal planning. Days later, on January 8th, the approach of university final exams forced me back into academic discipline. Determined to avoid distractions, I retreated entirely to the campus library, accompanied by my stern new executive shadow, Lan Xiaozin. With her sharp, short haircut, unyielding posture, and intimidating gaze, she functioned as an impenetrable human shield against distracted onlookers. Thanks to her relentless efficiency, my study sessions were remarkably productive. However, as I stepped out of the library doors that evening, a familiar figure materialized from the shadows. She wore a thick black parka, her dark eyes sharp and piercing beneath her unstyled hair. "Lin Wang," a crisp, authoritative voice called out, stopping me in my tracks. Lan Xiaojin stepped forward defensively, but I stared at the woman in sudden, delayed recognition. "Instructor Gao." I blinked, recalling the fierce military training officer from my earlier college days. The transformation was so startlingly complete that I briefly wondered if I had crossed dimensions instead of campus grounds. Gao Meng, the iron-fisted training officer who once terrified our entire freshman cohort with her wheat-toned skin and razor-sharp glare, now stood before me wrapped in an unmistakable aura of modern femininity. Her facial features remained as chiseled and striking as ever, but the newly cultivated softness in her eyes and the effortless grace of her posture completely shattered her old image. Of course, physics dictated that her frame still leaned heavily toward the athletic flat chest spectrum, but her overall radiance easily eclipsed that minor detail. "What are you staring at, and why on earth haven't you been replying to my WeChat messages?" she pouted, crossing her arms. I scratched the back of my head in sheer embarrassment, recalling how my message backlog had grown so astronomical that I eventually outsourced my entire social inbox management to senior sister Seon. Between managing thousands of incoming inquiries and keeping my digital sanity intact, Gao Meng's contact info had unfortunately slipped past the pinning phase and vanished into the digital abyss. Unbeknownst to me, following the completion of her military service rotation 3 months prior, Gao Meng had undergone a radical personal renaissance. To reinvent herself into someone worthy of standing beside me, she had spent months growing out her hair, studying advanced skincare regimens, and enduring grueling ballet classes to refine her physical bearing. After 2 solid months of meticulous self-polishing, she felt ready to re-enter my orbit and claim what she believed was rightfully hers. "Do you have any idea how much I missed you?" she confessed, her eyes suddenly shimmering with genuine moisture. The juxtaposition between the screaming drill instructor of my past and the determined woman standing right here gave me severe cognitive whiplash. I quickly pulled out a fresh tissue and handed it over to help her stem the sudden tide of emotion. "So, what brings you all the way to my library turf today?" did you gurgle? Before I could finish my sentence, Gao Meng's stomach unleashed a resounding, high-volume roar that answered the question for me. Right then, seeing as the campus cafeteria is practically a stone's throw away, let's grab an early dinner and talk over a mountain of food, I suggested with a warm chuckle. Within minutes, we secured a private booth in the faculty dining hall, where the indoor heating chased away the winter draft. The moment we sat down, Gao Meng shrugged off her heavy black parka, revealing a stunning burgundy dress underneath. The fabric skimmed gracefully just below her knees, accentuating the long, straight posture hammered into shape by months of strict ballet training. A delicate silver chain rested against her collarbone, highlighting the pale, porcelain perfection of her skin. Despite the feminine makeover, her movements remained lightning fast and unapologetically assertive as she flagged down a server. "Give me the menu, please," she announced, rattling off a barrage of dishes at machine gun speed. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork knuckle, garlic prawns, spicy diced chicken, pickled cabbage with vermicelli noodles, and a plate of garlic stir-fried greens. For mains, 2 large bowls of rice and a massive portion of tomato and egg soup. That should be a good start. I stared at her across the table, my jaw hanging slightly. "Can you actually inhale all of that solo?" Gao Meng arched an eyebrow, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. "Are you kidding? I've been traveling across provinces for half a day. I'm starving. Besides, a girl needs proper fuel if she's going to negotiate her life goals with her future husband." True to her word, the dishes arrived in rapid succession, turning our table into a sprawling feast of hearty comfort food. While I picked lazily at a single rib, Gao Meng attacked the spread with the unbridled enthusiasm of a warrior returning from a 3-day siege. The iron-willed instructor who once yelled at us for breathing too loudly during morning drills was currently devouring a pork rib in record time. The contrast was so aggressively amusing that I couldn't help but smile. "You should eat too. Stop treating me like I'm putting on a dinner theater act," She mumbled around a mouthful of food, casually using her chopsticks to deposit the meatiest rib directly into my ceramic bowl. The cafeteria kitchen actually knows what they're doing with these ribs. Try it. I nodded, picking up my chopsticks to oblige while keeping my analytical gaze fixed on her face. By the time she cleared her second bowl of rice and polished off the remaining soup with a satisfied sigh, she patted her flat stomach and locked her bright eyes onto mine. All right, cards on the table. Lin Wang, marry me. I choked slightly on my tea, putting down my cup to verify that my auditory receptors hadn't short-circuited. Hold on, Instructor Gao, aren't we moving at Mach 3 here? We haven't seen each other in over 3 months, and we certainly never established that kind of baseline before you left. Gao Meng leaned back into her chair, the burgundy dress smoothing neatly over her waistline while her spine remained ramrod straight. Is directness a crime now? I've never been a fan of beating around the bush, she stated firmly, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. I love you, and I want to be your wife. Why complicate things with unnecessary detours? I rubbed my temples, trying to balance my deep respect for her military background with the sheer surrealism of her proposal. Gao Meng, you're brilliant, and your dedication is genuinely impressive. But marriage isn't a military campaign you can rush through sheer willpower. We barely know each other outside of our old instructor-cadet dynamic. You haven't even met my family or experienced my daily reality. Her brow twitched with mild frustration, clearly displeased that her direct frontal assault had met defensive fortifications. She leaned forward, bracing her elbows on the edge of the table to close the physical distance. We can build that foundation over time. Do you think your current wives started out with deep, lifelong bonds on day one? Relationships evolve through proximity and shared experience. I've been tracking your life online for months. I know how you operate. I know I used to be too harsh on you back in training camp, but I've completely overhauled my flaws. I grew my hair out, learned skincare science, and suffered through ballet torture just to align with the aesthetic you appreciate. Her voice dropped an octave, carrying an intense, unwavering sincerity that made it impossible to dismiss her as a joke. I know your household is crowded with incredible women, but I hold my own cards too. I can cook. I possess advanced combat skills to protect you and our family, and I am entirely ready to learn how to be gentle and domestic. National demographic policies actively encourage family expansion, and I am fully prepared to answer that call. I listened in silence as she rattled off her qualifications with the precision of a military briefing. Her confession lacked the shy, fluttering hesitation of typical college romances, bearing instead the blunt, unyielding honesty of a soldier laying down her weapons. I'm not saying you aren't an exceptional catch, Gao Meng, I interrupted gently, softening my tone. In fact, your courage and drive are top tier. But romance requires a two-way street built on mutual understanding, not just a one-sided target. Her eyes searched mine for a fraction of a second, hunting for mockery or dismissal, finding only calm, respectful hesitation. After a brief, heavy silence, a sudden, confident smile broke across her features. Fine. A testing phase it is. Gao Meng doesn't back down from difficult terrain. As long as you don't issue a flat rejection, I have all the time in the world to make you fall in love with me. Without missing a beat, she scooped up her parka, slung it over her shoulder with crisp military efficiency, and stood up. Lead the way, hubby in training. Weren't you heading back to the library to study for finals? I blinked, thoroughly disarmed by her tactical pivot. Wait, you're tagging along to a quiet study hall. Naturally. Effective relationship building requires high-frequency exposure. You study, I read military theory right beside you. Win-win. True to her word, Gao Meng shadowed my every move for the rest of the evening. Once we arrived back at the library, she traded her heavy parka for her burgundy dress, tucked herself into a chair beside my desk, and opened a thick tactical strategy novel. Aside from the gentle rustle of turning pages, she remained a silent, disciplined monument of support for the next 4 hours. When my eyes strained from staring at dense legal and academic texts, she quietly slid a warm bottle of water across the wood. By 9 p.m., as the library began clearing out, I stretched my arms and packed my bag. All right, study marathon officially concluded for the night, I announced, zipping my backpack. Gao Meng snapped her book shut with a crisp thud, standing up with military precision. Good, let's head home. I paused at the library exit, looking at her with a raised eyebrow. Home? Shouldn't you be heading back to your hotel or apartment? My temporary hotel reservation expired today, and I haven't rented a permanent place yet, she stated smoothly. In fact, I packed my main duffel bags and left them in a station locker, because I fully intended on moving in with you tonight. I stared at her in utter disbelief. Move in? My lakeside villa is practically bursting at the seams with 11 wives already. Details. She dismissed my logistical concerns with a wave of her hand. A good soldier adapts to any housing density. Put me in a guest room, the basement, or even the living room, sofa floor sleeping builds character anyway. Realizing that arguing with her was like trying to stop a charging tank with a wet noodle, I let out a defeated sigh. Fine. Grab your gear from the station locker first, then we'll figure out where to stash you. The brisk night air bit sharply against our skin as we stepped off the campus scooter outside the gates of the lakeside villa. As the front doors swung open, the warm, fragrant embrace of home rushed out to greet us, mingled with the soft chatter of the household. The moment I stepped into the foyer with Gao Meng trailing closely behind, the living room conversation ground to an abrupt halt. Zhang Xiyun, Su Qinshi, and Tong Yi all froze, their eyes widening in collective shock as they recognized our former military drill instructor standing in my living room. Instructor Gao, Kinshi stammered, setting down her teacup in sheer bewilderment. Siyun slowly stood up, placing a protective hand over her midsection as she took in Gao Meng's striking new aesthetic. Gao Meng didn't flinch under the scrutiny of 10 pairs of judging eyes. Instead, she stepped forward, straightened her posture into a textbook military parade rest, and executed a deep, respectful bow. Then, projecting her voice with the polished acoustics of a commanding officer, she addressed the room. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Gao Meng, formerly Lin Wang's training officer. I've harbored feelings for him for a very long time, and since I missed my initial window of opportunity, I refused to let it slip away a second time. I begged him to let me come home with him tonight. I am fully prepared to learn from you all and earn my place here. Please treat me well." The sheer audacity and unfiltered honesty of her self-introduction left the entire room paralyzed for 3 full seconds. Then, steps echoed softly across the Persian rug as Song Wannian, our reigning matriarch, stepped forward with a gentle, understanding smile. Wannian remembered Gao Meng from the end of our military training, recalling how the fierce instructor had awkwardly borrowed a pair of flats from her back then. "There's no need for formal military parades inside the house, Gao Meng," Wannian said warmly, reaching out to steady her arm. "Welcome to the family." Hearing those words, Gao Meng's stoic exterior cracked slightly, a wave of profound relief washing over her features. "Thank you, Songji," she whispered. True to her meticulous nature, Gao Meng proceeded to execute a flawless mental roll call of every single woman in the room. Without missing a beat, she pointed out Jiang Duo, Zhang Xiyun, Su Qinshi, Bei Lele, Su Lingyun, and Tong Yi, addressing each by name with pinpoint accuracy. "I've spent months studying your daily vlogs and public appearances," Gao Meng explained, noting our astonished expressions. "I wanted to know everything about the women guarding his life." Later that night, the logistical challenge of sleeping arrangements reared its head. With every permanent guest room occupied, Gao Meng ended up assigned to the master suite alongside me, though strictly separated by a makeshift barrier of an extra duvet courtesy of Wannian's thoughtful foresight. After we both finished showering, Gao Meng emerged wearing a temporary set of loungewear. Wannian had lent her a pale gold silk pajama set that hung somewhat awkwardly over her athletic frame. I sat at the vanity table, finishing up some last-minute message checks when I felt a sudden shadow loom behind me. Gao Meng was holding a high-powered hair dryer, her dark hair still damp from the shower. "Let me dry your hair. You'll catch a cold walking around damp in this weather," she commanded softly, clicking on the appliance. Before I could protest, her fingers gently parted my damp locks, guiding the warm airstream with surprising delicacy. "I didn't take you for a hairstyling expert," I murmured, leaning back comfortably against the chair. "An elite soldier adapts to all operational environments," she replied smoothly through the hum of the dryer. "Besides, if I'm going to earn my stripes as your partner, I need to master every detail of domestic maintenance." Her touch was surprisingly soothing, completely devoid of the aggressive authority she used to wield on the parade grounds. Within 5 minutes, my hair was thoroughly dry, and she neatly coiled the cord before setting the dryer aside. "All done," she announced, stepping back to admire her handiwork with a soft, pleased smile. I stood up, pointing toward the 2 twin comforter setups laid out across the massive king-size mattress. "All right, Commander, your sector is on the left, mine is on the right. Rest up for tomorrow's classes." Gao Meng stared at the 2 separate sleeping zones, her eyebrows knitting together in immediate disapproval. "Why are there 2 blankets? That completely defeats the purpose of sharing a bed." "I figured you might want some personal space given our sudden transition," I reasoned. Without a word of warning, Gao Meng reached out and physically shoved the extra duvet clean off the edge of the mattress onto the floor. "Personal space is for the battlefield," she stated, sliding beneath the remaining blanket with absolute, unyielding confidence. "During field training, a dozen of us used to cram into a single canvas tent and sleep shoulder to shoulder, sharing 1 blanket with the man I intend to marry. That luxury audit passes with flying colors." I let out a helpless chuckle, turning off the bedside lamp and sliding in beside her. As the quiet darkness of the master suite settled over us, the steady, rhythmic breathing of my newest, most unorthodox housemate filled the silence. For the first time in months, the turbulent currents of my sprawling domestic empire felt anchored by something wonderfully, unpredictably solid. Sliding beneath the remaining comforter, Gao Meng pushed the extra duvet completely off the mattress with decisive finality. "Personal space is strictly for the battlefield," she stated, settling in right beside me without a shred of hesitation. "During field training, a dozen of us used to cram into a single canvas tent and sleep shoulder to shoulder, sharing 1 blanket with the man I intend to marry. That luxury audit passes with flying colors." I let out a helpless chuckle, turning off the bedside lamp and sliding in right next to her under the shared covers. As the quiet darkness of the master suite settled over us, the steady, rhythmic breathing of my newest housemate filled the silence. For the first time in months, the turbulent currents of my sprawling domestic empire felt anchored by something wonderfully unpredictable. "Are you still awake?" Gao Meng whispered a moment later, her fingers gently brushing against my sleeve in the dark. "I am now. What's on your mind?" I murmured, turning my head toward her silhouette in the dim moonlight. I don't want to waste our first night sleeping like a pair of absolute strangers," she admitted, her voice dropping into a softer register. We barely get any real time alone with all these incredible women guarding your schedule. I smiled in the darkness, realizing that beneath her tough military exterior beat the heart of someone deeply eager for reassurance. All right, Commander, what do you want to talk about? My campus antics, your post-military adventures, or daily life here? Everything, she replied instantly, inching slightly closer until her shoulder pressed softly against mine. For the next hour, we traded stories. I shared the mundane chaos of university study groups and dumpling-making sessions, while she recounted the grueling physical rehabilitation and skincare routines she endured. The initial stiffness in her posture completely evaporated, replaced by a warm, effortless intimacy that caught me entirely off guard. Suddenly, before I could process her next sentence, Gao Meng shifted her weight with sudden, calculated agility. With a swift, practiced motion, she tossed the blanket aside and swung her leg cleanly over my waist, straddling me effortlessly. The pale gold silk pajama top slipped slightly at the collar, exposing her collarbones and the sharp line of her shoulders. Her dark eyes sparkled with a fierce, triumphant glint in the dark, blending raw military decisiveness with undeniable feminine allure. I blinked in pure astonishment, my hands instinctively rising to check her movement. Whoa, time out, what are you doing? Doing what needs to be done, obviously, she whispered, her face hovering inches above mine. We're already sharing a blanket, Lin Wang. I didn't come all this way just to play pillow talk board games. Before I could mount a proper defense or invoke emergency protocols, she leaned down and pressed her lips firmly against mine. The kiss was brief, a little clumsy around the edges, but carried an avalanche of unfiltered devotion that made my chest tighten. She pulled back slowly, her cheeks flushed bright crimson in the shadows, though her gaze remained locked onto my eyes with laser precision. I like you, Lin Wang. I want to be your wife, and I'm not just tossing words around to test the acoustics, she murmured. I know I might be rushing the timeline, but I refuse to miss my shot. If you need time to accept me, take it. Just give me a legitimate runway to prove my value to you and your family. That's all I ask. I stared up at her flushed face, feeling the absolute sincerity vibrating through her frame, and slowly offered a soft nod. All right. Message received. The next morning, pale winter sunlight spilled across the Persian rug as a gentle tickle near my neck coaxed me awake. Gao Meng was curled up directly against my side, her dark hair splaying across my chest while her nose brushed lazily against my skin. The silk pajamas were thoroughly twisted from her restless sleeping habits, leaving one slender shoulder completely bare. Sensing my movement, she blinked open her eyes, her gaze shifting from sleepy disorientation into bright morning alertness. Morning, hubby, she hummed, immediately tightening her arms around my waist like a koala gripping a eucalyptus trunk. If you hug any harder, my internal organs are going to file a union grievance. I chuckled, patting her back. I'm just making sure you don't magically vanish into thin air, she pouted playfully, refusing to loosen her grip. Remember our deal last night, no backing out of this pact. We're locking pinkies right now. She extended her pinky finger with absolute solemnity until I chuckled and hooked my finger around hers to seal the bargain. By the way, do we have to trek back to the library today? She asked, rolling over onto her back. Negative. Finals prep is basically wrapped up. Today is officially a recovery day, I replied, stretching my arms. Even better, she beamed, leaping out of bed with athletic grace to prep for the day. Descending the staircase hand in hand a while later, the rich aroma of breakfast and the cheerful chatter of the household greeted us. In the sunlit living room, Wanyan was seated on the sofa, reviewing miniature wooden furniture designs with Jiang Duo. Lei was busy comparing color swatches with Ling Yun, while Tong Yi and Han Yu chased each other around the coffee table with leftover pastries. The second our footsteps echoed on the landing, the room went dead silent. 12 pairs of eyes snapped toward us simultaneously, taking in Gao Meng's slightly rumpled silk pajamas and her radiant, unmistakable morning glow. Wanyan was the first to recover, offering a knowing, gentle smile as she set her tablet down. Morning, you two. Sleep well last night, Gao Meng? Did the pajamas fit all right? Gao Meng, completely unaware of the subtle diplomatic landmine beneath the question, nodded enthusiastically. I slept wonderfully, thank you. The pajamas were super comfortable, though a bit snug around the shoulders. She innocently tugged at the hem of the silk top, oblivious to the fact that her glowing complexion and relaxed posture screamed volumes. Lei lowered her phone, a slow, teasing smirk spreading across her crimson lips as she sauntered over. Oh, I'm sure she slept marvelously, Sister Wanyan. Look at that complexion instructor, Gao looks 10 times more rested than she did yesterday. Tong Yi chimed in, leaning against Siyun with a bright giggle. Your ears are practically neon pink, Gao Jiao Jiao. Care to explain why? Caught in a crossfire of sisterly interrogation, Gao Meng's face flared from a light pink to a blazing crimson red. We just talked. We didn't do anything shady, she stammered, her military composure instantly crumbling under teasing. Oh, just talking for 8 hours straight. Impressive stamina, must be that elite military training kicking in, Siyun teased smoothly, pushing up her glasses. Seeing Gao Meng trapped in the center of the verbal firing squad, I stepped forward to rescue her from the wolves. All right, court is adjourned. Is breakfast ready or are we starving our tactical reinforcement today? Breakfast has been ready for 10 minutes, master, Aunt Zhao sang out cheerfully from the kitchen, saving us all from further embarrassment. The household drifted toward the dining table, where an enormous spread of congee, steamed buns, and crisp crullers awaited. Even through the meal, the lighthearted teasing continued in waves, though Wanian quickly steered the conversation toward a more constructive topic. Now that Gao Meng has officially settled in, we need to finalize our winter break moving schedule, Wanian announced, buttering a roll. Once the final exams wrap up tomorrow, we're transitioning out of the lakeside villa into our new properties. I raised an eyebrow between bites of a pork bun. New properties? I thought we were staying here. This place is getting dangerously cramped with 11 wives and multiple nurseries on the way, Lele explained, waving her chopsticks. Wanian and I scouted out a series of interconnected private manors near the city outskirts. Much more room to breathe. Sounds like a plan, I nodded, welcoming the upgrade. The following days flew by in a blur of final exam papers, frantic classroom goodbyes, and logistical packing. When my final paper was finally submitted on a crisp January afternoon, Professor Leshi issued formal instructions clearing us for winter break. Students flooded the campus walkways, their faces flushed with vacation excitement, though the female students in my department looked visibly heartbroken. Knowing they wouldn't see me on campus for weeks, several classmates cornered me outside the lecture hall with parting gifts. Monitor, don't forget to visit our hometown. I'm bringing you authentic beef jerky next semester. Class rep, I'm packing homemade hot pot base. We're cooking together during the spring reunion. I accepted their tearful goodbyes with awkward, gentle pats on the shoulder, thoroughly overwhelmed by the theatrical farewells. Once the emotional storm cleared, I regrouped with Zhang Xiun, Su Qinxi, and my shadow guard Lan Xiaozhen to visit Professor Le's office. The third-floor administrative hallway was quiet, save for a few students filing winter stay authorization forms. We knocked twice on Leshi's door and stepped into her polished, professional office suite. Ah, my star students. Come on in. Leshi smiled, setting down her fountain pen. She retrieved 3 printed authorization slips from her drawer, sliding them across the desk for our signatures. Before you sign, let me issue the mandatory winter safety briefing, she said, her tone turning businesslike. With most of the student body evacuating for the holidays, campus security protocols shift significantly. Lin Wang, your public profile has skyrocketed recently, making you a prime target for overzealous media or public crowds. You must ensure Lan Xiaozhen remains within arm's reach whenever you traverse public spaces. No solo excursions. Understood, Professor, I nodded, while Xiaozhen squared her shoulders into a crisp salute. The same goes for you too, Leshi added, turning her gaze towards Xian and Qinxi. Take zero risks, especially given your health conditions, Xian. Once the paperwork was officially countersigned and filed, Xiun and Qinxi stepped outside the door, at Leshi's subtle request. Left alone in the office, I looked across the desk with mild curiosity. Is there something specific you wanted to discuss privately, Professor? Leshi smiled faintly, bending down to retrieve a sleek thermal flask from a cabinet shelf. Not official business, just delivering a personal item sent by a third party. She unscrewed the lid, releasing an instantly recognizable, rich aroma of brewed coffee blended with sweet vanilla cream. I narrowed my eyes slightly, keeping my guard up given past surprises. Coffee? In a thermal flask? Don't look at me like I'm smuggling contraband, Leshi chuckled, sliding the cup across the polished wood. This wasn't brewed by me. It's a peace offering from Du Sijia, Principal Zhang Maoying's third daughter. Principal Zhang's daughter? I echoed, drawing a complete blank. She's in your graduating year over at the School of Finance and Economics, Leshi explained. She's rather shy, but she watched your viral New Year broadcast and has admired you from afar ever since. When she found out you were handling winter stay paperwork today, she insisted I hand-deliver this brew she prepared herself. I stared down at the warm flask, realizing that my expanding public footprint was generating waves in unexpected academic circles. She hopes you'll accept her WeChat contact request so she can properly introduce herself, Leshi added smoothly. Since it's Principal Zhang's daughter, I suppose maintaining diplomatic relations is only proper. I smiled, picking up the flask. Tell her I accepted the coffee with gratitude. Stepping out of the administration building, Siyun and Qinxi immediately crowded around with curious expressions. What was that secret faculty debrief about, hubby? And what's in that cup? Qinxi asked, sniffing the air. Artisanal coffee courtesy of Principal Zhang's youngest daughter, Du Sijia, I answered honestly, handing the flask to Siyun for a sip. The principal's daughter? Siyun's eyes widened playfully. Well, she certainly has exquisite taste in campus royalty. Almost on cue, my phone vibrated in my jacket pocket, a new WeChat connection request from an account bearing a cute cartoon cat avatar and the name Du Sijia. I tapped accept, and a message flashed across the screen instantly. Lin Wang Gage. Did you like the coffee? I brewed it special just for you. I replied with a brief expression of gratitude, pocketing my phone as we strolled back toward the lakeside gates. Upon pushing open the heavy front doors of the lakeside villa, however, our quiet afternoon was immediately derailed by visual overload. Lineups of brand new, premium solid wood infant cribs lined the expansive living room floor, 6 pristine units in soft pastel shades of blush pink, baby blue, mint green, and buttery yellow. Look at these. Lele ordered them direct from an imported eco-friendly furniture mill. Gao Meng announced proudly, running her hand over a smooth wooden guardrail. Wanian stood nearby, gently smoothing a plush organic cotton mattress pad inside a yellow-trimmed crib. The bar spacing is exactly 10 centimeters to prevent any accidental slips, and the height adjusts as they grow, Wanian explained warmly. As the rest of the household swarmed around the nursery display, I leaned against the doorframe, watching my wives debate color palettes and safety certifications with joyful enthusiasm. For a man supposedly navigating the wildest social experiment of the modern era, life had never felt so wonderfully anchored. Lele giggled, leaning back slightly while resting a hand on her lower back. Naturally, I compared specs across more than a dozen custom furniture mills before placing the order. Her posture still retained her graceful curves, augmented by that undeniable maternal elegance. The frames are built from keyline dried old-growth pine, which gives exceptional moisture resistance and prevents warping. Even if a baby spits up or spills liquids later on, it won't seep in or mold, you just wipe it clean in seconds. Song Wanian offered a soft, gentle smile, stepping closer to inspect the various units. Personally, I think the yellow one has the sweetest energy. It feels so cheerful and bright. Standing right beside her, Su Qinshi immediately chimed in to support her choice. Sister Wanian is totally right. I was just telling Duo that yellow is the most welcoming shade. Qinshi bent down, gently tracing the height of the guardrail with her fingertips. This height is absolute perfection. Later on, when we change diapers or feed the baby, we won't have to bend over awkwardly for too long. It's so much kinder to Wanian's back too. Prompted by Qinshi's words, Zhang Duo raised her head shyly and blinked. If that's the case, then I'll claim the pink one. Gao Ming nodded vigorously in agreement. Fantastic pick. Pink is so soft and sweet, just like Duo. Later on, if we have a little princess dressed in a tiny white tulle dress lying in there, she'll look like an absolute angel. Tong Yi, getting swept up in the excitement, bounced over and planted herself squarely in front of the purple crib. Oh, almost forgot I'm an expectant mom too. She laughed, nearly losing her balance before Zhang Xiyun caught her elbow with lightning reflexes. Tong Yi stuck her tongue out playfully, steadying her hand against her modest baby bump. In that case, I'll take the royal purple one. Zhang Xiyun walked over at a leisurely graceful pace, pausing in front of the mint green crib. I'll take the green one then. I actually read up on color therapy. Soft mint green promotes calm moods, meaning the baby is less likely to fuss, plus it matches my favorite palette. Su Lingyun pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses with a quiet chuckle. Well, that leaves the crisp white one for me by default. I stood off to the side, watching my 6 expectant wives each staking a claim on their favorite nursery unit. Though it was arguably a little early in the timeline to set up nurseries, letting them lock in their preferences saved a mountain of debate later. At that moment, Su Mangking retrieved a small notepad and pen from her bag, organizing the registry data with efficient precision. Let's see here. Lele takes blue, Wanian takes yellow, Duo takes pink, Tong Yi takes purple, Siyun takes green, and Lingyun takes white, all accounted for. She held the notepad aloft for everyone to inspect. There you go, who claims which crib is permanently on record, so nobody gets confused during midnight diaper changes. Lele suddenly clapped her hands, drawing every pair of eyes in the room toward her with a mischievous grin. Hold on a second. Hubby, out of all 6 colors, which one is your absolute favorite? The conversational trap snapped shut instantly, focusing the entire room's spotlight squarely onto my chest. Wanian's eyes held quiet expectation. Lele crossed her arms with an amused smirk. Duo's cheeks flushed pink. Tong Yi tugged eagerly on my sleeve. My purple crib is the prettiest, right hubby? You have to say mine, Tong Yi urged with a pout. Though Siyun and Lingyun remained silent, their sidelong glances clearly demanded an objective evaluation. I swept my gaze across the rainbow row of 6 cribs, then turned to face the 6 unique, expectant mothers waiting for my verdict. I offered an innocent, diplomatic chuckle. They're all incredible. Every single one has unique craftsmanship. It's impossible to pick just one. Total cop-out answer. Lele immediately frowned, shaking her head in mock disappointment. Tong Yi followed suit, dropping my arm and puffing out her cheeks. Yeah, you're dodging the question because you're scared of hurting anyone's feelings. Zhang Duo offered a gentle, sympathetic whisper. Actually, hubby doesn't have to pick a favorite. We aren't going to hold it against you. Relying on a sudden surge of survival instinct, I swept my arms wide, pulling all 6 pregnant women into a single, encompassing embrace. You're missing the point, I said, my voice softening with genuine warmth. A crib's value isn't just about paint color, it matters because of who chose it. Since every single one of you picked these out with love and intention, they're all masterpieces. To me, whichever bed makes you and our babies happy is automatically the best one in the world. Lele burst out laughing, playfully smacking my shoulder. Smooth talker, consider yourself pardoned this time. Tong Yi beamed, sliding her arm back through mine with triumphant satisfaction. That's more like it. From now on, if the kids ask, we'll tell them daddy loved mommy's chosen color the most. Wanian leaned her head gently against my shoulder. We weren't genuinely testing you, you know, we just wanted to hear your thoughts. Knowing you care makes us happy. She glanced around the room at the clock. Anyway, the hour is getting late. Aunt Zhao should have lunch ready. Let's head to the dining room before the dishes get cold. I exhaled, a silent sigh of relief. Navigating an empire of extraordinary women required a black belt in diplomatic stamina, especially when pregnancy hormones were involved. Lead the way, ladies, I smiled, letting Mei Rui hook her arm through my other side. Following the winter solstice, the temperature hovered stubbornly below freezing as the city plunged deeper into January. Though major blizzards slowed down, the biting winds made outdoor excursions thoroughly unappealing. With winter break officially underway for Manking and the rest of the student cohort, having a house full of energetic women with zero academic obligations meant my daily schedule was in constant high demand. Wanian, Duo, and Lele's baby bumps were expanding visibly by the week, fueling a collective desire among the remaining wives to accelerate their own family planning so they wouldn't miss out on upcoming national demographic subsidies. The resulting domestic pressure was intense. Even my stamina reserves felt the strain of keeping morale uniformly high. Realizing I needed a strategic distraction before my household entirely consumed my remaining waking hours, I formulated a vacation rescue plan. To satisfy the government's push for family expansion while giving everyone a change of scenery, a warm weather destination was non-negotiable. My thoughts immediately drifted northward toward Hainan province, widely regarded as the second hometown for northern travelers, offering comfortable tropical warmth far superior to the freezing capital. It was the ideal climate for a large-scale family retreat, especially with expectant mothers on board who needed fresh air free from sub-zero winds. Coincidentally, around that exact time, I received a travel invitation from an old high school acquaintance. The acquaintance and her twin sister possessed a rather memorable set of given names. The older sister was named Tang Li, and her twin was Tang Mei. Tang Li had spotted my sudden viral explosion during the New Year's Eve gala broadcast and subsequently tracked down my official social media channels. Finding out I was now operating a multi-wife household, she had sent a warm, welcoming invite for our entire family to vacation down in Hainan. However, before booking travel logistics, one critical item remained on our pre-trip checklist: inspecting the luxury manors Wanian had shortlisted. If we were going to upgrade from the lakeside villa, we needed a permanent estate that could comfortably house our growing dynasty. A few days past the Laba festival, under a crisp, clear winter sky, our family expedition rolled out in force. A total of 13 people packed into a luxury charter MPV. Wanian, Lele, Siun, Lingyun, Tongyi, Qinshi, Duo, Manqing, Hanyu, Mei Rui, alongside our shadow guard Lan Xiaojin and manager's son Xiao Xiao. Only Shang Shang remained behind in the city, buried under heavy post-gala publicity commitments and film scheduling. With Aunt Zhao and Chen Guo holding down the fort at the main estate, our VIP convoy hit the expressways. Wanian had coordinated with Apex Luxury Real Estate to tour 5 distinct private properties, each spanning over a full hectare of land. The MPV glided smoothly down the capital's landscaped ring roads, the harsh winter gray outside contrasting sharply with the climate-controlled comfort of our cabin. Wanian scrolled through property briefs on her tablet, quietly conferring with Su Lingyun regarding square footage metrics and proximity to top-tier pediatric hospitals. "Don't worry, Master," Madam Sun Xiao Xiao chimed in, twisting around from the front passenger seat. "I've cross-verified our itinerary 3 times with Miss Su Li, the elite senior consultant assigned to us by Apex Luxury. She specializes in ultra-high net worth portfolios and has personally coordinated with all 5 manor owners to ensure uninterrupted private access today." I nodded in quiet approval. Apex Luxury operated entirely through word-of-mouth reputation, charging astronomical commission fees in exchange for white-glove discretion. Their consultants were trained not only in architectural floor plans and zoning laws, but also in anticipating client lifestyle, quirks down to pre-stocking preferred artisanal beverages and dietary snacks before arrival. After a 40-minute drive, our MPV turned onto a secluded, tree-lined avenue canopied by towering French plane trees. At the terminus of the drive stood an elaborate wrought iron security gate flanked by uniformed private security guards. As the vehicle eased to a halt, a woman in an elegant champagne-colored business suit stepped forward with an immaculate, welcoming smile. She appeared to be in her early 30s, carrying herself with poised confidence while holding a fine leather portfolio case. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am Su Li with Apex Luxury. Absolute honor to serve you and your distinguished family today," she greeted me smoothly. Her gaze lingered on my face for less than a single heartbeat before naturally and respectfully shifting toward my wives. "And good day to all the madams. Knowing the winter chill, I've already arranged hot herbal beverages and fresh pastries inside the First Estate's reception hall." Her tone was genuine, devoid of sycophancy or discomfort, immediately establishing a high level of professional ease. I shook her hand, her grip was firm and professional. "Thank you for the warm welcome, Miss Su. Lead the way." Estate 1, Siua Manor. The first property, Siua Manor, was situated within an expansive 12,000 square meter footprint, emphasizing natural integration. A crystal-clear, naturally formed stream wound its way through the property, its surface lightly crusted with winter ice. Cobblestone pathways flanked the water, bordered by dense clusters of winter-blooming plum blossoms, releasing a subtle, sweet fragrance. At the center stood a 2-story European-style mansion with warm cream-colored stone walls and deep brown sloping slate roofs. The total land area is 12,000 square meters, with a 2,000 square meter primary residential structure, Su Li explained as she guided us past the stream. There are 26 private suites, each with attached walk-in closets and full marble bathrooms. Wanian walked over to the stream edge, bending down to touch the decorative stones lining the bank. "I looked at the initial renderings online and loved this natural feature," she told me quietly. "The air quality here is pristine. Once the babies arrive, taking them out for morning strolls along these paths would be wonderful." Rest assured, Madam, Su Li anticipated seamlessly, gesturing toward the water's edge. We anticipated family safety requirements. Invisible, child-safe perimeter railings are integrated along all natural water features without disrupting the landscape architecture. All interior staircases feature non-slip friction treads, and motion-activated low-luminescence night lighting is installed across every hallway. Though the interior was breathtaking, featuring soaring ceilings, massive gourmet kitchens, and sweeping garden views, after touring the suite, the consensus among the group was clear. While vastly larger than our current lakeside home, Cua Manor lacked the grand spatial buffer I envisioned for our sprawling household. We thanked Miss Su and boarded the MPV for our next destination. Estate 2, Yunding Manor. 30 minutes later, our convoy arrived at Yunding Manor, perched higher up along a semi-mountainous ridge. The security perimeter resembled an ancient dynastic gatehouse, opening onto a wide, pristine asphalt drive lined by towering pine and cypress trees. Spanning 15,000 square meters, Yunding Manor leaned into a neo-Chinese architectural style, blending classic courtyard aesthetics with modern structural engineering. The main residence was a 3-story mansion constructed with traditional dark gray tiles and weathered brickwork. Entering the main foyer, we were greeted by museum-grade rosewood furniture and authentic inkwash paintings hanging along the gallery walls. Su Lingyun paused before a scroll bearing antique calligraphy seals, examining the brushwork closely. "Hubby, these brush scrolls are authentic masterworks. They carry significant collection value," she murmured. Su Li smiled approvingly. "Miss Su has an incredible eye." The previous owner was a prominent antiquities collector who specifically left these private acquisitions behind as a housewarming gift. Moving upward, the upper floors featured expansive libraries, private studies, and a massive wraparound observatory deck overlooking the distant city skyline. "Is there an enclosed recreational zone for toddlers?" Wanian inquired, checking the blueprints. "Right this way." Su Li guided us toward the western wing. "We have a fully enclosed, temperature-controlled indoor play pavilion lined with shock-absorbent medical-grade rubber flooring. It undergoes routine UV sterilization cycles to maintain clinical hygiene standards. Despite its cultural prestige, however, a notable drawback emerged when we stepped out onto the breezy third-floor deck. A sharp, frigid mountain draft swept across the terrace, causing Wanian to pull her collar tighter around her neck. "The elevation is wonderful for views, but the winter winds might prove a bit harsh for the infants," Wanian observed. "We can easily install custom structural wind-baffle glass panels across the terrace," Su Li countered smoothly. "Furthermore, the imported geothermal underfloor heating system maintains a consistent ambient temperature regardless of exterior weather." Even with the proposed technical fixes, the collective impression remained lukewarm. The property felt slightly rigid for our dynamic lifestyle. Estate 3 and 4, the intermediate options. We toured 2 additional properties across the afternoon, both of which featured impressive square footage and modern amenity integration. However, as a seasoned real estate professional, Su Li could read the subtle cues in our body language. None of the standard luxury listings captured our imagination. They were merely expensive houses rather than a dynasty's sanctuary. Recognizing that ordinary luxury tiers wouldn't satisfy our requirements, Su Li made an executive decision to pull out her ultimate, unlisted portfolio anchor. Estate 5, Shuangshi Yingyue Manor, Mr. Lin, Madam, and respected ladies, Su Li announced with a renewed, professional spark in her eyes as we reboarded the MPV. "If you will permit me, I will now present our Apex residential offering, a property rarely shown to the general market. Its acquisition valuation stands at 1.8 billion yuan. Hearing the figure, even a casual observer would recognize that such a valuation represented capital deployment capable of destabilizing mid-sized corporate cash flows nationwide. Very few private buyers possess the liquidity to entertain a 1.8 billion yuan residential purchase outright. Yet, considering my financial standing and our unique household configuration, Su Li gambled that our syndicate fell squarely into that rarefied statistical bracket. Our vehicle turned onto a deeply secluded, historic forestry lane shaded by camphor trees aged well over half a century. Before us is Shuangshi Yingyue Manor, Su Li stated, her voice carrying palpable pride. Spanning a massive 2.5 hectares, it is the absolute pinnacle of our active luxury catalog. As the MPV rounded a final hairpin curve, the scenery opened abruptly. A towering, 5-meter-tall bronze security gate engraved with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs loomed before us, flanked by 2 imposing stone guardian lions. "Now that's an entrance," Lele whistled appreciatively from her seat. "Gives our front gates a run for their money." Lan Xiaozhen scanned the perimeter walls with professional acuity, noting the concealed thermal imaging sensors and biometric access points embedded in the masonry. The heavy bronze portals swung inward in absolute silence, welcoming our convoy onto a 10-meter-wide asphalt main drive. Flanking the drive were immaculate French gardens, trimmed boxwood hedges, and majestic groupings of Japanese black pines interspersed with winter plums. At the terminus of the Grand Drive stood an architectural marvel, 2 symmetrical, European-style neoclassical villas connected by an elevated 20-meter glass skybridge. The bridge ceiling was embedded with thousands of cascading crystal pendants, catching the winter sunlight and scattering prismatic reflections across the manicured lawns. Mr. Lin, ladies, this is Shuangshi Yingyue Manor, Su Li introduced, stepping out of the vehicle and sweeping her hand outward. The residence on the left is Lanyu Pavilion, and the one on the right is Tingxi Xuan. Both structures feature identical footprints of 3,200 square meters, housing 16 independent bedroom suites each. The central glass bridge serves not only as a climate-controlled transit corridor, but also as an elevated indoor sky garden planted with tropical flora. I stepped out of the MPV, lifting my gaze to evaluate the twin structures. The scale, architectural harmony, and absolute security infrastructure finally aligned with my psychological threshold for our permanent family seat. Walking toward the glass gallery entrance, I brushed my hand across the seamless structural glass panels. Apex Luxury anticipates every technical requirement, Su Li smiled, tracking my inspection. These are custom fabricated bullet-resistant, acoustic-insulated, laminated glass panes, maintaining a constant 25 degrees Celsius ambient climate year-round via integrated climate management. We stepped inside Lanyu Pavilion's left wing, entering an 8-meter-high vaulted grand salon. A monumental oil painting depicting a sunrise over an alpine river dominated the primary wall, anchored below by a massive baccarat crystal chandelier. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows framed panoramic views of the estate's private reflecting pool and landscaped grounds. Oh, wow! Mei Rui gasped, running across the imported wool carpets in sheer delight. Even my family's estate back home doesn't feature this kind of scale. The primary salon spans over 200 square meters, perfectly configured for major family banquets, Su Li explained. Adjacent lies an 8-meter solid wood banquet table, capable of seating 20 guests comfortably. Standing in the center of the palatial manor, surrounded by my wives who were already visualizing nurseries and family spaces across the vast floor plans, I knew our search had officially reached its destination. Lele chuckled softly, leaning back against the sofa while resting a hand on her lower back. Naturally, I compared architectural specifications across more than a dozen custom furniture mills before placing the order. Her posture still retained its graceful curves, beautifully augmented by an undeniable maternal elegance. The frames are built from kaolin-dried old-growth pine, which gives exceptional moisture resistance and prevents structural warping. Even if a baby spits up or spills liquids later on, it won't seep in or mold, you just wipe it clean in seconds. Song Wanian offered a soft, gentle smile, stepping closer to inspect the various units. Personally, I think the yellow one has the sweetest energy. It feels so cheerful and bright. Standing right beside her, Su Qinshi immediately chimed in to support her choice. Sister Wanian is totally right. I was just telling Duo that yellow is the most welcoming shade. Qinshi bent down, gently tracing the height of the guardrail with her fingertips. This height is absolute perfection. Later on, when we change diapers or feed the baby, we won't have to bend over awkwardly for too long. It's so much kinder to Wanian's back too. Prompted by Qinshi's words, Jiang Duo raised her head shyly and blinked. If that's the case, then I'll claim the pink one. Gao Ming nodded vigorously in agreement. Fantastic pick. Pink is so soft and sweet, just like Duo. Later on, if we have a little princess dressed in a tiny white tulle dress lying in there, she'll look like an absolute angel. Tong Yi, getting swept up in the excitement, bounced over and planted herself squarely in front of the purple crib. Oh, almost forgot I'm an expectant mom too. She laughed, nearly losing her balance before Zhang Xiyun caught her elbow with lightning reflexes. Tong Yi stuck her tongue out playfully, steadying her hand against her modest baby bump. In that case, I'll take the royal purple one. Zhang Xiyun walked over at a leisurely, graceful pace, pausing in front of the mint green crib. I'll take the green one then. I actually read up on color therapy. Soft mint green promotes calm moods, meaning the baby is less likely to fuss. Plus, it matches my favorite palette. Su Lingyun pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses with a quiet chuckle. Well, that leaves the crisp white one for me by default. I stood off to the side, watching my 6 expectant wives, each staking a claim on their favorite nursery unit. Though it was arguably a little early in the timeline to set up nurseries, letting them lock in their preferences saved a mountain of debate later. At that moment, Su Minqing retrieved a small notepad and pen from her bag, organizing the registry data with efficient precision. Let's see here. Lele takes blue, Wanian takes yellow, Duo takes pink, Tong Yi takes purple, Xiyun takes green, and Lingyun takes white, all accounted for. She held the notepad aloft for everyone to inspect. There you go, who claims which crib is permanently on record, so nobody gets confused during midnight diaper changes. Lele suddenly clapped her hands, drawing every pair of eyes in the room toward her with a mischievous grin. Hold on a second. Hubby, out of all 6 colors, which one is your absolute favorite? The conversational trap snapped shut instantly, focusing the entire room's spotlight squarely onto my chest. Wanian's eyes held quiet expectation. Lele crossed her arms with an amused smirk. Duo's cheeks flushed pink. Tong Yi tugged eagerly on my sleeve. My purple crib is the prettiest, right hubby? You have to say mine. Tong Yi urged with a pout. Though Xiyun and Lingyun remained silent, their sidelong glances clearly demanded an objective evaluation. I swept my gaze across the rainbow row of 6 cribs, then turned to face the 6 unique, expectant mothers waiting for my verdict. I offered an innocent, diplomatic chuckle. They're all incredible. Every single one has unique craftsmanship. It's impossible to pick just one. Total cop-out answer. Lele immediately frowned, shaking her head in mock disappointment. Tong Yi followed suit, dropping my arm and puffing out her cheeks. Yeah, you're dodging the question because you're scared of hurting anyone's feelings. Jiang Duo offered a gentle, sympathetic whisper. Actually, hubby doesn't have to pick a favorite, we aren't going to hold it against you. Relying on a sudden surge of survival instinct, I swept my arms wide, pulling all 6 pregnant women into a single, encompassing embrace. You're missing the point, I said, my voice softening with genuine warmth. A crib's value isn't just about paint color, it matters because of who chose it. Since every single one of you picked these out with love and intention, they're all masterpieces. To me, whichever bed makes you and our babies happy is automatically the best one in the world. Layli burst out laughing, playfully smacking my shoulder. Smooth talker, consider yourself pardoned this time. Tong Yi beamed, sliding her arm back through mine with triumphant satisfaction. That's more like it. From now on, if the kids ask, we'll tell them daddy loved mommy's chosen color the most. Wanian leaned her head gently against my shoulder. We weren't genuinely testing you, we just wanted to hear your thoughts. Knowing you care makes us happy. She glanced around the room at the clock. Anyway, the hour is getting late. Aunt Zhao should have lunch ready. Let's head to the dining room before the dishes get cold. I exhaled, a silent sigh of relief. Navigating an empire of extraordinary women required a black belt in diplomatic stamina, especially when pregnancy hormones were involved. Lead the way, ladies, I smiled, letting Mei Rui hook her arm through my other side. Following the winter solstice, the temperature hovered stubbornly below freezing as the city plunged deeper into January. Though major blizzards slowed down, the biting winds made outdoor excursions thoroughly unappealing. With winter break officially underway for Manqing and the rest of the student cohort, having a house full of energetic women with zero academic obligations meant my daily schedule was in constant high demand. Wanian, Duo, and Layli's baby bumps were expanding visibly by the week, fueling a collective desire among the remaining wives to accelerate their own family planning so they wouldn't miss out on upcoming national demographic subsidies. The resulting domestic pressure was intense. Even my stamina reserves felt the strain of keeping morale uniformly high. Realizing I needed a strategic distraction before my household entirely consumed my remaining waking hours, I formulated a vacation rescue plan. To satisfy the government's push for family expansion, while giving everyone a change of scenery, a warm weather destination was non-negotiable. My thoughts immediately drifted northward toward Hainan province, widely regarded as the second hometown for northern travelers, offering comfortable tropical warmth far superior to the freezing capital. It was the ideal climate for a large-scale family retreat, especially with expectant mothers on board who needed fresh air free from sub-zero winds. Coincidentally, around that exact time, I received a travel invitation from an old high school acquaintance. The acquaintance and her twin sister possessed a rather memorable set of given names. The older sister was named Tang Li, and her twin was Tang Mei. Tang Li had spotted my sudden viral explosion during the New Year's Eve gala broadcast and subsequently tracked down my official social media channels. Finding out I was now operating a multi-wife household, she had sent a warm, welcoming invite for our entire family to vacation down in Hainan. However, before booking travel logistics, one critical item remained on our pre-trip checklist: inspecting the luxury manors Wanian had shortlisted. If we were going to upgrade from the lakeside villa, we needed a permanent estate that could comfortably house our growing dynasty. A few days past the Laba festival, under a crisp, clear winter sky, our family expedition rolled out in force. A total of 13 people packed into a luxury charter MPV. Wanian, Lei, Saiyun, Lingyun, Tongyi, Qinshi, Duo, Manqing, Hanyu, Mei Rui, alongside our shadow guard Lan Xiaozhen and manager Sun Xiaoxiao. Only Xiangshang remained behind in the city, buried under heavy post-gala publicity commitments and film scheduling. With Aunt Zhao and Chen Guo holding down the fort at the main estate, our VIP convoy hit the expressways. Wanian had coordinated with Apex Luxury Real Estate to tour 5 distinct private properties, each spanning over a full hectare of land. The MPV glided smoothly down the capital's landscaped ring roads, the harsh winter gray outside contrasting sharply with the climate-controlled comfort of our cabin. Wanian scrolled through property briefs on her tablet, quietly conferring with Su Lingyun regarding square footage metrics and proximity to top-tier pediatric hospitals. "Don't worry, master, madam," Sun Xiaoxiao chimed in, twisting around from the front passenger seat. "I've cross-verified our itinerary 3 times with Miss Su Li, the elite senior consultant assigned to us by Apex Luxury. She specializes in ultra-high net worth portfolios and has personally coordinated with all 5 manor owners to ensure uninterrupted private access today." I nodded in quiet approval. Apex Luxury operated entirely through word-of-mouth reputation, charging astronomical commission fees in exchange for white-glove discretion. Their consultants were trained not only in architectural floor plans and zoning laws, but also in anticipating client lifestyle quirks, down to pre-stocking preferred artisanal beverages and dietary snacks before arrival. After a 40-minute drive, our MPV turned onto a secluded, tree-lined avenue canopied by towering French plane trees. At the terminus of the drive stood an elaborate wrought iron security gate flanked by uniformed private security guards. As the vehicle eased to a halt, a woman in an elegant champagne-colored business suit stepped forward with an immaculate, welcoming smile. She appeared to be in her early 30s, carrying herself with poised confidence while holding a fine leather portfolio case. Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am Su Li with Apex Luxury. Absolute honored to serve you and your distinguished family today, she greeted me smoothly. Her gaze lingered on my face for less than a single heartbeat before naturally and respectfully shifting toward my wives, and good day to all the madams. Knowing the winter chill, I've already arranged hot herbal beverages and fresh pastries inside the First Estate's reception hall. Her tone was genuine, devoid of sycophancy or discomfort, immediately establishing a high level of professional ease. I shook her hand, the grip was firm and professional. Thank you for the warm welcome, Miss Su. Lead the way. Estate 1, Shiyue Manor. The first property, Shiyue Manor, was situated within an expansive 12,000 square meter footprint, emphasizing natural integration. A crystal clear, naturally formed stream wound its way through the property, its surface lightly crusted with winter ice. Cobblestone pathways flanked the water, bordered by dense clusters of winter-blooming plum blossoms, releasing a subtle, sweet fragrance. At the center stood a two-story European-style mansion with warm cream-colored stone walls and deep brown sloping slate roofs. The total land area is 12,000 square meters, with a 2,000 square meter primary residential structure, Su Li explained as she guided us past the stream. There are 26 private suites, each with attached walk-in closets and full marble bathrooms. Wanian walked over to the stream edge, bending down to touch the decorative stones lining the bank. I looked at the initial renderings online and loved this natural feature, she told me quietly. The air quality here is pristine. Once the babies arrive, taking them out for morning strolls along these paths would be wonderful. Rest assured, madam, Su Li anticipated seamlessly, gesturing toward the water's edge. We anticipated family safety requirements. Invisible, child-safe perimeter railings are integrated along all natural water features without disrupting the landscape architecture. All interior staircases feature non-slip friction treads, and motion-activated low-luminescence night lighting is installed across every hallway. Though the interior was breathtaking, featuring soaring ceilings, massive gourmet kitchens, and sweeping garden views after touring the suite, the consensus among the group was clear. While vastly larger than our current lakeside home, Shiyue Manor lacked the grand spatial buffer I envisioned for our sprawling household. We thanked Miss Su and boarded the MPV for our next destination, Estate 2, Yunding Manor. 30 minutes later, our convoy arrived at Yunding Manor, perched higher up along a semi-mountainous ridge. The security perimeter resembled an ancient dynastic gatehouse, opening onto a wide, pristine asphalt drive lined by towering pine and cypress trees. Spanning 15,000 square meters, Yunding Manor leaned into a neo-Chinese architectural style, blending classic courtyard aesthetics with modern structural engineering. The main residence was a three-story mansion constructed with traditional dark gray tiles and weathered brickwork. Entering the main foyer, we were greeted by museum-grade rosewood furniture and authentic inkwash paintings hanging along the gallery walls. Su Lingyun paused before a scroll bearing antique calligraphy seals, examining the brushwork closely. Hubby, these brush scrolls are authentic masterworks. They carry significant collection value, she murmured. Su Li smiled approvingly. Miss Su has an incredible eye. The previous owner was a prominent antiquities collector who specifically left these private acquisitions behind as a housewarming gift. Moving upward, the upper floors featured expansive libraries, private studies, and a massive wraparound observatory deck overlooking the distant city skyline. Is there an enclosed recreational zone for toddlers? Wanian inquired, checking the blueprints. Right this way, Su Li guided us toward the western wing. We have a fully enclosed, temperature-controlled indoor play pavilion lined with shock-absorbent medical-grade rubber flooring. It undergoes routine UV sterilization cycles to maintain clinical hygiene standards. Despite its cultural prestige, however, a notable drawback emerged when we stepped out onto the breezy third-floor deck. A sharp, frigid mountain draft swept across the terrace, causing Wanian to pull her collar tighter around her neck. The elevation is wonderful for views, but the winter winds might prove a bit harsh for the infants, Wanian observed. We can easily install custom structural wind-baffle glass panels across the terrace, Su Li countered smoothly. Furthermore, the imported geothermal underfloor heating system maintains a consistent ambient temperature regardless of exterior weather. Even with the proposed technical fixes, the collective impression remained lukewarm. The property felt slightly rigid for our dynamic lifestyle. Estate 3 and 4, the intermediate options. We toured two additional properties across the afternoon, both of which featured impressive square footage and modern amenity integration. However, as a seasoned real estate professional, Su Li could read the subtle cues in our body language. None of the standard luxury listings captured our imagination. They were merely expensive houses rather than a dynasty's sanctuary. Recognizing that ordinary luxury tiers wouldn't satisfy our requirements, Su Li made an executive decision to pull out her ultimate, unlisted portfolio anchor. Estate 5, Shuangxi Yingyu Manor. Mr. Lin, madam, and respected ladies, Su Li announced with a renewed, professional spark in her eyes as we reboarded the MPV. If you will permit me, I will now present our Apex Residential offering, a property rarely shown to the general market. Its acquisition valuation stands at 1.8 billion yuan. Hearing the figure, even a casual observer would recognize that such a valuation represented capital deployment capable of destabilizing mid-sized corporate cash flows nationwide. Very few private buyers possess the liquidity to entertain an 1.8 billion yuan residential purchase outright. Yet, considering my financial standing and our unique household configuration, Suli gambled that our syndicate fell squarely into that rarefied statistical bracket. Our vehicle turned onto a deeply secluded, historic forestry lane shaded by camphor trees aged well over half a century. Before us is Shuangxi Yingyu Manor, Suli stated, her voice carrying palpable pride. Spanning a massive 2.5 hectares, it is the absolute pinnacle of our active luxury catalog. As the MPV rounded a final hairpin curve, the scenery opened abruptly. A towering, 5-meter-tall bronze security gate engraved with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs loomed before us, flanked by 2 imposing stone guardian lions. Now that's an entrance, Lele whistled appreciatively from her seat. Gives our front gates a run for their money. Lan Xiaojin scanned the perimeter walls with professional acuity, noting the concealed thermal imaging sensors and biometric access points embedded in the masonry. The heavy bronze portals swung inward in absolute silence, welcoming our convoy onto a 10-meter-wide asphalt main drive. Flanking the drive were immaculate French gardens, trimmed boxwood hedges, and majestic groupings of Japanese black pines interspersed with winter plums. At the terminus of the grand drive stood an architectural marvel, 2 symmetrical European-style neoclassical villas connected by an elevated 20-meter glass skybridge. The bridge ceiling was embedded with thousands of cascading crystal pendants, catching the winter sunlight and scattering prismatic reflections across the manicured lawns. Mr. Lin, ladies, this is Shuangxi Yingyue Manor, Suli introduced, stepping out of the vehicle and sweeping her hand outward. The residence on the left is Lanyue Pavilion, and the one on the right is Tingxi Xuan. Both structures feature identical footprints of 3,200 square meters, housing 16 independent bedroom suites each. The central glass bridge serves not only as a climate-controlled transit corridor, but also as an elevated indoor sky garden planted with tropical flora. I stepped out of the MPV, lifting my gaze to evaluate the twin structures. The scale, architectural harmony, and absolute security infrastructure finally aligned with my psychological threshold for our permanent family seat. Walking toward the glass gallery entrance, I brushed my hand across the seamless structural glass panes. Apex Luxury anticipates every technical requirement, Suli smiled, tracking my inspection. These are custom-fabricated, bullet-resistant, acoustic-insulated laminated glass panes, maintaining a constant 25 degrees Celsius ambient climate year-round via integrated climate management. We stepped inside Lanyue Pavilion's left wing, entering an 8-meter-high vaulted grand salon. A monumental oil painting depicting a sunrise over an alpine river dominated the primary wall, anchored below by a massive baccarat crystal chandelier. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows framed panoramic views of the estate's private reflecting pool and landscaped grounds. "Oh, wow," Mei Rui gasped, running across the imported wool carpets in sheer delight. Even my family's estate back home doesn't feature this kind of scale. The primary salon spans over 200 square meters, perfectly configured for major family banquets, Suli explained. Adjacent lies an 8-meter solid wood banquet table, capable of seating 20 guests comfortably. Manor interior and recreational wings. Suli led us further through the estate, showcasing a massive walk-in wine cellar stocked with vintage reserves, followed by an exquisite traditional tea room overlooking a tranquil bamboo grove. Crossing back via the glass skybridge into Tingxi Xuan, the right wing shifted entirely toward entertainment and wellness. A 100-square-meter private cinema awaited us, outfitted with 20 plush leather recliners facing a massive digital projection screen, driven by stadium-grade acoustic arrays. Nearby, a professional recreation lounge featured 4 automated mahjong tables, a regulation billiard table, and professional table tennis setups, all insulated by heavy sound-dampening walls. The ground floor also housed a fully equipped fitness center, featuring top-tier imported cardio and strength equipment, alongside a dedicated private spa and treatment suite. Stepping back outside into the pristine winter air, Suli guided us toward the vast exterior grounds. An expansive 1,000-square-meter swimming pool designed like a natural lake dominated the rear courtyard, complete with a shallow, 1-meter children's splash zone equipped with secure splash features. Surrounding the pool were emerald lawns spanning several thousand square meters, flanked by a private organic orchard and a placid lake stocked with golden koi. Lan Xiaozhen completed her perimeter sweep, nodding respectfully. "Master, the security posture here is flawless. High masonry, thermal sensors, and dual-gate access points ensure total privacy." Everyone was clearly enamored with the property, though everyone maintained polite restraint, leaving the ultimate decision in my hands. "So, Miss Su, what is the acquisition cost for this estate?" I finally asked. Su Li beamed brightly. "The valuation is 1.8 billion yuan. Though a staggering sum, the sheer perfection of the estate justified the price tag. Let's sleep on it and review the final paperwork after the New Year holiday," I noted calmly. On the return drive, back inside the luxury MPV, my incredible wives immediately began pooling their resources to cover the cost. Wanian stepped up first, offering 500 million yuan from her family's global industrial dividends as her dowry. Siyun pledged 50 million, Tong Yi offered 20 million, Ling Yun contributed 300 million, Lei Li and Mei Rui added substantial stakes, and even Manxing, Han Yu, and Qinshi pitched in multi-million contributions. Only Jiang Duo remained quietly silent, her fingers nervously twisting the edge of her handkerchief given her humble background. Lele immediately caught her hand with a reassuring squeeze. Don't be silly, Duo. Family contributes what they can, we're all in this together. Arrival in Hainan. 2 days later, aboard Wanian's private corporate jet, our family crossed the country to escape the northern chill. As the aircraft greased its landing on the private tarmac at Sanya International Airport in Hainan Province, a wave of warm, humid sea air rushed into the cabin. Stepping down the mobile air stair, the 25-degree tropical sunlight wrapped around us like a comforting embrace. Waiting by the tarmac entrance was a striking red Rolls-Royce Phantom, flanked by 3 black Mercedes-Benz executive vans. Leaning against the Phantom were 2 young women with striking facial similarities. The older sister, Tang Li, wore a sharp black blazer suit paired with towering stilettos, her dark hair pulled back into a sophisticated ponytail, and crimson lipstick, framing a confident smile. Her twin sister, Tang Mei, stood beside her, draped in a loose white linen dress, her expression cool, detached, and utterly unimpressed by the commotion. Lin Wang, Tang Li called out, her professional composure melting instantly into a warm, sparkling grin as she hurried forward. It's been forever, so wonderful to see you again. We shook hands warmly before she turned her attention to my breathtaking retinue of wives, greeting Wanian and the others with effortless grace. And this is my younger sister, Tang Mei, Tang Li introduced, gesturing toward the quieter twin. Tang Mei offered a slight, minimalist nod. Don't expect me to be as chatty as my sister. I was merely drafted as the backup chauffeur today. Her gaze flicked toward me with a dry, teasing glint. Well, look at you, Lin Wang. Years away from high school, and you've built quite the bustling empire. Gao Meng instinctively stiffened behind me, but a subtle hand gesture kept her quiet. Tang Li quickly ran interference, laughing it off. Pay no attention to her, she's always like that. Come, I've secured presidential suites for everyone at the Yalong Bay Resort Hotel. Tropical paradise. Seated in the rear of the Phantom alongside Wanian, Lei, and Siyun, I watched the palm-lined boulevards blur past under the tropical sun. Tang Li sat in the front passenger seat, enthusiastically recounting local dining gems from authentic Wenchang chicken and fragrant coconut rice to fresh seafood markets along the coast. 40 minutes later, our convoy swept through the grand Southeast Asian-inspired gates of the Yalong Bay Resort Hotel. The lobby featured a 10-meter glass atrium overlooking indoor tropical gardens and massive saltwater aquariums. Hotel management greeted us with utmost reverence, escorting our group up to an entire floor dedicated to our 5 interconnecting presidential suites. Stepping out onto the private balcony of the main suite, the infinite blue horizon of the South China Sea stretched out beneath a blazing sun. Oh, this is absolute heaven, Tang Yi cheered, throwing her arms wide to catch the sea breeze. After dropping our luggage and letting Lan Xiaojin verify the suite's security protocols, Tang Li proposed an immediate sunset tour of the nearby Yalong Bay Tropical Paradise Forest Park. Let's go stretch our legs and soak in the island air, I smiled, turning to my expectant wives. The towering banyan trees, coconut palms, and sprawling tropical foliage cast a dense, emerald canopy overhead, filtering the bright island sunlight into dancing patterns of golden light. Spanning over 1,500 hectares, the Tropical Forest Park stood as the premier coastal mountain ecological attraction in the entire province, featuring everything from dense rainforest canyons and cascading waterfalls to elevated alpine meadows. As we boarded the open-air shuttle tram climbing toward the summit viewpoint, the scenery grew increasingly breathtaking. The winding mountain road hugged the steep ridge, offering vertigo-inducing drops on one side and the infinite, sapphire blue expanse of the South China Sea on the other. Far out on the horizon, distant islands dotted the water like scattered emeralds, creating an unforgettable vista. Look over there. That's a suspension bridge from one of my absolute favorite TV dramas. Mei Rui squealed with delight, pointing toward a pedestrian bridge dangling between 2 distant peaks like a colorful ribbon. That's the famous Dragon Crossing Rope Bridge, stretching 168 meters across the gorge, Tang Li explained from the front row. Given that several of our lovely ladies are expecting, we'll skip crossing it today, but the panoramic summit view is far superior anyway. Reaching the observation platform at the peak, the entire crescent-shaped bay opened up beneath us in breathtaking clarity. The turquoise water kissed the blinding white sands, while fishing boats drifted across the waves like floating leaves under a dome of flawless azure sky. It's like stepping directly inside a postcard, Su Manqing and Su Qinshi murmured in quiet awe. At that moment, Tang Li walked over, holding a tray of freshly harvested young coconuts, handing me a straw. Try some fresh coconut water, it's chilled, naturally sweet, and harvested right here on the island, she offered, her eyes lingering on my face with undisguised warmth. Thanks, I smiled, taking a refreshing sip of the cool, electrolyte-rich nectar. After capturing plenty of group memories at the summit, we descended into the park's lush rainforest valley, where the air grew thick with the clean, earthy scent of ancient moss and tropical flora. Playful wildlife darted through the canopy, including troops of native macaques swinging gracefully from branch to branch. Su Lingyan chuckled as a small monkey paused overhead to peer down at us with curious, intelligent eyes. Don't worry, These macaques are thoroughly habituated to visitors and completely docile, though we advise against feeding them directly to protect their natural foraging instincts, Tang Li noted smoothly. By late afternoon, the tropical heat and walking had begun to test everyone's stamina. Let's head back to the resort for a brief siesta, and tonight I'll guide you all to the premier local night market for authentic island seafood, Tang Li proposed. We genuinely appreciate your hospitality today, Tang Li, I said, offering a warm smile that sent a visible flush across her cheeks. Meanwhile, a few paces away, Tang Mei stood with her arms crossed, watching her sister with a dry, unamused expression. Honestly, sis, if you're head over heels for the guy, why make it such a convoluted theatrical production? Tang Mei muttered, loud enough for half our party to hear. What are you? Tang Li gasped, her cheeks turning a brilliant shade of crimson as her secret ambitions were broadcasted into the open air. Ahem. Let's get moving, shall we? I quickly intervened, gently steering Wanian and Tong Yi down the wooden boardwalk to diffuse the awkward tension, while the rest of the group tactfully drifted ahead. Back at the resort suites, the afternoon heat invited a quiet resting period. Standing out on the ocean-facing balcony of our main suite, Wanian leaned her head gently against my shoulder. Tang Li clearly has feelings for you, hubby, she whispered softly, her voice free of jealousy. I noticed, I admitted, looking out at the glittering tide. Wanian didn't press the matter further, fully aware of my boundaries and content to let things unfold naturally. An hour later, the household regrouped in the hotel grand lobby. Tang Li had changed into an effortless, breezy sundress paired with a white linen cover-up, her long hair pinned back with a pearl hairpin. Everyone well rested? Let's roll out before the evening market crowds peak, she announced brightly. Stepping into a fleet of waiting vehicles, we arrived at a sprawling seaside open-air seafood market just 5 minutes away. The air was instantly saturated with the rich, savory aromas of garlic, chili, and the briny freshness of the ocean. Tanks overflowed with massive spiny lobsters, mud crabs, mantis prawns, and glistening shellfish harvested hours earlier from the local tides. Everything here swims straight from the ocean into the wok, Tang Li beamed, leading our massive party toward a large private pavilion table overlooking the rolling surf. As the sun began to sink below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and violet, we settled into our seats. Zhang Xian stretched her arms in deep contentment. This climate is absolute perfection, not too hot, not too cold, just pure ocean breeze. Please, drop the formal title and call me Xiao Li, Tang Li urged, flashing a welcoming smile toward Bei Lei. Across the table, Tang Mei sat in total silence, scrolling mindlessly through her smartphone while ignoring the festive chatter. Growing up in a prominent local family with substantial real estate and tourism holdings, the sisters were hardly strangers to social influence. However, with the regional demographic imbalance, concentrating male companionship heavily among elite households, finding an unattached partner of high standing was notoriously difficult. Most local women face steep dowry expectations or outright rejections from eligible bachelors, though Tang Li routinely turned down suitors who failed to meet her standards, while Tang Mei maintained an aggressively cynical stance on romance altogether. Seizing an opening, Lei Lei leaned over and winked at Tang Li. Well, Xiao Li, since you've treated us so splendidly tonight, I think it's only fair I surrender my prime seating arrangement to you. Before Tang Li could process the sudden maneuver, Lei Lei stood up, sliding her chair back and gesturing toward the empty spot directly beside my right shoulder. Go on, take a seat, Lei Lei whispered, giving me a quick, conspiratorial wink. Zhuang Hanyu, seated on my left, chimed in immediately with a cheeky grin. Yeah, consider it a collective housewarming gift from the sisterhood. Blushing furiously, Tang Li stammered an objection before gently sliding into the vacant chair right next to me. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but she quickly masked her nerves by steering the conversation toward evening itineraries. Once we finish dinner, we can take a moonlit stroll along the beach. The island nightscapes are especially romantic after dark. Sounds like a plan, I smiled, as platoons of steaming dishes began descending upon our table. Platters of steamed spiny lobster, spicy stir-fried mud crab, salt-baked mantis, prawns, and garlic scallops crowded the lazy Susan. Tang Li immediately picked up her serving chopsticks, expertly harvesting the meatiest lobster claw and placing it straight into my ceramic bowl. Try this steamed local lobster lox in the pure sweetness of the sea, she murmured, watching me with eager anticipation. Thank you, I nodded, taking a bite. The meat was tender, succulent, and bursting with flavor. Incredible. Everyone dig in. Don't let this feast go to waste. As dinner progressed in a blur of laughter and clinking glasses, Tang Li shared childhood anecdotes from our shared high school era. Remember when you stayed behind to study late during flu season, and half the girls in our class suddenly developed a passion for bringing you cold medicine? She teased softly. I paused with my chopsticks mid-air, glancing over to meet her gaze. For a fraction of a second, her eyes widened in mild panic before she quickly lowered her head to hide her blushing cheeks. Tong Yi chewed thoughtfully on a prawn, observing the silent chemistry between us before stepping in with a clever, preemptive distraction. All right, enough tripping down memory lane, my stomach demands more crab. The dinner wrapped up in a lively, warm atmosphere that left everyone energized rather than exhausted. Instead of heading straight back to the hotel, the entire party spent an hour strolling along the moonlit shoreline. The ocean breeze carried the cool scent of salt spray, while distant fishing junks flickered like floating stars across the dark water. Wanian linked her arm through mine, gazing out at the horizon. A winter escape down here was the best idea we've had in months. We should seriously consider buying a permanent coastal property here so we can winter in paradise every year, I mused aloud. Lele immediately capitalized on the opening, nudging my shoulder. Well, if we bring Xiaoli into the family fold, she probably comes equipped with half the island's coastal real estate as a dowry. Tang Li, who was walking just a step behind, felt her face burn hotter than a tropical bonfire. Lele, please stop teasing me, she hissed, though her protest lacked any real defensive bite. Su Manking chuckled softly. When I fell for hubby, I confessed directly, without playing hide-and-seek. Life's too short to suppress good instincts, Xiaoli. Realizing the collective sisterhood was aggressively running an active matchmaking campaign on my behalf, Tang Li found herself completely surrounded by friendly allies. Later that night, back in our private suite, I shared a room with Su Manqing. Once the door clicked shut and the lights dimmed, Manqing curled her arms around my waist, resting her chin against my chest. So, husband dearest, when do you think Tang Li is going to formally surrender and confess her master plan? She teased quietly. You and the girls practically built a red carpet for her tonight, I chuckled, stroking her hair. Of course we did. Having new sisters adds wonderful energy to the household, Manqing yawned sleepily. Though honestly, keeping up with your stamina demands a full squad rotation. Even I need backup occasionally. I shook my head with an amused smile, pulling the blanket higher, as Manqing drifted off to a peaceful sleep. The following morning, golden sunlight streamed through the panoramic glass windows of the Yalong Bay Resort. After washing up and dressing in light summer attire, I stepped out into the hallway just as Gao Meng emerged from her adjoining suite. Morning, hubby. Tang Li is already downstairs waiting by the private ferry dock, she reported with crisp, military punctuality. Descending to the lobby, we found Wanian chatting amicably with Tang Li, who wore a stunning sky blue slip dress paired with a white sun-shading cardigan. Morning, everyone. I've secured our private yacht charter and island transport passes for Wuzhizhou Island. We'll beat the morning tourist rush, Tang Li greeted us warmly. Thank you for organizing everything, Wanian smiled, naturally looping her arm through mine. As we boarded the private, high-speed ferry bound for Wuzhizhou Island, the sea spray kicked up a refreshing mist across the deck. Tang Li stood near the bow, pointing out the distant white lighthouse rising above the Emerald Island. The water clarity around Wuzhizhou is legendary. You can spot coral reefs and tropical fish from the surface, she explained enthusiastically. I stood beside her, noticing the soft flush of pink across her sun-kissed cheeks. Thinking back to high school track meets, I remarked quietly, you used to sprint the 800-meter dash without breaking a sweat, yet here you are playing tour guide. Tang Li's cheeks deepened to a rosy red. I was just terrified of embarrassing myself in front of you back then. Mei Rui suddenly bounded over, handing us both freshly popped young coconuts with a mischievous grin. Coconut delivery for the tour guides. Keep the energy high. We've got an island to conquer. Stepping off the ferry onto Wuzhizhou Island felt like entering an untouched tropical sanctuary. Powdery white sand cushioned our steps while the crystalline water revealed schools of neon fish darting among coral gardens. Let's rent private electric touring buggies to tour the coastal perimeter, Tang Li suggested, leading us toward the rental kiosk where pre-reserved luxury carts awaited. Naturally, the group paired up effortlessly, leaving myself and Tang Li to pilot the final vehicle. Hop on, I'll drive, Tang Li offered, sliding into the driver's seat with practiced confidence. I took the passenger seat as the electric buggy hummed to life, gliding smoothly along the coastal ring road. Our next stop is Lover's Valley, famed for its cascading bougainvillea and phoenix flowers, she narrated over the wind. As we rounded a sharp coastal bend, a sudden, heavy gust of ocean wind caught the buggy off guard. The vehicle swayed slightly, prompting me to instinctively reach out and grab Tang Li's waist to steady her balance. She froze instantly, her hands locking onto the steering wheel as a collective electric shock seemed to travel through her frame. Sorry, wind caught us off guard, I murmured, starting to pull my hand back. Tang Li's fingers covered mine, pressing my hand firmly against her waist. It's fine. The coastal winds are notoriously unpredictable here. If you prefer, you can keep your hand right there, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the motor. I offered a quiet, understanding smile, leaving my arm resting securely around her waist as we continued our journey into the floral paradise of Lover's Valley. As the sun climbed higher, the island breeze carried the faint, sweet scent of sea salt and blooming bougainvillea. The morning hustle at Wuzhizhou Island was already in full swing, with tourists eager to dive into the sparkling tropical waters. Hubby, look over there, banana boats. That looks insanely fun, Su Manqing squealed, pointing toward a stretch of lively beach. I glanced back at Wanian and the other expectant mothers sitting under the shade umbrellas. Given everyone's current delicate condition, high-speed water sports might be a bit too intense, I noted gently. We'll be fine sitting right here watching you guys race across the waves. Wanian smiled with serene understanding. You're on vacation to let loose. Go enjoy yourselves. All right, let me go sort out the equipment rentals, Tang Li chimed in with efficient enthusiasm. A few minutes later, our group split into squads. Manqing, Mei Rui, Qinshi, Han Yu, and Gao Meng suited up for the banana boat, while I hopped onto a separate vessel alongside Tang Li and Tang Mei. Hold on tight, launching in 3, 2, 1. The instructor shouted over the roar of the outboard motor. The banana boat rocketed forward across the turquoise swells, sending wallops of cool, refreshing sea spray flying into our faces. Woohoo! This is incredible. Mei Rui and the girls shrieked in absolute delight from the leading craft. I held firmly onto the safety strap, glancing sideways at Tang Li. Her dark hair was plastered against her cheeks by the wind, giving her an untamed, ruggedly gorgeous aesthetic. Not getting scared, are you, Lin Wang? She shouted playfully over the engine's drone. I chuckled, recalling the amusement park roller coasters I used to conquer with Chinchi. Compared to those, this was a mild breeze. Right at that moment, the instructor executed a sharp, high-speed banking turn. The inflatable vessel tilted violently, causing Tang Li to let out a startled gasp as she instinctively threw her arms around my arm for balance. Careful, I murmured, sliding my hand around her waist to steady her against the momentum. Her waist was remarkably slender and flexible. The second my palm brushed against her side, she stiffened like a startled deer. I quickly withdrew my hand, though I noticed her cheeks had instantly flared bright crimson, rivaling a tropical sunset. The high-octane ride ended all too soon, leaving everyone buzzing with lingering adrenaline as we stepped back onto the dry sand. Tang Mei sauntered over, wiping salt water from her brow and whispering with deadpan delivery to her sister. Nice tactical grip back there, sis. You held onto him like a koala on a eucalyptus trunk. Tang Li shot her a withering glare while keeping her mouth firmly shut. After a lavish seafood lunch featuring fresh giant grouper and sweet mango snails, we hiked up to Guanyin Rock, the highest panoramic vantage point on the island. Standing atop the cliffside platform, the infinite ocean merged seamlessly with the azure sky on the horizon. Su Manching nudged Bei Lele in the ribs, flashing a knowing glance toward where Tang Li and I stood admiring the view. Come on girls, let's go check out the other side of the ridge for photos and leave these two to chat, Lele announced loudly. Within seconds, the entire entourage melted away into the scenic trails, leaving just Tang Li and me standing by the stone railing. The ocean wind whispered softly through the coastal brush. Tang Li stared at the stone paving for a long moment before taking a deep, shuddering breath. Lin Wang. I know you already share your life with Wanyan and the others, she began, her voice trembling slightly with suppressed emotion. I swore I wouldn't cross boundaries, but keeping this buried inside is tearing me apart. I just needed you to know that someone has quietly cared about you for a very long time. You don't have to give me an immediate answer. She paused, terrified of hearing a cold rejection. No matter what you decide, I just wanted my heart out in the open. Xiao Li, I interrupted gently, turning to look into her shimmering eyes. Before she could finish her defensive retreat, a sudden cheer broke out further down the platform as Tong Yi sprinted back. Hubby, Xiao Li, come quick, there's a pod of dolphins playing right off the cove. Tang Li blinked away her tears, forcing a grateful smile as we walked over to join the cheering group. Sure enough, a dozen sleek gray dolphins arched gracefully through the emerald waves, their bodies catching the tropical sunlight. Dolphins bring incredible good fortune, Tang Li whispered softly, though her eyes kept darting back to mine. Later that afternoon, aboard the private ferry, returning to the mainland, I pulled Wanyan aside for a quiet conversation. In our household, Wanyan functioned not just as the primary wife, but as my most trusted confidant whose counsel carried ultimate weight. Wanyan, Tang Li confessed her feelings to me up on the observation deck, I admitted quietly. Wanyan offered a serene, knowing smile, adjusting her scarf against the sea breeze. I figured as much, hubby. How are you planning to handle her heart? I'm still thinking it through, though she's genuinely kind and attentive, I replied honestly. Truthfully, we all adore Xiao Li, Wanyan murmured, resting her hand over my arm. She is warm, loyal, and clearly loves you deeply. If she joins our family, she'll fit right in with the rest of the sisters. I raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. You're all okay with expanding the roster further? Of course, Lele chimed in, having conveniently materialized behind us with a cheeky grin. A girl that dedicated doesn't come along every day. Consider her officially approved by the board of directors. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Li vanished back to her suite under the pretext of handling pressing family matters, clearly fleeing from her own vulnerability. You should go track her down, hubby, Manching urged, giving me a gentle shove toward the elevator. She left her heart on that cliff, and she's panicking in her room right now. Go rescue her. I chuckled, stepping out into the hallway and heading straight for their suite. As I raised my hand to knock, the door swung open to reveal Tang Mei standing there with a deadpan stare. Oh, look, the romantic lead has arrived. Cue the dramatic violin music, Tang Mei drawled sarcastically before stepping aside. Go ahead, she's in pieces inside. I walked past her into the private sitting room, where Tang Li sat curled up on the sofa, her face buried in her hands. Hearing my footsteps, she jerked her head up, her eyes red-rimmed and brimming with fresh tears. I told you not to worry about what I said downstairs, she stammered, scrambling to wipe her face. I'm not taking it lightly, I said softly, closing the distance between us and lifting her chin so she had no choice but to meet my gaze. Xiao Li, your gentleness, your sincerity, and your courage haven't gone unnoticed. In fact, the rest of the household already voted unanimously in your favor. Tang Li's breath hitched in her throat. You're saying yes. I'm saying I want you as my wife, I smiled, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. I'll treat you with the exact same devotion I give Wanian and the others. You'll never have to feel uncertain again. The emotional dam broke completely. Tang Li launched herself forward, burying her face against my chest as sobs of pure, unadulterated relief shook her frame. I thought I was dreaming. She wept happily into my jacket. It's very real, I murmured, holding her tightly as years of silent longing finally found their quiet harbor. Thud. The suite door drifted open slightly, revealing Tang Mei standing on the threshold with her arms crossed. Well, congratulations to the happy couple. Now that the emotional tearjerker segment is officially wrapped up, can we address my administrative status? Tang Li pulled back instantly, wiping her eyes in mild embarrassment. My status? What about you? Xiao Mei. Tang Mei walked straight up to me, extending her hand with absolute deadpan neutrality. Look, I have zero interest in traditional romance, but I have even less interest in being separated from my twin sister. If she's moving to the capital to become your wife, I'm tagging along as part of the package deal. If you bind with her, you're binding with me, capiche? I make a terrible houseguest if I'm left behind in Hainan. I stared at her in utter astonishment for 3 full seconds before letting out a hearty laugh. Binding a matched set of sisters? Well, that certainly simplifies household logistics. Consider it done. Tang Li's jaw dropped. Wait, Xiao Mei, are you serious about this? Dead serious, Tang Mei shrugged coolly. I don't care about romance, but I care about my sister. If she's happy in your chaotic empire, I'll be her permanent roommate. Return to the capital. 2 days later, following rapid administrative confirmations and mutual family briefings, both Tang Li and Tang Mei formally joined our household registry. Our 6-day Hainan excursion concluded under a flurry of warm sea breezes and unforgettable memories, culminating in our departure ahead of the impending Lunar New Year. However, before our private jet could even touch down on capital tarmac, word of our expanding dynasty had leaked up the family tree. As our luxury motorcade rolled out from Beijing Capital International Airport, we were intercepted by an imposing, custom silver and black Maybach 62S parked directly at the VIP exit. The rear door clicked open, and out stepped Tan Jianchun Tang Li and Tang Mei's father. Dressed in an immaculate bespoke evening suit, with wire-rimmed glasses perched on his sharp nose, the regional tycoon exuded an aura of immense, uncompromising authority. Dad? Tang Li gasped, her color draining instantly as she stepped out of our vehicle. Jianchun bypassed his daughters entirely, his Yingxin the eyes locking straight onto me with a mixture of icy disdain and patriarchal fury. You two reckless girls, Jianchun barked, his voice carrying the weight of a regional magnate used to barking orders. Running off to the capital with a stranger without a word to the family. Have you completely lost your minds? He turned his scathing glare toward me, stepping into my personal space with an expression of supreme condescension. Young man, I don't know what flowery promises you use to ensnare my daughters, but let me make this crystal clear. You are not taking them anywhere. Get them out of your vehicles right now. Zhang Xiyun bristled, stepping forward defensively. Excuse me, sir, you have zero right to speak to him like. Quiet. Did anyone ask for your opinion? Jianchun snapped, his hand cutting through the air with arrogant dismissiveness. Before the confrontation could escalate further, Tang Li sprinted forward, grabbing her father's arm and dragging him frantically toward the side. She pressed her lips directly against his ear, whispering a rapid succession of urgent, confidential details. For a breathless second, Jianchun's posture remained rigid with indignation. Then, the aggressive tension in his facial muscles dissolved instantly as the color drained from his face, replaced by a look of sheer, cataclysmic disbelief. His eyes widened behind his glasses until they looked fit to pop out of his skull. He staggered back a half step, trembling fingers automatically pushing up his frames while his lips parted mutely. Tang Li stepped back, nodding solemnly to confirm every word she had just delivered. Jianchun inhaled a massive, shaky breath. He turned back around, abandoning his previous posture of arrogant superiority so fast it gave structural whiplash. He practically sprinted over to where I stood, his face plastered with an expression of abject, trembling reverence. Seizing my hand in both of his, he pumped it up and down with terrifying enthusiasm. Yi young Master Lin, my deepest, most profound apologies. I had absolute eyes and zero vision, please forgive my abysmal ignorance. His grip was so vice-like my fingers nearly went numb, but his smile was so wide it practically reached his ears. Airport onlookers stared in utter bewilderment as the fearsome regional magnate bowed repeatedly, like a humble servant. You honor me, I offered calmly, gently extracting my hand from his iron grip. No, honor is entirely mine, Jianchun babbled frantically, beads of nervous sweat forming along his hairline. I had the supreme privilege of catching a glimpse of Elder Lin's sacred presence during a leadership summit in Beijing. To think my foolish daughters were blessed enough to catch your eye, it is the ultimate ancestral fortune of the Tang family. He whipped his head around to glare at Tang Li and Tang Mei, instantly switching back to paternal sternness, though coated in pure sugar. You ungrateful girls, why didn't you inform your father of such monumental good news earlier? To serve young Master Lin is your life's highest calling. Do not dare bring shame upon his household. Tang Mei rolled her eyes so hard I thought they might get stuck, while Tang Li offered a polite, apologetic smile. Please, young Master Lin, allow me to host a banquet at the finest estate in Hainan to properly beg your forgiveness. Unnecessary, Mr. Tang, I interrupted smoothly. Our flight schedule is locked in, and we must return to Beijing immediately. Of course, flight schedules are sacred, Jianxun agreed instantly, pivoting his logistical focus with military efficiency. Have your private jet arrangements cleared customs? If not, I can immediately dispatch my personal air fleet. We've already utilized Miss Wanian's private corporate transport. Song Wanian stepped forward, offering a graceful, diplomatic smile. Ah, of course. Miss Song's foresight is immaculate, Jianxun groveled, bowing toward Wanian. Young Master Lin truly possesses supreme fortune in his companions. Under Jianxun's personal, hyper-vigilant escort, our entire party glided through VIP security channels as airport executives cleared our departure path like parting waves. As we boarded the private aircraft stairs, Tang Li and Tang Mei turned to share a final farewell with their father. Take good care of yourselves in the capital, and remember to obey young Master Lin in all things, Jianxun called out, waving frantically until the cabin doors sealed shut. Return to the ancestral estate. By early evening, our aircraft touched down smoothly in Beijing. Rather than returning immediately to our campus or the lakeside villa, especially with our 1.8 billion yuan acquisition of Shuangxi Yingyu Manor, still awaiting final holiday clearance, we were met by an official convoy dispatched directly by Aunt Ouyang. The sprawling ancestral family compound dwarfed any modern private estate we had previously toured. Nestled quietly against the rolling hills with classic pavilions, ancient stone bridges, and sprawling private courtyards, the estate easily accommodated our massive family without a hint of crowding. Because of the sheer size of the compound, our 14 wives were assigned across distinct historical courtyards, ensuring privacy while keeping everyone within the family ecosystem. By the time our security detail finished unloading mountains of luggage and settling everyone into their respective quarters, the clock had pushed past 9 p.m. Despite the late hour, Aunt Ouyang insisted the kitchen prepare a rich midnight supper for the expecting mothers to ensure proper nutrition. Naturally, a quiet scramble ensued over who would claim the privilege of sharing my sleeping suite on our first night back. With Tang Li just having bound her status, logic dictated she claimed tonight's spot. However, before we could cross the threshold of our assigned eastern courtyard, an unexpected challenger intercepted our path. Sister Yu, our fiercely protective elder sister figure, stepped out from under a crimson-pillared veranda, her lotus-pink silk pajamas rustling softly in the night air. Hold right there, little brother, Yue called out, her dark eyes flashing with mock grievance. You've been gallivanting across Hainan for days, completely ignoring my existence. Tonight, you're sleeping in my courtyard. I raised my hands defensively. Gee, I'll be residing right here in the family compound all winter break. You'll see me every single day. That's entirely different, Yu pouted, closing the physical distance and linking her arm firmly through mine. Childhood is childhood, but now you're an adult with an entire empire on your shoulders. Wanian intervened gently, stepping up to act as diplomatic mediator. Sister Yue, let him settle Tang Li in tonight. You have first dibs tomorrow. Humph. You're just biased because you get him every night, Yu grumbled affectionately, though she finally relinquished her grip on my arm. Once the domestic turf war settled, I escorted Tang Li and Tang Mei down the lantern-lit stone pathways toward their designated courtyard. The ancestral compound at night was a masterpiece of classical architecture, quiet and serene under the winter stars. Our courtyard featured a central courtyard garden framing a small lotus pond, flanked by a magnificent classical main suite and 2 comfortable side chambers. This place is breathtaking, Tang Li whispered, gazing up at the carved wooden eaves and red lanterns. It's part of the core family estate, I smiled, leading her into the warm, exquisitely appointed master suite. Meanwhile, Tang Mei wandered off to inspect her adjoining side chamber, tossing her duffel bag onto the oversized velvet bed with a soft thud. Moments later, Tang Mei poked her head out from her doorway, glaring across the courtyard with deadpan irritation. Just a quick public service announcement for the newlyweds across the courtyard, she called out dryly. Keep the volume down to an absolute minimum. I have zero tolerance for insomnia, so don't ruin my beauty sleep. Tang Li's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. She buried her face in her hands, utterly mortified by her sister's unfiltered bluntness. I couldn't help but chuckle, pulling Tang Li close against my side as the quiet winter night settled over the courtyard. The master bedroom echoed with a gentle, ambient hush as the warm glow of the bedside lamp cast long, intertwined shadows across the freshly made sheets. Tang Li sat perched on the edge of the mattress, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird as her slender hands smoothed down the soft fabric of her pink silk pajamas. Seeing the lingering tension in her posture, I walked over and took a seat beside her, gently wrapping my fingers around her trembling hand. Relax, I'm not going to bite, I murmured with a reassuring smile, noticing the delicate pink blush spreading up from her collarbone. I know. I just still feel like this is an incredible, beautiful dream, she whispered, her eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. It's not a dream, Xiao Li, I said softly, drawing her into the safety of my embrace, as her body slowly lost its stiffness and melted against my chest. For a long while, we simply sat together in the quiet warmth of the room, whispering about shared memories from high school, the bittersweet passage of time, and the winding roads that eventually brought us back into each other's orbits. As the digital clock on the nightstand ticked toward late evening, I handed her a pair of freshly laundered pajamas and stepped out briefly to let her settle in. When I returned, the pink silk set complemented her pale complexion and delicate lace details, lending her an irresistible balance of innocent charm and quiet elegance. All set, I smiled, sliding under the heavy duvet. Tang Li slipped beneath the covers beside me, her movements cautious and hesitant as she kept a polite distance near the edge of the bed. Sensing her lingering shyness, I reached across the small gap, caught her hand, and pulled her gently toward the center. "Stop hovering by the cliff's edge, come closer," I teased gently. She offered a breathy, nervous laugh, finally closing the remaining space and resting her head tentatively against my chest. As our heartbeats began to synchronize in the quiet dark, I raised my hand to cup her cheek, tilting her face upward so our eyes met. Her dark eyelashes fluttered rapidly, casting soft shadows under the warm lamp as her breath hitched in her throat. When our lips finally met, a sudden wave of electric warmth swept away her remaining hesitation. Her fingers reflexively curled into the fabric of my shirt, her initial stiffness melting into a breathless, yielding surrender. By the time I pulled back gently to let her catch her breath, Tang Li was flushing a brilliant crimson, burying her face completely against my shoulder with a muffled, adorable groan. I've never experienced anything like this before," she whispered into my collar. "I know," I murmured, pressing a soft kiss to her hair as I wrapped my arms securely around her waist. "I'll teach you everything from here on out." Her breath caught again at the promise, but as I clicked off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into peaceful darkness, her frame finally relaxed entirely in my arms. The family excursion. The following morning broke clear and crisp over the capital's sprawling hills. Our peaceful slumber was interrupted just after 8 a.m. by a polite, rhythmic knock at the outer courtyard gate courtesy of Sun Xiao Xiao. To our mild amusement, it was Tang Mei who answered the door, having spent the night in the adjoining side chamber with zero interest in disturbing anyone's morning routine. After refreshing ourselves, we joined Wanian and the rest of the household for a magnificent breakfast spread in the main dining hall. Shortly into the meal, Zhang Xiyun set down her chopsticks and offered a gentle, apologetic smile toward the table. "Everyone, I need to make a quick trip back home today," Xiyun announced. "Since my father was away on an overseas diplomatic posting last time I tried visiting, I haven't been back in months. With the Lunar New Year fast approaching and knowing I'll be celebrating right here with all of you, I really need to check in with my parents before the holiday rush." Her announcement immediately triggered a sympathetic wave of homesickness across the rest of the dining table. Tong Yi, Bei Lele, Mei Rui, and Su Manking instantly chimed in, chorusing their own desires to visit their respective families, though each stubbornly insisted that I accompany them personally. I pinched the bridge of my nose, staring at the chorus of pleading eyes. "Hold on, ladies, I'm a human being, not an industrial printing press with infinite clones," I groaned good-naturedly. "Since Xiyun brought it up first, I'll escort her home today. For the rest of you, coordinate your schedules and pick your dates, and I'll systematically tour every single household before the holiday lockout." "Look at you acting like a visiting dignitary on a diplomatic inspection tour," Tong Yi pouted, though a bright smile gave away her amusement. "Call it executive efficiency," I laughed, tapping her forehead playfully. "All right, Xiyun, finish packing your things, we'll depart after breakfast." Arrival at the Zhang estate. As we prepared to step out into the courtyard, Aunt Ouyang intercepted us near the foyer with a small army of household attendants carrying an extravagant mountain of wrapped luxury hampers. Even if the Zhang family lacks nothing financially, the proper ceremonial courtesy must be observed, Ouyang instructed warmly, patting my arm. "Take these along, Xiao Wang, it sets the right tone." Stacked neatly across the rear cargo hold of our executive sedan, the gifts were secured just as Xiyun and I slid into the leather seats. During the hour-long drive toward the prestigious military and political compound housing the Zhang family estate, Xiyun rested her head against my shoulder, her hand instinctively resting over her abdomen. "My father looks severe, but he's a soft touch underneath. Hubby," she prepped me quietly. "He can be a bit old-fashioned and blunt, but his heart is in the right place." As for my stepmothers, we have 7 mothers in total under our household structure, each with distinct personalities. First, Mom Wenlan is gentle and graceful. Second, Mom Su Min is a sharp-minded finance executive. Third, Mom Lu Mei is a physician. She listed out the matriarchs with practiced ease, helping me map out the family tree so I wouldn't stumble during introductions. "Relax, Xiyun," I smiled, wrapping my fingers around hers. "I've handled military drill instructors, hostile committee chairs, and global corporate moguls. Meeting your family is a walk in the park." The vehicle cleared the heavily guarded checkpoint at the compound gates, the sentry snapping a crisp military salute as our plates rolled past. The Zhang estate was a masterclass in classical Chinese architecture, gray bricks, tiled eaves, and towering ancient locust trees shading a pristine central courtyard. As our car came to a smooth halt, 2 middle-aged housekeepers hurried out to open the doors. "Miss Xiyun, you finally returned." One of them beamed, bowing slightly before turning her respectful gaze toward me. "And this must be the young master-in-law. Please, right this way, the master and madams have been expecting you." Stepping out into the courtyard, the air was filled with cheerful chatter echoing from beneath the ancient locust tree. A group of elegant women were gathered around a stone table, peeling citrus fruits and laughing, while a teenage girl in a canary yellow sweater bounced on her heels nearby. Not far away, a younger teenage boy was dribbling a basketball with focused energy. "Xiyun Ji," the yellow sweater girl shrieked, sprinting across the flagstones and launching herself straight into Siyun's arms. You've been gone for 3 whole months. Mei Mei and I missed you to pieces. Siyun laughed, hugging her tightly before introducing her to me. This is my youngest sister, Shiro. She's a high school senior. She then gestured toward the basketball-wielding teenager who jogged over, nervously wiping his palms on his jeans. And this is my younger brother, Zixuan, currently a sophomore. Zixuan snapped to attention, executing a remarkably stiff, formal bow despite holding a basketball under his arm. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. I've seen your online vlogs everywhere. You're an absolute legend. Before Zixuan could embarrass himself further with fanboy commentary, an elegant woman draped in a navy blue silk quipao stepped forward with a serene, welcoming smile. This was Wen Lan, General Zhang Jianqing's primary wife and the matriarch of the household. Welcome to the Zhang estate, young Master Lin. Wen Lan greeted me warmly, relieving me of a portion of the gift hampers with the help of the estate manager. Please, come inside out of the chill. The others are eager to meet you, the family tribunal. Stepping into the expansive, high-ceilinged reception hall, the atmosphere shifted slightly into one of disciplined grandeur. Seated at the center of a heavy rosewood sofa set was a middle-aged man in an unadorned military uniform. His features carved from granite and his eyes sharp as cut glass. General Zhang Jianqing. Seeing us enter, the rigid line of his jaw softened by a fraction, though his gaze remained thoroughly evaluative. You've arrived. Take a seat, Jianqing instructed, gesturing toward the armchairs. Siyun immediately marched over, looping her arm through his with practiced affection. Dad, why do you always look like you're presiding over a military tribunal the second I walk through the door? Jianqing patted her hand, shifting his severe gaze directly onto my face. Xiao Wang, we've crossed paths in passing at official functions before, but this is our first formal sit-down. Siyun is my most cherished daughter. If you bring even a single tear to her eye or fail in your duty to protect her, my position won't stop me from holding you strictly accountable. I met his unblinking stare with absolute, unwavering calm. General Zhang, you have my absolute word, I replied steadily. Siyun's safety, happiness, and peace of mind are non-negotiable priorities in my life. I take full responsibility for her future. Jianqing studied my expression for several long seconds, searching for hesitation and finding only steel resolve. Slowly, an approving nod broke the tension across his features. Good. I know your pedigree, and I trust your character. Just remember your obligations. Just as the formal greeting concluded, light footsteps echoed down the grand staircase, breaking the heavy paternal tension. A young woman in a pastel pink dress descended into the lobby, her hair tumbling in loose waves past her shoulders and her bright, expressive eyes locking instantly onto my face. Siyun cousin, you're finally back, she called out, though her gaze barely registered Siyun as she darted straight toward our seating cluster. And you must be Lin Wang. I'm Wang Meng, Siyun's older cousin on her mother's side. She extended her hand toward me with aggressive enthusiasm, gripping my fingers tightly and lingering far past the boundaries of polite social etiquette. Siyun narrowed her eyes slightly, stepping in with quiet grace to place her hand over Wang Meng's wrist. Cousin, nice to see you visiting today, Siyun murmured smoothly, successfully breaking the lingering handshake. Wang Meng offered an unbothered, radiant smile. Well, my father sent me over with official diplomatic paperwork for Uncle Zhang, but running into national celebrity royalty makes the trip infinitely more worthwhile. Sensing the subtle social current, Wen Lan wisely stepped in to steer the group toward the dining pavilion, diffusing any further conversational skirmishes before lunch was served. The return to the family compound, following a lively, surprisingly harmonious family luncheon marked by Zixuan's endless stream of fanboy questions and the stepmother's warm inquiries regarding Siyun's health, we departed the Zhang estate by mid-afternoon. Arriving back at our ancestral capital compound as evening shadows lengthened, I headed straight for the private study to check in with my father. Finding the heavy oak doors unlocked, I pushed them open to discover my father, Lin Jiming, practicing calligraphy at his massive mahogany desk. You're back from the Zhang family estate, Jiming asked without looking up, his brush sweeping fluidly across swan paper. Just walk through the doors, I replied, pouring a cup of warm tea and sliding it across his desk. Jiming set his brush down, settling back into his leather armchair with a thoughtful sigh. Word from the top arrived regarding your upcoming National Youth Merit Awards ceremony, he stated quietly. The formal presentation date is locked in for 7 days from now, right on the 24th day of the lunar 12th month. You'll be expected to take the podium, deliver a keynote address on demographic recovery, and model modern civic responsibility. I scratched the back of my neck. Public speaking on national television regarding family planning policies? That's quite a leap from college final exams. It's a necessary step, Jiming noted firmly. The demographic deficit is reaching critical thresholds globally. If prominent young leaders don't step up to normalize sustainable family structures, the macroeconomy faces structural collapse. I understand, I nodded, accepting the weight of the assignment. The evening protocol. Exiting the study into the chilly courtyard air, the domestic reality of managing 14 wives immediately resumed its colorful chaos. As we gathered in the main pavilion to debrief our respective daytime excursions, the inevitable debate over evening sleeping arrangements flared up. Tonight's official roster logically belonged to Tang Li, given her recent formal integration into the family registry. However, before we could cross the threshold of our assigned courtyard, a slender figure stepped out from the shadows of the veranda. Tang Mei, Tang Li's unapologetically blunt twin sister, blocked our pathway, her arms crossed over her black athletic jacket with absolute chilliness. "Hold on a second, newlywed," Tang Mei announced flatly, fixing her gaze on my face. "My sister had her turn last night. Under the strict rotation rules of this household, as a newly bound spouse myself, my administrative slot starts tonight." Tang Li's jaw hit the flagstones. Mei, you can't just hijack the rotation schedule like a corporate takeover." "I'm not hijacking anything, I'm simply claiming my legal dividends," Tang Mei deadpanned, refusing to budge an inch. "Besides, I have zero interest in feeling like a redundant accessory in your bridal suite while you two play romance novels." The rest of the sisterhood, who had gathered to watch the domestic drama unfold, burst into helpless, amused laughter. Even Wanian covered her mouth with her sleeve, amused by Tang Mei's complete lack of romantic pretense. I rubbed my temples, utterly defeated by the logistical absurdity of my own household. "All right, executive decision. Tang Mei, you win the floor tonight," I sighed, offering my hand. "Lead the way to your quarters, Commander." Tang Mei's stoic facade cracked just enough to reveal a smug, victorious smirk. "Smart choice, hubby. Right this way." The foot-washing protocol. Stepping into Tang Mei's private side chamber across the courtyard, the room was remarkably minimalist compared to the opulent decor of the main suites. No frills, no decorative clutter, just a spacious bed, a writing desk, and an air of absolute discipline. "Sit," Tang Mei commanded, pointing toward a velvet armchair before marching into the adjoining washroom. She emerged moments later carrying a steaming wooden foot basin, setting it down with a heavy thud before dropping gracefully onto her knees directly in front of me. Before I could object, her nimble fingers unlaced my shoes with practiced efficiency, slipping off my socks and guiding my feet into the warm water. The contrast between her ice-cold personality and the surprising gentleness of her movements was striking. "Cold out there tonight," she muttered quietly, her fingers massaging my tired arches with steady, deliberate pressure. "You didn't have to pull rank and claim tonight just to prove a point, you know," I said softly, looking down at her bowed head. "It's not about proving a point," she replied, her voice maintaining its flat, matter-of-fact tone as the steam rose between us. "You're my husband under national law, and I'm your wife under family protocol. Skipping baseline duties creates structural entropy. I may not be romantic like my sister, but I understand accountability." I smiled, letting my hand rest lightly against her dark hair for a brief second. "Accountability accepted, Tang Mei." As she finished up her task, drying my feet with a crisp linen towel before standing to pack away the basin, the quiet stillness of the ancestral courtyard wrapped around us. In a world dictated by shifting demographic policies, political pressures, and a constantly expanding dynasty, having a wife who treated romance like a military logistics ledger turned out to be strangely comforting. As Tang Mei gently massaged my shoulders, her touch moved from awkward and clumsy to surprisingly steady. "I don't know what a traditional wife is supposed to act like, but I know my duties as your wife, and I'll fulfill them," she muttered softly, her face partially hidden behind her dark hair. I smiled, letting her work out the lingering tension until she finally stopped, wiped the light sheen of sweat from her brow, and poured herself a glass of water. The next morning, the winter sun broke through the frosted glass as I woke up to find Tang Mei dressed in a simple silk camisole, quietly scrolling through her phone beside the bed. "Morning," she murmured without looking up, her stomach promptly emitting a loud, echoing rumble of hunger. "Why didn't you wake me up for breakfast?" I asked, sitting up. "Didn't want to wake you." "You went to sleep late," she replied flatly, though her quiet attentiveness gave away a softer side beneath her icy exterior. After washing up, we stepped out into the crisp morning air and headed toward the main dining pavilion. The long dining table was already bustling with activity as Wanian, Siyun, and the rest of the household enjoyed their morning congee and dim sum. As I pulled out a seat, Mei Rui immediately hopped up to clear the space beside her. "Big bro, sit here. I'm practically finished anyway," she beamed, while Jiang Duo quietly slid a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg onto my ceramic plate. Before I could even take a bite, Tong Yi leaned in with a mischievous glint in her eye. "So, how was night one with our cold-as-ice new sister?" She whispered loudly enough for half the table to hear. I rapped her knuckles lightly with my chopsticks. "Eat your porridge, Xiao Yi. Stop gossiping." Seeing us dodge the interrogation, Lei Li and Manking exchanged knowing grins before changing the subject entirely. "Forget the small talk, who's ready to hit the shops today?" Lei cheered, dropping her fork. The Lunar New Year is right around the corner, and the newly opened Jinhua department store just imported a massive collection of high-fashion winter lines and limited-edition luxury accessories. "If we don't go now, everything good will be wiped out by holiday shoppers," Mangqing added enthusiastically. The prospect of retail therapy instantly united the entire sisterhood, turning breakfast into a rapid-fire deployment sequence. The shopping excursion at Jinhua department store. By early afternoon, our high-security motorcade of 3 black Maybachs rolled up to the grand entrance of Jinhua department store. Store manager Mr. Wang stood waiting at the VIP entrance with an entire delegation of greeters, having cleared out the 3rd and 4th floor luxury boutiques entirely for our private use. "Welcome, Mr. Lin, madams," Wang greeted us with deep, respectful bows, handing me an embossed platinum VIP card. "The upper floors are locked down and fully staffed with dedicated personal shoppers. Please take your time and enjoy complete privacy." Stepping into the soaring marble atrium decorated with giant golden spring lanterns and auspicious banners, the girls immediately scattered toward their favorite apparel zones like kids in a candy store. On the third floor women's luxury level, Lele made a beeline for a magnificent pink fox fur coat displayed under the spotlight. She slipped it over her shoulders, spinning before the mirror with a radiant smile. "How does this look, hubby?" I appraised the garment from the leather sofa. "The color suits your complexion brilliantly, but the cut is a bit short for deep winter winds." A sharp-eyed personal shopper immediately stepped forward. "Mr. Lin has exceptional taste. We have the exact same design in an extended full-length version in the back stockroom. I'll retrieve it immediately." Meanwhile, Chinchi and Siyun were browsing a cashmere sweater rack, selecting a classic oatmeal-colored cardigan suitable for second mom's tea parties. Su Lingyun sat quietly beside me on the leather settee, her leather-bound notebook open as she meticulously tracked our holiday gift budget using a fine point pen. "Dad, custom tank suit, reserved. First mom, pure silk embroidered scarf, confirmed. Second mom, cashmere winter coat, selected. Third mom, Italian leather boots, pending." "You're tracking this like a corporate financial audit," I murmured, watching her check off items with quiet satisfaction. "When you have a large family to manage, organization prevents chaos," she replied without looking up, neatly adding Lele, pink fox fur coat to the bottom of the page. Over in the maternity sector, Tong Yi stood inside a fitting room mirror modeling an organic cotton tunic featuring an adorable embroidered teddy bear right over her modest baby bump. "Does this make me look too bulky?" She frowned, peering down at her midsection. I crouched down to her eye level, gently pressing my palm against the fabric. "The baby told me through telepathy that Mama looks like an absolute queen in this," I joked, earning a bright, musical laugh from her. "We'll take both this one and the ruby red holiday edition," I instructed the attendant. Moving up to men's fashion, by 11 a.m., our caravan migrated to the fourth-floor menswear pavilion. Before I could even inspect a rack of heavy winter overcoats, Wanian gently stayed my hand, guiding me toward a lighter, double-faced cashmere coat in a sophisticated slate gray shade. "Those heavy wool coats restrict your movement too much," she noted, smoothing out the lapels against my shoulders. Siyun stepped in immediately afterward, expertly straightening my collar and adjusting the cuffs with practiced care. "The fit is immaculate, accentuates your shoulder line perfectly," Siyun approved, while Manking nodded in agreement. Lele trotted over, holding a deep navy cashmere scarf, wrapping it snugly around my neck and adjusting the drape with critical precision. "There, now you look like a proper executive ready to conquer the holiday season," she declared proudly. With our shopping bags piling up into a small mountain, I checked my watch. "All right, squad, retail therapy is officially paused for lunch. Let's head up to Yuningshin, the Michelin-rated Cantonese restaurant on the top floor." As we stepped out of the private elevator into the restaurant's panoramic dining suite overlooking the snow-dusted city streets, Siyun excused herself to check on our reservation details with the floor manager, and I walked toward the washrooms to wash my hands. Little did I know, the brief separation would trigger another unexpected chapter in our family's expanding dynamic. Stepping out of the elevator into the second-floor gallery of Rongbajai, the subtle, earthy scent of aged ink and calligraphy paper immediately grounded the atmosphere. A senior sales specialist hurried over from the vault, gently placing a magnificent antique scholar's inkstone upon the polished display table. "Mr. Lin, madams, this is the finest Duan inkstone currently in our collection, carved from the legendary old pit quarries," the specialist explained, gesturing toward the delicate, baby-soft texture of the stone's surface. "Notice the fine, interlocking grain it produces, an ultra-fine in consistency, and preserves moisture remarkably well." Siyun, wearing clean white inspection gloves, lifted the inkstone slightly to inspect its weight. "The grain is exceptional. My father loves practicing his calligraphy with Duan stones," she noted, turning toward me with a pleased smile. "Besides, the motif carved into the rim is cranes soaring through ancient pines, symbolizing longevity. It's a fitting New Year gift for your grandfather." Manching picked up a solid pine soot ink stick, bringing it close to her nose to inhale the rich, musky aroma infused with natural ambergris. "The scent is completely pure, with zero synthetic fillers, top-tier quality," she agreed. I nodded, signaling the specialist. "Wrap this entire Four Treasures Scholar set and include 2 boxes of top-grade raw Xuan paper." Moving to the adjacent display, Siyun selected an exquisite coat in jade paperweight engraved with the 4-character philosophical maxim, "Virtue carries all things." "This for your father's desk?" I asked, examining the warm, greasy luster of the white jade. "Precisely," she smiled. "He appreciates practical items that carry philosophical weight." Meanwhile, over at the fine jewelry counter, Lele and Chinchi were evaluating a breathtaking sapphire pendant set against platinum scrollwork. "Imagine this against second mom's tailored business suits, the deep ocean blue stone would pop brilliantly," Lele mused, holding the necklace under the halogen display lights. Chinchi countered by picking up a pair of blush pink South Sea pearl earrings. Siyun tends to favor understated elegance. These glowing pearls will suit her quiet wardrobe palette far better. Zhuang Hanyu trotted over carrying a translucent imperial green jade ring. "This one is for Wanian Ji," Hanyu whispered excitedly. "Since she's carrying, fingers tend to swell slightly as the term progresses. This relaxed band will keep her comfortable, plus jade is traditionally believed to ward off negative energy." By 3 p.m., After rendezvousing with Wanyan and Tong Yi at the ground floor gourmet holiday market, which was already overflowing with imported Chilean cherries, Xinjiang red dates, and premium abalone gift sets, our personal bodyguards looked like professional pack mules. Despite clearing out entire supermarket aisles, we realized that celebrating Lunar New Year across a massive, multi-generational household required far more provisioning than a single afternoon could cover. Consequently, the following day was spent executing a second round of high-intensity shopping at a competing commercial center, leaving Tong Yi and Lei Li utterly exhausted. The eve of the National Youth Merit Awards. With the Lunar New Year rapidly closing in, I carved out a quiet afternoon to pay my respects to grandfather Lin Guochang at his private residence. Given that the demographic crisis had not yet taken root during his youth, his generation experienced a vastly different social structure. After spending a peaceful hour reviewing historical archives with him and catching up on family affairs, I returned to the main compound. Back home, the household was abuzz with excitement over Yan Xiangshang's brief holiday leave, during which she had unloaded a mountain of signed memorabilia and celebrity greetings for the family. However, all domestic chatter soon pivoted toward tomorrow's monumental event, the National Youth Merit Awards ceremony at the National Convention Center. According to confidential briefings from Grandpa's chief of staff and my father, tomorrow morning would mark the formal presentation of the National Youth Pioneer Special Medal. Even more significantly, I was scheduled to take the central podium as the primary civilian keynote speaker, addressing the nation on demographic recovery and modern civic duty. Naturally, state television and major syndicates would broadcast the speech nationwide, making attire protocol a matter of supreme national importance. Upstairs in the master suite, the double-push door to the expansive walk-in wardrobe stood wide open, displaying half a dozen bespoke tailoring masterpieces. Wanyan sat on the velvet ottoman reading a fashion digest, while Xian stood by the three-way mirror holding a professional fabric measuring tape. Lei Li and Manqing flanked the clothing rack, debating lapel geometries and fabric weights. I stood before the mirror having just shed a charcoal black Italian silk tuxedo, turning slowly under the scrutiny of my personal review board. The fit of the black tuxedo is flawless, but the color reads too somber, Wanyan noted, lowering her magazine. Tomorrow's audience includes millions of young citizens. A somber tone lacks the vital energy expected of a pioneer representative. Wanyan Ji is right, Tong Yi agreed, popping up from behind the rack and pointing toward a midnight blue pinstripe suit. Try this one, hubby. The subtle pinstripe adds visual texture without screaming for attention, and midnight blue complements your skin tone far better. I nodded, stepping behind the screen to slip into the recommended ensemble. The moment I emerged, Su Lingyun stepped forward with her leather-bound notebook, measuring tape flying across my shoulders and sleeves. Shoulder seam hits the exact anatomical break. Waist taper is clean, Lingyun reported professionally. The sleeves are precisely 3 millimeters too long, exposing just the right amount of French cuff. I'll have the tailoring detail corrected overnight, so it's fresh for dawn. Qinshi walked into the room holding a porcelain mug of warm water, handing it to me with an encouraging smile. From a formal protocol perspective, the navy pinstripe hits the exact sweet spot, she analyzed, her eyes scanning the cut. It conveys institutional gravity without sacrificing youthfulness. Plus, it honors Grandpa's preference for understated dignity. After testing a third charcoal gray alternative which was unanimously rejected for its stiffer, less breathable wool weave, the household settled definitively on the navy pinstripe. Accessories were selected with military precision. Wanyan chose a crisp, tailored white French cuff dress shirt. Siyun selected a deep navy silk tie featuring a microgeometric weave. Tang Li contributed a set of custom-engraved silver cufflinks bearing my initials. Standing before the mirror fully outfitted, the outfit delivered an undeniable punch of sharp, charismatic authority balanced by approachable elegance. Approved unanimously, Lei Li declared, clapping her hands. The final briefing and quiet solace. Following a dinner marked by repeated checklist confirmations from everyone regarding my speech cards, backup pens, and portable power banks, I retreated to the private study. The mahogany desk was clear except for the final, heavily edited draft of my keynote address, polished through multiple iterations by state-level speechwriters and reviewed personally by grandfather. I began reading the manuscript aloud, pacing the Persian rug to regulate my cadence, pacing, and emotional inflection. Thud. The study door clicked open softly, and Wanyan walked in carrying a steaming mug of honey milk. You've run through it 5 times already, hubby, she murmured affectionately, setting the mug down and gently massaging my shoulders. Your pacing is rock solid, and your emotional delivery is pitch perfect. Give your vocal cords a rest. I just want to ensure zero margin for error, I admitted, holding her hand. Grandpa placed immense trust in me for this platform, and millions will be watching. I know, Wanyan replied, her eyes reflecting infinite pride. You've already carried the weight of this family with absolute grace. Tomorrow is simply the world catching up to what we already know. She coaxed me away from the desk, guiding me back toward the master suite. As I slipped beneath the covers, I could feel the gentle, distinct contour of Wanyan's 4-month baby bump pressed against my side, a grounding, peaceful anchor that instantly melted away any residual performance anxiety. Dawn of the ceremony. At 6:30 a.m. sharp, the soft illumination of bedside lamps woke me to the gentle rustle of Wanyan organizing my morning itinerary. Breakfast was an energized, high-morale affair, with the wives trading last-minute wardrobe tips and fixing my tie before departure. By 7:30 a.m., our motorcade rolled out from the ancestral estate gates. Instead of our usual Maybach fleet, a convoy of specially commissioned, obsidian black Red Sea executive sedans led our transit toward the National Youth Center. As we approached the venue, the surrounding boulevards were transformed into a sea of red, celebratory banners, digital billboards, and disciplined columns of security personnel. The National Youth Center stood like a towering eagle carved from glass and steel, its soaring architecture gleaming brilliantly in the morning sun. Outside the Grand Plaza, international media agencies had established bank upon bank of camera rigs, while thousands of citizen delegates pressed against the cordon perimeters bearing celebratory banners. Our Red Sea convoy glided smoothly through the VIP security gates, coming to a halt directly outside the main hall. A senior site coordinator named Xiao Zhang hurried forward, accompanied by two ceremonial attendants carrying pristine delegate badges. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. I am the lead site coordinator, honored to escort you today." Zhang bowed respectfully, pinning a gleaming gold lapel emblem onto my jacket. "Your family's designated VIP seating is located in the 6th row of the central auditorium, offering an unobstructed view of the main podium." Wanian reached over, smoothing down my collar and adjusting the placement of the delegate badge with practiced care. "You look extraordinary," she whispered. "Thank you, Xiao Zhang," I nodded, leading my family through the soaring, 20-meter-high marble atrium dominated by a massive floral sculpture of a golden merit medal. Inside the main auditorium, the cavernous auditorium possessed a seating capacity of 5,000, yet every seat was already filled to absolute silence. On the mammoth LED backdrop behind the stage, a national demographic documentary played in a continuous loop, highlighting the shifting metrics of societal growth. When the statistical counter flashed the latest national male-to-female ratio of 1:1.3, a collective, heavy hush rippled through the assembled delegates. My wives were guided smoothly into their prime 6th-row VIP seats, surrounded by senior government officials and industry pioneers. At precisely 9 a.m., the lights dimmed, and the house orchestra struck a resonant, inspiring introductory chord. A nationally recognized premier news anchor stepped onto center stage, his voice carrying through the stadium-grade acoustics with commanding resonance. "Distinguished leaders, honored guests, and beloved representatives of the new generation, good morning. Today, we gather to celebrate the vanguard of our nation's future. In an era requiring both economic innovation and demographic continuity, our youth shoulder twin pillars of responsibility." Following a sweeping introductory address that mapped out the macroeconomic and social landscape of the country, the moment for the keynote presentation arrived. "And now," the anchor announced, turning his gaze toward the wings with a bright, welcoming smile. "To deliver the primary address on behalf of the new generation of pioneers, please welcome the recipient of the National Youth Pioneer Special Medal, Lin Wang." Stepping up to the podium, a distinguished, silver-haired elder took center stage, none other than my grandfather, Lin Guochang. "Comrades, youth are the future of our nation and the hope of our people." Guochang's resonant voice echoed across the auditorium through the microphone system. "Currently, our nation faces severe demographic challenges. The imbalance in the gender ratio has begun to impact societal stability. The state has launched a series of new policies, with the explicit goal of encouraging the younger generation to embrace family responsibilities, build larger households, and secure our future. The 10 comrades receiving honors today are the shining vanguards of this mission." Thunderous applause erupted across the auditorium as the introductory address concluded and the award presentation commenced. When the announcer called my name, spotlights instantly converged on my position, while media shutters clicked furiously. I smoothed down my navy pinstripe lapel and walked briskly onto the stage under the guidance of the floor managers. Grandpa Guochang stood waiting at the center in a crisp Zhongshan suit, his eyes shining with profound pride. "Grandpa," I murmured respectfully, bowing slightly as I reached his side. He placed a firm, grounding hand on my shoulder before lifting a heavy, gleaming gold medal and pinning it securely to my lapel. Engraved across the front read, "National Youth Pioneer Special Medal," while the reverse featured an unspooled lotus blossom, symbolizing purity and responsibility. "Do well, Xiao Wang," Grandpa's voice carried quiet, unyielding authority. "Never forget that you carry not only the honor of the Lin family, but the profound expectations of the state." "I understand, Grandpa," I nodded solemnly. Once all 10 pioneers assembled on stage, the organizing committee director stepped forward carrying velvet presentation folders. Alongside the medal, each recipient was awarded a state-sponsored cash incentive of 100 million yuan, provided by the National Demographic Stabilization Fund, triggering another wave of gasps and explosive cheers across the hall. The keynote address. Following the group awards, the spotlight shifted toward the individual keynote presentations, with my address positioned as the grand finale. The preceding 9 pioneers shared inspiring anecdotes balancing enterprise leadership with domestic stewardship. When the host finally called my name, the acoustic energy in the 5,000-seat auditorium peaked. I took a steadying breath, walked up to the central microphone, adjusted its height, and scanned the sea of expectant faces. "Distinguished leaders, honored guests, and beloved peers, good morning." My voice resonated cleanly across the venue. Standing here today to receive the Youth Pioneer Special Medal is an extraordinary honor and an even greater responsibility. In this defining era, our generation bears a dual mission: to build professional excellence in our respective fields, and to shoulder the sacred duty of family continuation. I paused, letting my gaze drift toward the sixth-row VIP cluster where my 14 wives sat watching. I am blessed with 14 incredible wives. They are the bedrock of my life and the driving force behind my endeavors. Many ask how I navigate a large household. My answer is simple: responsibility and mutual respect. Every single one of my wives possesses unique brilliance. They support each other through life's friction and anchor my professional ambitions. Because of their unwavering foundation, I can advance without hesitation. In the sixth row, Wan Yin's eyes shimmered with bright, emotional tears as she listened to the unfiltered truth of my words. Some might view men as exceptionally fortunate amid a shifting demographic landscape, I continued, my tone turning serious. I say that fortune and privilege must be matched by proportional duty. The state's new family policies exist precisely to help us shoulder that future. Every newborn life is an extension of national hope, and every harmonious household is the absolute cornerstone of societal stability. Let us move forward together to secure a thriving tomorrow. A brief, stunned silence blanketed the hall before an earth-shattering wave of applause broke out, sustaining itself unbroken for 3 full minutes. In the VIP seats, my wives stood up together, clapping with fierce, unadulterated pride while live-stream servers recorded peak concurrent engagement metrics nationwide. The post-ceremony banquet. Following the formal presentations and a vibrant cultural showcase, the organizing committee hosted a grand state banquet in the central hall. Seated at the primary VIP table alongside Grandpa, the committee director, and senior demographic ministers, the atmosphere remained celebratory. Your speech was pitch perfect, Xiao Wang, a senior minister remarked approvingly over lunch. We've recorded the address in full. It will serve as core national educational material for the demographic reform campaign. By 2 p.m., as the official ceremonies concluded, crowds of citizens and media representatives still lingered outside the youth center plaza. We navigated the crowds with the assistance of our security detail, returning home to find the ancestral compound transformed. A magnificent multi-tiered celebratory banquet awaited us, crowned by a massive custom-frosted cake bearing the words, "Glory to the Youth Pioneer. Have some of this braised pork. Hubby, I had the kitchen prepare it extra tender since you've been on your feet all day." Xian smiled tenderly, depositing a savory piece into my bowl. Welcoming the Lunar New Year. As the days leading up to Chinese New Year blurred past in a flurry of visiting elder statesmen and final estate planning, the atmosphere inside the ancestral compound grew intensely festive. On New Year's Eve, the grand family banquet featured all 5 matriarchs seated alongside my 14 wives, including Sister Yue, Li Yue, who had quietly reintegrated into the household fold following our prior capital dispute. Pouring the opening toast, I raised my glass directly toward her. "Let's drink to new beginnings, Sister Yu," I offered warmly. Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though a soft, resolute smile touched her lips as she touched her crystal rim to mine, drinking her red wine in a single smooth motion. She had made peace with her boundaries, choosing familial permanence over unattainable romance. "Happy New Year, hubby," Tong Yi cheered, raising her glass high. "To a prosperous year ahead," Lele added brightly. Glasses chimed together in a crystal symphony across the expansive banquet table, while the National Spring Festival Gala broadcast played softly in the background.